Boss, I'm hungry, meow. Lu Nen shut his eyes in agony. Dai Meow, stop talking. Your boss is hungry too, meow. He grabbed the blue cat ears behind him and hauled the silly cat in front of him. So stop slacking off and start shouting at the top of your lungs. Whether your boss gets to eat today, all depends on you. Lu Nen encouraged Dai Meow with utter seriousness. Dai Meow scratched his round little head, glanced at the cardboard sign in front of his boss, then at Lu Nan's dust-streaked weary face, and asked hesitantly, Boss, if we keep pretending to be crazy and stupid like this, can we really get any jobs, meow? Lu Nan's expression froze. He patted the sign that read Super Hunter and said with confidence, we can. Probably, maybe, there should be some people some clients with very urgent needs who will come to us. Dai Meow had no choice but to turn around and start shouting, folks, come and take a look, meow. My boss is the strongest, meow. He can floor anyone in 3 punches, meow. Knock them out cold with 5 elbow strikes, meow. Excellent. Really powerful. Lu Nan was overjoyed. At this rate, he would not have to worry about having no commissions. He completely ignored the increasingly strange looks from the people walking by. Hey, you again, a furious shout suddenly rang out. From the street corner, a tall man, wearing a small red armband, burst into view and charged toward the two from a distance. Lu Nan instantly bristled. He sprang to his feet in one motion, grabbed Dai Meow, kicked the sign over, and turned to flee. Why is it you again? Stop chasing me, big bro. I'm just trying to beg a meal. The man ignored him, brandishing a baton as he chased, and shouted, You keep putting that damned sign in front of the nursing home entrance every single day, yelling at the top of your lungs. Stand still. If I catch you, we'll break all 3 of your legs. Lu Nan let out a cold snort, suddenly accelerated, and left the tall man far behind. Stop chasing me. I don't like people who act all dignified. Seeing his target run farther and farther away, the man had no choice but to stop scratching his head irritably. Perfectly healthy, and he still refuses to get a proper job, always looking for trouble. Boss, we shook him off, meow. Dai Meow glanced back, then lifted his head and shouted to Lu Nan. Lu Nan made a sharp turn into a narrow alley, slipped inside, set Dai Meow down, then squatted on the ground, panting helplessly. How did that guy show up so fast? We've only been shouting for half an hour today. Gurgle. A strange sound echoed clearly in the cramped alley. Dai Meow covered his stomach in embarrassment and looked up at Lu Nan. Lu Nan fumbled through his pockets. Inside was a single 20-unit bill of federal common currency given to him the day before when someone had mistaken him for a beggar while he was shouting for jobs. A middle-aged man who looked every inch a worn-out office worker had tossed it to him. Come on, Dai Meow, your boss is taking you to eat. Lu Nan rubbed Dai Meow's head. Boss is the best, meow. Dai Meow threw both hands up and followed closely as Lu Nan led him out of the alley. They casually picked a convenience store and went in. Soon Lu Nan and Dai Meow were squatting beside the discount bento shelf, calculating cost performance. Boss, if we buy this one, we can eat more meat, meow. See, you don't understand. This one has a single flavor. But look at this, 3 varieties. Same price, and we even get a braised egg. As expected of you, boss, meow. Walking out of the convenience store, Lu Nan looked at the 3 coins left in his hand and could not help sighing. How were they supposed to manage dinner tonight? He could not possibly make Dai Meow go into the water to catch fish again. But seeing how delighted Dai Meow looked holding the bento, Lu Nan could not help feeling happy as well. As for the night, they would deal with it when it came. They sat down on a bench beside the convenience store. Lu Nan lifted Dai Meow up onto the bench as well. With 2 expectant faces side by side, the bento box was opened. A wave of steaming fragrance immediately spilled out, curling into Lu Nan's nostrils. Dai Meow swallowed a mouthful of drool and pushed the bento toward Lu Nan. Boss, you eat first, meow. Lu Nan shook his head and pushed the bento back. Don't be ridiculous. Since when does the boss eat first? Dai Meow, I order you to eat first. A proper boss never allows his underling to stay hungry. Dai Meow nodded and shouted earnestly, Understood, boss. Seeing Dai Meow start to eat, Lu Nan took a deep breath and looked up at the sky. The sky was dim and gray, as if it would rain soon. The clouds seemed to be running, eager to draw a curtain across the entire firmament. Lu Nan gradually fell into a daze. He did not belong to this world. In fact, he did not even know why he had come here. He had already transmigrated twice. Life in Yanhua Village had been so blissful. One moment he was drinking and eating dumplings, and the next he had ended up here. It was utterly inexplicable. He wondered how Lai Yin was doing. The new Blue Star Federation was a neo-reunified, utopian-like society across almost all regions. Everyone seemed content and secure. But none of that had anything to do with him. He had nothing. No job, no money, no identification. Like a lost ghost wandering without a place to belong. Aside from Dai Meow, who had followed him here, he had nothing at all. Still, because that cute little fellow was at least someone familiar, Lu Nan felt a measure of comfort. Even if a fierce dragon appeared right now, he would still feel more at ease than being truly alone. Lu Nan touched his chest where his heart lay. To say he had nothing was not entirely accurate. Within his heart was a strange power that within his perception seemed to be an ability that could nullify everything. It was very weak, and he called it the energy field, a name he shamelessly plagiarized from a certain VA because he was terrible at naming things. He had been scraping by in this world with Dai Meow for nearly a month and still had nothing. Sometimes he did not even know where the next meal would come from. Without identification, it was hard to find any work at all. Fortunately, the little guy Dai Meow had brought him some kind of hunter certification. He had now become a trainee junior hunter. But clearly it was nothing like an overpowered system, just a simple commission board. He had never managed to pass the hunter exam back in Yanhua Village, but in this other world, he had earned a license in an instant. It felt absurd, like he had transmigrated just to gild his resume a so-called overseas returnee. He had thought he could finally stride toward the peak of life, marry a rich beauty, and let Dai Mao live the good life. Yet this useless commission board simply refused to assign him any jobs. When he signed the contract they had promised, it was simple and easy to pick up, that even grade schoolers could do it absolutely worry-free. At most, he would just be asked to look for small wild animals, with boar-like opponents being the worst of it. And now, this damn place not only refused to pay him or send him any assignments, it even used the contract to forbid him from taking other jobs, allowing only part-time gigs at best. Worse still, the guild took a service fee from any money he earned on the side. He could complain all he liked. He was determined that one day he would go back and file a complaint with Huiji. In the end, he had no choice but to advertise himself every day, hoping to pick up a commission or two. Unfortunately, that damned guild had absolutely no intention of sending him any work. If it did not seem like something far from ordinary, he would have punched it to pieces long ago. Day after day, all it did was spit out lofty-looking bullet messages that were in truth utterly useless. Useless junk. He wondered if he could call the police for help. At the very least, he might wrangle a bowl of pork-stewed rice out of it. A braised egg suddenly appeared at his lips. Lu Nin instinctively opened his mouth and bit down. Realizing what he had done, he turned to look at Dai Mao. Dai Mao held out the bento. "Boss, I'm full, meow." Lu Nin stared stunned at the bento box, barely a third of it eaten. Just as he was about to speak, Dai Mao simply pushed the bento even closer. "Boss, Dai Mao is full. You eat. Only when you are full can you take on commissions." Lu Nin vigorously scrubbed Dai Mao's head and took the bento. "All right. Once your boss finishes eating, well, head back out to look for jobs. Tonight your boss will make sure you eat your fill. Boss is the greatest, meow." Lu Nin wolfed down his boxed meal while the dazed cat fiddled with his phone. It was a second-hand phone Lu Nin had scrimped and saved to buy, and he had even picked up a black SIM card for it since he had no identification. At least he could access the internet now, and it was nice to let the dazed cat watch videos from time to time. "Boss, Dull Meow wants to learn Dragon Ascension Meow too." The dazed cat suddenly shouted as it stared at the video on the phone. Lu Nin choked. "Cough. No way. If you end up kicking your own ears off, your boss won't be able to sew them back on for you. This isn't like being back in the village." "Fine then, Dull Meow won't learn Dragon Ascension," it muttered. After finishing his boxed meal, Lu Nin casually stuffed the trash into a nearby bin, then leaned back against the bench with a long exhale, ready to sit for a while and digest. A girl in a bright, stylish school uniform ran past in a hurry, radiating overflowing youthful energy. How nice, he thought. Lu Nin grew even more dejected. Damn it, he was at the age where he should be in school too, yet for no good reason, he was about to start living a wilderness survival life. What a screwed up world. Speaking of which, had that girl's eyes been golden? So flashy. Are you in a rank new student too? Dull Meow. Let's go. Time to head out with your boss. Lu Nin swung his arm in a grand gesture, ready to find another place and resume his path to making money. He had discovered that if he went to rob the rich to aid the poor, that is targeted small-time thugs and hooligans to snatch their money, the Bai's assembly hall would not skim off the top. Once in a while, Lu Nin would sweep through them, treating it as nothing more than a little snack money. After all, those lowlifes never carried much cash on them. He just didn't know why the number of thugs in this area had suddenly dropped so drastically lately. How strange. Coming, boss. The dazed cat put away the phone, hopped down from the bench, and followed after Lu Nin. "Boss, what are we going to do now, meow?" "Rob the rich to aid the poor. But we don't have any money." "How are we supposed to aid the poor, meow?" "We are the poor who are going to be aided, you stupid cat." "Where is it?" Yatsuya Miko muttered helplessly. She had walked a long way before realizing that the trinket she had just bought was missing. That had been one of her favorite accessories, and now she had no idea where in the classroom she had dropped it. Yatsuya Miko switched on the classroom lights. The ghastly pale glow fell over the empty room, making her heart inexplicably jolt. Her sharp eyes spotted the trinket beneath the podium. Her one-eyed little doll, keychain Yin Yin. So it was here after all. Yatsuya Miko bent down and fished Yin Yin out from under the podium, toying with the trinket in her palm with a smile of recovered loss. BZZT. The hallway lights flickered as if the wiring were unstable. Yatsuya Miko suddenly felt her whole body prickle. She straightened up and looked toward the darkness outside the classroom. Though her face remained expressionless, her heart involuntarily tightened with panic. In the darkness, it felt like something was there. It was probably just her imagination. Yatsuya Miko shook her head, hung Yin Yin back onto her backpack, turned off the lights, and started on her way home. Boom. The gathering dark clouds finally drew the curtain, and heavy rain followed. Under the drizzling downpour, Yatsuya Miko ran to the bus stop and huddled under the shelter to escape the rain. "This is terrible. I should have brought an umbrella," she muttered, brushing back the strands of hair that had been soaked. She could probably wring water out of her pleated short skirt with just a twist. What awful weather. The next bus was... Oh, her phone was still in her pocket. Yatsuya Miko hurriedly pulled it out. Fortunately, it hadn't gotten waterlogged, or that would have been even worse. Beep beep. It was a message from her good friend Hayakirikawa Hana. "Are you home yet? Did you get caught in the rain?" Yatsuya Miko's lips curved slightly, then she decided to tease this silly girl a little. "Oh, it's really awful. I lost something and I got drenched like a drowned rat." She then snapped a photo and sent it over. In the photo, Yatsuya Miko's delicate face looked a bit bedraggled from the rain, her black hair clung together in damp strands, and her golden eyes held a trace of helplessness. Beep beep. Hana sent back a photo too. In the picture was Yatsuya Miko's current appearance. Yatsuya Miko froze. The same photo. Beep beep. Another photo came through, the exact same image. What is going on? Yatsuya Miko grew even more puzzled. I'm sorry I didn't catch what you said, the phone's voice assistant replied in a mechanical female voice. I'm sorry I didn't catch what you said. I'm sorry. Beep beep. The same photo. Beep beep. Beep beep. Beep beep. The photos arrived faster and faster, almost leaving afterimages. They blurred into one continuous stream, and the face of Yatsuya Miko on the phone screen gradually twisted, turning terrified, until it finally became a ferocious, demonic visage. Yatsuya Miko cried out and stumbled backward in a panic. The phone slipped from her grasp and hit the ground. Just now, what on earth was that? Overwhelming terror flooded the girl's heart, and tears welled uncontrollably at the corners of her eyes. Had she just run into something supernatural? No way. She must have been mistaken just now. Yatsuya Miko hunched her shoulders and glanced around nervously. After confirming there was no one and nothing unusual nearby, she slowly stepped forward and picked up her phone. After silently rebuilding her courage for a long moment, she finally looked at the phone screen again. Hi Kirikawa Hana. Crying emoji, want me to bring an umbrella and come get you. A sudden sense of surviving a catastrophe washed over Yatsuya Miko. She rubbed her eyes. As if something like that could really happen. She must have just messed up somehow. She really had been far too exhausted lately. Yatsuya Miko lifted her head, and her body suddenly went rigid. An unimaginably horrifying face had appeared abruptly right before her. Vacant eyes, cracked and fissured skin, a massive body wreathed in seeping black miasma, all of it proclaiming one undeniable fact: this was absolutely not human. Can you see? The thing rasped, its voice dry and hoarse like wooden boards grinding together. Painful to hear. Can you see me? Its enormous head swayed back and forth, staring down at the pretty girl before it. Yatsuya Miko's features had frozen stiff from sheer terror. To an outsider, it would simply look like she was expressionless. What was this? A ghost, right? This had to be a ghost. This was a ghost, But even an idiot would know she absolutely could not reveal that she could see this ghost. Yatsuya Miko forced down her trembling and her urge to scream and slowly turned her head away. This bus is really taking its time. Her voice caught in her throat. On the road not far away, a tall figure stood out in the rain, something indistinct and blue at his feet. The rain veiled the world, making it hard for Yatsuya Miko to see clearly. But from that tall figure's eyes a blazing gaze shot toward her. Heated longing, a thirst so intense it could only be called scorching as it fell upon her. There was too much contained in that stare. For a moment, Yatsuya Miko nearly screamed aloud. But the eerie thing beside her howled even faster than she could. Oh whoa, what was that, a werewolf? My life is over. Yatsuya Miko fell into utter despair. 10 minutes ago. Hiss. Is it really going to rain? Lunan stood on a small yellow-haired creature, gazing up at the sky. Dai Miao, how's it going? Oh, boss. This fat sheep. $50. Dai Miao excitedly held up a banknote. Wow, this is great. Lunan took the banknote and unfolded it under the light, examining it carefully. Rare treasure. A drop of rain fell on the banknote and Lunan froze for a moment, quickly putting the banknote away and picking up Dai Miao to run. It was raining and they had no luxury items like umbrellas. What? Boss, there's one we haven't touched yet. Dai Miao looked sadly at the last untouched body, wondering if it contained something valuable. Helping the boss collect items after a hunt is a good habit for Miao Miao. Don't worry about that for now. Based on my observations of the sky, it looks like it's going to rain heavily soon. Lunan dodged under the eaves, preparing to wait for the rain to stop before finding a place to rest. Today's spoils from robbing the rich would be enough for them to find a good place to sleep. Speaking of which, why did it suddenly rain so heavily? This makes it difficult to find a place to stay. In this weather, the park is out of the question, and the bridge tunnel has been occupied by a pack of hounds for days. If it doesn't work out, I can only seek help from that person. Boss. Dai Miao tugged at Lunan's pant leg. Over there. That girl looks strange. Lunan followed the direction of Dai Miao's tiny finger and saw a girl who had just stepped back and flung her phone away. Maybe she got too heated while playing a game. Lunan said, Dai Miao, don't learn from her. When we play games, we should. Lunan suddenly froze. Since obtaining the hunter license with that proof, the commission board that had been inactive for so long finally showed some movement. Release commission. Task name: eliminate the evil spirits for the boss. Task summary: dear client has encountered some unexpected troubles. As hunters, we should. Gathering place: reward, identification proof. Boss tip: 300 federal currency. Task failure condition: the boss degree of practical application exceeds 80. Time limit: 50 minutes. Task failure penalty: deduct 500 federal currency. If not available, it will be owed, deducted once earned. Client's boss: Siga Jinzi. Shui Yun's friendly reminder: hunters usually cannot see ghosts. Would you like to use a skill to try? Lunan's hands trembled lightly as he wiped his face vigorously and looked closely at the light screen. It's real, it's really real. Lunan had never been this excited since he could remember. He even doubted if he was dreaming. He would forever remember this rainy day, because his useless commission board finally sent him his first job. Finally. Lunan was on the verge of tears. He looked up, welcoming the raindrops as if the world was cheering for him. Heavenly skies, finally, not unfair to me. Dai Miao, Lunan shouted loudly. Boss. Dai Miao stood at attention. Follow me into action. Lunan charged into the rain curtain. Dai Miao was unclear about why the boss was doing this, but since the boss was going, Dai Miao would follow. Lunan's face, fueled by excitement, began to look somewhat ferocious. $300 plus identification proof. This was truly an irresistible offer. A whoa. At this point he couldn't help but let out a wolf-like howl. With identification proof, they could stay in a hotel. No more searching for broken places to sleep every day. Sigu Jianzis. Lu Nan will protect it. Meow. Dai Miao closely followed the boss steps, even howling along. At this moment the ghost in front of the girl became clear to Lu Nan, and the gathering place kindly highlighted it with a bright yellow arrow. The large and disgusting ghost at the bus stop noticed the rushing human. Its neck twisted directly facing Lu Nan as it hoarsely asked, "Can you see me?" Lu Nan acted as if he hadn't heard. At that moment the bus stop ghost had already transformed into adorable federal currency in his eyes. "What do you plan to do to my boss?" His heart raced, and a peculiar energy field instantly enveloped Lu Nan's entire body. Without further ado, a powerful Russian-style swing came crashing down on the bus stop ghost's face. Hola! The bus stop ghost hadn't expected such a situation to occur and was knocked backward with a jolt. It had always been them harming others. When had humans ever dared to directly attack them? Lu Nan reached out, grabbing the bus stop ghost's shoulder and pulling it hard backward, followed by a fierce elbow strike directly to the ghost's chin. You can see me." The bus stop ghost, after being struck with a series of fierce blows, barely managed to react. "Since you can see me, it means I can eat." Huh. The bus stop ghost opened its huge gaping mouth. The whole ghost became even more hideous, completely of the unappetizing type. Lu Nan's expression changed, and he turned to see that the boss had already turned pale with fright. "But how? My commission." "Shut up. Dai Miao, kick her." Lu Nan raised his foot and kicked the bus stop ghost in the face, forcing it to be quiet. "Coming, boss." Dai Miao drew out his small dagger, first thrusting it at the ghost's calf, then using the dagger to leap onto the bus stop ghost's body. As Dai Miao reached the highest point, he struck down with a fierce blow. Ah! The bus stop ghost let out a chilling howl, smoky black mist billowing, its expression becoming increasingly menacing. Lu Nan knew he couldn't delay any longer, otherwise if he accidentally frightened the boss and failed the mission. Just thinking about being docked $500 made Lu Nan's eyes turn blood red. A fate he absolutely could not accept. Lu Nan pressed forward, fists clenched, and smashed down with all his might. Raindrops shattered under his fists along with the bus stop ghost, which fell to the ground. There was no reason to give it a moment's respite. Lu Nan, trained under the unlimited combat master, was nothing short of formidable. Taking advantage of the ghost's inability to get up, Lu Nan delivered a powerful flying kick to its face, one kick after another, feeling unsatisfied and wanting Dai Miao to join in. "Damn, enemy. Damn, hit. The boss must be utterly charmed by me," Lu Nan thought excitedly, while kicking, wondering if she would reward him with extra money and a chicken leg. With this thought, Lu Nan became even more exhilarated, and the force of his kicks grew more intense. He picked up a bicycle left behind by someone unknown and smashed it down on the ghost. Of course, his expression became increasingly ferocious. The boss, Sigu Jinzi, had already shrunk away to the innermost part of the bus stop, her small face pale with fear, unable to bear to look at the scene before her. She was on the verge of tears, with glistening drops forming in her eyes, her lips tightly pressed together, her small hands gripping her skirt behind her back. Everything that had happened today was beyond her comprehension. What was going on? Reality collided with the ghost, and before she could think of a way to cope, she turned and saw another werewolf, which now seemed to be another ghost. After all, no human would look like this, right? The strange blue creature aside, it looks quite adorable. But this man, the creature that seems to be a man, exudes a bizarre aura from head to toe. With a fierce expression and blood-red eyes, its howls are inhuman, and its frenzied attacks have reached a fever pitch since its appearance. Can this really be a human? You ask the ghost, being beaten on the ground, if it believes in ghosts. Sigu Jinzi desperately maintained a calm face, ensuring that these two creatures did not discover she could see them, otherwise she might be doomed. Oh no, it seems the valve isn't tightening properly. Boo how? Sigu Jinzi turned her head and said, "Wow, it's really pouring down rain. I must pretend I have to pretend. You two must hold on. Otherwise you'll be in big trouble." Lu Nan caught a glimpse of Jinzi, who pretended not to see and couldn't help but feel a chill in her heart. Could it be that the boss is actually completely dissatisfied? Yes, that indifferent expression surely indicates dissatisfaction. A warm reminder from the gathering place, Miss Shuayan. 1 or 2 stars indicate a negative review, rewards will be reduced accordingly. 3 or 4 stars indicate a neutral review, rewards will be issued as usual. 5 stars indicate a positive review, rewards will be adjusted accordingly. Please strive to obtain a 5-star rating from the client. At times like this, your reminders are utterly useless, you bastards. Besides, what good is a 5-star rating in this otherworldly gathering place? Could it be that the blows weren't heavy enough? Is the boss still not completely angry? In that case, Dai Miao, use our strongest move. Lu Nan shouted loudly. Now boss. Right here. Dai Cat replied equally loudly. Lu Nan silently nodded. It was time to show the boss our bond. Dai Cat reached into her pocket, and an object flew directly into Lu Nan's hand. It was a large drill, while a small drill appeared in Dai Cat's hand simultaneously. Super skills, super double layer electric poison dragon drill teeth. AO double drill. My partner. So-called unrestricted combat is to do whatever it takes to achieve complete victory. And Lu Nan is even a standout among them. Techniques like eye pokes, groin kicks, and hair pulling have already been mastered. Tricking with blades, and then drawing guns using the Wei Ming Ichin style is nothing special. Making arrangements for fights the next day and stirring up trouble with opponents is what they love to do. So using the drills with Dai Cat to prevent the opponent from defending makes perfect sense, right? The hunters in front only need to cackle and meow. The boss in the back has much more to consider. For example, right now Sigu Jinzi is contemplating how to escape. The situation has become increasingly uncontrollable. The cries are now more desperate than that of ghosts. Staying any longer is no longer a question of survival. It's likely that even in death her reputation would be tarnished. When the 7th and 8th lords come to collect souls, they might be shocked and say, "Is this how the living play in the world of the dead?" Sigu Jinzi slowly began to crawl backward, resembling a mouse that had stumbled into a space city, looking utterly out of place. As long as she reaches that place. Once she turns around and leaves this position, she can run. Meanwhile, Lu Nan and Dai Miao are immersed in pure artistry, the month's grievances and sorrow dissipating into smoke along with the screams. Nothing is more relieving than this, aside from touching the big lie. Soon, with a mournful cry, the station's ghost completely dissipated into black mist, leaving Lu Nan with a regretful expression. Just as Lu Nan was about to turn back and ask for a 5-star rating, he could only see the girl's back, which was getting further away. Damn it. Boss. Don't go, boss. Lu Nan couldn't hold himself back, grabbing Dai Cat and rushing forward to chase. Please give me a 5-star review. I beg you. My Dai Miao is starving and thin, boss. Sigu Jinzi didn't even dare to look back, seeing the madman still relentlessly pursuing her through the street's glass, scaring her to the point of losing her mind. Her small face was tightly held, and her golden eyes were glistening with tears. Boss. Don't go, boss. How can I live without you? Lu Nan waved the drill as he chased Sigu Jinzi, appearing as though he had suffered a great injustice. Unfortunately, Sigu Jinzi had already slipped away, twisting and turning into the street, vanishing from sight. What made Lu Nan even more desperate was that the Blackheart Capitalist Gathering Place sent a message at that moment. Hunting completion certificate, task status, completed gathering place, reward, disbursed client rating, boss reward, 3 Federation Universal Coins, Shuyan's friendly reminder, a poorly executed hunting experience. Please try harder next time, great hunter. Lu Nan could no longer hold back and howled to the sky, "No. Why are you doing this to me? God, I will never call you my grandparent again. You never treated me like your grandson." Dai Cat, puzzled, scratched her head, not understanding what was wrong with the boss. However, she found 3 coins on the ground, hoping to cheer up the boss. Seeing Dai Cat presenting the 3 coins made Lu Nan even more upset. Damn, it used to be 300, a full 300. Forget it, it seems I still wasn't prepared enough, though I was too reckless. Next time I must do my best. Lu Nan patted Dai Cat's small head, saying, "Thank you, Dai Miao, you really coordinated well. You are truly my most amazing partner." Dai Cat shyly put her small hands behind her back and replied, "Hee, it's just okay, boss is the best." Lu Nan sighed as he pocketed the 3 coins. "It seems I still can't find a good place to stay tonight. Given the situation, I can only go find that person now." Facing the increasingly light rain, Lu Nan walked out of Blue Ocean City with Dai Cat. Sigu Jinzi ran all the way home, and only when she saw the door did the immense sense of panic finally lift from her. Only then could she lean against the door, feeling as if she had come back to life. What were those things? Sigu Jinzi covered her face with trembling hands, her expression shifting from fear and disbelief to a habitual defensive coldness. But upon thinking of her safety, it melted into a pitiful expression, her brows furrowed and her lips trembling from excitement and exhaustion from running. Her golden eyes stared blankly at her hands until tears fell from her eyes, landing in her palms. Crying. It must be a dream. Such terrifying things. Jinzi took a deep breath, collecting herself, not wanting her brother and mother to see such a disheveled side of her. Soon, thanks to her strong mental fortitude, Jinzi adjusted her mindset. She opened the door and called out as usual, "I'm back." Sigu Kyusuk poked his head out from the sofa. "Sister, you're back? Why so late?" "Wait. Sister, why are you soaked like this?" Sigu Jinzi forced a smile. "I dropped something on the way, took some time to find it, forgot to bring an umbrella, and accidentally got drenched like this." Sigu Kyusuk nodded. "Then you should go take a shower, sister. Don't catch a cold." Sigu Jinzi sighed, placed her backpack on the floor, and walked into the bathroom. Everything today was just a dream, right? Yes. Sigu Jinzi looked at herself in the mirror and nodded seriously. Possibly, due to the uncooked mushrooms in the school cafeteria's lunch, she was experiencing hallucinations. She sighed, tied her flowing black hair into a small bun, tested the water temperature in the bathtub, and after feeling it was just right, she slowly sat down. Sigu Jinzi comfortably closed her eyes, trying to push all those terrifying memories out of her mind. It was hard to believe that in this day and age such things still happened, especially in the school cafeteria. "I will definitely report you tomorrow." Suddenly, a strange splashing sound came, and Sigu Jinzi opened her eyes in confusion, finding that something seemed to be emerging from the bathtub. The position was very wrong, it was very close to her. With a splash, a disheveled female ghost emerged from a strange spot, standing very close to Sigu Jinzi. The female ghost had a cold and stiff expression, as if the warm water could not thaw her, who had died many years ago. "Can you see me? Can you see me? Can you see me?" The female ghost's body did not bend, but her neck quickly elongated, with her head flying around Sigu Jinzi as she asked, "Can you see me?" "Yes, I can see you clearly, you ghost. I can see that your skirt is wet." Sigu Jinzi slowly closed her eyes again, leaning against the bathtub wall. "What should I do? I can see you so clearly. Is this not an illusion? Why is there a ghost? I have a feeling that my days ahead will become increasingly surreal. Boss, where are we going? Dai Miao curiously asked. To find that adult, Lu Nan sighed. Dai Miao, I'm sorry, I promised to take you out for a nice meal tonight, but after working hard all day, I only earned 3 coins. Such a heartless capitalist. Lu Nan always felt that it was intentional. It's okay, boss, you're the best. Dai Miao, now aware of who Lu Nan was referring to, hesitated. But boss. Lu Nan sighed. I know we've asked for shelter many times, but what can we do? We can't sleep in the park again tonight, right? What if it rains again? After all, Lu Nan also had connections. In Qingwei City, if you get into trouble and mention Lu Nan's name, you will definitely suffer more. Lu Nan quickly found the destination. This was the front desk of the camping site, and it was still open. The owner, without raising his head, said, the camping fee is 50 coins per adult. Children and the elderly are free. Tent rental is 60 coins per tent, includes sleeping bags. Charcoal is free on refill, and we will be closing soon, so please decide quickly. Lu Nan was shocked. What? Why is it so expensive now? He couldn't help but exchange glances with Dai Miao. After all, he only had about 60 coins in total. Dai Miao instantly understood the boss' meaning and waved her hand, shouting, I'm an elder, and the boss is a child, so can we go in for free? The toll booth suddenly fell into silence. The owner raised his head, adjusted his glasses, and looked at the elder and the child. Are you looking for trouble? Sorry, it's 50 coins here, sorry for the interruption. Lu Nan honestly pulled out 50 coins and handed them over. Fortunately, as a simple cat, Dai Miao didn't need to buy a ticket, so only Lu Nan had to pay. Dai Miao scratched his head somewhat embarrassedly. Boss. Lu Nan helplessly glared at him. How could you say I'm a child and you're an elder? Isn't it obvious that you're saying I'm the elder? You're Dai Miao and don't need a ticket. Isn't that a bit shallow? As expected of the boss. Changed to a compliment. As expected of the boss. Foolish cat. Lu Nan took Dai Miao as they searched the camping site, as Qingwei City is connected to a series of exceptionally beautiful lakes, which look stunning all year round, and this camping site has very flat terrain. Thus, regardless of the time, there are quite a few enthusiasts who come here to camp, and even rain cannot dampen the enthusiasm of these enthusiasts, which of course includes the target Lu Nan was looking for. Soon, based on the coordinates sent, Lu Nan saw his most beloved mother. Jima Lin, 19 this year, has a bit of money at home and loves camping, a loyal camping enthusiast. Jima Lin, the connection between her and Lu Nan originated from a month after Lu Nan had crossed over. Just 2 days after arriving accompanied by Dai Miao, they unexpectedly encountered Jima Lin camping on the mountainside, initially mistaking them for wild people. After learning a bit about Lu Nan's identity, she occasionally helped him out. Since it had just rained, the air carried a refreshing scent. At this moment, Jima Lin was sitting by the campfire drinking hot tea, seriously reading a book. The folding stool beneath her was stuck tightly due to the soft soil. Her light blue hair fell behind her, and her faint wynard eyes scanned the pages back and forth, occasionally sipping hot tea, living a very comfortable life. Feeling that someone was watching her, Jima Lin turned around and saw Lu Nan and Dai Miao. She was startled by their disheveled appearance. How did you get soaked like this, eh? Did you fall into the lake when you came to find me? Lu Nan hurriedly approached Dai Miao. Mother, save me. Jima Lin felt a mix of speechlessness and shyness, her face turning red. I told you not to call me that. Aren't you 2 years older than me? Dai Miao tugged at Lu Nan's pants. The boss said that if you have milk, you are a mother. Lu Nan nodded. Mom. Jima Lin was even more speechless. She pointed to the tent under the rain cover. That's my tent. Why don't you go change your clothes first? Jima Lin set up a small table and took out 2 cups of instant noodles. You told me a bit late. I didn't prepare any good food, just these instant noodles. Is that okay? Lu Nan excitedly grabbed Jima Lin's hand. That's great. Mother, you have saved me, and Dai Miao. Jima Lin angrily swatted his hand away. I told you not to call me that. She stood up, frustrated, pointing at the tent. Quickly go change your clothes. I'll cook it for you, and by the time you get back, you can eat it right away. Lu Nan giggled and ran off with Dai Miao. Jima Lin shook her head helplessly and then seriously prepared instant noodles for the 2 silly little things before sitting down on her chair to continue reading. Soon Lu Nan came back with Dai Miao having changed into dry clothes. He was now using a towel to dry off Dai Miao's fur. After ensuring Dai Miao was mostly dry, he handed the towel to Dai Miao to put into his little pocket. Then the 2 of them squatted beside the campfire, squinting comfortably as they warmed themselves. Jima Lin, sitting on the chair, looked at Dai Miao, enviously wishing she had that ability too, as camping requires bringing a lot of things. But Dai Miao could store many things in his little pocket. How wonderful. Lu Nan, what exactly is the principle behind Dai Miao's little pocket? Jima Lin asked with some curiosity. Although there are occasionally strange things appearing in the market, Dai Miao's little pocket definitely does not fall within the realm of common sense. Lu Nan looked at Jima Lin with a puzzled expression. A little pocket is just a little pocket. Dai Miao is like this. Isn't it normal for the blue cat to pull things out of the little pocket and put things in it? You must be talking about Doraemon, right? Boss, it's so warm. Hiss. You silly cat, don't get too close. Your face is already dark and I'll get even darker. Jima Lin didn't notice that Lu Nan and Dai Miao had started messing around again. She helplessly rubbed her forehead. You 2 be careful not to knock over the noodles. To quiet the 2 kids down, Jima Lin took out a package bag from her backpack. She proudly raised the bag in her hand and said, Lu Nan, want to try this? Lu Nan looked at it with curiosity. What's this? Jima Lin placed the bag on the small table. It's single-serving rations called Lao Mei Assault No. 1. That's its name. Lu Nan and Daimao leaned in to take a closer look, but couldn't figure out what it was. Lu Nan secretly scratched Daimao's bottom. You bought this. Zhima Lin pulled out a small scissors and began to open the package. Well, I just saw it online and was a bit curious, so I bought a pack to try. Zhima Lin dumped everything out onto the small table. I should mention that I haven't tried this before, so I can't guarantee what the taste will be like. Lu Nan waved his hand dismissively. Are you kidding? What kind of characters are we? Just a couple of days ago, we almost fought with the neighbor's dog over food for Daimao. How could we be afraid of this? Daimao looked up at Boss. Boss, didn't you tell me to go steal something to make cat food for you? Lu Nan glared and scratched Daimao's bottom again. See, you're stating the obvious again. Zhima Lin rummaged through the items. There seems to be quite a lot here. Want to try it out? Sure. Meow. Chop chop. After taking out 2 small plates, Zhima Lin carefully examined the classification of the single-serving rations. There's a wrap, and it comes with a sausage. Eating them together should taste fine. It seems like there's also a pack of sauce. Let's squeeze it in 2. Ding ding ding. Done. Zhima Lin happily handed out the 2 small plates, each containing her secret mini wraps. She looked expectantly. Quick, eat up. Let me know how it tastes afterward. Lu Nan took a bite and chewed a couple of times before looking at Daimao. Meow, why aren't you eating? Daimao, with his superior perception as an Ailu cat, felt that something was off. Boss, how does it taste? Lu Nan chewed expressionlessly. It's not bad. You should give it a try. We can't let Zhima Lin down, can we? Then why are you crying, boss? I miss my dad. Feeling a bit sad. Daimao glanced at the wrap in his hand, then at Lu Nan, who was still chewing despite tears streaming down his face. Reluctantly, he took a bite. Daimao, why are you crying too? Boss, I miss your dad too. Zhima Lin leaned in and asked, how is it? How is it? Lu Nan and Daimao exchanged glances without speaking. While handing Zhima Lin the bitten wrap, Lu Nan was wildly giving a thumbs up. On the other side, Daimao looked utterly enraptured, as if he had just tasted the most delicious thing in the world. Zhima Lin looked at the bite marks on the wrap. Although her face turned a bit red, she still took a bite. Her expression then froze and her face turned even redder. Ugh. 3. Zhima Lin slumped in her chair. I will never buy single-serving rations again. Boss, I think I ate something horrible. It's fine. I ate it too, damn it. Lu Nan and Daimao slurped their instant noodles, seemingly haunted by the dreadful taste of that last bite, occasionally twitching as they slurped the noodles. Gulp. I'm feeling a bit nauseous. Zhima Lin felt like something inside her was trying to separate, unsure if it was her soul. Lu Nan glanced at the small mound of dirt on the ground where they had buried the dangerous items they had dug up, worried that throwing them in the trash or leaving them on the ground might lead to small animals mistaking them for food. Lu Nan. Zhima Lin lay sideways on the small chair, tilting her head to look at Lu Nan. Any news about your gathering place? She knew, after all, that as long as she was camping outside, Lu Nan would usually come by to grab a bite or find a place to stay. Lu Nan mumbled with his mouth full of instant noodles. Probably. I don't know if it's good news, but they sent me a commission today. Oh. Zhima Lin immediately became interested. Aside from her interest in camping, she was also curious about these unusual urban legends. What happened? How much did you earn in federal coins? Lu Nan held up 3 fingers. 300. That's pretty good. Lu Nan shook his fingers. 30. That's not too bad either. Lu Nan still shook his fingers. Zhima Lin naturally knew the amount. If it were 3,000 or more, Lu Nan wouldn't be here eating her instant noodles. Zhima Lin sighed, choosing not to continue the topic. But Lu Nan grinned, showing off his little white teeth. I have identification now. Zhima Lin's eyes lit up. Oh, that's great. Congratulations. This way she wouldn't have to specifically look for camping bases that didn't require identification. Lu Nan chuckled and Daimao finished his noodles, wiped his mouth, and tugged at Lu Nan's sleeve. Boss, Daimao isn't full yet. Lu Nan fell silent. He stood up, turned to face Zhima Lin, and stuck out his bottom. Lady Lin, it's up to you to make sure the child gets enough to eat. Zhima Lin speechlessly swatted Lu Nan's bottom with a book and stuffed 5 federal coins into Daimao's hand. Here, Daimao, go buy it yourself. I have hot water here. Thank you, Mom. It's sister. Daimao scampered off to the convenience store to buy instant noodles. Zhima Lin was a bit worried. Is it really okay to let Daimao go by himself? Lu Nan slowly slurped the noodle soup as if savoring tea. That's my good partner. I'll be fine. Although to you it's just a cute silly cat that can talk. Zhima Lin watched as Daimao entered the convenience store and quietly said, Lu Nan, that 5 federal coins are not free, you know. Lu Nan obediently stood up. Got it, Lady Lin. He honestly stood behind Zhima Lin, starting to comb her light blue long hair. He was very serious in his task, as if he were handling some precious treasure. To Lu Nan, Zhima Lin is his savior. If it weren't for their chance encounter while camping on the mountain, he might have had to forage for wild grass to satisfy his hunger. He doesn't mind personally, but he's worried about his little companion Daimao, who is still growing and needs proper nourishment. Moreover, Zhima Lin has never refused to share food with them over the past few days. Thus, he generally wouldn't refuse Zhima Lin's requests. Helping her style her hair is a small task, and he has even washed her feet before. Zhima Lin was still reading, but perhaps due to the warmth of the campfire her face had turned slightly red. Lu Nan, have you thought about what to do next? Zhima Lin asked softly. After all, continuing like this is not a solution. The pale blue strands of hair felt like high-quality silk in his hands as Lu Nan took the hair tie she offered and styled her hair into a cute bun. I don't know. We'll take it one step at a time. I can't work at the convenience store for now, so I'm planning to look for other opportunities tomorrow. Lunan pinched Jima Lin's bun, nodding in satisfaction. Jima Lin felt the campfire's warmth intensify slightly. In that case, I wish you all the best. The book shifted slightly, obscuring her flushed face from the campfire's glow, as well as her eyes that dared not meet Lu Nan's gaze. She always asked Lu Nan for small favors, not out of malice, but out of concern that he might feel uncomfortable. She figured that making him help her would make it easier for him to accept, even though this thought was somewhat prejudiced. After all, as someone from another world, he has nothing to prove his identity, making life difficult in a society where order and law are well established. Moreover, he also has his cute partner Daimiao. Jima Lin had considered helping Lu Nan, but as just a student, she felt there wasn't much she could do, as she could only assist him within her limited capacity. After spending so many days together, Jima Lin realized that this so-called outsider was actually no different from an ordinary person, perhaps just entangled with some strange hunter's proof. The thought made her chuckle. That day, Lu Nan hurriedly came to her, claiming that something strange was constantly calling out in his head. Daimiao was anxiously pacing nearby, crying out. Although Jima Lin didn't have a good solution, after tapping his head it surprisingly improved. However, Lu Nan later mentioned he had become a hunter. After that, he complained to her daily about how the neurotic gathering was constantly deducting his money. Jima Lin suddenly laughed at this thought, placing the new federal camping guide down and looking at Lu Nan, who was squatting by the campfire to warm himself. He stared blankly at the dancing flames, his eyes under his black hair devoid of focus, wearing a somewhat lewd expression. Although handsome for some reason, he made people want to hit him. Sensing Jima Lin's gaze, Lu Nan snapped back to reality. What if tomorrow, while I'm job hunting, I suddenly rescue a pink-haired bear girl whose family is incredibly wealthy? After saving her, she becomes infatuated with my handsome face, begging to support me, and in the end, I live a wonderful life with Daimiao, only licking the yogurt lids for food. Jima Lin was momentarily stunned by this shameless statement, then couldn't help but laugh, even louder, covering her entire face with the book and bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Lu Nan scoffed disdainfully. You are just a chicken stomach with a cauliflower. Jima Lin wiped away the tears of laughter. I really don't know what kind of things are in your head. Lu Nan began counting on his fingers: brain, cerebellum, brain, juice, brain stem. Daimiao, returning with instant noodles, looked shocked, glancing at the noodles in hand, then at Lu Nan, and finally resignedly tucked the noodles into a small pocket. Boss, I'm suddenly not hungry anymore, meow. If you're not hungry, then come warm yourself by the fire. You haven't even dried off properly yet. Daimiao obediently squatted beside Lu Nan, planning how to scratch his boss bottom. Jima Lin closed the book and adjusted the small blanket slightly. She enjoyed this feeling. Although it wasn't as quiet and comfortable as camping alone, it was unexpectedly nice. Lu Nan, tell me more about your world. Lu Nan sighed. Haven't I told you many times? Besides, our two worlds aren't that different. The fresh air, comfortable temperature, and the inexplicably reassuring atmosphere made Jima Lin squint her eyes in delight. I just want to hear it. It feels very novel. Lu Nan grabbed Daimiao's little hand, which was trying to sneak attack, and playfully scratched Daimiao's bottom. Alright, where did we leave off last time? Oh right, they say the forces of the world will unite after a long separation and separate after a long union. The campfire crackled, the moon swayed lazily in the sky, and the lake quietly hid her shadow, as if this way she could possess the moon. Jima Lin had already started to doze off. Lu Nan's voice conveyed a sense of security, making her feel sleepier with each word. Xian stood up, wrapped herself in a small blanket, and rubbed her eyes. Her voice, tinged with sleepiness, sounded soft. Lu Nan. I'm going to rest now. Remember to put out the campfire before sleeping. Lu Nan occupied her small stool and handed the already sleeping Daimiao to Jima Lin. Got it? You take Daimiao to rest first. He'll sit for a while longer. Jima Lin nodded slowly, taking Daimiao into the tent. Good night. Lu Nan sat on the small stool. The sky in this world was exceptionally clear, and the starry river looked incredibly beautiful. He wondered how ecological protection was carried out. It truly was fascinating. Lu Nan sometimes enjoyed solitude, as he felt a sense of disconnection from this world. He was not a person from this world. Confused, he didn't know why he came here, what he was supposed to do, or why he suddenly appeared in this world. But Lu Nan has always loved life, even if he has been alone since birth. He loves the world, both this one and the one he came from. Although sometimes the world may not treat him well, he still cherishes everything he has. Moreover, he now has his own family. Thinking of Daimiao, Lu Nan suddenly smiled. As for returning, well, due to some special reasons, he didn't really want to go back, whether to Blue Star or Yanhua Village. Lu Nan reached out, seemingly trying to block the overly bright moon, but the moonlight slipped through his fingers and cast upon his face. Then let's set a small goal first. Save money, buy a house, and have a home with Daimiao, a place to live. In order to start a brand new life, Lu Nan began to work hard. He yawned, packed up the folding stool, and extinguished the bonfire with dust before rubbing his arms. The weather is turning a bit cooler. It is essential to find a stable place to rest and not keep bothering Jima Lin. After all, she doesn't come out camping every day. After Lu Nan tidied up his things, he unzipped the tent. Jima Lin was sleeping soundly in her sleeping bag, while the silly cat was all wrapped up in a small blanket sprawled out. Lu Nan helped the silly cat adjust the blanket, otherwise it would surely kick it off soon. As for him, he could only say that Jima Lin truly was the most loving mother. She even prepared a sleeping bag specifically for Lu Nan. It made one sigh in admiration. How fortunate it is to encounter such kind-hearted people. Lu Nan crawled into the sleeping bag, beginning to look forward to tomorrow's life. Tomorrow will be a new day. Alright, silly cat. The morning exercise plan is still hiking. Can we do it? Lunan raised his hands excitedly. No problem, boss. The silly cat saluted seriously. Jima Lin was packing up the tent and other items preparing to go home. Upon hearing the commotion, Jima Lin turned around with a smile saying, "So are you planning to run there?" Lunan, having eaten breakfast early in the morning, wanted to mention that he wanted to find a job in the neighboring city of Lanhai, but he never said he would run there. Lanhai City is not very close, it's quite a distance. However, it is indeed a good choice for work, and being by the sea, the scenery is beautiful. The key point is, Jima Lin's university is also in that city. Lunan placed his hands on his hips with a proud expression. Of course. It is only right. Jima Lin rubbed her forehead. This is not a compliment for you. Is it going to be okay? Lunan squatted down and patted the silly cat's head. No worries, even if I fall, the silly cat will pull the cart and take me with it. The silly cat also placed its hands on its hips. That's right, meow. Jima Lin put on her small backpack. Alright, since you said that. Then good luck. By the way, Jima Lin casually but actually caringly asked, since you already have identification, do you have any thoughts about going to school? Lunan was momentarily stunned. School? Are you kidding? I don't even know what to eat next, and you want me to go to school? Going to school is impossible. Oh, it will never happen in this lifetime. I can only live by taking on commissions every day. Seeing Lunan's expression, Jima Lin guessed one or two things, slightly disappointed, curling her finger around the hair by her ear. Well, a degree is of no use to you. Although having a diploma could allow you to receive subsidies every month and later buy a house with discounts. But you probably don't care about those, right? Jima Lin suddenly froze as Lunan approached her at an incomprehensible speed, holding her hand. I love school so much. I practically came to this society just for school. The silly cat tugged at Jima Lin's pant leg. Sister Lin, can I also go to school, meow? Jima Lin slowly curled her lips into a smile, but quickly suppressed it. If you have that idea, then I recommend Yiqing University. It's definitely not because I am also in this school, but blah blah blah, omit 300 words praising the school. Lunan nodded vigorously. Got it. I've remembered. Unlike Lunan, who was already dizzy with excitement, the silly cat keenly sensed something was off. It rubbed its chin, contemplating, am I going to be able to take the boss cub soon? Then should I teach him the great sword, or the big sword, or the insect stick? I won't play with meows. Then, bye. At the entrance of the camping base, Jima Lin hopped on her beloved little electric scooter, waved goodbye, and immediately turned around, suppressing her planned smile as she sped away on her little motorcycle. As Jima Lin and her little scooter departed, Lunan looked at the silly cat. We should set off to cough up, silly cat. Oh meow. To welcome my wonderful new life. To welcome my wonderful new life. Bei Yuan Yi thought this way. The big city is truly alluring. This day. This sea. This people. Wait. This person. Bei Yuan Yi suddenly turned his head to look out the car window. A handsome man with black hair was running quickly, and beside his feet was a cute little blue cat, though it looked a bit silly. It was an impressive scene of someone working out hard, making one feel a surge of adrenaline. But the key point is, he is currently on the vehicle. Bei Yuan Yi turned in terror to look at his uncle, who was happily reminiscing about the past, and completely oblivious to the unusual sight outside the window. Bei Yuan Yi wanted to shout something, but he couldn't say a word. He turned back to look out the window again, only to see that the man noticed him and waved. What the hell is he smiling about? This must be some kind of evil spirit on the highway. It absolutely must be. Will they take my bell and wooden stick once they catch up to me? Ajiken, accelerate, accelerate. Bei Yuan Yi shouted in panic. Katagawa Nobutaka suddenly became cheerful. So you are so eager to get home. Great. Hold on tight. Seeing the white van speeding away, Lunan scratched his head and looked at the silly cat. Silly cat, do I look very ugly? The silly cat shook its head. The boss is the most handsome, meow. Lunan felt flattered by the compliment, not caring why the white van suddenly accelerated. Indeed, he made the right choice. The scenery in Lanhai City is truly beautiful, just like its name, an incredibly blue sea. Lunan slowly came to a stop, placing the silly cat on his head, facing the sea together with an intoxicated expression. Silly cat, our wonderful life is about to begin from here. Hooray. The boss is the best, meow. Lunan was in a great mood. Next, it was time to prepare to find a part-time job. Let me see. Lunan suddenly doubted whether he was hallucinating from hunger. How could he see two shirtless muscle giants chasing after someone? What kind of muscle mass is this? It is simply a human-shaped gorilla. I wonder if I, as an unrestricted combat master and an apprentice hunter, can battle against them. It feels unlikely. The black-haired young man in front was also running quite fast. He was actually matching the power of a gorilla with his human strength, which is not an ordinary person. Whatever, it has nothing to do with me. Lunan casually covered the silly cat's eyes to prevent the child's innocent heart from being tainted. Brother, there should be no need to worry about pollution when you can use a double-layered drill, right? Sigh. And Bei Yuan Yi, after running madly, was almost out of breath, but at that moment, he saw his saving straw. It was that evil spirit. No, now it seems like a very strong character. After all, two human-shaped gorillas were following him, so it's not surprising that the young man could catch up to the car. He must be very strong. Blue. So as long as I can cling to his thigh, I can surely save my life. At this moment, Kitayama Iori felt her heart racing wildly, as if a V8 engine was roaring desperately inside her. Ah! He let out a piercing scream. Kitayama Iori will never fall here. The two muscular giants behind him were not surprised by Iori's acceleration. Instead, they chased after him with even more enthusiasm. Newbie, why are you running? The more you run, the more excited I get, newbie. Lunan suddenly sensed something was off. What the hell, why is there a killing intent? He looked up and saw that the black-haired young man was charging towards him, his eyes filled with unimaginable fervor, as if he were some kind of rare treasure. What the hell? In an instant, Lunan realized what was happening. This guy is a ghost here to drag me down as a scapegoat. Without a second thought, he turned to run with the dazed cat clutched in his arms like a rag doll. B-boss, what's going on? Dazed cat, don't look back. There's something terrifying behind us. Lunan glanced back and saw the yellow-haired muscle guy was completely naked, while the black-haired, spiky-haired muscle guy was at least wearing a pair of red shorts for his zodiac year. This sight was a strong shock to the mind. His eyes processed the scene and directly reported the coordinates to his brain. Don't run, brother. Iori shouted in despair. Lunan didn't even look back. Of course, only an idiot wouldn't run, who would wait to be caught. Who knows what would happen if these two muscle men caught him. They clearly came to catch you, wanting to make me a scapegoat. In your dreams. Iori gritted his teeth. Brother, I'm sorry, I must survive. Iori lunged forward and tightly hugged Lunan's thigh, startling him. What the hell? We're at least 4 or 5 meters apart. How did you manage to jump on me? Dazed cat. Save me. Dazed cat kicked Iori's head with its little short leg, trying to shove him off. Iori clung tightly to Lunan's leg. No matter how much Dazed cat kicked, he wouldn't let go, shouting loudly, forget about everything else. Run. Lunan was feeling somewhat desperate. He also wanted to run. After all, he was still human, having run so much in the morning, finally getting a chance to rest, and now facing this situation with a big burden hanging off his leg. How can I run? Newbie, stop running, just come back with us. Eat my Oliva flying kick. The terrifying muscular man behind made a huge leap, successfully grabbing Iori's leg, while also catching Lunan. The horrifying strength clamped around Lunan's neck, and the black-haired, spiky-haired muscular man leaned in close to Lunan's face, saying, little brother, I can see you have an extraordinary physique. How about joining our diving club? Lunan shook his head wildly. No. Iori clutched Lunan's leg tightly. Brother, you're joking. Didn't you just tell me you love diving the most? You were just regretting not having a good organization to join. Lunan knew at this moment that he could no longer escape, so he could only protect Dazed Cat in his arms and cry out in despair, quack. You got me killed. Inside the Grand Blue diving equipment store, the door was pushed open and the devilish muscle duo stepped in, each clutching a weak and helpless man, while one of them had a blue Dazed Cat perched on his shoulder. Yo, you're back, Iori. Have you recovered from homesickness? Gu Shuchuan Toshiro was sitting behind the bar reading a newspaper and greeted them casually as they returned. Oh, who is this young man? The yellow-haired muscular man Shiryudru replied nonchalantly, oh, this is a young man we saw on the way. The black-haired muscular man Shida Nobuharu raised his hand. He looks very appealing, his strength seems quite good, and he doesn't look too different in age, so we brought him back. They were tossed to the ground and Dazed Cat hurriedly jumped down and ran to Lunan's side. Boss, are you okay? Lunan helplessly got up. I'm fine, it's just that I feel like I've wandered into a strange place. Let me introduce myself. The yellow-haired Shiryudru smiled and said, I'm Shiryudru, a third-year mechanical engineering student at Aiken University. I'm Shida Nobuharu, just like Shiryudru. Iori suddenly felt that half of his life was already ruined. He actually went to the same school as these two demons. Will I still be able to have good days after this? Lunan was greatly shocked. What the hell, Aiken University? You guys are from the same university as that little guy Zymelin. Lunan compared in his mind, even more shocked. These two are not in the same style at all. Seeing the two suddenly collapse to the ground like their spines had been pulled out, Shiryudru scratched his head in confusion. What's wrong with them? Shida shrugged. Who knows, but maybe I think they should introduce themselves to each other too. Iori looked at Lunan, suddenly feeling that even if he fell to hell he wouldn't be alone, and couldn't help but smile. Lunan grabbed Iori's collar fiercely. You bastard, did you just smile? Do you think you're worth it? Let Dazed Cat drill a hole from your ass to your throat, you bastard. Meow? Buzz. Drill sound. Wait. That's not it, you must have seen it wrong, you definitely saw it wrong. Iori quickly surrendered, starting to introduce himself. Honestly, I'm Kitayama Iori, a first-year student at Aiken University, also in the mechanical engineering department. Lunan scoffed and called Dazed Cat back. I'm Lunan from Flamefire Village, currently trying to find a way to get into Aiken University. He bent down to pat Dazed Cat's head. This is my family, and also my good partner Dazed Cat. Lunan, Dazed Cat, nice to meet you. Shiryudru nodded repeatedly. From Flamefire Village. I've never heard of it before. Shida seemed a bit puzzled, but it didn't matter. He guessed it was probably someone from out of town. Isn't Dazed Cat your cat? Iori squatted down and poked Dazed Cat's head. As soon as he spoke, he felt the air grow quiet, and Iori looked up in confusion, dumbfounded at Lunan. Lunan was looking at him with a mix of shock, anger, and sorrow, making Iori feel uncomfortable all over. You, how can you sigh? Iori, I'm really too disappointed in you. Lunan sadly held Dazed Cat in his arms. He is my family, how can you say that? Iori was dumbfounded. No, wait. Iori, you're really too much to say something like that about someone's family. Shiryudru scared. Exactly, if someone treated your family like cats and dogs, you wouldn't be happy, would you? Shida had a look as if to say, how can you say such a thing? Iori was even more confused. No, wait, I didn't mean it that way. Lunan, holding Dazed Cat, who was pretending to cry, turned to leave. Sadly, looks like Iori doesn't welcome us very much. Dazed Cat, let's go. Woo-woo, boss, woo-woo. Wait. At this moment, Yi realized something was off. Although he had indeed gone a bit too far this time, how could this kid's smile become increasingly arrogant as he approached the door? This bastard is trying to sneak away. I absolutely cannot let him succeed. Yi lunged forward, hugging Lu Nan's thigh, and began to wail. I'm so sorry, Lu Nan, I'm really a jerk, boohoo. Please stay, and let me make it up to you. Lu Nan felt a chill run down his spine, realizing he had been found out by this oddball. Unfortunately, his acting skills were lacking, he still needed practice. Lu Nan and Damiao both let out a tch in unison, having to abandon their plan to flee on the spot. Only when they saw Lu Nan and Damiao reluctantly return to the bar did Yi finally release his grip on his leg. You think you can leave your buddy behind and escape from hell? You're still 1,000 years too early, hee. You young men are quite lively, that's great. Usher gave a thumbs up. So why are the two seniors? Wait, mister. Asho, could you at least wear some shorts? There are kids around here. Boss, I'm already an adult. Tisk, you're still a kid, don't argue. Asho suddenly realized he was still in a state of being close to nature and quickly grabbed his last line of defense. Sorry, I forgot about that. Well, it's not like we wanted to do it this way. Usher shook his finger. Don't think of us as perverts, okay? Could it be? Someone is threatening the seniors. Lu Nan instantly became alert. What kind of person could threaten these two living gorillas? Is it Gulong? No way, I'll just take Damiao and run away. Not really, it's just for deciding who prepares the oxygen tanks through rock, paper, scissors. Usher waved his hands repeatedly. Oxygen tanks. Lu Nan instantly thought of what that was. We'll just decide who prepares them by playing rock, paper, scissors. Asho said. So what about it? Yi asked. What do you mean, what about it? Asho was momentarily taken aback. So what does this have to do with Quan Luo? Yi pressed on relentlessly. If you play wild rock, paper, scissors, it's common sense that by the end, everyone is naked, right? Usher, a senior, seemed somewhat surprised, as if he were completely stumped. Don't you guys know how to play anything other than wild rock, paper, scissors? What kind of common sense is that? Yi completely broke down. Lu Nan silently pulled Damiao to sit a little farther away. Lu Nan, Damiao, Yi, if possible, could you accompany me to deliver something? Asho, who had somehow gotten dressed neatly, smiled and waved, looking nothing like the crazed figure from earlier when chasing Yi. Shoulong Rio pushed a small cart down the road where everyone had just happily jogged for exercise. He looked up with a sigh. 3 juniors from the same school suddenly joined the club, and one of them is from the same department. It truly brings me joy. Wait, I never said I would join. Yi had a completely lifeless expression. For the sake of his beautiful school life, he absolutely could not agree to join this ridiculous diving club. Me? I don't even know how to get into school with Damiao. Although I'd love to join, it's just not possible. Lu Nan pretended to shake his head regretfully, as if he truly wanted to join. Haha, you can tell just by looking at their expressions. Senior Asho laughed heartily, turning to look at his eager juniors. Really? Yi had a fierce expression, completely showing that he did not want to join. Really? Lu Nan held Damiao in front of his face, whose dumbfounded meow face completely replaced Lu Nan's expression. Senior Asho firmly grasped one wrist of each of them with both hands, pressing it towards a document that acknowledged their agreement to join the club. Yi twisted his face, grappling with him, while Lu Nan seemed completely indifferent. Pressing it doesn't help, while I'm not even a student. This is completely ineffective. Lu Nan. Asho suddenly interrupted him while increasing the pressure on Yi's side, said seriously to Lu Nan, if you want to enter Yicheng University, it's no problem. I have some connections here. As long as you can gather the tuition before the opening ceremony in a week, I can help you resolve all other obstacles. He leaned in front of Lu Nan and slowly said in a hushed voice, you just need to join our club. Just need to join the club, and you'll be able to enter the university if you gather the tuition, okay? Senior Asho's expression now resembled that of a tempting devil. It's no wonder he's a blonde. Lu Nan was very tempted, his expression showing extreme struggle. Asho threw out his biggest trump card, including Damiao, right? He can also enroll normally and join the club. You two are partners, right? If you're partners, you must be together. Aunt. Lu Nan cried out sadly. Yi, I failed. I'm sorry, I and Damiao are already part of the diving club. We can't go back anymore. I'm sorry, the diving club has given too much to the boss and Damiao. I'm so mad. 2 traitors. Yi shouted in despair, and soon Lu Nan and Damiao joined in, pressing down on his arms, leaving their shameful fingerprints on the club agreement. Are you guys interested in diving? Asho pushed his cart, looking quite pleased. I suppose so. Yi gazed resentfully at Lu Nan's back, looking just like a betrayed widow. Yes, it would be even better if we could catch some fish. Damiao likes diving, but I have no intention of doing it, Yi suddenly said. Why not? Don't you want to give it a try? Asho turned to look at him. Yi fell silent for a moment and said, because I can't swim. While Lu Nan was playing with the dried fish in his arms, he suddenly laughed. Yi, you're not bad at language, are you? Yi blushed. Why do you say that? I scored 60 in the Federation's common language exam. Isn't that acceptable? Lu Nan was even more speechless. The Federation's common language is just Mandarin at 60. Buddy, you're actually an outsider, aren't you? Lu Nan sighed, feeding Damiao the dried fish he had taken from the shop, and said, because Senior Asho asked if you were interested, you answered if you could swim. That simply doesn't match up at all. Yi suddenly fell silent. Senior Asho smiled even more happily. Choosing something you already know how to do from the start is completely meaningless. The important thing is whether you have an interest, isn't it? Before long, the 3 of them and the cat noisily arrived at the delivery spot. A brown-haired beauty who seemed to have just finished diving was taking off her gear. This beautiful sight looked quite appetizing enough to make Iji from next door wolf down 3 bowls of rice without feeling any pain after seeing it. Thanks for checking it. The oxygen tanks are placed right here. Thank you. The brown-haired beauty waved her hand in thanks, suddenly spotting Lu Nan and the others, and ran over with the ball. Welcome, Yuki. The brown-haired beauty happily ran over and smiled at Yuki. First meeting. Have you actually forgotten me? The brown-haired beauty seemed a bit helpless. How could you forget what your cousin looks like? That's quite cold of you. Yuki felt even more awkward upon hearing this, not knowing where to place her hands and feet. Fortunately, she didn't dwell on it, shrugged, and smiled. I'm Nanakawa. Oh, how rude of me. Is this your friend Yuki? Nanakawa apologetically said to Lu Nan. Lu Nan waved his hand. No need for formalities. Even though we've only known each other for less than half an hour, I think it's fine. He lifted the dazed cat in his arms. This is Daze, my good partner. Meow. Such a cute little fellow. Nanakawa patted Daze on the head. So shall we head back together? Thank you all for accompanying me to deliver the oxygen tanks. When we return to Grand Blue, please have a drink on me. Lu Nan truly planned to take the chance and run away when no one was looking, but Yuki seemed to possess some sort of mind-reading ability, keeping a close watch on him. Helpless, he could only obediently return to this place pronounced as Grand Blue, but written as hell. Sure enough, when he opened the door, a large group of Luo men were gathered together drinking, and their clothing could not even form a normal outfit. Yo, Lu Nan is back. Senior Asher waved with a smile. We've been waiting for you. Come join us. Lu Nan swallowed hard, turned to leave, but at that moment Senior Asho was already blocking his way. Lu Nan, you don't want things to get out of hand with Daze, do you? Lu Nan's eyelid twitched. He really wanted to tell the senior to tone it down. Since there was no escaping, then let's go for it. Senior's Lu Nan said coldly, are there any rules in the club? Senior Asher was momentarily taken aback, thought for a moment, and shook his head. It seems there aren't any rules. Lu Nan nodded. Then now, there are. No matter how much we drink, we absolutely cannot lose our pants. He must not let Daze and himself see such disgraceful things, damn it. Senior Asher raised an eyebrow. Oh. Newcomer, do you know what you're talking about? Senior Asho pressed down on Lu Nan's shoulder. You just got here, and already want to set rules for the seniors. So bold, little brat. Lu Nan snorted coldly. I, Lu Nan the Great, have never been weaker than anyone. Even if I carry Yuki and hold Daze with one hand, I am still invincible in this world. Daze seemed to sense Lu Nan's determination and immediately pulled out a large cup. Meow. Bring it on. Senior Asher was stunned for a moment, then rejoiced, turning around and shouting, very good. Very well. Did you hear that, softies? He pointed at Lu Nan. What did our newcomer just say? He raised both hands. He wants to set rules for us old seniors. The seniors of the diving club exchanged glances, then all looked menacing like vengeful spirits. Good. Little brat. I have great respect for you now. Roar. Let's go. War to the madness. Looking at the war he provoked, Lu Nan felt no fear, reached out to take the large cup. Daze handed over and slammed it onto the table. Fill it up. I'm going to take you all down, not leaving one behind. Yuki pushed the door open and upon seeing the tense atmosphere was completely dumbfounded. Wah. What's going on? Nanakawa covered her mouth, seemingly in disbelief. Yuki, your friends. She had never seen such a person. Yuki suddenly felt that something was wrong, cold sweat pouring down, and was about to run away. But Senior Asho quick-witted grabbed her. Where are you running to? We've been waiting for you. Come. Fight alongside your good brothers. Yumiko. Under the dim streetlights, a beautiful girl walking down the street resembling Nanakawa was deep in thought. The person I saw during the day was Yuki, right? Nanakawa's sister Nanakawa. Chisa paused in front of the brightly lit Grand Blue. Chisa, it's been 10 years since we last met. Scenes from her childhood flashed before her eyes. She wondered how he was doing now. Chisa pushed open the store door, and what came into view was the glaring white incandescent lights, and Yuki, who was lying on the ground wearing only his underwear, unable to rise. This scene left Chisa stunned, completely unable to comprehend what had happened. The store was a battlefield with the usually lively seniors of the diving club now lying around like corpses. Some were sprawled or lying on the tables and floors. Even Senior Asher and Senior Asho were. Did some demon or monster come into the store? Chisa felt cold all over, trembling as she looked at the only 2 people still standing in the store aside from her sister. The muscular young man, bare-chested, was drinking heartily, standing atop a mountain of corpses made up of seniors. He put down his cup, wiped his lips, and although his face was a bit red, he appeared somewhat sober. Huh. Is it only when everyone joins together that I can lose a single shirt? Seniors, you're all completely useless. Lu Nan laughed wildly. Didn't we agree that losing one article of clothing means throwing up? Why is everyone down? Huh. Lu Nan raised his empty cup and shouted, get up and defend your freedom, seniors. Damn. Senior Asho, lying on the ground, already felt overwhelmed. Is this guy completely immune to alcohol? Do I need to call that person? You bastard, don't get too cocky. Yuki swayed unsteadily and stood up, his expression fierce. I'm not down yet. I can fight again. Roar. Lu Nan raised an eyebrow and burped. Very good, Yuki, you're quite brave. He slowly sat on the table, but you might not even be able to outdrink Daze. Sitting beside him was Daze, who had just downed another cup and let out a meow burp, filling another cup for himself. Moreover, take a look at yourself. Oh, what else do you have left to lose? Lu Nan teased. What about your clothes? Do you need me to lend you 2 pieces? Shut up. Yuki shouted angrily, not even looking, reaching out to Chisa beside him. Lend me your clothes. Now, please. Just one more piece. I can definitely take him down. He abruptly turned his head then froze. Chisa. Chisato clutched her coat tightly, her gaze sharp and wary as she stared at him. Lend me your clothes, just one piece. Just one. Chisato remained silent, her eyes shifting imperceptibly, from regarding him as a person to viewing him as mere refuse. Wait. His rational mind snapped back into place. He abruptly reverted to composure, as if skipping frames in a film. Oh, Chisato. Long time no see. Do you remember me? He stepped forward and placed a hand on her shoulder, only for it to be instantly slapped away. Chisato's expression darkened as she glanced at the spot where he'd touched her. Without hesitation, she shrugged off her outer jacket and thrust it into Nani's hands. This jacket seems irredeemable now. Best to discard it outright. Ha ha. Rokunin and Baku burst into uncontrollable laughter beside them. Humiliated, Iori retorted, I'm not that filthy, am I? Chisato turned back, her stare still cold and dismissive. I never imagined Iori had grown so unhinged. No, that's not true at all. Iori flailed his arms like a desperate dramatic hero grasping futilely for the last shreds of dignity before his cousin, but found none. Weren't you and that lovely young woman cousins? Rokunin downed a glass of some volatile cocktail, uncertain how many spirits it contained, and remarked, living under the same roof with such a stunning cousin. How extravagantly privileged. She looks at me like I'm garbage. And whose fault is that, you jerk? Iori whirled around, face twisted in furious embarrassment. Rokunin shrugged indifferently. If you're bad at something, practice more. What's wrong with having a hunter's physique? It's forged from sweat and grit. Though why my effort ends up on your face? Don't ask. Iori collapsed helplessly onto the floor, then suddenly sat upright, eyes alight. But it's fine. We still have Nanani. Rokunin exchanged a glance with Baku and nudged him with his elbow. Hey Baku, why don't you tell him? Baku scratched his head thoughtfully, then dutifully scampered over and tapped Iori lightly on the back, just as he drifted deep into blissful fantasy. Iori blinked, startled. What is it, Baku? Baku pointed behind him toward Nani. The boss told me to say, you just need to turn around and look. You'll realize there's no hope left. The boss also said, Nanizan hasn't taken her eyes off Chisato since she walked in. Not once. Iori stared dumbfounded as Nani, having just received Chisato's jacket, glanced left and right before burying her face in the fabric and inhaling deeply ecstatically like a devotee breathing sacred incense, then emerged with a beatific smile. Based on years of observation by the boss and Baku, Nanizan is without question an absolute sister obsessive. What in the world happened over the past decade? Iori bowed his head in utter despair. The only remotely normal person I've met today is actually. Just then corpses strewn across the bar stirred, and Toki and Ju sat upright roaring with laughter. Brilliant, Rokunin. You truly are extraordinary. Bringing you back was the single best decision we ever made. Rokunin shrugged. So long as the seniors uphold the new rules, we must preserve decorum even while drinking. Never thought you'd actually pull it off, kid. All right, we'll keep it in mind. Ju scratched his head, exasperated. Then put it on right now, damn it. Rokunin clapped Iori on the shoulder. Cheer up, it's not so tragic. From my experience across 3 worlds, few people inherit idyllic family lives. Iori gave a wry smile. True enough, I can't expect real life to mirror a drama series. Very well, I'll dedicate myself fully to university life and rebuild what I missed. Seniors Toki and Ju drew closer, nodding vigorously at his declaration. Exactly. Oh, now that's passion. Then let's relocate for round 2. Toki grinned, proposing the move. Absolutely. Ju instantly endorsed the idea. Not all seniors could stay. The next day demanded their time, or they needed to catch the last train, and thus reluctantly departed. Then Iori spun around to leave, only to be intercepted by Ju. You're not catching the last train, though. Toki stepped forward, cornering Iori between them. Don't you live right here? School doesn't start for another week. Surely you deserve some proper indulgence first. Iori shook his head wildly. No. I have plans tomorrow at noon. Toki asked calmly, where to? Iori paused, then replied, to the Jinmomo shopping district. Toki nodded confidently. Leave it to me. Ju joined in. We'll guarantee you won't be late. Reassured by their promise, Iori relaxed slightly, but wasn't ready to surrender entirely. At the very least, Rokunin should come along too. Rokunin, already dressed, cradled a drowsy Baku and waved off the invitation. Sorry, I've got a child to tuck in. I'll sit this round out. It wasn't an excuse. Baku truly was exhausted. After all that fruit juice, he felt utterly content, his head bobbing gently against Rokunin's chest as sleep claimed him. Oh well, Rokunin has special circumstances. Ju sighed, disappointed. He genuinely wanted to drag Rokunin along. He possessed a terrifyingly vast capacity for drink. Yamaro, Rokunin, save me please. Iori, irrelevant. As upperclassmen hoisted Iori out the door, his cries fading into the distance, Rokunin finally turned his thoughts to where he'd spend the night. May I call you Rokunin? And you may call me Nanani. She'd finished her reverent inhalation and neatly folded the jacket, now fully present and poised for conversation. Of course, Nanani. Rokunin tilted his head, curious. Is something the matter? Nani gently shook her head. Nothing urgent. Just wondering, do you have lodging tonight? Or is it far from here? If it's distant, you're welcome to stay overnight at Grand Blue. She smiled fondly at Baku, fast asleep in Rokunin's arms. After all, traveling now would surely wake him. Grand Blue has guest rooms. We'd be honored to host you. And of course, it's completely free. Rokunen's relief was palpable. He'd been quietly fretting over exactly where to rest tonight. This was providence pure and simple. Then I accept your kindness, with gratitude, Nanani. A small thing. In the early morning, Lu Nen opened his eyes. An unfamiliar ceiling. He picked up the daimyo which was lying on his chest and placed it aside. No wonder I dreamed last night about performing a chest-breaking act on the street. It turns out there really was a big stone lying on my chest. Oi, daimyo, wake up. How can you sleep at your age? Boss, get up, get up. Don't live like a young master. Come out with me to work. I have a week to save enough tuition fees. Lu Nen stepped out with high spirits, ready to start his beautiful life for the day. Of course the daimyo following him, still dazed, might not think today is beautiful. Zao Shan Hao Nai Nai Hua Jia. Lu Nen greeted. Nai Nai Hua, wearing an apron behind the bar, looked a bit surprised. Good morning, Lu Nen. I didn't expect you to wake up so early. I thought you'd sleep until noon after drinking so much yesterday. Haha, that little amount. In my previous life, I had to deal with 10 beer-bellied men at one dinner in my company's social department. I was the best drinker in the village. Even the strongest liquor would make them strip off their clothes before me. You're talking nonsense again. It's breakfast time. Why not bring the daimyo to eat? It's on me. Just consider it a treat from Nai Nai Hua. Nai Nai Hua smiled. Boss is generous. Lu Nen had no reason to refuse. Good morning, Uncle Gu Shouchuan and Miss Qiansha. Lu Nen sat down at the table, placing the daimyo on the sofa. The silly cat was still dazed, its little head bobbing. Seeing the puzzled gaze from Qiansha, Lu Nen remembered she didn't know him. Sorry, I forgot to introduce myself. I am Lu Nen, and if all goes well, we should be classmates when school starts. This is the daimyo, my family and best partner. Qiansha nodded, recalling how he single-handedly drank an entire senior diving club under the table yesterday, but what intrigued her more now was that adorable little creature. So cute. Good morning, Lu Nen. Are you planning to go out to work today? Uncle Gu Shouchuan was still reading the newspaper. Yes, I promised Senior ASU I would work hard for his request. Although he said he would lend me money if I couldn't complete it, I think it's better to borrow as little as possible. Lu Nen thanked Nai Nai Hua for the breakfast and woke up the daimyo. Uncle Gu Shouchuan thought for a moment. Do you have a job? Any particular thoughts? Lu Nen handed a sandwich to the daimyo. Yes, I am a hunter at a gathering place, but I haven't received any commissions lately, so I decided to find a part-time job. Uncle Gu Shouchuan was taken aback. What an interesting profession, a hunter at a gathering place. I see. Yesterday ASU asked me about it. Unfortunately, Grand Blue isn't hiring at the moment, but I have a part-time job if you want it. Lu Nen immediately nodded. I'd love to do it. Thank you, Uncle. What's the job? Uncle Gu Shouchuan smiled. No need to thank me. I quite like you, kid. It's a waiter position at a cafe located at Intao Walking Street, paying 350 federal coins a day. Lu Nen immediately began calculating 350 a day plus 700 with the daimyo minus 100 for the gathering place. That's 600 federal coins a day. In 7 days, that's 4,200 federal coins. Thank you so much, Uncle. When can I start work? Lu Nen was overjoyed. He still hadn't repaid the Gu Shouchuan family's kindness. 10 o'clock. Just finish your meal and take the bus. That will be perfect. Thank you. Uncle Gu Shouchuan laughed heartily. No need to thank me. I heard about what happened yesterday. You're quite impressive, Lu Nen. If you have no place to stay tonight, you can still come to Grand Blue. I'll give you a friendly price of 50 coins a night. Lu Nen almost cried. Wow, how can it be this good here? I really want to cry. Guak. Boss, save me. The daimyo's cry for help came. Lu Nen turned to see Qiansha, couldn't resist pinching the daimyo's cheek. Lu Nen silently approached and picked up the daimyo, placing him in Qiansha's arms while it looked at him hopefully. If you want to touch it, go ahead. The daimyo won't mind. Sorry, daimyo, this family has given too much. I feel sorry to have you sell your appearance. Boss, you rascal. Meow, wow, such a skilled technique. Watching Qiansha enjoying petting the cat, Lu Nen nodded continuously. So this is how you can pet a cat. I've learned it. I'm off. Lu Nen waved while holding the daimyo. Good luck at work. Nai Nai Hua smiled as she watched Lu Nen leave. How strange, I feel a sense of closeness to Lu Nen as if I'm seeing my own younger brother. Nai Nai Hua held her face puzzled. Might feel that way too. Uncle Gu Shouchuan looked at the newspaper. Perhaps he really is from another world. Ding, prisoner card. Ding, student card. Lu Nen inserted 2 coins and found a seat while the daimyo was discontentedly pointing at him. Expressed by pointing at him with its little round paw. Boss, this is too much. Daimyo, you know I didn't want this either. They just gave too much. I can only let you sacrifice a little bit. Then when I get paid, I want to buy with Sky Lotus. Okay, I'll buy it for you, snap. The bus door opened, and suddenly a person who looked very familiar to Lu Nen boarded. His first boss, Si Gu Jinzi. But Si Gu Jinzi seemed to have something on his mind and didn't notice him at all. At this thought, Lu Nen couldn't help but sigh. I used to be so excited to chase after him for a 5-star review, but now it feels too embarrassing. Next time I should fully utilize my professional hunter spirit, making my boss willingly give a 5-star review. I wonder when I can receive the next commission. When will this kind of life come to an end? Si Gu Jinzi felt like he might be suffering from some mental fatigue. At first, she thought the evil spirit she saw last time in the rain and that thrilling escape were just illusions. Since then, she suddenly discovered that she could see many things that others could not. Moreover, these evil spirits were indeed everywhere. She must maintain a high level of mental vigilance at all times to ensure she wouldn't be discovered as someone who could see. Otherwise, who knows what might happen. For some reason, she thought again about the strange, ghostly entity she saw last time. She always felt something was off, but she couldn't quite articulate it. The ghostly entity appeared so quickly and mysteriously that she hadn't even noticed whether it was harmful to her. The key was that she always felt that entity seemed quite amiable. Could it be that she was cursed by something now? Eek, so scary. In summary, on this hard-earned day off, I must complete my plans. I plan to go to Intao Walking Street to buy some talismans to ward off evil spirits, hoping they will be effective. Sigu Jinzi tightly pressed her lips together, feeling overwhelmed by this constantly tense life. Really? That's so funny, haha. A somewhat jarring voice echoed, especially clear in the quiet morning train carriage. Sigu Jianzi's attention was drawn, and she instinctively wanted to look up, but she quickly froze. The phrase was repeated this time with an even more piercing and shrill tone. Really? That's so funny, haha. Sigu Jinzi felt bitterness in her mouth, lowering her head, afraid to look at the seat in front of her. There sat a shadow dressed in a uniform similar to hers, probably a female student from some school. But she emanated a dark aura, sitting there rigidly, her back straight, but her limbs twisted in an unnatural way. Curiously, her body had several heads connected by long necks, which were now swaying back and forth, seemingly in conversation with each other. Another ghost. Sigu Jianzi's body tensed up further. She knew she couldn't just pretend to be an ostrich, keeping her head down and acting as if she hadn't seen it. In horror films, that's often how characters meet their end. Sigu Jinzi had been practicing these past few days as she understood how to cope, like pretending to be an ordinary girl sitting on the bus. The scenery outside the window is really nice. Sigu Jinzi suppressed the trembling of her legs as she gazed out, but if listened closely, one could still detect the quiver of tears in her voice. But for some reason, that evil spirit seemed particularly interested in Sigu Jinzi, its head swaying around her, constantly drawing closer. Really? That's so funny, haha. It seemed to be testing whether she could see it. Sigu Jianzi's expression grew increasingly calm, though it was actually because she was so terrified that her face had gone rigid, her heart pounding within her chest as if it would burst forth. The stench of decay wafted over her face, making Sigu Jinzi feel worse. It was all too terrible. Smack. Suddenly, Sigu Jinzi leaned forward, almost brushing against the ghost's face. In a reflex, she turned around, staring at the person behind her. Just now her seat had been kicked. Although she felt a bit angry, she was more relieved, because this provided her with a reason to turn around and not face the bus ghost directly. Sorry. A clear male voice came through, and in front of Sigu Jinzi was a face that seemed apologetic, which for some reason looked somewhat familiar. London felt a bit awkward. The young girl sat down completely stiff, probably needing to go to the restroom, and he had accidentally kicked the back of her seat. Oh man, how embarrassing. The more Sigu Jinzi looked, the more familiar this person seemed. Before she could say anything, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a blue figure beside the man. Sigu Jianzi's face instantly changed, the color draining from her delicate features, becoming deathly pale. Her lips seemed to lose their luster, trembling slightly. Sigu Jinzi recognized him. The man, the strange blue cat, was the terrifying ghost she encountered a couple of days ago, and now she had walked into a trap. She was locking eyes with him. Oh, he must know that she could see him. It's over, it's all over, everything is over. Sigu Jinzi couldn't help but feel a sense of despair. What should she do? Am I going to die? Mom, little brother. I haven't even apologized to Dad yet. Seeing Sigu Jianzi's face turn pale, as if she had seen a great horror, London couldn't help but touch his face, feeling somewhat pained. Why do I really look that ugly? Please don't do this, it hurts my self-esteem. Seeing the dazed cat still playing a game beside him made it even worse. Even the boss of the bull demon is feeling this way, and you're still playing. London swiftly swiped away the sunflowers that dazed cat was using to play Plants vs. Zombies, leaning back comfortably against the chair as he did so, while dazed cat looked shocked. Boss, what are you doing, meow? Dazed cat looked in despair as zombies breached their defenses, devouring its little head. Nothing much, just feeling unwell. Meanwhile, Sigu Jinzi had begun to give up, trembling and lowering her head, completely afraid to think about what was going to happen next. Will I be eaten? Where do they start? The head? Or the feet? Woo, so scary. Can I make them eat faster? If possible, let the ghost behind eat my head, at least he looks a bit handsome. But London handed her a piece of paper from behind on which were written 3 large characters, commission form. He pointed at the paper and then at its back, urging Sigu Jinzi to take a look. Sigu Jinzi flipped the paper over. Yanhua Village commission form. Have you encountered difficulties that you seem unable to resolve or are too lazy to dirty your hands? Then, do you need some help? The Hunters Guild is here to serve you. Notes for placing an order: 1. Please offer a commensurate price. This will serve as the hunter's reward. 2. Once the reward is posted, it cannot be retracted and will be enforced, so please do not fill it out carelessly. 3. The reward must be something you possess. If you don't know what to fill in, the guild will choose randomly. 4. If the hunter is unable to complete the commission, the guild will process it, immediately refunding the entire reward and dispatching a cat carriage to get you out, though since there is currently only 1 cat, it might be a bit slow. 5. Please clarify your task settings, though overly vague concepts will be retracted. Please be concise, as some hunters may not be very bright. 6. The rating system is statistically compiled by the guild, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. 7. The commission settlement system is also statistically compiled by the guild, ensuring absolute fairness and justice. 8. Rest assured, this guild absolutely guarantees your privacy rights. 9. The guild guarantees the safety of its owner. For centuries there have been no negative reviews. Those who had negative reviews can no longer leave them. 10. The final interpretation rights belong to the guild. Please feel free to express your suffering. Commission requirements, commission reward. Hunter. Hunter. Sigu Jinzi wanted to turn back to take another look at Lunan, but for some reason, perhaps due to staring too long at the front, the evil spirit seemed to think she was looking at it inching closer. Sigu Jianzi's hair stood on end, and she quickly began to pull a pen from her bag, starting to write on the paper. At this point, she could only trust it. Even if it was truly a prank by the evil spirit behind her, she would accept it. After all, she had already been discovered, and not being killed might be real. She didn't quite understand this thingy. To her, it seemed more like a prayer to the gods, offering a tribute in exchange for protection. If it were true, then perhaps she still had a chance. As for the task reward, would using money be too mundane? In theory, it would be better to use dumplings, but she had nothing right now, so she could only use money. Sigu Jinzi gritted her teeth and wrote down half of her money on the paper. 500 federal coins. Will the deity accept it? Perhaps using the rice dumpling is a better choice. Sigu Jinzi couldn't help but feel a bit anxious. After all, if it wasn't accepted, wouldn't he be doomed? Fortunately, the paper was suddenly burned by flames, perhaps indicating that the matter had been acknowledged. Sigu Jinzi silently prayed in his heart, while beside him the multi-headed ghost still showed no signs of dissipating. The swaying bus was incredibly conducive to sleep. Lunan felt himself getting a bit drowsy after all. He had stayed up late last night, and only managed to fall asleep around midnight. But soon a crisp voice banished all his drowsiness. Hunting commission task name, Sigu Jianzi's designated commission task description. Please drive away the evil spirit beside me. I beg you to let her stop bothering me. Reward at the assembly, a signed contract with AI Lu Cat Assistant. Boss tip, 500 federal common currency. Task failure condition, the evil spirit lingers beside the boss for 5 minutes. Task failure penalty, deduct 1,000 federal common currency. If not, it will be owed, deducted once earned. Commission boss, Sigu Jinzi. Miss Shui Yun's friendly reminder, good luck, Hunter. By the time Lu Nan realized the words on the blue screen, he was utterly unable to remain calm. It felt as if a thunderclap had erupted in his mind. How much? 500 federal currency. Lu Nan's eyes nearly turned crimson in an instant. Oh, for this money, even if God came, he would still give him a couple of slaps. Except, the once serene bus suddenly transformed, and an evil, hideous ghost appeared beside Sigu Jinzi. A bright yellow arrow marked this as the target. He patted the dazed cat to rouse it, though he knew that this time the cat probably wouldn't be of much help. To be honest, although Lu Nan had just obtained his hunter's license as an apprentice, years of experience told him that things were not that simple. Could he just rush in and kill the ghost on the spot? While that would be ideal, it might only earn him a 3-star rating. Why? Because the boss would be embarrassed. Based on known conditions, others couldn't see the ghost at all, so what would it look like if he rushed in front of them? A man suddenly acting crazy rushing up to hit the air, while a girl nearby claps and cheers. Isn't that a mental illness? It would be odd if the boss gave a 5-star rating. What if he directly used energy to punch the ghost into reality, like last time? Would that work? That wouldn't work either. Why? Because it was a different time. Last time there was no one around, but now there were so many people on the bus that they couldn't possibly miss it. This would be a serious supernatural incident, and the boss would surely be taken away for questioning, hindering his studies in life. Would that make the boss happy? Of course not. He might even get a 1-star review, and that would be disastrous. Thus, Lu Nan had to come up with a quiet, efficient solution that would minimize the impact on the boss' daily life, so that he might earn a 5-star review and receive the boss' extra reward. 500 federal currency. What could the extra reward be? Lu Nan pretended to be nonchalant as he opened the bus window, letting the cool breeze and causing Sigu Jianzi's hair to dance in the wind. Sigu Jinzi was almost in tears. Was money really too vulgar? What should he do? Was today just going to be a day of misfortune? The multi-headed female ghost was getting closer, almost pressing against Sigu Jianzi's face. Really? So funny, huh? Really? So funny. Really, damn it. A strange energy surged from Lu Nan's heart, attaching itself to his hand. His large hand seized one of the ghost's heads, and as he exerted force, the head gradually cracked open like a ripe watermelon before suddenly bursting apart with a violent force. If you scream again, I'll kill you. The force field was thinner than last time, so he was not worried about revealing the ghost's form. However, this setback truly enraged the multi-headed ghost, and the other heads howled as they charged forward. But Lu Nan was completely unconcerned. This ghost was much weaker than the one at the previous bus stop, and for him, fighting this thing was no different than swatting a fly. The main difficulty was still in how to prevent the other passengers from noticing this. Lu Nan seemed to feel hot and fanned himself with his hand while swiftly slapping the remaining 4 heads of the multi-headed ghost. The rapid slaps seemed to awaken some bad memories in the ghost, and its expression suddenly appeared clearer. Seizing the opportunity while the ghost was dazed, Lu Nan leaned forward, reached out, and tightly gripped the ghost's neck. At this moment, to the other passengers, it looked like Lu Nan was flirting with the girl in front of him. The girl lowered her head, seemingly a bit shy, her face flushed from holding her breath. Lu Nan extended his hand as if to tease her into laughter. The elderly passengers couldn't help but exclaim that it was a wonderful youth. Gripping its neck, the ghost stumbled closer, and Lu Nan once again fanned the wind, leaning close to the ghost's head and whispering, "You can either leave or die, you choose." The multi-headed ghost was still somewhat unconvinced and seemed to intend to retaliate, but the next second Lu Nan crushed another head, and it instantly became obedient. She simply could not resist this man. Her head in his hand felt no different from a toy. Why bother resisting? Just take the green lucky bag in the upper right corner. Lu Nan smirked. Jump out yourself. The window is already open for you. If you don't jump, I'll help you. But I see you have so many heads, which I find rather unpleasant. If I help you after you go out, you'll probably be left with just one head, so choose. Seeing that the multi-headed ghost seemed unresponsive, Lu Nan was taken aback. Oh, is she really that stubborn, not giving up until she hits a wall? So tough. Good. I love this kind of tough nut. After a few more slaps to fan the wind, the ghost seemed to want to say something, but all that came out was really. Is that really all you can say? The child's face turned slightly red from anger. In Lu Nan's puzzled gaze, the multi-headed ghost's trembling hand pointed at Lu Nan's hand, gripping her neck, and then indicated towards the bus window. Lu Nan suddenly understood, awkwardly chuckling as he released his grip. Look at you, why didn't you say so earlier? What a fuss this has turned into. The multi-headed, three-headed ghost dared not retort, rolling off the bus and scrambling away in the opposite direction. Without looking back, she ran off, while laughing ha. Sigu Jinzi sat dazed in her seat, enveloped in an unprecedented sense of safety, this unfamiliar emotion leaving her a bit dazed. Lu Nan gently said to the head that had been silent and still since just now, remember to give a 5-star review, thank you, boss. He then leaned back in his seat, teasing the dazed cat. The cat, witnessing everything, was busy searching for some strange things on its phone. Suddenly it muttered to itself, what's wrong with me? Is seeing things that others can't a mental illness? How is it treated? How much does it cost? What if my boss seems to have a mental illness? What should I do? What the hell? You dumb cat. Take this punch. Boss, I'm sorry. Shirgu Jizi now felt a slight warmth coursing through her body. She didn't understand why, but it felt amazing. She felt so secure. Perhaps she would sleep well tonight. I didn't expect this hunter to be so powerful. Shirgu Jizi nodded unconsciously. To resolve my dilemma so quickly, should I give him a 5-star rating? He would definitely be very happy, right? Shirgu Jizi pondered. Should I tip him a bit more Federation coins? After all, the helper worked so hard. Should I give an extra 100? Or 200? No, let's make it 300 Federation coins. Shirgu Jizi cast a resentful glance back. Those words were not her true feelings, but rather what Lu Nan, that thick-skinned person, had whispered in her ear. Upon being discovered, Lu Nan, feeling guilty, whistled and turned his head, lifting the dazed cat to block himself. Shirgu Jizi couldn't help but laugh and took out 500 Federation coins from her small wallet, handing them to the dazed cat. Thank you. She sincerely expressed her gratitude, even though she knew her situation wasn't much better and she would still encounter various evil spirits in the future. But now that she had seen the evil spirit fleeing in panic, she thought that even if she faced evil spirits directly in the future, she could disguise herself a little better. Although she didn't understand, Shirgu Jizi felt that if it were up to her to rate him, she would certainly give him a 5-star review. The dazed cat and Lu Nan exchanged glances, happily accepting the 500 Federation coins. Great, they were one step closer to going to school. Yay. At this moment, a notification from the gathering place popped up. Completion certificate. Task status completed. Reward from the gathering place dispersed. Client rating. 5-star rating with extra tip is being evaluated. Evaluation complete. The extra tip is 1 original flavored sock. Shui Yun's comment, a nice hunt, the hunter is truly excellent. Hehe. Lu Nan was momentarily stunned, looking at the light screen in disbelief. Wait, this extra tip is not right, is it? What nonsense is this gathering place talking about? And did you just laugh? You definitely laughed. What is an original flavored sock? No matter how you say it, it should come as a pair, right? Seriously, I almost fell for this ridiculous gathering place's trick. What use do I have for this stinky sock? What good is it if I can't eat or drink it? It would be better to give me more Federation coins. As Lu Nan scolded the gathering place in his mind, Shirgu Jizi was crouching down, rustling about with something. After a while, she turned around, her small hand clenched into a fist and extended it toward Lu Nan. Lu Nan was still ranting about the gathering place when he instinctively reached out to take what was being offered. The soft texture landed in his palm, and when he reacted, he found a creamy-colored cotton sock curled up neatly in his hand. Lu Nan was immediately dumbfounded, staring at the sock in his hand, momentarily unsure of what to do. But his body reacted before his mind could catch up. Lu Nan instinctively leaned in to sniff it, just like countless ordinary people might do upon seeing a beautiful girl's sock. There was nothing strange about the scent, perhaps because it was still early in the morning and Shirgu Jizi hadn't walked much. The sock was made of pure cotton, soft to the touch, and its milky color looked unexpectedly appetizing. There was no lingering sour smell. Instead, it carried a faint fragrance of laundry detergent and a deeper other scent, perhaps body wash. While Lu Nan was stunned, his brain had already activated, unexpectedly analyzing the material, texture, and scent of the sock in his hand, almost to the point of tasting it. Shirgu Jizi, feeling a bit embarrassed, averted her gaze, sensing her face warming up. She had just been wondering how to repay this hunter gentleman, but then a piece of paper suddenly flew out, directly suggesting that she take off one sock and give it to him. Although she didn't understand the gathering place or the concept of a hunter, it might be similar to the gods and their practitioners in TV dramas, so when faced with a god, offering a tribute should be correct. Although the tribute was a bit strange. Perhaps it was some kind of special custom. Left with no choice, Shirgu Jizi decided to comply. She didn't know whether the great god would be satisfied. Her feet unprotected under her seat, curled up anxiously, possibly because the floor was too cold. She didn't want to touch the floor and remain suspended. Shirgu Jizi glanced at Lu Nan, who was currently engrossed in sniffing like a tiger at a rose. She breathed a sigh of relief as long as he was satisfied. Just then the bus arrived at the stop and the doors opened. Shirgu Jizi bent over to put on her shoes, decided to get off at this stop, and didn't plan to head toward the walking street, as she didn't need any exorcism tools today. She now wanted to buy some desserts to treat herself well, and as for the exorcism tools, she could wait a couple of days to go out with by Hechuanhua. By the time Lu Nan reacted, Shirgu Jizi had already gracefully stepped off the bus with a faint fragrance, leaving him holding a single cotton sock struck dumb. Wait, wasn't she his sister? What were you thinking? What the hell was I thinking? Lu Nan suddenly felt a bit frantic, wondering why he accepted whatever was handed to him, and not only that, why he leaned in to sniff it. Is this some kind of perverse reflex? But the person had already left, and he couldn't take it back, so he might as well toss it away. Not that he was reluctant, but tossing a sock around in broad daylight didn't look good, you know. So after much contemplation, Lu Nan decided to keep it, tucking it away in his pocket. He turned to see the dazed cat, who was once again rummaging through some strange things. Like how to treat foot fetishes, what to do if mushrooms grow in the lungs, and so on. Lu Nan, feeling embarrassed and angry, reached out to grab the dazed cat's face, who backed away in fear, saying, "It's a supplement, boss. You have a smell on your hand, meow. Damn you for saying that you're looking for a beating. Ding. Yintao Walking Street has arrived. Please disembark in an orderly fashion. Do not crowd." Yintao Walking Street, a famous combination of snack streets, clothing streets, arcade streets, antique streets, and flowerbird and fish markets in Lanhai City, is a maze where both the elderly and toddlers can randomly refresh their experiences. Here you can not only see genuine sultry girls and 3no JK beauties, but also landlords in short sleeves and shorts with flip-flops, and unknown school leaders with high-waisted trousers paired with blue-striped shirts holding thermoses. In short, the ecological environment here is extremely complex. When asked where to go in Lanhai City, just head to Yintao Walking Street. And Lu Nan, amidst this all-encompassing and labyrinthine street, has successfully gotten lost. The dazed cat was sitting on his head holding a phone that had been handed down who knows how many times, navigating their destination. Boss, go left a bit, go left, then a bit to the right, up ahead, meow. No, wait, that seems wrong, back up a bit, right a bit, meow. Dazed cat, if you keep directing me like this, I'm going to end up with 10 extra lives. Are you practicing a secret manual or something? Boss, don't blame me for this. This cursed map is just plain terrible at navigation. Daimiao helplessly scratched her head, tilting her phone left and right. London was equally stumped. Even a simple coffee shop proved impossible to locate. The routes plotted by that infernal map were so convoluted they'd likely baffle cartographers for the next decade. It was downright eerie. Its suggested path even implied walking up walls after 2 casual turns. As London studied the screen, sudden commotion ahead caught his ear. His innate instinct to witness spectacle flared instantly. Daimiao, come on. I'll show you something fun. Eagerly, London led Daimiao toward the crowd. Wherever people gathered like this, something entertaining was bound to be happening. Either a street performance or some extraordinary spectacle. Perhaps he'd even catch a fiery argument between lovers, or even a dramatic clash between 2 women. Excited, London pushed through the throng, only to behold a scene he never anticipated. Wow, jackpot. 3 inebriated men sprawled unconscious on the ground. London stared blankly at Iori, who snored loudly on the pavement, while seniors Aju and Otto looked utterly speechless. So when they'd been told to wear only underwear, they'd taken it literally. How much had they drunk this time to collapse like this? So that I won't let Iori be late from yesterday meant dragging him here outright. Indeed, he wouldn't be late, but whatever task awaited him would surely fall apart. Unless, of course, he'd come here to peddle charm. London glanced around at the sea of smartphones and paused in quiet contemplation. Had Iori ever imagined waking up a viral sensation? Would he crumble under the pressure? London hoped he remained unharmed. Glancing at his watch, he cursed inwardly. No time to linger. He needed to move quickly. Then again, with their thick-skinned resilience, it was probably trivial. London sighed. Fine, let's go old school. He flagged down a passerby and asked for directions. The old-school method worked far better than the cursed map. After consulting just 2 locals, London secured precise, reliable instructions. Soon enough, he found the cafe where he'd be working. Style. Is this it? He checked the sign and stepped inside. There was no grizzled old shopkeeper, no enigmatic beauty hiding half her face, or bunyered girl boss. Just an ordinary, unassuming cafe. London was scheduled for a 7-day short-term stint. The manager appeared foreign, blonde-haired, and about London's height, currently dusting tables with a feather duster. Hello, I'm London, and this is Daimiao. We were referred by Mr. Kotegawa. The man turned beaming and shook London's hand warmly. Hi there, London. Hi there, Daimiao. I'm Dino Roma, just call me Dino. I run this cafe. Dino, the manager. London blinked, momentarily dazed by his exuberance. Hi. Dino glanced at the clock and smiled. We open in an hour. I'll introduce you to the staff and walk you through the routine. Thanks, manager, London replied politely. Thank you, manager, meow, added Daimiao, equally courteous. Dino led them to the staff lounge where 3 others waited. Clearing his throat to gather attention, Dino smiled broadly. This is London, and beside him is Daimiao. They'll be joining us as colleagues for the next 7 days. Hello, I'm Hinata Chihaya. I handle the front of house, and I'm proudly Tsundere, said the cheerful girl with twin braids. I'm Akizuki Koyo, kitchen duty sharp-tongued. Pleasure to meet you. The green-haired young man spoke with a faint scowl. Finally, a shy-looking black-haired woman suddenly straightened, voice firm. I am Sakuranomiya Mika, front of house as well, and sadistic. Nice to meet you. Dino chuckled and clapped Lunnan on the shoulder. One staff member's off today, meet her tomorrow. Any questions? Oh, there were plenty. Lunnan stared bewildered at Dino. Manager, our cafe is. He gestured vaguely searching for words, then blurted out, is this some kind of extraordinary place? What do you mean? Dino laughed. Lunnan gestured again. Well, that Sundara the sadistic, all that. All that, he sighed. You know how tough business is these days, so many identical cafes. To stand out you need a unique selling point. At Style our selling point is personality archetypes. So, you're selling personas. Like a maid cafe? Lunnan asked, beginning to grasp it. Exactly. Think of it as roleplay, wearing a character while serving guests. Dino snapped his fingers. Understood. So, what role will Daimyo and I be playing? Dino cleared his throat, slightly embarrassed. Originally we told Mr. Kotegawa we needed servers, but truthfully female customers have surged recently, so we've also needed male staff for hospitality. Thus the cosplay aspect hadn't been mentioned up front. But Lunnan didn't mind. Earning money was nothing to be ashamed of. Daimyo and I are fine with it. But what about uniforms and archetypes? Dino opened a cabinet with a smile. We didn't prepare anything special, but you and I are similar in build. Though you're more muscular, this outfit should still fit. As for little Daimyo, he pulled out tiny accessories, just add a bow or a miniature tie. That'll do. As for your archetype, Dino scratched his head. That is tricky. It depends on natural fit, like Mikason who has innate talent for hers. Shall we brainstorm together? So Lunnan was positioned like a model amid the group scrutinized from every angle. Judging by his aura, perhaps the warm, dependable man type, mused Dino, stroking his chin. No. Too generic, Koyo immediately countered. His looks suit the senpai archetype. Competent, accomplished, effortlessly impressive. Hinata raised one finger. Chuhang right. Koyo cut in deadpan. What if he tries the aloof, cold-hearted heartthrob? Mika ventured timidly. But his presence doesn't convey aloofness at all. He lacks that icy elegance entirely. Koyo dismissed once more. Dino flushed red. Wait, if nothing works then you try. Chio Yuhongai knew she was a bit picky, but it was too late to back out now. He'll do it, let me see. He paced around Lu Nen deep in thought. Like this, Chio Yuhongai suddenly raised a finger as if she had thought of a good idea. Lu Nen put on a look of grievance and sadness. Upon hearing this, Lu Nen took a while to contort his facial muscles into a look of constipation. Chio Yuhongai slowly raised a question mark. Sorry, I really don't know how to make that expression. Lu Nen shrugged as he truly had no acting talent. In that case, store manager Dino thought for a moment and prepared a targeted defense strategy based on what Uncle Gu Shouchuan had told him. Oh dear, that's a pity. It seems you're not suited for us, store manager Dino sighed softly. It's a shame, I had high hopes for you, and was even planning to give you a raise. As soon as the topic of a raise came up, Lu Nen instantly became alert, and upon hearing he might be fired, he completely broke down. Supplemental medicine store manager. Think it over again. Yes, this is it. Chio Yuhongai clapped her hands excitedly. This perfectly captures the feeling of a stray dog losing its last bit of food. Yes, it's just right. It was as if he had unlocked some hidden realm, and he began to preach fervently to the two girls in the room. As soon as Lu Nen entered, I could tell though he is gentle, there's something about his demeanor that makes people want to cry for him, right? He leaned in closer. And don't you think Lu Nen seems familiar? You feel a sense of closeness to him. After exchanging glances, Sakura, Nomiya Meixiong, and Hinata Natsuho hesitantly nodded. It wasn't that they didn't understand, but they felt that Chio Yuhongai seemed a bit off right now. Exactly. In gaming terms, I think Lu Nen has a special passive skill. Normally when two strangers meet, their intimacy would depend on first impressions, good or bad, but it wouldn't be too high. At most they might just nod at each other, but Lu Nen is different. People who meet him are likely to be upgraded to friendly status. I don't understand the principle, but for our job, that's like having a cheat code. Chio Yuhongai nodded repeatedly, while Lu Nen realized that the store manager was just joking with him, and he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After all this, it became clear that his persona here was a pitiful little dog. Oh right, a stray little dog. Anyway, he just had to act emo and pitiful, which he was quite familiar with. After all, in his previous life on Blue Star, he used to sell his misfortunes in the group chat to gain sympathy for his crazy Thursday takeout. It was his old profession. In his past life, he also lived by following the flames around in Yinhua village doing odd jobs. It was the same thing. Lu Nen, the king of acting, was ready to go. Now that there were no issues with Lu Nen, it was time to resolve the problem of the silly cat. What would be a suitable persona for the silly cat? Everyone gathered around the dazed little cat and fell into deep thought. In the end, it was the store manager who made the decision, suggesting that the silly cat should just act silly. Thus, the combination of the stray little dog and the silly little cat was successfully completed. Although Lu Nen felt it was a bit off, he was being paid, so earning money was what mattered. Alright Lu Nen, do you have any questions for me? Store manager Dino seemed to be in a very good mood as he asked with a smile. Lu Nen nodded, indeed curious about several questions, such as why the store manager had no attributes, and why the seemingly weak Miss Sakura, Nomiya Meixiong, would have a sadistic attribute. Just as he was about to ask, he noticed the store manager's gaze seemed to be elsewhere. Following his gaze, it was Miss Sakura, Nomiya Meixiong. Meixiong squatted in front of the silly cat, seemingly wanting to pet it. Initially, it was no big deal. The silly cat didn't resist being patted on the head. But the problem arose when she seemed a bit tense, her hand trembling slightly as she reached out. Her gaze suddenly became fierce and serious with an almost palpable malice. The little Hajime was instantly startled by this gaze and retreated to Lu Nan's side, climbing up his thigh to hide behind him. Meow. Big brother, save me. This woman seems like she wants to kill the cat. Lu Nan was completely stunned. Hey, you're a friend, just pet the cat. Why do you have that expression and look? Are you naturally inclined to be a cat killer? As Lu Nan turned his head, he discovered something even more outrageous. That seemingly reliable store manager Dino was now sprawled on the ground, twitching, even bleeding from his nose, looking dazed, while mumbling things like, "Sister, kill me," and "so handsome." Completely nonsensical. Lu Nan suddenly understood. The answers to his previous two questions were now clear, and there was no need for further explanation. So it turned out they were playing with words. Damn McDonald's. Here we go again. I didn't really want you to come back to the store. Lu Nan stood in the break area wearing the standard uniform and observing the work performance of his seniors. This was the store manager's requirement for him to gain some experience before starting work. The golden retriever was proud and not bad. Although he had already stepped back from the scene, he remained proud and fierce. Generally speaking, customers who came in had a clear direction because there were detailed introductory signs at the entrance. So upon seeing a customer enter, one could tell who they were there to meet. After a while, his information would be added as well. He was still a bit nervous. He should learn more from his seniors' experiences. Why are you back again, you grass dog? Just find a place to sit. Sitting in the corner is the same. Lu Nan twitched his lips. Although he knew it was an act, Miss Meixiang's eyes didn't look like she was acting at all. Generally, the customers who came to find her had the clearest intent. They came to the store to get reprimanded, and if they didn't get scolded for a whole day, they wouldn't feel right. I wonder if this experience is worth it. Lu Nan sighed softly and squatted down to pat the silly cat's head. The little silly cat was munching on a sweet potato which was given to it by Miss Meixiang as a compensation for scaring it. Big brother, do you want to eat too? Silly cat can eat by itself. A big brother is about to start work. He had learned enough now, or it was just about adopting a persona. Adopt. It's all about adopting a persona. He must earn that money. Store manager Dino walked in from outside, giving Lu Nan a look that clearly signaled it's your turn to make a move. Lu Nan stood up and walked into the main hall, quietly waiting for the customers to arrive. Soon 2 female customers entered, and their gaze stopped on him after scanning the room. Lu Nan did not expect the first wave of tests to come so quickly, but he was not afraid at all and stepped forward directly. Lu Nan had perhaps overestimated himself, although he had prepared thoroughly, he suddenly found himself at a loss for words in front of the guests. These 2 guests were clearly here for him, likely having set up their promotion outside. But the thought of having to say such things in front of a crowd, it was just too embarrassing. Yet he couldn't say nothing to the 2 guests. The atmosphere in this shop was quite pleasant, and they had been very considerate of him and Dui Miao being introduced by Uncle Gu Shuchuan. Thus he couldn't shy away from this. With no other choice, he could only grit his teeth and go for it. Finally, you 2 sisters are here. I thought you wouldn't come to see me again. It seems I can still bring some help to your daily lives. The 2 female guests were immediately entranced, almost wanting to stuff all their money into Lu Nan's impressive chest muscles. Would you like to order something? Come sit here, as long as you sisters can stay with me a little longer. Ignoring his toes that were frantically digging into the floor, Lu Nan finished his lines and felt his neck grow slightly warm as he led the 2 somewhat unsteady female guests to their seats. However, seeing Lu Nan's slightly flushed neck and ears seemed to excite the female guests even more, their eyes appearing to gleam with a green light. It was highly likely they were feeling suppressed excitement. You sisters can place your orders now. I recommend today's daily set. It tastes wonderful. How did I say too much? He slightly lowered his head and cast a sidelong glance, seemingly a bit aggrieved. It was simply too embarrassing. Huff huff. They'll take the set you mentioned, 3 portions. Guest A gasped for breath, thumping the table with a bold flair. Tisk, you are too reckless. Guest B seemed somewhat dissatisfied. There's no way we can finish all that. Lu Nan lowered his eyes meekly, saying, yes, there's no need to go to such lengths for me. Although it makes me somewhat happy, I hope you sisters won't put yourselves in a difficult position. After all, he murmured, eating should be a joyful thing and not a burden. 6 portions. If we can't finish, I'll take the leftovers. Guest B slammed her wallet onto the table, her expression that of a desperate gambler. After placing the order with Chiyue Hongya in the kitchen, she immediately hid in the corridor to catch her breath. He had misjudged. He had overestimated his own thick skin. This was still too embarrassing. Meanwhile, Chiyue Hongya was bewildered by the order, which included 9 daily sets. If he remembered correctly, weren't the 2 guests at table 13 females? Are you saying these 2 normal female guests ordered 9 daily sets? Dino the manager thought, what the hell did you bring into the shop? A god-tier host like Hozuki Ryuri. Ignoring the mentally disturbed Chiyue Hongya in the kitchen, Dino felt he was going to burst with joy. How is Lu Nan so effective? Indeed, it was the right decision to include Lu Nan's photo in the promotions. Do you know how many orders Lu Nan sold in just 3 hours? In those 3 hours, about 7 groups of guests interested in Lu Nan had come, some more, some less, and they were instantly hooked, spending lavishly, with the lowest spending guests still spending at least over 100 federal coins. Dui Miao was no ordinary cat. While Lu Nan attracted the guests, Dui Miao was responsible for delivering food, providing cat petting services with every delivery. This combo of double stars had the female guests completely enchanted. It was only in his cafe that such a dynamic was normal. If it were a bar or nightclub, they could probably start raking in money immediately. Seeing the satisfied expressions of the guests as they left, it was clear they would return. Great. Very good. Dino, overjoyed, found Lu Nan and Dui Meow ready to give them a big hug. Manager, I sell art, not my body. Dui, a Meow can sell a bit of cat charm, but I can't. Boss, I'm going to cry, Meow. Dino laughed heartily. Don't say such silly things. You two are amazing. Manager, I must give you both a big bonus. Today your salaries will both be increased by 200. Yage. Good, Meow. Before Dino could think of more compliments to give, the staff lounge door was suddenly kicked open and Shuyuehongya stormed in with a reedied kitchen knife. Am I the only one in the kitchen doing the work of 3 people while you slack off here? I'll chop you up. Shut up. I need supplies. Lu Nan, save me. Watching the noisy duo leave, Lu Nan took a sip of juice. After resting a bit, he would have to go back to work. Though he wasn't tired, he felt quite embarrassed. If someone familiar saw him, it would be a disaster. However, he truly didn't have many acquaintances. Lu Nan sighed and took Dui Meow back to work. No matter what, he couldn't turn down money. After 7 days, he would wash his hands of this and find a better path. Sister, you came. I thought you wouldn't show up. Iji, groggy, opened her eyes, feeling it was too noisy around her. She accurately fumbled for her phone beside her head and took a glance. It was after 12. Wasn't it already noon? Iji felt her head explode with a loud bang. Senior Ashi and Senior Sho had said they would never let her be late. Could they be lying to her? It was already past 12. She would definitely be late for her 1:30 interview. Where am I? Iji, a 20-year-old young man, had to ponder a very philosophical question about life. Where do I come from? Where am I going? And why am I lying in my underwear on the bustling Silver Peach pedestrian street with 2 big men beside me? At that moment, Iji could already sense that her future had suddenly dimmed. She could already imagine what tomorrow's headlines would be. Aha, Iji, see, you're not late, right? Ashi put his arm around Yeetsi's shoulder, beaming. This way you can directly take care of your own matters. How great. Sho also joined in. Is it possible that you two just ruined my life? Iji felt the world darken her life, hopeless. Well, don't think too much. This street is meant for selling clothes. It's a weekday, so there aren't many people. Sho shrugged. Plus, I already checked. Lu Nan's workplace isn't far, and if anything goes wrong, he'll cover for you, so that's why I dared to do this. One must enjoy life, but also have a backup plan. Senior Ahi gave a thumbs up. Seniors. Iji felt somewhat moved. So good luck with your interview. We'll be off now. The 2 seniors quickly disappeared, leaving a weak and helpless Iji standing there in bewilderment. Oh no, I've been tricked. I've fallen into the trap of treacherous scoundrels. You 2 left so quickly. What about me? Iji had nothing on him but his phone and a single pair of underpants, no wallet. After paying for last night's drinks, the balance on his phone was only enough to buy a single sock. Damn, I have to find a way to save myself. Wait, didn't the seniors say Lu Nan works nearby? Ask Sister Nai Naihua. Tell her you need to help Lu Nan with his business, and she surely won't refuse. Alright, got it. The Style Cafe. I have no choice but to look for Lu Nan and beg for help. Ooh, a buddy borrowing a shirt should be no problem, right? Iji dusted himself off, ignored the curious stares of passers-by, and began to search for Lu Nan's workplace. I am called Jin Siyuan Gungping. At 20, everyone says I am handsome, but they only see the surface of me. I adore the two-dimensional world. Ladies and gentlemen, I adore the two-dimensional realm. The two-dimensional world is my truest refuge, and Yuri in particular is simply exquisite. But back to the point, word went around that the themed cafe had welcomed an impressive newcomer, and I decided to see for myself. I had visited before. The service was excellent, and the characters were richly realized. Plenty of material to gush over. When that sadistic newcomer arrived, I was among the first to come, truly a prodigy, terrifying in his presence. And now there is a male staff member. How rare. This must be sampled. If he's not to my liking, I shall not hold back. Accept the judgment of Jin Siyuan Gungping. Dingling. Lu Nan looked toward the door and saw a male customer walk in. He instinctively turned away, since male customers usually sought out Senior Ri Xiong or Miss Mei Xiong. Lu Nan, go greet the customer. Senior Ri Xiong Xia Fan hissed to catch his attention. Lu Nan resisted inwardly. Serving female customers was already embarrassing enough, and now a man. This. Ad money manager Di Nual called from the kitchen as if he wielded some magical remote control. Oh, the power of cash. Brother, you're here. Lu Nan stepped forward with lowered eyes and a meek air, feigning frailty and helplessness, though in truth he was a little taller than Gungping. Would you like something to eat? Of course you need not, but if you do I will be happier, because you must be hungry. Jin Siyuan Gungping's eyes widened slightly. This boy was not bad. Such a character setting, wonderful. Though secretly pleased, Gungping kept his composure. Ahem. He'll eat. Then follow me, brother. I've reserved a very good seat for you. He always said he had reserved a seat. It was part of his persona. Alongside the abandoned sorrow, the timid tenderness, there was an innate loyalty at his core. One must learn. Learning has no end. Seated in the last row in the last seat, Jin Siyuan Gungping opened his mouth to quip, but swallowed the retort when met by Lu Nan's pleading, if you're not pleased, brother, I'll die. He sullenly ordered the daily set and watched Lu Nan walk away, letting out a sigh. A remarkable character has arrived. Our owner is fortunate indeed. Your meal, meow. Oh, Hajime is here. Let me pet it, Dingling. Welcome. Eek. Startled by Senior Ri Xiong's cry, Lu Nan turned and found Iji standing at the door in nothing but underpants, smiling at him. Yo, Lu Nan. He seemed utterly unaware of how striking his appearance was. The flustered Mei Xiong instantly snapped into combat mode. You filthy pervert. How dare you come here to beg for food? I'll throw you out. Her murderous glare and savage attack forced Yi to step back. Embarrassed, he rubbed his hands together and stammered, "I'm here to see Lu Nano, we're friends." Lu Nen sighed, held his forehead, and pulled Yi out of the shop into a narrow alley. "Why did you come like this?" Lu Nen stared in bewilderment. "Are you sane?" Yi wore a distressed expression. "Help me, Lu Nen, I didn't bring my wallet. I spent all the money on drinking last night. I can't get home." Lu Nen wanted to help, but was powerless. Wages hadn't been paid. As for the 500 from the owner, in this place the staff would not refuse lending to Yi, and they had no wish to humiliate him. "Sai, I really can't help. I'm not off duty. I have no pay today." Lu Nen feigned distress. "I can't lend you my clothes either. Ooh, I only have that set. But I can try to ask the boss for an apron if that would do." Yi leapt with joy. Yes. Thank you, Lu Nen, you're such a good person." Lu Nen turned naturally. "No need to thank me. Oh, we're pals, right?" No one noticed the near-twisted smile hidden on his face. He thought to himself, "Heh, Yi, this apron will suit you well." Not a peep as he put it on. Lu Nen went back inside. Before long, Dai Miao came out carrying an apron and patted over to Yi. "Here, the boss told me to give this to you, Miao." Grateful, Yi accepted and slipped the apron on. The door opened with a bang. Yi, wearing an apron at least one size too small, flushed crimson. "Lu Nen, what the hell is this thing?" Lu Nen meekly bowed his head on the table and said, "Sorry, Yi. This is all I had. I thought you might like it." His voice trembled with a hint of choke and grievance. Yi felt as if a laser had appeared on his forehead, as if targeted by a high-precision rifle. He swallowed hard. 99% of the female customers stared at him like vengeful widows, as if they wished to tear him limb from limb. Yi pasted on an ingratiating smile. Can we make peace? Brother, could we share a table? There are no free seats." Having finished teasing Yi, Lu Nen was in high spirits and decided to give him a break. He planned to treat Yi to a meal and then send him on his way. But the cafe had no spare seats and the crowd was almost entirely female. Yi, in that skimpy apron, was hardly fit to share a table with the women, so Lu Nen led him to the table of a blonde male customer. Fine. Jin Siyuan Gung Ping did not look up, staring at his phone as he ate. He was nearly finished. This visit had satisfied his curiosity. Sharing a table was nothing to him. Wait. Gung Ping's eye twitched. If he hadn't imagined it had a pervert in blue underpants and an apron just sat down beside him. Gung Ping looked up in bewilderment and met Yi's big, earnest face. "You, what are you staring at?" Yi asked in a Slavic-tinged accent. Jin Siyuan Gung Ping did not know why, but seeing the apron-clad pervert sitting next to him made him feel irritated, as if they were sworn enemies. His good mood was completely ruined. After finishing his last bite of food, Gung Ping sighed and got up to settle the bill. Bei Yuan, Yi let out a displeased huff, feeling inexplicably eager to engage in a fight with the yellow-haired guy. In short, he absolutely did not want to get involved with this guy. The clumsy cat waddled over with a plate, and many customers along the way were taking pictures of it with their phones. "Here is your meal, Meow." "Oh, thank you, clumsy cat." Yi happily patted the little cat's head, watching it waddle into the kitchen. "Oh, the food here actually tastes pretty good." Yi cheered with delight. Watching Lu Nen work hard, a smile slowly crept onto his lips. The mischievous Bei Yuan, Yi slowly raised his even more mischievous phone. Grand Blue Core Shard Love Family, Bei Yuan Wine Immortal, send video, send photo, Bei Yuan Wine Immortal, send location, want to come take a look? It's quite exciting. Qianqian's Sha, is this really a proper establishment? Bei Yuan Wine Immortal seems pretty proper, right? After all, I seem to be the one dressed the least among everyone here. Qianqian's Sha, what on earth are you doing? Nine Eyes Hua, this seems a bit shameful. Uncle Chuan, I'm going to check it out. Is anyone joining me? Qianqian's Sha 1 Nine Eyes Hua. 1. Yi took a satisfied sip of tea, secretly glancing at Lu Nen, and drank even happier. Wait until the support arrives, or I wonder how you Lu Nen will handle it, hee. A hand suddenly rested on Yi's shoulder. Confused, he looked up to see the smiling Lu Nen, who seemed to be enjoying the meal he had just sabotaged. Yi, did you forget that Nai Nai Hua also added me to the group last night? Lu Nen smiled, but there was a clear glint of murder in his eyes. Yi's forehead began to sweat. Actually, I can explain. Come to the staff lounge to explain it to me. Ow. Qian Sha and Nai Nai Hua were both nervous for the first time in such a place. The two of them chose to follow Uncle Gu Shou Chuan, not only for the humor of their acquaintance's embarrassment, but also out of curiosity, having never been here before. As for Uncle Gu Shou Chuan, he was slightly worried about Lu Nen, fearing that he might choose to take the job to avoid losing face. In short, the Gu Shou family came to show their support. Dingling, welcome. A familiar voice greeted them. Qian Sha looked in shock at the figure in front of her. Bei Yuan Yi stood there in a maid outfit, his face ashen, just as he had said the welcome phrase. The maid outfit inexplicably felt a bit small, tightly constricting, resulting in a rather shocking visual effect. Qian Sha's eye twitched fiercely as the prayer bracelet she bought 2 days ago shattered on the spot, falling to the ground. What you? The language system lost control, and Qian Sha fell into a state of confusion. Nai Nai Hua patted Yi's shoulder with a complex expression. After a moment of silence, she said, let's not let this hobby out in public anymore, it doesn't reflect well. Bei Yuan Yi covered his face and ran back to the staff lounge. Lu Nen seamlessly followed, bending down and lowering his eyes, saying in one breath, you guys are here. I'm doing great here, don't worry about me. Nai Nai Hua looked at the fluffy head in front of her and couldn't help but want to reach out and give it a pat. Uncle Gu Shou Chuan was the first to speak. Not bad, kid Lu Nen. I saw the promotion at the door. It's quite impressive to achieve that in just half a day. Lunan, unable to resist the praise, replied directly, well, that's true. Nai Hua glanced at Qiansha, who was still in a daze, looked around, and stealthily pulled her into an embrace, giggling. Lunan led the Gu Shou family to find seats. Now that it was near closing time, there weren't many customers left, otherwise he wouldn't have allowed Yi to handle such a big task. It wouldn't be good if it affected the store's business. Manager Dino was quite nice to him, and the clumsy cat. By the way, the maid outfit wasn't from the store. Lunan had asked the clumsy cat to go to another store to buy it specifically in a smaller size. He even spent a hefty sum of 150 coins for it. While Lunan might not be willing to lend money to Yi, he was definitely willing to spend money to dress up Yi. At that moment, Yi, having borrowed clothes from the kind manager Dino, walked out of the staff lounge with a pained expression, having almost been beaten up by that green-haired employee for being a pervert. Damn Lunan. Yi sat down next to Lunan and nudged him. Lunan retaliated by elbowing back. Watching the sudden exchange of nudges between Lunan and Yi, Nai Hua smiled with satisfaction. You two have such a great relationship. It's wonderful. Yi made such a good friend right after arriving here. Yi gritted his teeth and smiled. Yeah, a really good friend indeed, you scum of a fake person. Dog barking. Have you forgotten how you begged me just now? The sun was setting. The cafe style was peaceful. Manager Dino was reminiscing with Uncle Gu Shou Chuan, looking quite cheerful. Lunan and Yi were nudging each other. The little clumsy cat was munching on the snacks Nai Hua had brought. Nai Hua was eagerly sniffing the little fragrance from Qiansha. Hinata and Mei Xiong pretended to wipe the tables and chairs while eavesdropping on the conversation between Manager Dino and Uncle Gu Shou Chuan. Meanwhile, Akazuki Kureha was battling with 6 unwashed pots in the kitchen, looking quite happy. Everyone had a bright future. Lunan, come here for a moment. Uncle Gu Shou Chuan called with a smile. Lunan immediately abandoned Yi and joined the small circle of Uncle Gu Shou Chuan and Manager Dino. Uncle Gu Shou Chuan laughed. Lunan, you did great. Dino praised you highly. Tonight, when we return to Grand Blue, we'll treat you to dinner. You've really brought me face. Manager Dino also handed an envelope to Lunan and the clumsy cat. This is today's salary. It's 600 coins each. You did an amazing job today, and I'm counting on you for tomorrow too. Lunan looked at the plump envelope in his hand and couldn't help but smile. Leave it to me. It will be no problem. Leave it to the cat. It will definitely mess it up. Well, it's almost time to close. See you tomorrow. See you tomorrow. Manager Seniors. After bidding farewell to everyone at Style Cafe, Lunan got onto the Gu Shou family's large van. Uncle Gu Shou Chuan put on his sunglasses. Let's go. Time to head home. Call Ashur and Asho. Uncle will treat you to barbecue tonight. Yi, who had just returned from the restroom, and Dino, who was pulling down the roller door, met in silence. Gone. Yes. On the night road, Yi was running frantically. I haven't gotten on the car yet. Iori successfully caught the bus at the next intersection as Uncle Gushichuan keenly noticed someone was missing. Sitting on the bus, Iori felt a sense of despair. What had he done all day? This morning he wandered around the bustling pedestrian street, wearing only his shorts. In the afternoon, he was mercilessly teased by Lunan, forced to wear a maid outfit, and almost left behind on the street. Iori closed his eyes in anguish, feeling that his dream life was slipping further away. What exactly went wrong? What? Uncle Gushichuan is treating us to barbecue tonight. Oh ho ho ho. I'm alive again. Lunan looked at Iori, who was alternately pale and suddenly excited, and couldn't help but scratch his head. Did I go a bit too far? Look at what I've done to Iori. Forget it, I won't worry about it for now. Lunan looked at the bulging envelope in his hand, salivating. He had earned 1,200 federal coins today. At this rate, paying for tuition wouldn't be a problem at all, and he would even have enough to buy plenty of nice things for the lazy cat. Boss. So much money, meow. The lazy cat excitedly hugged a large stack of federal coins after tearing open the envelope. Lunan grinned widely, rubbing the lazy cat's little head. Then lazy cat should keep it safe, don't lose it, so you can buy whatever you want yourself later. Lunan also opened the envelope, excitedly stroking his hard-earned rewards, counting the bills one by one, satisfaction written all over his face. But as he counted, he suddenly realized there was one less union coin. Lunan was taken aback, then remembered something, turning red. Damn you and your club, doing nothing all day, but eyeing the few coins in my hand. Are you the Queen of Lilies for being so good at this? I really want to curse you. Speaking of the club, Lunan suddenly remembered he had something he hadn't dealt with yet, which was the Ilu Cat assistant contract awarded by the club after helping boss Jinzi drive away the evil spirit on the bus. This contract was to sign with the Ilu Cat, becoming lifelong companions. What a marriage agreement. Who knows, don't talk nonsense, a person shouldn't at least. There's really nothing much to say about handling this thing. He would definitely give it directly to the lazy cat. Good partner. After receiving it, the lazy cat simply pressed its little paw print on it without even looking, and although it was a round blob, it still took effect successfully. For Lunan, this reward was quite nice. Next time he encountered a situation similar to that on the bus, he could ask the lazy cat for help. Considering that this reward was decent, he decided to forgive the club. At this moment, the van was very noisy because Chiasa was strongly demanding that Iori compensate her for her bracelet. Iori believed this shouldn't be his fault. If anyone should compensate, it should be Lunan. The two got into a heated argument over this. Uncle Gushichuan was cheerfully driving in the direction of Grand Blue. Lunan couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Home. When would he and the lazy cat ever have a home? Boss? The lazy cat asked, turning its head in confusion. Lunan was smiling, gently stroking the lazy cat's head. No need to rush, it will come eventually. Cheers. At the entrance of Grand Blue, a barbecue grill was set up, and Uncle Gashichuan was busy in front of it wearing his pink cat apron. Today was not only to celebrate Lunan's smooth start at work, but also to welcome Iori to a small banquet. To Lunan's first job success. Senior Ase shouted loudly as if he was even happier than Lunan. To Lazy Cat's first job success. Senior Ashi also raised his glass. After all, the Lazy Cat was his junior. And to Iori's arrival, cheers. Did the seniors just want a drink? Lunan said with a smile. Caught red-handed, but it's already so crazy over there it's hard not to be tempted. Dun 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 dun. Meow meow dun dun meow meow dun dun. It was Iori and the Lazy Cat. Perhaps Lunan's earlier remark, maybe you can't even outdrink the Lazy Cat, had broken Iori's defenses, and they couldn't wait to compete as soon as they started eating barbecue. Very spirited. Let's get started too, Ashi. Yoshi. Ase. The two seniors slapped their hands together and challenged Lunan. Seniors really are persistent. Then ill oblige. Lunan naturally did not back down. Goodness, what's wrong with these boys? Chiasa sipped slowly, completely puzzled as to why they were drinking so recklessly. It's too crazy. Well, after all, it's about being happy. Happiness is the most important thing. Nanawa put down the barbecue and shouted with a smile, the barbecue is here. Don't drink too much, be careful not to eat enough. Paha. Senior Ase wiped his mouth, looking at Lunan, whose expression seemed unchanged as if he was drinking water, and twisted his face. Damn guy, how can you be so strong? Lunan smiled mischievously, gave a thumbs up, and then slowly brought it down. Wait for me to have a bite of barbecue. Senior Ase grabbed a handful of fatty meat, and went all in. After chewing and filling his stomach, he raised his glass. Another round. Iori leaned on the table. I'm sorry. I couldn't let Lazy Cat enjoy drinking to the fullest. The Lazy Cat put down its wine cup, squinted its eyes, and let out a meow. Iori, weak meow. Lunan handed a skewer of gluten to the Lazy Cat. Alright, don't just drink, eat something too. Seeing this duo so strong, the dazed Iori had already collapsed, and Ashi and Ase exchanged solemn glances. It seemed like another fierce battle was about to begin. However, Ase's phone lit up slightly, and he curled his lips. Fortunately, our reinforcements are arriving soon. Ashi understood Ase's meaning and raised his glass again. Their goal before the reinforcements arrived was to reduce Lunan's strength as much as possible. Tonight's aim was to get Lunan to drink until he was left with only his shorts. Uncle Gashichuan looked at the younger generation having fun and couldn't help but feel happy. Grand Blue hadn't been this lively in a long time. It was wonderful. Uncle, stop grilling. There's plenty already, come eat too. Lunan called back. Oh, Ase and Ase still can't satisfy your thirst for challenge. Uncle Gashichuan rubbed his shoulders. Then I'll join the battle after a long time. Ase and Ase were already red-faced from drinking, currently eating barbecue to suppress the alcohol. Lunan sneered, weak, really weak. Why didn't you invite me to join the fun? Suddenly a woman's voice rang out from not far away, rich and lingering like fine red wine, making one feel irresistibly enchanted. Ashi looked up. Oh, you're here. Senior Ase smiled, the true wine master. Lunan was momentarily stunned by the words of the two, saying, wait, I haven't even claimed to be the wine immortal, yet how did you two bring me here? Did you drink too much? Before Lunan could say anything, a faint fragrance suddenly approached, sweeping away the other scents, as if declaring its dominance. In an instant, Lunan's mind was filled with the delicate aroma of lavender. He turned in confusion, meeting a pair of light purple eyes. Lunan couldn't decipher the emotions within them, but the light allowed him to see himself clearly. The newcomer wore a simple off-shoulder knitted top, paired with light blue tight shorts. Her figure was stunning, and her exposed thighs swayed in the air, making one dizzy. It raised genuine concern as to whether the knitted top could withstand the pressure it was not meant to bear. Hinokawa Azumi looked stunning. Her purple hair and light purple eyes made her appear like a fairy that had stepped out of a field of lavender, but for some reason her bold and smooth demeanor rendered her completely unrelated to the concept of a fairy. She was a contradictory and extraordinary woman. Finally arrived. Aisho exclaimed dramatically, if you hadn't come we would have had to surrender first. Sorry, I've been a bit busy these past few days, the newcomer replied with a smile, her eyes crescent-shaped. Without hesitation, she sat directly next to Lunan, tilting her head to look at him. I've heard about the monster that came to Grand Blue. Seeing it today seems to confirm the rumors. My name is Hinokawa Azumi, a third-year student at Blue Ocean Women's University, and also a member of PKB. You can call me Senior Sister Azumi. PKB is the name of our diving club, Aisher the senior added for clarification. Lunan was taken aback, wiped his hands, and shook hands with the mysterious wine immortal Hinokawa Azumi. Wait, one can actually join clubs across schools. That's pretty impressive. After all, Sister Azumi is quite an amazing person, and she's really interested in diving. Why shouldn't she join? Aisho shrugged. There's absolutely no reason to refuse. Lunan slapped his forehead. I almost forgot to introduce myself. I'm Lunan, and if all goes well in 7 days, I'll be a first-year student at Iching University. This is Dai Miao, my family and super partner. Meow. Hinokawa Azumi chuckled lightly. I know I've heard 2 people continuously whispering in my ear about a monster that has single-handedly turned the entire diving club upside down. Quite impressive. She patted Dai Miao's head. And you cute little thing, Lunan waved his hand. Too kind, it's just the seniors taking care of me. Hinokawa Azumi shook her head. I'm not here to be modest or push you away. She looked up, her eyes revealing an unabashed fighting spirit and aggression. Lunan grew more interested. Oh, are you also a challenger? Hinokawa Azumi smiled slightly, raising her glass. No, you are the challenger. With that, she tilted her head back and downed an entire glass of liquor. Lunan couldn't help but believe a bit more in the origin of the title Wine Immortal as he watched her throat bobbing. Not to mention her attitude was truly commendable. After finishing one glass, Hinokawa Azumi wiped her lips, the liquor glistening on her lips, making her look even more radiant. She showed Lunan the bottom of her glass, then smiled brightly at him, seemingly waiting for his reaction. Lunan, unafraid, picked up his own glass and downed it in one go. Aisha and Aisho exchanged glances and began to laugh. That's how you should drink. The only goal for tonight was to make Lunan's pants feel a bit of fresh air. No matter what they had to make him embarrassed, this was a matter of pride for the seniors. As expected of the little monster, Hinokawa Azumi smiled brightly. I'm starting to really like you now. Lunan shook his glass and displayed the bottom of it. Interference tactic. Such a low-level method. Hinokawa Azumi was momentarily taken aback, then suddenly burst into a relieved laugh. Hey, who dares to interrupt? Daimyo is here. Daimyo jumped in, ready to join the battlefield and rescue Lunan. But his intentions were thwarted as a certain defeated corpse successfully revived and blocked his way. Daimyo, if you want to get through, you'll have to defeat me. Iori revealed an ugly grin. Don't blame me for being despicable. This is all tactical strategy. After all, he had successfully faked his death to escape avoiding a direct confrontation with Daimyo, and then re-entered the fray to block Daimyo when Lunan was surrounded. This move was indeed extremely despicable. Oh whoa, tun 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 tun. Meow 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 meow. Tun 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 tun. Chiasa stared blankly at everything, hesitantly picking up her phone to check herself. Am I drunk? Or is this world the one that's drunk? Nanawa said, as long as you're happy, that's all that matters. After several rounds of fierce fighting, Daimyo and Iori both fell completely down. Aisha and Aisho also finally succumbed, collapsing onto the table with thunderous cries. Lunan felt a long-lost sensation of drunkenness, like gentle hands teasing the strings in his mind. Hinokawa Azumi, sitting across from him, also had a flushed face from drinking, but the smile on her face grew more pronounced. After a few more glasses, Lunan felt increasingly hot, the alcohol beginning to battle with his rationality. Lunan suddenly took off his short-sleeved shirt as a slightly cool evening breeze brushed against his upper body, the thin chill helping him regain some of his clarity. He couldn't tell if it was his illusion, but it seemed like Senior Sister Azumi's face had grown even redder. Is this your interference tactic? Senior Sister Azumi inquired, but she clearly had no intention of letting him answer. Seems to be a bit successful, so I can't let you gain the upper hand. Suddenly the black knitted top flew up and covered Lunan's head. He was momentarily stunned, his first reaction being how fragrant it was, and his second reaction was wondering who turned off the lights. Only then did he realize, as he pulled the knitted top down, that Senior Sister Azumi was only in her innerwear, crossing her legs, holding her glass, and happily drinking while looking at him with a charming smile. Lunan felt that the moon tonight was indeed very bright, and the moonlight was truly white. Continue. Senior Sister Azumi shook her glass. Of course. Lunan had no reason to refuse, even though he had to work the next day, but he was confident that given a little more time, he could drink this female devil under the table and then take Daimyo to sleep beautifully. The next day, he wouldn't have a hangover, going to work in perfect condition. It wouldn't be long, just needed. Before Lunan's awareness could snap, he was already thinking that just a little more time would allow him to. Looking at the Lunan collapsed on the table, Hinokawa Azumi tidied her hair. I also seem to be a bit drunk, truly impressive. Prodding Lunan's cheek with her finger, Hinokawa Azumi laughed happily. As expected of the little monster, quite strong indeed. Poke poke poke, Bengongzi inexplicably felt it was quite relieving. Lunan is fun. Although today she didn't win by strength, it can still be considered a victory for her, right? Unfortunately, everyone else except her had fallen, and the original goal could not be accomplished, such as letting Lunan's underwear air out. After all, as a girl, she couldn't just directly rip it off. Bengongzi smiled and began to explore. Why not? Am I Bengongzi someone easy to deal with? If I don't rip it off, wouldn't it be a wasted drink today? Rip. It's Lun and I'm going to rip off. And take some harsh photos afterward. Let me see. Click. The shop door was pushed open and Qiansha peeked her head out, looking around. Is it over? What are you all? Qiansha froze in place, and Bengongzi was even more stunned. Tu just came to check because it was quiet outside. No, I didn't see anything, Senior Sister Z. You continue. Qiansha's face turned red from her neck to her earlobes, and she quickly shrank back into the shop. Bengongzi suddenly felt a bit of a rush. Otherwise, why would her face feel so hot? Forget it today, Senior Sister Z is happy, and as a mature person, I will let it go this time. Bengongzi put on her knitted sweater, stood up unsteadily, and went inside to wake someone up, because there were a few big men lying outside, and she couldn't move them herself. Lunan had a very terrifying dream. In the dream, he and the stupid cat were so poor that they went out to sea to fish and then encountered a gigantic purple octopus that dragged both him and the stupid cat to the bottom of the sea. He felt himself tightly entangled, unable to break free no matter how hard he struggled, almost drowning in the sea. Lunan woke up from the dream with a violent jolt, and after a moment of daze, silently removed the stupid cat that was clinging to his face. I was wondering why it was so dark outside. I thought Senior Sister Z had covered my head again. Lu Nan stared blankly at the ceiling, thinking that senior sister Z was really something. She could drink so much, no wonder she was a true wine immortal, devouring the essence of life. But there's a problem. Lu Nan turned his head and saw a delicate pretty face very close to him, looking completely confused. How the hell did senior sister Z end up here? Indeed, the dream wasn't wrong. He was indeed tightly ensnared by the purple octopus. Oh my. Lu Nan blinked, pondering how to escape without waking senior sister Z, since he still had to go to work later. After thinking for a while, Lu Nan honestly admitted he was out of ideas and prepared to make a sudden jump and run away. As long as he ran fast enough, there would be no problem. But as expected, there was still an unexpected turn of events. Just as Lu Nan was about to sit up, he was hugged even tighter. He turned his head blankly to meet a pair of light purple eyes filled with laughter. What's wrong? Sneaking away? Not wanting to take responsibility? Senior sister Z's voice carried a hoarse tone from excessive drinking. From Lu Nan's perspective, cold sweat immediately broke out. Oh crap, sister, don't say that. I can guarantee I absolutely did nothing last night. He didn't dare to respond to that, as he was very sensitive about topics of responsibility, which reminded him of a certain silly but extremely stubborn character. Bin Gongzi smiled even more happily. This little guy is quite clever, he didn't fool her. Good morning, where are you going? Lu Nan was a bit confused by the topic that crossed so many boundaries, but he still answered honestly. Good morning, I'm about to head out to work. Bin Gongzi suddenly leaned in closer and tousled Lu Nan's hair into a mess. Great, you're so hard-working, truly a good man. Then you go ahead, I'll sleep some more. Lu Nan sat there in confusion, feeling the effects of alcohol. How did he end up in this state? Is this still in the country? Forget it, off to work. Loudly, oh, the stupid cat is still sleeping. How can you sleep at this age? Get up. After hurriedly finishing breakfast and thanking Sister Niniwa, Lu Nan and the stupid cat boarded the bus to start their work journey today. Today the bus ride was exceptionally peaceful. He didn't encounter Sigu Jinzi. Lu Nan felt a bit regretful, as he usually earned quite a bit from encountering her, but it seemed he didn't have that luck today. Although he got up a bit late today, fortunately when he arrived at Style, it wasn't time to start working yet. After greeting manager Dino, Lu Nan changed into his work attire, preparing to begin today's tasks. As Lu Nan left the changing room, he saw a little elementary school student squatting in the aisle, teasing the stupid cat. Huh. Lu Nan paused for a moment, squatting down. Little sister, how did you get in? It's not time to open the shop yet. The chestnut-haired little girl glanced at him, but didn't reply. Lu Nan couldn't help but nod to himself. Good, she knew not to casually respond to strangers, very good. Just then manager Dino came over, he should mention this to him. Manager Dino. Oh, Miss Madong, you're here. Have you finished your family matters? Manager Dino greeted with a smile. Lu Nan was frozen in place. The chestnut-haired little girl stood up. Yes, I'm done now. Then she looked up at the bewildered Lu Nan. My name is Xingchuan Madong, responsible for the Hall Little Sister attribute. By the way, I'm already 20 years old, a second-year student at Blue Ocean Women's University. Xingchuan Madong. Lu Nan awkwardly smiled. Ahaha, hello senior Xingchuan. I'm Lu Nan, responsible for the Hall Stray Dog attribute. Woof woof. Oh crap, this is so awkward. Oh, what should he do if he mistook his senior for an elementary school student at work? Waiting online, pretty urgent. I hope I won't be wearing some internal shoes from the system later. Xingchuan Madong had already entered the staff lounge, and manager Dino patted Lu Nan on the shoulder. Don't worry, Miss Madong won't mind too much. Sighing, Lu Nan glanced at the little stupid cat trying hard to tie a bow tie for itself, and helplessly said, Manager Dino, you could also participate in the Pokemon Master Tournament. Here, I don't know where you collected so many Pokemon. Huh. Onaikan, welcome back. Lu Nan looked at Xingchuan Madong, who had entered work mode, feeling that the world really was full of heroes, and there were indeed people better than him. This Madong's skills were definitely not lower than his own. Her work state and daily state were like two different people. Impressive. You old pig dog. Hey, who's that Wusong? Oh, Miss Meixiang, that's fine. Most of the customers coming in now are male, and he was still quite relaxed, but the stupid cat was very busy running around with a tray and a little bow tie. Delivering dinner inevitably meant being petted and selling some cat charm. The stupid cat was MVP. Lu Nan was just lying down and winning dog. However, Lu Nan was waiting for someone. After the Gu Shuchuan family came yesterday, he felt it was time to tell his friends. So he sent a message to Jima Lin, letting her know that she could come by when she had time, and he would give her a staff internal discount. He didn't know if she would come. So you want to ask me if Jima Lin will come? My brother can only tell you yes, she will come, and she is already on her way, pushing her little electric scooter to the limit just to gain a bit more speed. After all these years, what has Jima Lin not seen? But she has truly never seen someone like Lu Nan working as a barista while selling a persona in the coffee shop. Accelerate, accelerate, and accelerate again. Today I, your sister Lin, must indulge myself. Don't ask. The answer is simply that I have too much money and want to go out and spend it, absolutely not just to see Lu Nan's work attire and the persona of a stray dog. Come on, who is she? Jima Lin, Lu Nan's most beloved mother. How long has she been able to see someone in the persona of a stray dog on Lu Nan? When she first met Lu Nan, it was indeed drizzling. She felt someone peeking outside the tent. In the wilderness, she instinctively thought it might be some lawless person, so she grabbed her self-defense spray and charged out with her fully charged light stick. And then she saw Lu Nan huddled under the light rain holding a dazed cat. He looked disheveled with dirty clothes and wet hair, appearing utterly disheveled. But what surprised Jima Lin was that he showed no signs of unhappiness, only a shy smile, as he said, hello, can I shelter from the rain here? His eyes sparkled as if marveling at his own good luck, even though he looked so miserable and cold. Yet his expression bore a sense of, wow, I can meet someone here, I'm really lucky. The pure joy struck at Ji Ma Lin's heart, and she took in this wretched fellow offering him a place to rest and some food. It seemed like even a bit of simple good fortune could make him very happy. This was too easy to satisfy. Ji Ma Lin couldn't help but think. From then on, Ji Ma Lin gained a new friend, one who was always happy and loved life. Now that Lu Nan had found a job, she had to go check it out. Oh, here it is. Ji Ma Lin stopped her little electric scooter. The shop was not large, but it looked exquisite, exuding a comfortable feeling. Ji Ma Lin nodded in satisfaction. Suddenly, she felt a sense of relief. Surely he doesn't really consider me as his mother, right? That would be too absurd. Ji Ma Lin couldn't help but chuckle at her own thoughts. It was time to go in and take a look. Ding ding, as soon as she stepped into the shop, she spotted Lu Nan, who was secretly fiddling with the bow behind the dazed cat. Lu Nan noticed her too and ran over with a surprised smile. You're here? Ji Ma Lin smiled back. Since you invited me, I had to come and see. Let's sit here. Lu Nan led her to a chair and handed her the menu. What would you like to eat? He glanced around, then leaned over, pointing at the menu and whispering, this one, and this one, they're delicious. And the ingredients just arrived today, freshly prepared. Ji Ma Lin nearly laughed out loud. All right, let's go with your recommendations. Lu Nan patted his chest and gave an okay sign, but just as he turned to leave, Ji Ma Lin called out to him. Her expression, usually calm, suddenly took on a mischievous look. Wait a minute, isn't there some service you forgot to provide for me? With a teasing smile, Ji Ma Lin said, could it be that because we know each other you gave me the short end of the stick? Lu Nan felt a bit embarrassed. He could maintain the shop's persona in front of strangers, but it was more challenging to do so in front of someone familiar. But since Ji Ma Lin had said that, he felt he couldn't refuse. So Lu Nan straightened his neck and decided to take action immediately. He walked over to Ji Ma Lin, leaned down with a humble and pitiful expression. No, it's just that you came, and I was so excited that I forgot. Ji Ma Lin's heart skipped a beat, and looking at Lu Nan in front of her, she suddenly realized something. It seemed she had somewhat underestimated this guy's charm when he acted cute. Lu Nan blinked. Why aren't you speaking? Have you not forgiven me yet? He squatted down, leaning against the table, and Ji Ma Lin could only see his head. Ji Ma Lin, you should say something. If you keep silent, does that mean you don't want to talk to me anymore? Ji Ma Lin stared blankly at Lu Nan and suddenly felt the urge to ruffle his hair. She initially thought Lu Nan might not be suited for this job, but surprisingly, he seemed to be handling it quite well. No, I forgive you. You can get back to work now. Ji Ma Lin averted her gaze, feeling a bit dry in her mouth, and please add a glass of juice for me. Lu Nan stood up with a smug smile. Okay, I'll personally bring it to you later. Oh, Ji Ma Lin humphed. Lu Nan couldn't help but feel proud. He had practiced all day yesterday, and his skills were improving again. At this rate, becoming the top salesperson would be within reach. It's all about the skills, or just learn it. After finishing the order for Chiu Yuhong, Lu Nan rubbed his neck. Why did it feel a bit itchy? Was it just his imagination? Meanwhile, behind him, Ji Ma Lin was staring at Lu Nan's neck, deep in thought, feeling that something was missing, like a perfectly sized, high-quality pink collar. Maybe adding a chain would be even better. Ji Ma Lin secretly mused, and just thinking about Lu Nan in that scenario inexplicably excited her. As mealtime approached, more and more customers were arriving, and Lu Nan gradually found it hard to slack off, becoming swamped with work. Seeing him getting busy, Ji Ma Lin settled her bill and left, but she felt like his gaze on her before she left was somewhat unusual. Moreover, he discovered something serious. The customers he dealt with were far more challenging than those of his predecessors. After all, the customers his predecessors faced mostly just needed someone to chat with. The customers didn't just talk. If they got too close, they would receive murderous glares from the kitchen. The store manager and Chiu Yuhong Yi were both quite tall, and their presence in the kitchen with knives was indeed intimidating. But his customers were different, with some making crude jokes that he couldn't handle, while others would sneakily touch him when he turned, and even one who accidentally spilled a drink on him and wanted him to help dry it off. Now Lu Nan wished he could wear a sign around his neck saying performing arts, not selling himself. And what about the dazed cat? It was even worse for him. Like an angel wandering through hell, he couldn't help but be dragged away by a table of female customers who were like spider spirits surrounding Tang Sung. Thank you for your hard work. In the staff lounge, manager Dino handed a cup of warm water to Lu Nan, who was slumped over the table, seemingly unable to rise. Where's Dai Miao? Manager Dino looked around, reasoning that Dai Miao would surely not be too far from Lu Nan. Lu Nan turned his head weakly and pointed towards the door, saying, Dai Miao has thrown himself into the encirclement of those female devils to cover my retreat. Whoa. Lu Nan covered his face and cried. Manager Dino scratched his cheek, feeling a bit embarrassed, and said, I'm sorry, I didn't expect business to be so booming lately. Lu Nan, buried on the table and unable to move, muttered, It's okay, manager. This is a good thing, no need to apologize. Perhaps it's because school is about to start, so everyone is rushing out to have fun. Manager Dino looked at the haggard-faced Lu Nan and felt even more guilty. He decided to make a bold decision. Lu Nan, how about this? You should go eat outside later. Huh? Lu Nan looked up in surprise. Haven't you had lunch yet? Just find a table outside and eat. Consider it as your break time for me. You don't have to finish eating in the staff lounge before going back. You can rest a little longer. Lu Nan was moved to tears. I apologize for just now wanting to hang you from the street lamp, Manager Dino. I'm so sorry, Wowo. You should apologize. Remember to bring Dai Miao along. If this continues, the cafe will turn into a cat cafe. Lu Nan, with great effort, finally managed to rescue Dai Miao, who had lipstick marks on his face. At this moment Dai Miao was in Lu Nan's arms looking dazed. Boss, it seems some hooligan touched my butt. Lu Nan replied nonchalantly, it's okay Dai Miao. The boss got touched too. Boss, you're going to turn into a squawking bird like that. Hiss. Shut up. I'll scratch your behind. Lu Nan and Dai Miao found a less conspicuous spot to sit down and casually started to slack off. Especially when they saw the envious looks from their seniors, they felt even more satisfied with their leisurely time. Lu Nan waved his hand proudly, and Hinata Chiho reluctantly walked over. Customer, is there something you need? Did they even emphasize the word customer now? Hajifin, you rascal. Ahem, nothing much, just placing an order. By the way, do you have any recommendations? Lu Nan asked teasingly. Hinata Chiho rolled his eyes at him. What recommendations? Didn't I teach you that yesterday, ungrateful man? Lu Nan couldn't hold back his laughter and casually ordered 2 sets, letting Hinata off the hook. He was just showing off, not actually intending to offend anyone. Perhaps Hinata had learned to be smart, as the one delivering the meal was now Senior Mei Xiang. Lu Nan shrank his neck, no longer daring to show off. After all, this person had a habit of looking at people with disdain when they disagreed. Lu Nan certainly did not share Manager Dino's peculiar quirk. Soon the meals arrived, and Lu Nan and Dai Miao enjoyed their food happily. All in all, this could be considered as a treat from Manager Dino. After filling their stomachs, Lu Nan and Dai Miao unanimously decided to take a stroll to digest. Well, to be honest, they just wanted to slack off and take it easy, which is a natural desire. Manager Dino had no objections, just reminding Lu Nan to wear the staff uniform when going out. Waving goodbye to Lu Nan, who was heading out for a stroll, Manager Dino could no longer suppress the smile on his face. How many customers could this little walk bring in? He couldn't even dare to imagine. Here, Dai Miao, try this. Lu Nan handed over a cotton candy almost as big as Dai Miao's head, saying it's delicious. Little Dai Miao's eyes lit up as he received it. Thank you, boss. Lu Nan affectionately patted Dai Miao's little head, saying be careful not to get it on your face. Lu Nan looked around, feeling something was odd. It seemed everyone was looking at him. What was so special about him? He felt puzzled, but thought it didn't matter. Let them look, it wouldn't cost him anything. The walking street was quite large. After wandering around a few times, Lu Nan began to lose interest. After all, he didn't have much money in hand, and just looking without buying was meaningless. He might as well go back to work. After buying 2 ice cream cones and giving one to Dai Miao, Lu Nan finally prepared to head back. Straight. Turn. Straight. Turn. Hey. While looking down at his navigation, Lu Nan was startled. He almost collided with a girl coming from the opposite direction while turning. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and turned to dodge. However, Dai Miao behind him did not react in time and bumped into her. Lu Nan was startled and hurriedly pulled Dai Miao back to check for injuries. He was fine, but the ice cream cone in his hand was likely doomed. Lu Nan turned his head to find that the other half of the ice cream cone had completely dripped onto the girl's leg. Seeing this, Lu Nan hurriedly asked Dai Miao to take out a pack of tissues from his small pocket. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Lu Nan stood up, wanting to apologize to the girl. What left Lu Nan dumbfounded was that the beautiful blue-haired girl was actually crying in front of him. Lu Nan was shocked. Come on, it was just a little ice cream on her leg. Was that really necessary? Can I pay you for the ice cream? Please don't cry. Lu Nan understood that Manager Dino wanted him to wear the staff uniform to stroll around for a reason, but now it was obvious that things had gone awry. This was going to backfire. Watching the increasingly curious gazes around him, cold sweat began to bead on Lu Nan's forehead. If this were captured and posted on social media, Lu Nan's pupils trembled violently. Shock. A man in broad daylight, actually. A girl in tears. Is this a lack of humanity or a moral decline? Once such headlines were pressed down, Lu Nan could directly pack his things and leave. Not just him, even Manager Dino would not be able to keep the cafe open. He figured he would have to pack up and return to his hometown in Rome. In a rush, Lu Nan began to observe what was wrong with the girl in front of him, why she was suddenly crying so hard. First, he needed to find a way to grab her attention. Lu Nan quickly noticed the charm on the backpack of the girl in front of him, which had her name written on it, Hachina Ami. Hachina-san, what's wrong? Lu Nan asked cautiously. Hachina paused her crying, wiped her tears, and asked in confusion, who are you? Do you know me? Seeing that the girl was willing to continue the conversation, Lu Nan let out a sigh of relief. As long as they could communicate, that was the best. I'm Lu Nan and I don't know you. Lu Nan pointed at the small pendant on the backpack that Hachinomi was carrying, indicating that he had seen it here. Then he casually handed over a tissue, saying, no matter what happened, Hachinomi, there's no need to be so sad. Lu Nan pointed at the ice cream on Hachinomi's lap, saying, I'm sorry, my cat is a bit slow to react, and since we're both boys, it's somewhat inconvenient for us to clean it up. You please take care of it yourself. Hachinomi numbly accepted the tissue, looking down at the ice cream on her lap, and started to wipe it. Lu Nan wiped the sweat from his forehead, thinking great, a public relations crisis has been perfectly resolved. Truly, he was himself. Just as Lu Nan was about to take a bite of the sweet cone in his hand to alleviate his sad mood, he noticed that Hachinomi opposite him still had misty eyes staring intently at the sweet cone. Lu Nan glanced at the untouched cone in his hand, feeling a pang of heartache. He closed his eyes and handed it over to Hachinomi, saying, Hachinomi, you eat this, consider it an apology. As he spoke, Lu Nan slightly opened his eyes to glance at Hachinomi, hoping this little girl would be polite. If she dared to refuse, he would just take it back. But unfortunately, she seemed to have no intention of refusing at all, reaching out to take the cone and started eating. Lu Nan sighed. He hadn't even taken a bite, yet how could this happen? He was planning to enjoy it on the way back. However, since she had eaten the cone, did that mean he was off the hook? Thinking this, Lu Nan was about to pull his cat and make a run for it, but after taking 2 steps he was yanked back by someone grabbing his shirt. Lu Nan turned back with a pained expression, and sure enough, it was Hachinomi. This little girl eating her sweet cone while shedding tears was tightly holding onto Lu Nan's shirt. Lu Nan felt a bit helpless. She could eat all she wanted, but why was she crying? Lu Nan said, "Hachinomi, do you need something? If not, He pointed to his clothes and the cat beside him. "I need to go back to work at the cafe, or I still have a cat to take care of him, not just idling around." Hachinomi, while eating the sweet cone, said pitifully, "Can I go with you? I'm just a bit hungry." Lu Nan's face brightened up. She was coming to consume. After all, she was a customer. "Of course. Follow me, it's not far from here." Lu Nan was overjoyed. Bringing back a customer directly meant more commission. Although this girl didn't seem like she could eat much, even a small mosquito is still meat. This cone was worth it. After saying that, Lu Nan took the lead, holding his cat, heading towards the cafe, with Hachinomi following closely behind. At this moment, Lu Nan suddenly curiously asked, "Hachinomi, if it's convenient, could you tell me why you are so sad? Maybe I can offer some advice." After all, he was no longer just a passerby, though she was a customer, and if he could help her solve her problem, she'd be in a better mood and might eat more. This all translates to money. Hachinomi hesitated. "You call me classmate. Are you from Iching University?" Upon hearing this, Lu Nan was delighted. She was a fellow student. That made it easier to get close. "Yes, although I haven't enrolled, yet if all goes well I will be a first-year student at Iching University. Nice to meet you, senior." "Forget about the rest. Since I called you senior, isn't my commission guaranteed? Wouldn't it be awkward for her to run away now?" Hachinomi thought for a moment and began telling a story, starting with "I have a friend." In summary, Hachinomi had a childhood friend. Her friend had a childhood friend, and they originally liked each other according to Hachinomi, but suddenly one day a transfer student arrived, and things began to take a pleasant turn. This childhood friend and the transfer student became fast friends like. A typical romantic storyline in a school setting, quickly entering a period of passionate love, leaving Hachinomi's friend in a daze. As for why it ended up like this, it was still because of Hachinomi's friend. Since those two weren't officially together, yet the transfer student decided to transfer to another district, and the childhood friend was feeling down and unable to muster any energy. Hachinomi's friend thought this isn't right. Then she sought opportunities to encourage the childhood friend to confess. The outcome, as everyone could probably guess, was certainly successful, and the childhood friend even messaged Hachinomi's friend to share the good news. So who exactly got hurt in this story? It's hard to guess. Lu Nan glanced at Hachinomi beside him, and at this moment he didn't know what to say, as such emotional problems are difficult to resolve. If he said something wrong and Hachinomi got upset and went home, Lu Nan would be even more upset. He had lost both the sweet cone and the commission. Wouldn't that be a huge loss? My condolences," Lu Nan said cautiously. Hachinomi looked a bit dazed, seeming to want to say something, but couldn't figure out what, and finally couldn't hold back and burst out laughing. Seeing Hachinomi smile made Lu Nan feel a bit proud. "See, I told you I have high emotional intelligence, and look, she's smiling now." "Thank you, Junior. No matter what, saying it out loud does make me feel a lot better." Hachinomi wiped her tears and said. Lu Nan thought for a moment and took a request form from his cat, handing it to Hachinomi. Hachinomi paused slightly, saying, "What is this?" Lu Nan said seriously, "A request form. If your friend really can't stand that childhood friend any longer, let her sign this request, and he'll take care of it. I guarantee no one will know about this matter." Hachinomi was stunned as she shook her head and laughed, thinking this junior was still joking with her. He seemed quite serious. Maybe this commission was very important to him. No need. After all, it's not anyone's fault, it's just bad luck. Besides, his bicycle was vandalized a couple of days ago while parked at the bus station by someone. Hachinomi chuckled, covering her mouth. "Let's just say it's retribution for not appreciating a beautiful girl like me. One is enough." Lu Nan didn't respond and exchanged a knowing glance with his cat, beginning to turn his head away from Hachinomi. "This bicycle probably had nothing to do with them, right? Perhaps I've already avenged you, senior." Banajian tilted her head, not quite understanding what Lu Nan meant. Lu Nan also had no intention of explaining. Everything was left unsaid among the brothers. Ever since she mentioned it, Banajian seemed to have opened some floodgates, unable to stop talking. Her choice of words gradually changed from referring to him as my friend to I, and she herself did not realize anything was amiss. "He said he would marry me," Banajian exclaimed, seemingly serious. Lu Nan's eyelids twitched. He felt something was off. It couldn't be true. According to what he just heard, that childhood sweetheart clearly didn't hold much affection for Banajian. It was more of a habit. He was accustomed to Banajian's kindness, her care, even her affection, so such a person would never utter such a promise. "So, senior, may I ask when he said this to you?" Lu Nan feigned curiosity. Banajian finished the last bite of her ice cream cone, wiped her fingers with a napkin, and said seriously, "I remember it clearly. It was around the age of 5 or 6. Leaving aside the contradiction of remembering something clearly at such a young age, and excluding the possibility that she might have made someone say it while playing house, let's assume the person actually said it themselves. At 5 or 6 years old, who knows if that guy was even aware of such things?" Lu Nan felt a headache coming on. Why was it so hard to talk to someone with a romanticized view of love? Banajian suddenly turned her head. "Lu Nan, do you think this counts as cheating or infidelity?" Lu Nan nearly choked on his own saliva, struggling to maintain his composure. He didn't even want to call her senior anymore, feeling that getting too involved with her could lead to some undesirable consequences. "Please tell me love sickness isn't contagious." But since she asked, he couldn't not answer. They were so close to the cafe. If he didn't get the commission, he'd be at a loss. Lunan forced himself to calm down, looking at Benijian with some hesitation. Then let me ask a question. Does your friend have a thing with that childhood sweetheart? He made a gesture with his fists resembling two thumbs up, repeatedly nodding. The meaning was clear. Dai Miao raised her hand. Dating Miao. Lunan nodded in satisfaction. Oh, truly my little Dai Miao is clever. But to Lunan's surprise, Benijian turned her head and appeared somewhat shy. Do they really look like they're dating? It was rather embarrassing, ha. Lunan was momentarily stunned, not knowing what to say. Not sisters. What are you doing? Why are you acting shy? Among the three of them, one person clearly had emotional intelligence. It wasn't me, and it wasn't Dai Miao, so who could it be? So hard to guess. And all it took was this one sentence to get her like this. That's why I said love sickness has no cure. So is there really nothing? Lunan asked. Nothing at all. Then what does that count as cheating? Huh, does that not count? Lunan suddenly laughed, feeling relieved. He had no more words left. He patted Dai Miao's head. Stay away from this kind of older sister in the future, got it, Dai Miao. Be careful you don't turn into a silly person like this later on. Dai Miao scratched her head, thoughtfully nodding seriously. Benijian felt she had said something wrong, kicking a small stone on the ground. So it's almost like they are dating. Do you understand now? Lunan raised his deadpan gaze. Yes, I completely understand. Understanding what? You have 3 or 4 uncertain words in that sentence, and you still dare to say that. Benijian suddenly stomped her small round shoe on the stone, gritting her teeth. If it weren't for that woman, that cow. Lunan's eyelids twitched as he hurriedly covered Dai Miao's ears. Goodness, why did she suddenly get so candid? Can't let Dai Miao hear such indecent words. Why are you speaking ill behind someone's back? Didn't you just say she was an important friend? Benijian turned around, crossing her arms in dissatisfaction. Yes, but if it weren't for her, I definitely would have. Lunan raised his hand. I oppose this opinion. You haven't accomplished something for years, and now that someone else has done it, you say you could have done it. That's clearly self-deception and a retrospective fallacy. Benijian was stunned, her whole demeanor deflating like a punctured balloon, her fluffy hair drooping over her head. I know if I had mustered the courage earlier, maybe. No. Lunan interrupted her again. Huh. Benijian looked up at Lunan in confusion. I said no. Don't romanticize the path you didn't take. What's done is done, and these things no longer matter. Don't resent or regret what you didn't do or what you did. Those were decisions you made at the time and are unchangeable. Lunan smiled and said, don't regret things that can't be changed. Lunan quickly walked in front of Benijian and opened the store door for her. Maybe you can't regret the decisions you made before, but you can choose what you want to eat now. By the way, I highly recommend today's special set meal. Lunan winked and smiled as he bowed. Benijian couldn't help but laugh, thinking, wow, that advertisement was truly flawless. Now not spending anything was not an option. Then let's do as you say, Benijian said as she walked into the store. Lunan's demeanor suddenly changed. He no longer appeared to be the optimistic and carefree person Benijian saw outside, seeming to maintain a distance from everyone. Now from both his expressions and actions, he resembled an unloved pet greeting its owner home, wanting to please, yet fearful of being rejected. Benijian was momentarily stunned, as if something deep inside her was stirred. Sister, you're back? What would you like to eat? I'll prepare it well, Lunan replied with a gentle smile. Dai Miao had already gone to the kitchen to serve dishes. Soon he would have to deal with 10 or so female customers. Benijian picked up the menu, taking a deep breath. This, and this, she exclaimed, poking at the menu with her fingers. Are you sure you can finish all that? Lunan was shocked, even breaking character. He had initially thought she was just a simple little girl aimed at attracting return customers, but it seemed far from simple now. Who do you think you are? Hurry up and bring it out. Chichu Lunan decided to ignore her. Since the customer wants to eat, then let her have it. How could he refuse the money that was brought to him? Benika waved her hand, looking rather pleased. Lunan paused, sometimes really doubting that if the lazy cat had the same appetite, he might truly have to beg on the streets. Benika was probably visiting such a satisfying restaurant for the first time, eating until nearly closing time. When Lunan changed his clothes after work, he happened to see this gluttonous old eight contentedly coming to settle the bill. But if nothing unexpected happens, an unexpected event was about to unfold. Benika pulled out her small wallet, her expression stiffening in disbelief as she rummaged through it, only to find her phone had died. After pacing back and forth for a while, she began to pray to the heavens, hoping that the gods would bless her wallet with money. In the end, she had to accept the fact that she was dining and dashing. Seeing the originally cute black-haired waitress expression turning increasingly dangerous, and noticing someone in the kitchen watching her, Benika was truly out of options and could only reach out to grab Lunan, who was trying to escape. Lunan hesitated. He planned to pretend he didn't see anything and flee. As for Benika, she would have to fend for herself. He was a person of principles. However, it was evident that Benika was not willing to let go of her only lifeline. Lunan blinked only to see Benika hugging the lazy cat, resembling a kidnapper holding a hostage. Help me, help me, help me. He'll pay you back 300 federal coins later. Lunan's principles melted away like cream. 300 coins, that was 300 coins. Lunan sighed, saying, when will you pay me back? I really need the money. He truly had no way to deal with this girl. If it weren't for her being slightly pitiful today after a breakup, he wouldn't even bother. Benika's pleading expression instantly brightened up, and she promised earnestly, he'll pay you back in the next couple of days, absolutely no delays. Otherwise, I'll only be able to eat bitter gourd for the rest of my life. Upon hearing this, Lunan nodded. He was quite satisfied with this vow. After all, he knew how much of a foodie Benika was. She had hardly stopped eating all afternoon, probably converting her sorrow into appetite. But Lunan still added a layer of security. If you don't repay me on time, Adachi, you know my methods. I guarantee that within 3 days your secret will be known throughout the school. Benika shrank her head and timidly agreed. Wow, you spent 600 federal coins this afternoon. Is this person even human? Lunan and the cat in Benika's arms boarded the bus. Don't ask why she still followed. She simply had no money to go home and was just hitching a ride. By the way, Lunan, you started working before school even began. Are you really that desperate? Benika sat in the back seat, probing with curiosity. Is it to save up money for a gift for your girlfriend? Do you want some advice from your senior? Lunan shook his head. I don't have a girlfriend and am not saving money for that. I'm collecting it for my tuition fees. Benika suddenly froze upon hearing this. Tuition fees. The lazy cat raised its little paw in her arms. Yes. The lazy cat is also working hard to gather tuition fees for itself and the boss. Benika's lips moved a few times, finally asking softly, then does your family not care about you? Lunan looked out the window. Indifferent. Family? Where would I get a family? I only have one in this world. Benika was about to ask who it was when she saw the lazy cat proudly lift its little head. Benika's pupils trembled. What had she done? She had actually borrowed money from someone who was trying so hard to live just to satisfy her own gluttony, and even brought up their wounds. I'm really not human. She couldn't bear to look into Lunan and the lazy cat's eyes, stammering, I will repay your money as soon as possible, definitely. Lunan turned to look at her curiously, not understanding what was wrong with her again. Maybe she was hungry again. Forget it, it was a good thing. Soon Benika was about to get off the bus. She lowered her head and handed the lazy cat to Lunan seriously, saying, Lunan, things will get better, they will. Lunan looked at her in confusion. Okay, thanks. Benika gave him a thumbs up and quickly got off the bus, her eyes red, as if she were about to cry. Lunan stared blankly at the equally dazed lazy cat. Lazy cat, what's wrong with her? Boss, I don't know either, meow. Not knowing is no excuse. Let's go back to Grand Blue for a free meal. I heard we're having ribs tonight. Yay? Ribs, meow. We're back, meow. Nai Nai Hua and Uncle Gu Shou Chuan were busy behind the bar and looked up upon hearing the voices. Welcome back. Nai Nai Hua smiled and said, what a coincidence, it's just about time for dinner. Could you please help me call Qiansha and Iori? Oh, by the way, Ashura and Sister Z haven't left yet, so please call them too. Lunan gestured an okay, indicating there was no problem, and with the lazy cat he advanced like a general heading into battle. At Qiansha's room door, Lunan knocked lightly 3 times. Yo, Qiansha, it's time to eat. Qiansha's voice quickly came from inside the room. Okay, he'll be right out. Lunan nodded and turned to find Iori. As he approached Iori's room, he noticed the door was ajar. Just as he was about to enter to call out, he suddenly heard an unbearable sound. What the heck? Lunan immediately reacted and quickly squatted down, covering the lazy cat's ears. Behind him, Qiansha, who had just opened the door, was also frozen in place, momentarily forgetting what she was supposed to do. Seriously, Iori, how can you be so reckless? It's broad daylight and you're not even trying to hide. Not even closing the door. Lunan silently cursed. Thankfully, he reacted quickly, or else the pure lazy cat would have been corrupted. Lunan pushed the lazy cat into Qiansha's arms, signaling her to go first, and Qiansha wasted no time, quickly fleeing with the lazy cat. Lunan charged into the room, and as expected, Ashur, Asho, and Iori were gathered around the computer, which was playing something rather inappropriate. Seriously, what are you doing in broad daylight? Can't you at least pretend? At least close the door. Ashur turned his head. Oh, Lunan, you're off work already. Iori turned around, frowning. We're just playing a game. Not closing the door is common sense, right? Lunan was utterly speechless. Playing a game is one thing, but playing adult games without closing the door. Not an ordinary game. What do you mean? Lunan squinted, curious about how this person would explain. Could it be that playing an adult game could be described in a flowery manner? Iji stood up and made way, and Senior Asu directly took her place. Senior Asu and Senior, she have no work today and are a bit bored, so they came to play with me. Ordinary games have lost their charm, so I unleashed my extraordinary wisdom. Iji looked quite proud. I suggested we play an adult game, one life, through to the end. Whoever loses has to step down. Lunan was flabbergasted. Wow, these guys really know how to put on a show. So, what's the current battle situation? Lunan was indeed curious. Yeetzi's current plan was quite interesting. Iji froze for a moment, scratching her head. As of now, we're all stuck. After all, completing an adult game in one life is a bit challenging. While they were talking, Senior Asu suddenly let out a lament of frustration, and the computer immediately emitted indescribable sounds accompanied by Senior, she's mocking laughter. Ha ha, how could you fall for that trap? I got stuck, it was a pure accident. Iji pouted. Here, do you want to give it a try? Lunan's competitive spirit was indeed aroused. If he could do what the 3 of them couldn't, wouldn't that make him a super big shot? Let me try. Lunan pulled Senior Asu up, cracking his knuckles as he sat down in front of the computer screen and clicked to load the game. Watch closely. I'll show you a one-life completion. For minutes later, Lunan, who had sent out 4 waves of first blood, honorably retired amidst laughter and embarrassing sounds. Remember to eat. Nai Nai Hua is urging us. After stubbornly urging a few people, Lunan walked out of Iji's room, where the battle was still intense. No, Iji, are you even human? Can't you dodge the boss tentacle attack? I got stuck. Finally, it was time for him to rest in the guest room. Sister Z should be here. Lu Nen knocked on the door, waited for a while, but when there was no response, he pushed the door open directly. Perhaps she had exhausted herself last night. Sister Z was still in bed, sound asleep, with a poor sleeping posture. The blanket was kicked far away, only covering one foot. She was in her inner, where yet her sleeping position was so unrestrained, she didn't fear catching a cold. Lu Nen approached, helplessly shaking Binyuan Zi's arms softly. Sister Z, time to get up for breakfast. Binyuan Zi opened her eyes, still somewhat dazed, her eyes filled with confusion and sleepiness, as if she hadn't fully awakened. 5 more minutes, please. After saying that, she used her foot to pull the blanket around herself and was about to lie down again, but Lu Nen had no intention of letting her continue sleeping. He directly snatched the blanket away. Binyuan Zi rubbed her head and sat up. Okay, I'm up. How unreasonable. Clearly it was because of you that I slept so late last night, and now you won't even let me rest properly. How unreasonable. Lu Nen looked helpless, feeling that his chastity in Sister Z's mouth was easier to lose than the character he played in Yiji's room. Time to eat, Sister Z. Nai Hua is making braised ribs tonight. Binyuan Zi stretched a big yawn, and her beautiful figure made Lu Nen blush and turn his head away. Got it, I'll get up soon. By the way, you aren't leaving, are you? Planning to watch your senior sister take a bath and change clothes? I wouldn't mind, you know. Binyuan Zi winked. Hearing this, Lu Nen was instantly wide awake, sitting cross-legged on the spot, with his eyes wide open, carefully observing. Now Binyuan Zi was completely thrown off. This wasn't how the plot was supposed to go, right? Lu Nan's unblinking gaze made even this experienced seductress feel shy. Sister, aren't you going to take a bath? Didn't you say you wouldn't mind? Lu Nen tilted his head, asking innocently. Binyuan Zi sided fine, she would let it slide. You're mistaken, sister. You should go out first, and I'll be right there. Lu Nen left the room with a smug smile, as if he had just won a battle. Back at the dining table, Qixia was playing with a dazed cat, her face still a bit flushed. Seeing Lu Nen come out, she casually asked, Yiji, what were you doing? Lu Nen shrugged. Nothing much, just playing a game, a normal game. Qixia rolled her eyes. How could it be normal after all that noise? Are you kidding me? Lu Nen didn't plan to explain too much. After all, it wasn't him who was misunderstood as a pervert. Right now he was more concerned about the ribs Nai Hua was cooking. Sigh, the smell is so good. The ribs are ready. Uncle Gushu Chuan placed the ribs that Lu Nen had been longing for on the table, pinched a piece, and fed it to the dazed cat, smilingly asking, is it good, dazed cat? The dazed cat nodded vigorously with sparkling eyes. So delicious. Super delicious. Ha ha ha. Uncle Gushu Chuan laughed heartily. If it's good, eat more later. Have Senior Shi and the others come out yet? Before Lu Nen could answer, he heard Senior Shi's deep voice behind him. We're here. We were lured out by the delicious smell from the room. Yiji quickly stepped forward to grab a rib, but was slapped back by Qixia. Go wash your hands. Qixia glared. Otherwise you won't be allowed to eat. Washing hands is fine, but why so fierce? Yiji mumbled as she went to wash her hands. The dining table gradually became lively, reaching its peak when Binyuan Zi walked out while drying her hair. Lu Nen really enjoyed this lively atmosphere. It made him feel closely connected to this world. For some reason, he picked up his phone, took a picture, and sent it to Jima Lin, who almost replied instantly. Jima Wanzio. It looks very lively. Super Hunter Lu Xiaonan. Yeah, I've made some really good friends. Jima Wanzi, that's great, it makes me happy. Super Hunter Lu Xiaonan, you're sounding more and more like a mom. Jima Wanzi, stop joking, eat well. I'm going to take a shower now. Lu Nen pouted. If you don't want to chat, then just not saying I'm going to take a shower. He wondered if Jima Lin had read his mind as soon after she sent him another photo. In the photo, it looked like she was in the bathroom. Jima Lin's face was a bit flushed, her lake blue hair styled into a bun, with a little foam on her neck leading down to her ample creamy skin, yet maintaining a state that was hard to see anything obvious. Clearly Jima Lin was not brushing him off. She even replied while taking a shower. After showering, little Jima Tangyuan quickly saved the photo, then sent a message saying, you continue washing. If you fall, remember to tell me, so I can come in and save you. Satisfied with being called a rogue, Lu Nen put away his phone. Damn, are you all eating that fast? My ribs. As the start of the school year approaches, Lu Nan's life gradually settles into a routine. Every time Lu Nen goes to pay the rent at Grand Blue, Uncle Gus Ho Chuan always diverts the conversation, ultimately saying to wait until after school, when he has some spare money to pay. He is not in a hurry. Sister Nai Hua cooks many delicious dishes every day, yet she never mentions money. It seems that Iori has also been affected by him, as she appears to be busy looking for a job lately. Just a couple of days ago, she barged into his room to ask how much longer until he has saved enough for tuition. Senpai Ashur and Senpai Asho have also not come to drink much lately. They seem to be busy with something, but whenever Lu Nen sees them at Grand Blue, they always offer encouraging smiles or pat him on the shoulder. Over at Steel, manager Dino always finds creative ways to give him extra work, and the most frequently spoken words at the end of the day are, today Lu Nen and Dai Miao have worked hard. Diligent employees deserve rewards. Hey, race your bonus. Whether it's Senpai Hinata Senpai, Meixiang Senpai Chiu Yue, or Senpai Xing Chuan, they all take special care of him, making him feel a bit embarrassed, as he is clearly a grown man. Speaking of which, classmate Ba Nai came to pay back the money just 2 days later, bursting in with a stuffed wallet, startling everyone. After that, she always comes over for meals. Clearly this place suits her taste. Jima Lin sends messages every day asking about his situation, subtly inquiring about his thoughts on school, and hints that she has a bit of pocket money. The nights are always quiet and gentle. After Lu Nen finished showering, he flew onto the bed, startling Dai Miao, who was playing a game. Meow? Boss. It felt like an earthquake. Dai Miao exclaimed frantically, trying to drag him away, leaving Lu Nen both amused and helpless. Dai Miao. Lu Nen gently patted Dai Miao's head. Dai Miao tilted his head in confusion. What's wrong, boss? Are you unhappy? No, I'm very happy. Dai Miao, do you know? Our luck is truly exceptional. Everyone is a really wonderful person. That's right. Dai Miao's luck is super good. Dai Miao scratched his little head, seemingly not fully understanding what his boss was saying. Why do you say that all of a sudden? Lu Nen laughed at that silly expression. Dai Miao raised his little head, looking very proud, because I met the boss. Being partners with the boss is the luckiest thing ever. Lu Nen looked at the little creature before him, smiling even wider. No, the boss is the lucky one, because finding Dai Miao is the best thing that ever happened to me in this life. Dai Miao is the luckiest. No, the boss is. Then the boss and Dai Miao are both the luckiest. Ha ha. Lu Nen turned on the small lamp. It was late, time to sleep. Dai Miao, tomorrow is Sunday, and we don't have to work. Do you want to go shopping with the boss? He'll buy you some wood beetle nut, yay. The boss is the best. The next day, Lu Nen unusually did not wake up early, lingering in bed with Dai Miao until lunchtime before getting up. As he stepped out of the room, it was just about time for a meal. Indeed, being early is not as good as being timely. Lu Nen rubbed his hands and brought Dai Miao directly to the table. Iori muttered about the convenience store owner he found for his part-time job, probably having some mental issues, which piqued Lu Nen's curiosity. You have no idea, every day I go to work I have to check the inventory when entering the store and check it again when leaving. I remember I applied for a cashier position, right? How did it turn into a slave job? And that's not all, I also have to keep an eye on the surveillance and offer a smile service, and with my meager salary, what's there to smile about? Just a couple of days ago, a girl with black hair and golden eyes came in, and when we faced each other, she looked like she was about to cry before leaving. The store owner bluntly said that I scared her off because I was too ugly, and I was like, damn it. Iori poured out his grievances to Lu Nen, looking extremely wronged. Lu Nen almost laughed. He probably knew who that black-haired golden-eyed customer was, and it was certainly not Iori's fault. You're still laughing. Damn it. Dai Miao. Iori, I'm feeling too miserable. Let me pet you to relieve my sad feelings. And just like that, lunch concluded with Iori's work anecdotes. Lu Nen said his goodbyes and prepared to take Dai Miao out shopping. The main purpose of going out was to buy the wood beetle nut. He promised Dai Miao aside from that he was also bored and wanted to stroll around to see if he could trigger the gathering quest, as there had been no reaction since the last bus ride. He wondered if it was because of being caught by the Temporal Management Bureau for cross-dimensional money laundering. Wood beetle nut was quite easy to find. Lu Nen specifically looked for a pet shop to inquire, then ordered a lollipop-shaped one that Dai Miao could lick. Additionally, Lu Nen discovered that Dai Miao was likely considered a level of Wu Yinzu among the locals of Hajime, though as they walked around the pet shop, a large group of Hajime were frantically seeking mates from behind the cages. However, Dai Miao is Dai Miao, not Hajime, and he cannot understand the native cat language. Walking down the street, Dai Miao held the small stick and looked particularly happy, bouncing along as he took small bites, reluctant to eat too much, which made Lu Nen feel both heartbroken and amused. It's all this old boss' fault. He will eventually grant Dai Miao the freedom of lollipops. Lu Nen now plans to buy some small decorations to give to Jima Lin, expressing his gratitude as she had truly helped him a lot. Lu Nen searched for reliable shops nearby on his phone. The unreliable map recommended a jewelry store called Divine Matron, but the name sounds strange, more like a place for divination or astrology than a jewelry store. Nonetheless, Lu Nen decided to check it out, hoping to find a nice piece of decor. Perhaps something with fancy patterns would look better, as young girls tend to like such things. The shop was not far, just 2 streets away. Lu Nen turned into a small alley and arrived there. Lu Nen glanced at the shop's decor style. It was indeed, as he imagined, looking quite trendy. Oh, young man, what are you interested in? We can read the past and divine the future. Whether it's fortune, romance, career, or studies, we can predict it all. An old woman draped in a purple cloak stood in the shop, her voice deliberately laced with a mysterious tone. Lu Nen suddenly felt a surge of interest. If it's not accurate, do you still charge? The old woman's eyes twitched. Had she just met someone who would disrupt her business? You truly have a playful sense of humor, dear guest. If I refuse, of course I won't charge you. The vile-trobed old woman spoke calmly. Yet as for me, well, I never refuse. Lu Nen returned her calm gaze with a faint smile. That remains to be seen. Still, since you sound so confident, would you mind reading my romantic fortune? Truth be told, he had originally intended to ask about his financial fortune, but from years of experience, he knew such fortune tellers invariably chose only the most flattering interpretations. You've recently come into a modest sum, or you've earned a small windfall through your own diligence. Then came the obligatory benevolent warning. Take care not to trip or bump yourself these days, followed inevitably by an enticing, oversized promise. Your wealth shall flourish magnificently in the near future. Lu Nen could predict, even with Dai Miao's paw, exactly what she'd say if he asked about money. So he opted instead for something harder to fabricate, romantic fortune. These days were different. This was an era of profound emotional restraint. Vague platitudes no longer sufficed. Today's youth demanded substance, real insight, tangible reasoning. The vile-trobed old woman who lived by this very craft understood that well, yet she remained utterly unfazed. A subtle curve lifted the corner of her lips as she produced a crystal orb. Very well, let this old woman give it a try. With trembling hands, she raised the orb and peered through it at Lu Nan. Behind her flowing robes, her eyes shimmered with an unexpected intensity. She scoffed inwardly, another young trickster. Doubtless, he doesn't believe in spirits at all. A few careless flourishes will do. Yet as Tachibana Shige, once revered as the divine matriarch of Old Street, she still possessed a sliver of professional pride. It had been ages since she'd drawn upon her true abilities. Let me see then. What does your red thread of fate truly reveal? 5. Shige gasped, her eyes widening in disbelief, pupils quivering faintly, as though confronting an impossibility. Under Lu Nan's puzzled gaze, the old woman stared at him through the crystal orb, then suddenly shuddered, shaking her head vigorously, one moment nodding, the next behaving most peculiarly. Shige nearly lost her composure. She began questioning whether prolonged disuse had dulled her powers. How else could she possibly misread the red threads of fate? The red thread of fate symbolized a karmic bond of virtue, the so-called true affinity. Most people possessed only one such thread, or none at all. To encounter even a single true affinity was considered a blessing accumulated over lifetimes. Union with such a soul promised lifelong harmony and fulfillment. Yet. But 5. What manner of cosmic anomaly was this? Shige scrutinized Lu Nan closely, searching for any sign of the extraordinary. A third eye, 6 arms, flames erupting from his skull, yet found nothing. From every angle, he appeared simply a strikingly handsome, thoroughly ordinary young man. This shouldn't be possible. Meanwhile, Lu Nan grew impatient. Why the silence? It felt like consulting a traditional physician. No cause for alarm when they smiled, but deep unease when their brows furrowed low. Granny, why aren't you speaking? Is this really taking so long? Did you find something wrong with me? A flicker of anxiety crossed Lu Nan's face. What on earth is happening? Could it be he would spend his life alone? Shige withdrew the crystal orb, gazed at him with a complex expression, sighed deeply, and said, Young man, take good care of your health. Lu Nan bristled instantly. Oh really? I merely asked about romance, not my mortality, so why curse me like this? He exhaled sharply in exasperation. Ah, forget it. No point quarreling with an old woman. With a weary wave, Lu Nan said, If you can't tell, just drop it. Granny, please pick out a tasteful bracelet for me. I don't need anything spirit awakened, an ordinary one will do. So no overcharging, please. Lu Nan curled his lips slightly. If she can't even read a romantic fortune, awakening its spiritual essence would be pointless. Shige nodded silently and turned to browse her shop. She wasn't unwilling to speak, only aware that speaking would serve no purpose. What could she possibly say? You possess 5 true affinities. That would sound absurd, like boastful fiction. Better to remain silent altogether. Soon Shige retrieved a small lacquered box and handed it to Lu Nan. He opened it to reveal an exquisitely crafted bracelet, its surface adorned with intricate arcane patterns and centered upon a sapphire embedded with a delicate golden auspicious cloud. Lu Nan was delighted. It suited Sher Ma Lin perfectly, and at under 100 yuan it was eminently affordable. Purchased. Just as he prepared to head home contentedly with Dai Miao, a familiar voice rang out, Hunter-san. Lu Nan turned, and was genuinely surprised to see Yotsuya Makako. Her expression was aloof, yet her pupils trembled faintly, betraying quiet tension. Beside her stood a curious young woman with short tangerine-colored hair and a bold, voluptuous figure. Yuri Kawakawa. At once Lu Nan understood. She's encountered a spirit again, and that malevolent entity is almost certainly still clinging to her. Instinctively, Lu Nan scanned his surroundings for a mission slip, yet none materialized. He shook his head regretfully. Makako must not be in urgent distress, hence the guild hasn't dispatched a formal request. Makako approached with uncharacteristic warmth. Hunter-san, you're shopping here too. As she spoke, her gaze flickered subtly toward her side. Indeed, the Divine Lord is truly formidable. That evil spirit has already drifted slightly farther away. Just one more exorcism bracelet, and I'll surely. Calling me that feels rather awkward, Lu Nan replied, waving his hand lightly. Just call me Lu Nan. And this is Dai Miao. He gestured toward Dai Miao, still intently licking her lollipop beside his leg. Makako quietly redirected her gaze and nodded. I'm Yotsuya Makako. This is Yuri Kawakawa. Yuri Kawakawa beamed and waved cheerfully, then resumed studying both Lu Nan and Makako with open curiosity. How strange. Just now they'd seemed so familiar. She'd assumed they were friends, yet they didn't even know each other's names. Something was definitely amiss. Makako caught the glint in Yuri's eyes and knew exactly where her thoughts had strayed, but this wasn't the time for explanations. Something urgent demanded her attention. That malevolent spirit had inexplicably drawn nearer again. She needed action, now. She turned to Shige, who had been observing the scene with detached amusement. Excuse me, do you carry exorcism bracelets? Shige blinked, then smiled warmly. Of course, dear girl. Let me fetch one for you. As she turned away, Shige rolled her eyes. Students, always broke. Not worth squeezing for profit. Fine, just grab something cheap and plausible. Granny Sanji casually picked a slightly magical bracelet and handed it to Sigu Jianzi, smilingly saying, Little girl, try this, it should meet your needs. Sigu Jianzi hesitated for a moment before putting the bracelet on her wrist. It itches. A strange low murmur echoed from somewhere. Granny Sanji's smile grew brighter, but just as she was about to quote a price, there was a loud bang. The bracelet on Sigu Jianzi's wrist suddenly exploded, a bead whizzing past her face. What? Granny Sanji's mouth dropped open in shock. The bracelet actually. exploded. Sigu Jianzi stood frozen, staring at her wrist. Bai Chuanhua hurried over to ask if Jianzi was all right and if she was hurt. Meanwhile, Lu Nin, bewildered, swatted away the bead that had flown towards his face, thinking, did this old lady hide a bomb in the bracelet? He glanced behind Sigu Jianzi, wondering how dangerous the ghost she had provoked this time was. Amidst the chaos, Granny Sanji calmed down. She looked at Jianzi and said, I'm sorry, it should just be the elastic band that was a bit loose. Let me get you another one. Bai Chuanhua didn't believe her grabbing Jianzi and wanting to leave, but Jianzi shook her head, intending to try one last time, especially with Mr. Lu Nin, who could kill ghosts with bare hands present. However, Granny Sanji's expression changed as she turned around, becoming extremely serious. That girl seemed to be entangled by something. It appeared that the holy mother of the old street was about to get serious, for I could never stand by and watch such a young girl fall into danger without taking action. Granny Sanji turned and entered the inner room, crouching down to pull out a small box from under the cabinet. She dusted off the box and returned to the front desk holding it. Inside the box was the most powerful exorcism bracelet she had crafted in her youth, made from all her spiritual energy. It was her pride and joy, and today it was about to see the light of day again. Little girl, try this one. There was no question in her voice, only full confidence, as if she were certain it would solve Sigu Jianzi's troubles. Looking at the exquisite bracelet, Sigu Jianzi hesitated, saying, how much is this? I didn't bring that much money. Granny Sanji shook her head, saying, it's not about the price, but about fate. If it can solve your problem, I could sell it to you for 10 coins. Under Granny Sanji's confident and expectant gaze, Sigu Jianzi picked up the bracelet and put it on her wrist. Lu Nin directly covered his face with his hand to prevent being hit by exploding beads again, while also pulling the dazed cat back behind him. Everyone was watching the bracelet, and after a few seconds it seemed like nothing happened. Granny Sanji let out a sigh of relief and smiled slightly. Sigu Jianzi discreetly glanced sideways, her hand slightly raised, hoping to use the bracelet to drive away the malevolent spirit. But the moment the bracelet touched the spirit, it suddenly screamed in frenzy, it itches to death. Bang! In Sigu Jianzi's horrified gaze, the bracelet exploded again. Beads scattered everywhere, with one even hitting Granny Sanji in the face, causing her to stagger. Sigu Jianzi stood frozen, her eyes reflecting a hint of sorrow and despair, her golden irises seeming to turn a dull gray. Bai Chuanhua fared poorly as well, rubbing his chest, likely having been hit too. The impact area was too large, this was not good. Lu Nin was lucky he wasn't hit at all. Just as he felt a bit smug, the dazed cat suddenly let out a startled cry. Lu Nin turned around sharply, fearing the dazed cat had been hit. Fortunately, it hadn't. Unfortunately, the dazed cat's wooden candy stick was smashed to bits and could no longer be eaten. Lu Nin felt his heart being gripped tightly. He hurriedly squatted down and patted the dazed cat's head, softly reassuring, are you hurt, dazed cat? It's fine. The big brother will buy you another candy stick, all right. The dazed cat pouted with tears shimmering in its eyes. It wiped its tears with its little round hand and shook its head, saying, I'm not hurt, big brother, just the candy stick. Lu Nin felt a surge of immense anger building within his heart, as if it were about to explode. He had promised the dazed cat, he had promised. Seeing the big brother's expression, the dazed cat knew he was upset, so it rubbed its face and smiled, saying, big brother is fine, dazed cat has had enough to eat. Shall we go home? How could it have enough? He clearly couldn't bear to eat it. He had savored it bit by bit until now. Even if he was sad and reluctant, he would still say, it's okay, you don't need to spend this money, for the sake of the big brother who is in dire need of money. Lu Nin felt a bit dizzy, the intense anger made him tremble uncontrollably. Boom, boom. It was as if a drum was beating in his chest faster and faster. Lu Nin slowly stood up, and it felt as though the only sound in his ears was the rapid beating of his heart, like a dragon's roar before a battle growing louder. What have you done? What have you done? You ruined a child's happiness for an entire day. You made me an incompetent big brother. You made my most obedient and adorable child cry. I will kill you. Right now? Boom, boom. Sigu Jianzi looked up in confusion, as if she heard a strange sound. Boom, boom. In Sigu Jianzi's eyes, the world suddenly transformed. It seemed that something was burgeoning in Mr. Lu Nan's chest, with golden energy bursting forth and suddenly radiating dazzling light, covering a large area around him. Roar! A strange dragon's roar echoed, resonating through the clouds. The malevolent spirit beside her was also enveloped in golden energy, appearing extremely pained as its black misty body seemed to become more solid. Suddenly, a powerful gust of dark wind rose, forcing people to close their eyes. But Lu Nin did not. His eyes were firmly fixed on the suddenly appearing malevolent spirit wearing a burlap mask, his gaze filled with pure killing intent. Bending down slightly, Lu Nin swiftly positioned himself in front of the malevolent spirit, golden energy gathering on his right fist, as he quietly murmured, "Go to hell and atone with death." Before the malevolent spirit, his fist grew increasingly larger, seemingly coalescing into a glimmering golden character for death. In the midst of the howling wind, Sigu Jianzi struggled to open her eyes, and then saw Mr. Lu Nin with just a single punch directly obliterated the upper half of the malevolent spirit, just like fireworks. As the malevolent spirit transformed into black mist and dissipated, the golden energy also receded from Lu Nan's fist. He stood there as if like a divine being. Sigu Jianzi murmured, The darkness contained within those golden eyes was illuminated by a dazzling shade of red melting away like ice and snow. Lu Nan looked at Si Gu Jianzi in confusion, unsure of what the young boss had just murmured as his voice was too soft to hear clearly. Forget it if I didn't hear it clearly, you'll pretend I didn't hear anything. Lu Nan thought little of it and squatted down to continue comforting the dazed cat. At that moment, Bai Chuanhua opened her eyes and hurriedly asked the dazed Si Gu Jianzi, "How are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Damn it, I must report this store." But Si Gu Jianzi slightly shook her head saying, "No need, Hua, thank you. The items sold by this old lady are indeed quite useful." After all her difficulties had indeed been resolved. Old Granny Senji looked at everything before her, unsure of what to say, realizing that her most prized bracelet had actually shattered. However, it was fortunate that after the explosion the issue of this female student was still resolved, otherwise her Dao heart might have shattered. Truly that's great. Old Granny Senji waved her hand indicating that it was unnecessary. I already said it's about fate, and it's because of you that it has truly found its completeness. After all, treasures that are not used will only gather dust. She smiled and her hunched back seemed to straighten a bit. Alright, I'm tired today. Unless there's anything else, I will close the door now. Without caring for the reactions of the two girls opposite her, she nimbly rolled down the shutter and hummed a tune as she walked away leisurely. On the other side, Daimao was easily comforted and was now jumping around praising Lu Nan. Alright, let's go, boss, will take you to buy with Tianliao lollipops. Yay? Thank you, boss. If you don't mind, let me take care of buying lollipops for this Daimao. Si Gu Jianzi called out to the departing person and cat. Consider this my token of gratitude. Lu Nan looked at Si Gu Jianzi, feeling that the young boss was looking at him with a strange gaze, almost reverent, which puzzled him. He was not a statue. Sure, Lu Nan naturally had no reason to refuse. He had indeed helped Jianzi, so there was no harm in accepting this token of gratitude. Soon the Daimao, having received a brand new with Tianliao lollipop, became happy again, licking it with great delight. At that moment, the three of them and the cat were resting in the park. Jianzi seemed particularly happy today, waving her hand to treat everyone to an ice cream each. Lu Nan was enjoying a vanilla-flavored one, licking it with great satisfaction. Jianzi watched Lu Nan and Daimao eating in perfect synchronization, momentarily lost in thought, until some melted ice cream dripped onto her hand, prompting her to react, blushing and quickly lowering her gaze. Bai Chuanhua looked at her good friend, who seemed to be in a springtime mood, inexplicably feeling a maternal smile coming on. Jianzi had been a bit distracted and gloomy these past few days, seemingly troubled, but now she looked as if she were glowing with energy. With her mood lifted, Bai Chuanhua's appetite also improved. Feeling hungry, she began. Lu Nan watched in shock as the girl devoured 4 crepes, 2 ice creams, and 3 cones, still looking unsatisfied, unsure of what to say, feeling that this scene seemed vaguely familiar. Wow, old 8 Fanba, are you also a David fan? But from certain perspectives, old 8 seems like a child in front of this girl. Hey mister, Lu Nan, have you started working yet? Bai Chuanhua suddenly asked, intending to gather some intel for her good friend. Sort of, I have a job, but it's not much use. I'm still a student and school starts in 2 days. Lu Nan finished the last bite of his ice cream and discreetly wiped his hands on Daimao's back. Oh, so you're a senior? Bai Chuanhua asked with a smile. We still have a year before we can enter university. After saying this, she subtly signaled to Si Gu Jianzi, hoping she would say a few words, only to discover that this girl was again stealing glances at Lu Nan, completely oblivious to her hints. Bai Chuanhua was almost infuriated by her friend's love-struck behavior. Although Si Gu Jianzi usually took care of her, when it came to love, Jianzi was like a rookie. After Bai Chuanhua's relentless efforts, Si Gu Jianzi finally spoke up. Which university is Senior Lu Nan attending? Lu Nan leaned back in his chair, squinting his eyes as he enjoyed the sunlight. Iching University. How nice, it's not far from my school. Si Gu Jianzi couldn't help but feel a bit delighted. Now, she could have that sense of security at school. Meow. A cat's meow sounded and Lu Nan looked at Daimao in confusion, but Daimao shook his head, indicating it wasn't her. From behind the bench, tiny movements were heard in the grass. In the puzzled gazes of the three, a trembling little hajime pup crawled out, shivering in the cold wind. It's a stray cat. Lu Nan picked up the kitten and said, its belly is almost flat from hunger. It probably has been abandoned for a day or 2. Ah, so pitiful. Bai Chuanhua looked at the hajime pup, her maternal instincts flooding over her. Lu Nan commented on the little hajime in his hands. It doesn't resist or hiss. When picked up, very affectionate. It's a Jasmao. But Jianzi and I can't adopt it. Bai Chuanhua shook her head regretfully. Lu Nan embraced Daimao, saying, I already have one at home. Si Gu Jianzi shook her phone, saying, then let's make a post asking for help and see if we can find a kind-hearted person to adopt it. The help post was indeed quite effective. Before long, a man with orange-haired hair and a rather gloomy demeanor came forward, expressing his willingness to adopt the kitten. Lu Nan furrowed his brows, feeling that the aura of this man was quite strange. Si Gu Jianzi showed a terrified expression, resembling a hajime that had its fur bristled, instinctively shrinking behind Lu Nan. Bai Chuanhua, on the other hand, found the man's appearance quite appealing. She initially planned to hand the hajime over to him, but Si Gu Jianzi firmly rejected it. From her expression, it was clear she had no hesitation or intention of reconsidering. Lu Nan immediately understood that the young boss must have seen something in this man. The man being rejected didn't get angry. He simply responded with a faint hum and left. However, before leaving, he kept staring at Daimao as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately walked away. Lunan furrowed his brows, finding the man rather strange. Thus the three could only sit back down on their chairs and wait for the next kind-hearted person to arrive. Why can't that man do it? Bai Chuanhua curiously asked, completely confused. Intuition, Shirgu Jinzi replied, unsure of how to explain to Bai Chuanhua, wondering if she should just tell her that the man was surrounded by the vengeful spirits of cats. Bai Chuanhua had a timid nature, and such matters could not be disclosed to her, otherwise she would be on edge every day. Lu Nan remained silent, but subtly moved closer to the dazed cat, feeling uncomfortable with the man's behavior before he left, sensing that he might want to do something to the cat. Lu Nan's gaze gradually became dangerous. If it was truly as he suspected, then they should find a place where no one knew and bury him. The look in your eyes is quite interesting, a low voice came from nearby. The three of them and the cat looked up, the two women startled, while Lu Nan raised an eyebrow, carefully observing the newcomer's attire. Though expressionless, the man's face bore an extremely fierce demeanor, with a knife scar running from his forehead to his cheek, and his eyes revealed an unconscious ferocity, complemented by a pair of sunglasses. However, the scene suddenly shifted. He wore a neatly fitted shirt, casual pants, pink bunny slippers, and surprisingly had an apron adorned with patterns resembling pink bunnies, not to mention he was carrying vegetables and meat. Lu Nan's eye twitched. A looking at the pink bunny apron reminded him of a certain uncle from Gushu Chuan, and he felt as if this bunny was continuously provoking him. This man who, hello, you can call me Along, the newcomer said lightly. It sounded less like an introduction and more like an announcement of a death sentence. Lu Nan extended his hand, saying, I am Lu Nan, and this is Dazed Cat. The two behind are Shirgu Jinzi and Bai Chuanhua. Dazed Cat jumped up and waved, but the two little ones behind her probably wouldn't greet him. Along put down the vegetables he was holding and shook Lu Nan's hand, saying hello. He paused for a moment before continuing. Are you the ones who posted the rescue notice? I saw the post. He seems like a killer who saw the bounty. Bai Chuanhua quietly whispered to Shirgu Jinzi, shrinking back. Shirgu Jinzi swallowed hard, looking at the overwhelming murderous aura behind the man, feeling her throat dry. This man didn't just resemble a killer, judging by this aura, he was probably a hitman or in the underworld. The man looked at the small cat in Bai Chuanhua's arms and asked, may I adopt it? Lu Nan remained silent. It was up to the two women to decide if they could adopt the cat. Bai Chuanhua forced a smile, genuinely reluctant to give the small cat to this person who seemed like someone who would take it home to turn it into a killing machine. Shirgu Jinzi ground her teeth, saying, may I ask you a few questions? She wanted to deter this man. After all, in public, he should be too afraid to do anything. Along's expression grew more serious as he nodded vigorously. Please go ahead. Shirgu Jinzi increasingly believed this man was indeed from the underworld. Do you like cats? To be honest, I feel indifferent, Along replied earnestly. Whether it's a cat, a dog, or anything else, I feel indifferent, but my wife really loves cats. Will you treat it well? I will, just like a boss cares for his little brothers. Along looked at Lu Nan and Dazed Cat. Just like these two, the bonds between men. Dazed Cat shocked tugged at her boss pants, exclaiming, boss, he's so impressive. Lu Nan smiled. Of course, because real men always support each other, right? Dazed Cat. Shirgu Jinzi bit her lip. She was about to ask her last question. What do you do for a living? Shirgu Jinzi felt she had become incredibly bold. She didn't know if it was the divine presence giving her a powerful sense of security, but normally, she would definitely keep her distance from such people. Now she felt an impulse to enact justice, as others couldn't see the murderous aura behind him. She was the only one who could. Along fell silent for a moment, suddenly picking up the food he dropped on the ground, standing straight before everyone, and with a serious expression, as if declaring something grand, he said, I am a full-time cook without a job, taking care of the household and giving my wife the best home experience. Lu Nan and Dazed Cat excitedly gave a thumbs up, shouting, Along, you're awesome. So cool. Bai Chuanhua stood there in a daze, repeatedly pondering if this was some kind of underworld slang. Meanwhile, Shirgu Jinzi stared blankly at his back. The previously surging murderous aura suddenly dissipated, and a faint golden female spirit proudly embraced his body from behind, wearing a blissful smile. That was neither a spirit nor a ghost, Shirgu Jinzi was certain, because it exuded no sense of life at all. It felt more like a pure condensation of love. Shirgu Jinzi suddenly felt the man before her wasn't so fierce after all. She took the small cat from Bai Chuanhua and held it up in front of Along. Along earnestly nodded, taking the cat into his arms, saying, I will take good care of it. Does it have a name? No, Shirgu Jinzi shook her head. Along understood, looking at the small cat in his arms. Then from now on you shall be called Ian. Meow. Before leaving, he exchanged contact information with Lu Nan, and they made plans to go shopping for groceries together, proclaiming that this was what true bonds between men looked like. After sending off the underworld cook, Bai Chuanhua was once again puzzled, unable to comprehend how Jinzi selected her companions, wondering if there were any predetermined rules. Shirgu Jinzi noticed Bai Chuanhua's confusion and smiled. He's just an ordinary man who loves his wife. Off. After bidding farewell to the two women, Lu Nan and Dazed Cat headed towards the bus station. It was time to go home. Suddenly, Lu Nan shouted sharply, Come out. I see you. He turned and fixed his gaze on the advertisement by the roadside, where a man with orange-haired hair slowly stepped out from behind the billboard. Lu Nan did not relax. Instead, he grew even more vigilant, pulling Dazed Cat behind him. What are you doing following me? The orange-haired man said nothing, merely staring intently at Dazed Cat. Hey, I'm talking to you. What are you doing? Lunan frowned, wondering what this man was up to, acting so strange. Was there something wrong with his mind? Sorry. The man withdrew his gaze and looked at Lunan. I mean no harm, I just want to discuss something with you. Speak then, but stop staring at my cat. If you keep it up, it'll gouge your eyes out. Well, it seems that recently there's been a psychological predator lurking around, capturing and torturing little cats. He paused, his breathing growing a bit heavier. I just wanted to remind you that if you're not careful, a cat could vanish before you know it, and by the time you find it, it may already be a corpse. Lunan rarely became serious. He held his cat's little paw and solemnly thanked him. But he remained on guard, as this man appeared to be mentally unstable. The way he looked at him made it clear that he had some issues. It could very well be a self-directed act merely to satisfy some twisted desire. In any case, he had understood the situation. After finishing his words, the man glanced at the cat with a hint of envy before turning to leave. Lunan watched his figure disappear around the street corner. Did you hear that, Damiao? Lunan earnestly looked at his cat beside him. There are bad people outside. We need to stay close, okay? Got it, Meow. Damiao nodded vigorously. Good boy, let's go back to Grand Blue for dinner now. I'm back. Welcome back, Meow. Iji turned to look at the two figures entering. Hey, you're back just in time for dinner, huh? Just in time for dinner. He sighed. I was hoping to finish all the cola chicken wings today and let you both gnaw on the bones. Damiao bite him. Meow, meow, meow. Hey, you're really biting. Ow, ow, ow. Uncle Gu Shouchuan chuckled at the commotion, but then noticed Lunan staring at him. What's wrong, kid? Uncle Gu Shouchuan asked, slightly puzzled. Lunan stroked his chin, looking at Uncle Gu Shouchuan's apron. It was the same pink apron, but Uncle Gu Shouchuan's had a pink puppy while Mr. Ulung's had a pink rabbit. No, I just think the apron looks familiar. Lunan pulled out a chair and started talking about the true man he met this afternoon along. Iji, baring his teeth, raised a meow in his hands, afraid it would bite him again. Lunan, how do you always meet such strange people? The strangest person I've met is you, okay? Lunan rolled his eyes. Have you forgotten our first meeting was by the coastal highway when you were being chased by those two big guys, Ashur and Asho? Uncle Gu Shouchuan fell silent after hearing this, as if deep in thought, then suddenly looked up. I remember now. Oh, it's Ulung. Wait, you know him? Lunan was taken aback. I do, sort of. Sometimes when I go to buy groceries, I see him often and chat with him. He's a really nice guy, and I've heard he's great at household chores. The neighbors all praise him. But, Uncle Gu Shouchuan smiled slightly. If you ever need help with anything, you can call Ulung. He has a wide network and should be able to help you. After saying this, Uncle Gu Shouchuan stopped talking and picked up today's newspaper to read. Iji had finished wrestling with Damiao, sporting 3 bite marks on his head, but he had also tugged at Damiao's cheeks several times, feeling quite satisfied with his achievements. Damiao lay in Lunan's arms, looking defiant, seemingly ready to fight Iji again. By the way, school starts in 2 days, Lunan, are you ready? Iji casually asked. If you're not ready. Lunan chuckled and elbowed Iji, causing him to nearly spill his cola on his pants. Don't worry, I'm just 1,000 federal coins short, and 2 days is more than enough time. Lunan was also happy his friends cared about him, and he certainly couldn't let them down. Who's worrying about you? Iji gave him the finger. Get over yourself. Damiao bite him. Meow, meow, meow. Ow, ow. Suddenly the shop door was pushed open and Chica and Nanawa entered carrying items and back. Chica immediately rushed to mock the wrestling scene of Damiao and Iji, while Nanawa headed towards the kitchen with her items. Lunan, quick to help, started carrying things. I was wondering why I didn't see you guys when I came back. Did you go shopping? Yes, the ingredients in the store were running low, so we went out to replenish some. Nanawa opened the fridge and began organizing the ingredients. Do you and Damiao want anything for dinner tonight? You can tell me, okay? Damiao perched on Iji's head, raised both paws. Damiao wants to eat braised fish, meow. Lunan, on the other hand, expressed he was fine with anything as long as it wasn't something crazy like pumpkin mixed with watermelon. Braised fish. Of course. Nanawa smiled and picked up a fishing rod. Lunan was startled, his face full of question marks. Wait, Nanawa. Nanawa tilted her head in confusion. What's wrong? I mean, what is that? Lunan pointed to the fishing rod she was carrying, struggling to control his facial expression. Nanawa replied nonchalantly, Isn't Damiao craving fish? I'm planning to go catch one. Lunan stared at Nanawa, who seemed so certain, then glanced at the unperturbed Chica, and Uncle Gu Shouchuan, finally resting his gaze on Iji, who looked equally shocked. Lunan felt a great sense of relief. It was good to know that he wasn't the only one who thought this was a crazy idea. If even the neurotic Iji felt something was off, then it must not be his problem. To his surprise, Iji slammed the table in anger. Nanawa, how can you not call me for something like this? I must join immediately. Then Iji dashed back to his room and came out fully equipped, excitedly opening the door. I'm ready. I will strike in the guise of a fisherman. Lunan stared blankly at everything unfolding before him. I take back what I said earlier. Iji, you are an irredeemable lunatic. Iji handed the fishing rod to Lunan. Here, do you want to join in for a thrilling fishing experience? Lunan grinned like a mischievous dragon king, grabbing the fishing rod. I will strike in the guise of a fisherman. Damiao. Ahem. Meowed. Iori extended his finger and cast a spell on his tongue, raising his enchanted thumb in the air to compare the air. Very good. The humidity. Quite nice. This is the spot. A perfect fishing point. Iori rubbed his hands excitedly, opened his treasure bag, and began to busily prepare mixing bait and busying himself. Meanwhile, Lunan was already sitting on a small stool fishing and even the dazed cat had fashioned a small fishing rod out of a stick and line to enjoy the fun. Nine, what do you think Iori is? Normal like this? Lunan glanced at Iori, who was still busy, and asked curiously. Nine also sat on a small stool staring at the bobber with a smile. Well, as long as Iori is happy, that's what matters. At this moment, Iori had finished packing his gear, set up his fish net, prepared the bait, and even made himself a comfortable seat. Huh, aren't you guys going to prepare bait? Iori turned around and was taken aback to find that both Lunan and the cat had already caught fish. Wasn't he just getting started? How come you all started catching fish? Lunan nodded appreciatively, saying, Thank you, I almost forgot without your reminder, as he grabbed a handful of the bait Iori had mixed and casually sprinkled it by his bobber. Huh, Iori was stunned. I can't believe you're so ungrateful. Lunan replied, What do you mean? We're practically family here. Lunan, unfazed, even helped the cat, and Nai grab a handful of bait, treating it as Iori's generous sponsorship. Iori was utterly speechless. By the way, what bait are you all using? Having finished mixing the bait for the spot, Iori was now preparing the fishing bait, throwing in everything from Super Bait No. 1 to Invincible Fishing King. Lunan didn't even look up, staring at his bobber, just the earthworms under that stone over there, the ones the cat just caught. We're all using this, nature's is the best. Iori shook his head disdainfully. The fishing wasn't that simple, it required skill. The fishing ground was a battlefield. Splash. Suddenly a sound of water splashing caught Iori's attention. He turned to see Nai. A real sea bream. Just right for braising, and this size is quite suitable. Nai smiled at the sea bream in her hands and stood up. Well, I'm heading back now. Remember to come back for dinner after you play for a bit, okay? Sure. Got it, meow. Watching Nai walk away with the sea bream weighing 4 to 5 kilograms, Iori was somewhat bewildered. Was it really that easy? Is this a joke? Perhaps the fish were biting well today. Iori suddenly became excited, casting his rod into the sea. It seemed today would be a record catch for him. As time passed slowly, Lunan also caught a fish, a small sea bream. Although it was small, Lunan was very satisfied. He was always an easy-to-satisfy person. Having one was already great. Iori was still intently staring at his bobber, unable to resist, and threw in more bait. This time it would definitely work. Meow. The cat suddenly exclaimed as the small stick bent in a way that made Iori's heart race. Oh, cat, you're amazing. Lunan instantly became excited, hurriedly standing next to the cat to provide support. The cat, full of excitement, began to struggle with the fish underwater. Cat, go for it. Cat, you can do it. Lunan continuously cheered for the cat, providing ample emotional support. Explosive rod. Explosive rod. Though it felt somewhat despicable, Iori couldn't help but silently pray. After all, he had yet to catch anything with his professional gear, while the cat was getting big catches with just a stick. He certainly couldn't accept that, otherwise wouldn't it just make him look like a poor student with too many tools? Explosive rod. Explosive rod. The small stick emitted a creaking sound as it clearly approached its breaking point. With a crack, the stick broke in half, turning into 2 pieces, and the cat plopped down onto the ground. Iori's expression of surprise had not fully blossomed before it froze as Lunan, quick as lightning, reached out and grabbed the front half of the stick. Then Lunan stomped heavily on the ground, starting to reel in the fish. Lunan's strength was naturally unmatched by the cat, and the fish beneath the surface gradually lost all its strength, and means being pulled up by Lunan and Iori's desperate gaze. A grouper about the same size as the cat, estimated to weigh at least 10 kilograms, was absolutely massive. Cat, we are champions. Hooray, we are champions, meow. Lunan and the cat excitedly danced around the grouper on the ground, as if performing some strange ritual. Iori looked on in jealousy, feeling green with envy. What the hell, why them? Just that stick. Just those earthworms. Why? Iori gazed suspiciously at the surface of the sea. Could it be that someone is putting fish on their hooks? What about me? Can you put one on my hook too, buddy? This situation is making me lose face. They'll pay more, just help me out here, buddy. Meanwhile, Lunan and the cat had finished their celebratory dance. Lunan was now directing the cat to lay beside the fish, preparing to take a picture to show off to his friends. The cat catching such a big fish needed to be flaunted. Soon various replies came in. Grand Buell Nuclear Fragment Love Family. Super Hunter Lu Xiaonan sends a photo. Look at what the cat caught. Impressive, right? Nine Eyes Wow. Cat, you're amazing. Just in time for soup tomorrow. Qian Qian's Sha as expected of the cat. Uncle Chuan, where's the spot? And the seniors from PKB. Shen Long Xiao Siro, where's the spot? Sure Tian Bu He Jio, the cat caught this. Impressive. Bin Z, not bad, right? That means Nai Hua will make delicious food tomorrow, right? See you tomorrow, and my friends. Jima Wan Z, the cat is really great. By the way, school starts in 2 days. Do you have plans for the day after tomorrow? If not, I'll pick you up after work. Come camping with me. Xiao Kai Zichi de Xiao so big. The soup will be delicious. Today also survived. If possible, please don't eat the tail part of the fish. Styles little family. Miss Berry Flavor, please scold me. This thing isn't bad selling it. We want need to buy fish at the store tomorrow. Hong, Yizue Duo Qing. You do what I do. You can do it, or I won't say anything. If you ask me to do it, it'll curse beep. Rixiang Xiao Tai Yang, this is almost as big as the cat. How did you catch it? Strawberry Vanilla Little Cake. Dino, the store manager, should change the name. Mama Dong, am a primary school student, give me. Lunan felt his vanity had been greatly satisfied. This moment was truly exhilarating. Then Lunan greeted Iori while carrying the big fish and prepared to head back. Having one was enough, there was no need to continue fishing or he might not be able to handle more. Watching Lu Nan and the silly cat happily run away with the big fish, Iori felt a pang of discomfort. They are not my buddies, but what about me? How could I, Iori from the northern plains, let my illustrious reputation be ruined today? No, I must think of a way. Since this group of fish are hooked on earthworms, then Iori suddenly glanced at the stone Lu Nan had pointed to earlier where the silly cat supposedly caught the earthworms. Iori looked around cautiously, and seeing no one, he sneaked over to start digging in the dirt. Before Iori could successfully catch an earthworm, a van suddenly pulled up behind him. Uncle Gu Shouchuan opened the door and jumped out, grabbing the fishing rod from the passenger seat. Seeing Iori squatting on the ground with a confused expression, Uncle Gu Shouchuan was also bewildered. What are you doing, Iori? Iori silently stood up, whistling as he returned to his fishing spot. Oh, nothing much, just playing around by digging in the dirt. That scared me. I thought Lu Nan and the others had come back, and I almost embarrassed myself. Uncle Gu Shouchuan didn't bother about Iori anymore and hurriedly found a good spot to prepare for casting his rod. He said, Iori, we only have half an hour because Nai Nai Hua needs another half an hour to be ready. In this half hour, whether we can surpass the silly cat depends on this wave. Iori said nothing. He had no thoughts of surpassing the silly cat, only a stubborn desire to avoid coming back empty-handed. The beginner's protection period for BYD is impressive, but he has no tricks left, and the silly cat is simply not human. It seems like it was never human to begin with. Time flowed by like the little dried fish in the silly cat's mouth. Iori's expression grew worse. He was almost desperate to jump in and catch one, but unfortunately, he wasn't a good swimmer. If he jumped in, who would catch him was uncertain. Uncle Gu Shouchuan also sighed repeatedly. He hadn't even managed to cast his line yet, and felt that the night breeze was particularly chilly, as if it penetrated to the depths of his heart. As the half hour approached, Uncle Gu Shouchuan and Iori exchanged glances. Could it be that tonight would end in defeat? No. Absolutely not. Fishermen never go home empty-handed. We're back. Unlike the enthusiasm when Lu Nan and the others returned, Uncle Gu Shouchuan and Iori's spirits were evidently low. Oh, you're back. Lu Nan smiled at the two of them, wondering if they had caught anything good after he left. As for the big grouper caught by the silly cat, it had already been placed in the kitchen to be kept alive for tomorrow's soup. Qiansha, seeing the bulging fishing net in their hands, approached with great interest. So much. What did you catch? What is this? Qiansha's gaze was full of confusion, seemingly unable to comprehend why these things were in the fishing net. Iori awkwardly smiled and began to pull things out of the fishing net. This is wild pumpkin we saw by the roadside with Uncle. This is a wild cucumber, this is a wild chili, this is a beautiful wild pebble, and this is a wild shell. Iori's voice grew quieter, eventually becoming as faint as a mosquito's buzz. As for Uncle Gu Shouchuan, he felt too embarrassed to face the situation and went to wash his hands and put on an apron to help in the kitchen. Qiansha glanced at the things on the ground and then looked at Iori. Did you steal from someone's vegetable garden? Iori immediately felt a lump in his throat, his entire face flushed. No, it really is wild by the roadside. How can what fishermen do be called stealing? Iori's mouth was filled with vague phrases like fisherman and not coming back empty-handed and left money for him, filling the store with a lively atmosphere. So it means a thief never comes back empty-handed, eh? Lu Nan added the final touch, and Iori could no longer hold it together, losing all strength and means. However, Iori quickly regained his composure at the dining table, seemingly transforming his frustration into appetite. He directly used whirlwind chopsticks to shove food into his mouth, and no one present could eat as much as he did. Another day of hard work. On the way home, Lu Nan looked at the blue sky and felt that the air today was exceptionally good, and the sky was particularly blue. The silly cat beside him was also particularly. Well, the silly cat is already very cute. As for why he was in such a good mood, it was because he had saved enough for his tuition, and all of this couldn't be separated from the support of his friends. Of course, the road to making money was far from over. After all, he still had daily expenses, and on a larger scale, he needed to save for a house. He still had a long way to go. In a good mood, Lu Nan decided to treat himself a little better. Passing by a stall, he bought 2 candied hawthorns as a reward for his hard work and for the hard work of the silly cat. As the man and the cat happily ate their candied hawthorns, they slowly made their way to the bus stop, but there were actually acquaintances there. It was Anze Akina and that classmate from Kasaka, and besides them, there was a girl with pink hair who was probably the legendary classmate Hua Yan. At that moment, the three of them were chatting. More than chatting, it looked like the two young lovers were deeply engrossed in conversation, while Anze wore an awkward, yet desperate smile, blankly nodding along. At that moment, Anze noticed Lu Nan and the silly cat, and her eyes lit up. She looked at Lu Nan with pleading eyes as if she had "Save me" written on her face. But Lu Nan expressionlessly finished the last bite of his candied hawthorn and turned his gaze away. Old 8. Not concerned, don't waste your brother's time going home for fish soup. Ding dong. Little vegetable eater, save me. Super Hunter Lu Xiaonan, no, I want to go home and drink fish soup. Little vegetable eater, 100 Federation coins. Super Hunter Lu Xiaonan, your hunter is now online, dear boss. Please rest assured. Lu Nan smiled. This side income just came in. Unfortunately, he didn't trigger the commission from the meeting place, otherwise he could have earned more. It seems Anze's heart wasn't too sincere. Lu Nan nudged the silly cat, who quickly pulled out a tissue from his small pocket. The man and cat wiped their mouths and walked over. Oh, Anze senpai, you're here too. Lunan seemed to have just noticed Anze asking in surprise, then directly squeezed past the boy named Kasaka and leaned in. Senpai, you still haven't finished talking about the orientation you mentioned last time. Do you have time now? Anze looked at Lunan, who was smiling brightly and sparkling with excitement as he approached her, and suddenly felt a bit dazed. Senior. Lunan tilted his head slightly, watching Yanai-mi freeze in place. She feigned hesitation, glancing towards Sohaku and Kairan beside her. Senior has a few things to attend to right now. Might not be able to tutor you after all. Her expression was disarmingly sincere, so convincing that even Lunan nearly believed her. He lifted Daimiao, both of them donning pitiful, pleading faces. Off. But school starts the day after tomorrow. Daimiao and I know absolutely nothing. We might get hopelessly lost on campus. Surely Senior won't abandon us like that. Daimiao chimed in perfectly. Senior is the very best Miao. Yanai-mi attempted another deflection, but Senior really does have. Kairan, sensing Yanai-mi's discomfort, gently tugged Sohaku's arm. Then please help our junior Yanazan. After all, we're alumni. Besides, Sohaku and I can go shopping together just fine. Yanai-mi, apparently caught in an escalating tug-of-war, tried once more to resist, only for Lunan to seize her wrist and dash off. Enough with the back and forth. If anyone saw us, they'd think it was Lunar New Year, and time to flee. Daimiao, run. In. Thanks so much, seniors. Senior Yanai-mi is officially borrowed for now. In. Bye-bye, meow. Nonly, after two sharp turns, certain they were fully out of sight, did Lunan finally release Yanai-mi's hand. Borrowed. That sounds oddly strange, Yanai-mi murmured, rubbing her wrist. The grip had left it faintly sore. If it works, then it works. Boss, mission accomplished. How about this payment? Lunan rubbed his hands together eagerly. Beside him, Daimiao raised his tiny round paw high, already poised and ready. Yanai-mi burst into quiet laughter. All right, thank you for helping me escape that awkward spot. She withdrew 100 federal credits from her small wallet and placed them carefully into Daimiao's upraised palm. The moment the payment landed, Lunan's face lit up, his grin nearly wide enough to rival a roadside shaman's ecstatic dance. A 5-minute improvisation for 100 federal credits. What an extraordinary stroke of luck. Today truly was auspicious. Senior Yanai-mi indeed possessed remarkable generosity. By the way, why are you still spending time together? I assumed you'd parted ways entirely. Guided by an unwavering commitment to 5-star post-service support, Lunan asked the question. Pure professional instinct, a principle that had never failed him before. Today, however, proved to be an exception. Once prompted, Yanai-mi unleashed a torrent of grievances, rambling on without pause, pouring out everything at once. In short, they hadn't broken up. They remained close friends, and when Kairan learned Yanai-mi had helped orchestrate their romance, her gratitude deepened immeasurably. Now she insisted on including Yanai-mi everywhere she went. Yet for Yanai-mi, this was pure torment. Not only did she harbor feelings for Sohaku, but watching him openly express affection for another woman was agony in itself. And enduring relentless, unrelenting dog food. No soul could withstand such cruelty. It was sheer emotional torture. You have no idea how hard it was to hold myself together while they sang love duets inside that private room. Unbelievable. Yanai-mi raked her fingers through her soft shoulder-length blue hair until it stood wildly disheveled. Then just refuse, Lunan said calmly, cradling Daimiao in his arms. Yanai-mi turned to look at him. I said, just refuse. His gaze remained steady as though stating something utterly mundane. Refuse what you don't wish to do. Reject what makes you uncomfortable. Isn't that simply natural? But, if you cannot even voice a refusal within a relationship, then surely you're bearing far too much. Watching Yanai-mi lower her head lost in silent contemplation, Lunan continued unprompted, whether friendship, romance, or any other bond. Refusal is a fundamental human right, inherent and unquestionable. It isn't like refusing means evading arrest by the police. If a relationship forbids refusal, if saying no feels impossible, then that relationship itself is profoundly distorted. Lunan lifted Daimiao gently. Take Daimiao. He refuses my attempts to bathe him. Yes, I'm his boss, but he finds it embarrassing, so he declines without hesitation. And I respect that decision completely. Simple as that. Boss's example is terrible, meow, and has this little kitten forgotten he's still firmly in boss's grasp? Oof, I'm being pinched. Yanai-mi suddenly laughed, her expression brightening, shadows lifting from her face. Never imagined it. You Lunan are quite the life mentor, aren't you? Lunan waved a dismissive hand. Just an added service after completing the commission. My professional standards are exceptionally high. Then thank you, Lunan, professionally exceptional classmate, and, if gratitude is sincere, perhaps recommend a restaurant you truly love. Lunan accepted the thanks without hesitation and immediately proposed reciprocity. That evening, Grand Blue's gas pipeline malfunctioned, requiring urgent repairs, shattering plans for the long-anticipated fish soup dinner. Fortunately, repairs would finish by tomorrow, and Master Furukawa intended to host a celebratory gathering, then inviting members of the diving club-style Chisa Iori and Lunan's friends alike, essentially a preterm feast. A welcome-back banquet. Thus, dinner tonight fell entirely to Lunan and Daimiao. Originally, Lunan had planned to return home and make instant noodles, but Yanai-mi's detour likely caused him to miss his usual train. He decided instead to dine out. Why ask Yanai-mi for recommendations? Because Old Ba, as she was now dubbed, was undeniably a seasoned gourmand privy to hidden culinary gems known only to insiders. Such places rarely appear on maps. Entry demands either serendipitous discovery or an insider's referral. Much like job hunting, a sobering reality. Oh, you want my recommendation? Of course, I'll oblige. But first, call me senior. Yanami beamed. Lunan crossed his arms impassively, declining outright, and bestowed upon her a new title, classmate Laoba. Yanami's face scrunched up instantly. That's awful. I hate it. Lunan smirked. You hate it. So what? You think I'll stop calling you that just because you dislike it? Classmate Laoba is proof of our bond. Far more distinctive than a bland generic senior, wouldn't you agree? Yanami huffed. Fine, I refuse too. After all, someone just taught me how to refuse, didn't they? Dare you wield father's own magic against father himself? What is that? Absolutely hilarious. Lunan looked up at the sign and smiled. Oh, this is the place classmate Laoba recommended. Budwa Tianlong Ramen. What an audacious name. Dai Miao adopted a solemn face and declared, if Ban I Jian says it's not good, kick her, but meow. He seemed already prepared to use his little foot. To be fair, the shop matched Lunan's romantic imaginings of a secluded, almost otherworldly alley eatery tucked deep in the lane, modest in appearance, few patrons, quietly discreet. An establishment that hinted at secrets and the occasional reclusive master. No more talk, whether it was delicious or not had to be discovered by tasting. Lunan and Dai Miao pushed open the door and stepped inside. The decor was ordinary, indistinguishable from any typical ramen shop. The owner was stirring something in a pot. Besides Lunan, there was an uncle who wore the battered face of someone worn down by life, and a pretty pink-haired girl who greeted Lunan with a warm, nodding smile. Lunan set Dai Miao on a seat, and the two of them studied the menu on the sign, deciding which ramen to order. Unbeknownst to them, they were not the only ones being observed while they stared at the menu. The uncle adjusted his glasses and could not help but sneer inwardly. These two looked like youngsters who had wandered into the shop by chance. They would never appreciate the true essence of ramen. Just like that little girl over there. The battlefield of ramen is no place for an inexperienced child. I am Lu Xiaoshan, who I have cultivated my palate for ramen for more than a decade. To call me a sovereign in the realm of ramen connoisseurship would not be an exaggeration. In the Dongfang Federation in Lanhai City, this shop could be considered one of the very best ramen establishments. Whether these young people could comprehend its subtleties, however, remained to be seen. Uncle Xiaoshan sighed inwardly. If they truly sought only deliciousness, he might as well teach them a few gentle lessons. For instance, when choosing ramen, the widely praised newcomer-friendly tonkatsu is a safe choice. It rarely disappoints, but it hardly astonishes. A true Epicurean selection, however, would be the quietly hidden shoyu tucked away in the corner. 2 shoyu tonkatsu, lighter seasoning, please. What? Uncle Xiaoshan's eyes widened involuntarily, disbelief creeping over him. How could this young man know? It was supposed to be. He'll have 1 shoyu tonkatsu, 2 lighter seasoning. The pink-haired maiden raised her hand, her eyes shining with eager anticipation. Could it be that a prodigy of taste had arrived in the ramen world? Or had he himself fallen behind the times? No, Xiaoshan, do not rush. This is merely the first step in appreciating ramen. There is still more to come. The shop owner asked calmly, how firm would you like the noodles? This was the moment Uncle Xiaoshan had been waiting for. He cried out inside, noisily so. Noodle firmness is determined by how long the noodles are boiled before being lifted from the water. If too soft, the remaining noodles will swell and lose their texture as the meal continues. If the noodles are too firm, they remain overly crisp and resist absorbing the savory soul of the broth, also a misstep. Thus, only the option of firmer is truly optimal. 1 order a bit softer, 1 order firmer. For the firmer bowl, please double the side dishes. Extra firm. A voice answered with an entirely different choice. What a grave error. Uncle Xiaoshan mourned silently. Double side dishes may seem indulgent, but they cause the flavors to clash and the salt level can become excessive, utterly inadvisable. This is sacrilege against ramen. Your noodles, the shop owner announced at just the right moment. It was Uncle Xiaoshan's bowl. Perhaps it was only his imagination, but he thought he had glimpsed a flicker of recognition in the owner's eyes. Very well. Since matters had come this far, he would see if he could salvage these youngsters' palates. Let the so-called ramen sovereign, Lu Xiaoshan, right their errors. First, seek out the broth's truest aroma. Begin by appreciating the most pungent note, the diagonal cut of the pickled ginger, and proceed in that order. This is the most basic principle. Next, the flavor, ladle a spoonful of broth, let it mingle with the air and taste. Awaken the palate, adopt a godlike vantage, and carefully discern the messages delivered by scent and taste. Then the noodles, take a modest bite, chew slowly, then swallow and relish. Finally, the water to savor the delicate aftertaste. Wash away the lingering oil and salt on the tongue with water. Whether one performs this step makes all the difference. At that point, a cycle is complete. Repeating this sequence multiple times is what he called the water cycle. Now the youngsters' bowls had arrived. Let us observe how they would treat this feast. The pink-haired girl fiddled with something beneath her gaze, a smile playing on her lips. She looked utterly absorbed. The blue little cat and the black-haired young man moved in unison. Both first scooped a spoonful of broth to their mouths. Uncle Xiaoshan found himself nodding approvingly. What happened next utterly baffled him. The pink-haired girl lifted her tiny spoon and laughed with delight, as if she had completed an artwork. Staring more closely, the spoon seemed to hold a perfectly scaled miniature bowl of ramen. Everything, broth, noodles, toppings, had been gathered into that tiny spoon, condensed into a small self-contained universe. Uncle Xiaoshan felt his pupils dilate in astonishment. Not right. This was the miniature ramen technique. Each mouthful contained a concentrated essence, allowing the eater to experience the entirety of the bowl in one bite. But if they continued like this, the process would take too long, and the remaining noodles would certainly soften. Wait, she had ordered her noodles extra firm. Could all of this have been part of her plan? This girl's sense for dining was extraordinarily refined. No, there were still masters present. As if on some unspoken command, Lu Nan and Dai Miao began their own ritual. Lu Nan pinched a small bundle of noodles with his chopsticks, slurped them into his mouth, and never released them. As he drew, the broth itself seemed to stir and swirl. Dai Miao moved with brisk precision. He maintained a steady rhythm of sipping broth, slurping a mouthful of noodles, taking a bite of a side, then sipping again. Slurp, bite, sip. Uncle Xiaoshan stared stunned. These two appeared so inexperienced yet. Why did they move with such practiced ease? But it's not over yet. Far from it. Their method of eating is indeed impressive, but compared to the already established complete system of the water cycle eating technique, it still has some weaknesses. That young man with black hair, while this way of eating perfectly ensures the ultimate resonance between the soup and the noodles, guaranteeing that the mouth is filled with the exquisite flavor of the pulled noodles, it is impossible for a person to keep slurping noodles continuously. You can no longer enjoy the side dishes, right? The side dishes are an essential part of the soul of the pulled noodles and are absolutely inseparable. Wait, why would a cat come to eat pulled noodles? It's so cute that it doesn't matter what it does. Oh. The blue kitten's way of eating also has a flaw. The overly rich flavor of the pulled noodles accumulates in the mouth, making it less enjoyable as one continues to eat, which is unbearable. The pink-haired girl's mini pulled noodle eating method is also a famous technique, but there is a problem: the side dishes are absolutely insufficient. So what should you do when the side dishes are lacking? What should we do then? Before Uncle Xiaoshan could even process his thoughts, he saw Lu Nan and the silly cat stop their actions simultaneously and pull out something that left him speechless: a large bottle of ice-cold tea. Well, what? Uncle Xiaoshan momentarily forgot about the noodles, staring dumbfounded as Lu Nan and the silly cat opened the bottle caps in unison and began to gulp down that delicious drink. But this way the sugar content is excessive. Moreover, the intense sweetness will ruin the flavor of the noodles themselves, making the taste of the next bite of noodles extremely strange. This is definitely a blunder. No, they picked up the char siu. Yes, char siu. This bite of char siu will quickly offset the high-density sweetness in the mouth, ensuring that the flavor of the next bite of noodles returns to its divine status. Who on earth are these two? But the problem of the black-haired young man is still unresolved. There are still so many side dishes. It's impossible. This is... Uncle Xiaoshan's glasses slid down his nose, but he had no intention of pushing them back up. He saw Lu Nan maintaining a high-density, low-intensity slurp of noodles, while simultaneously stuffing a chopstick full of side dishes into his mouth. This action was incredibly smooth and didn't even disrupt his rhythm of slurping noodles. The noodle soup gently swirled. Everything seemed so perfect, as if it were the first Tai Chi born after the world was created. It's the rotational dynamic noodle eating method. This child is terrifying. The blue kitten did not put down the drink in its paw. Instead, it incorporated drinking a mouthful of tea into the previously repeated steps, and rather than feeling complicated, it appeared even more natural. Uncle Xiaoshan was at a loss for words, already feeling somewhat numb. For a moment, he seemed to see a blue-haired figure behind that cat, in person towering like a mountain. However, as the pink-haired girl suddenly froze, everyone's actions momentarily paused, because there was only half a bowl of noodles left, and even though the silly cat had double the side dishes in its bowl, there wasn't much left. This is it. Uncle Xiaoshan perked up, sitting up straight. The distinction between an ordinary enthusiast and a true noodle lover. The biggest difference for genuine noodle fans is garlic. Whether one can accept eating garlic and whether one can overcome this hurdle is the final test of tasting exquisite flavors. The two humans and one cat seemed to sense something, exchanged glances, and simultaneously reached out to grab the garlic in front of them, unhesitatingly tossing it into their bowls. They did it. Uncle Xiaoshan felt a wave of relief. The younger generation still has true noodle lovers. How wonderful. Accompanied by the slurping sounds, the two humans and the cat almost simultaneously put down their chopsticks. There were no noodles left in the bowl, only the soup gently swaying. Uncle Xiaoshan watched as the young people lifted their bowls again, and an absurd thought flashed through his mind. Could it be that they still want to drink the soup? How could that be? The noodle soup, after adding garlic, is already somewhat salty, and having consumed so much starch, taking in such an oily soup would surely lead to weight gain. But contrary to what he thought, the three young people really drank it. They began to savor the last essence of the noodles. Oh. Why? I don't understand. Uncle Xiaoshan was confused and didn't understand. This was completely unnecessary. But wasn't there a time when he would also gratefully finish the last sip of soup? When did he become a tedious and calculating old man? He couldn't even take the time to enjoy the last sip of soup as he wished. Even the last bit of joy needs to be calculated and compared. When did he lose the ability to sit down and enjoy a bowl of noodles? After finishing the soup, Lu Nan put down the bowl, took out 3 pieces of tissue, and handed one each to the silly cat and the pink-haired girl across from him. After wiping the grease from the corners of his mouth, Lu Nan couldn't help but squint in satisfaction. Indeed, that guy Lao Bar really knows how to eat, and the method he taught isn't bad. It's been a long time since I enjoyed eating noodles so much. It's just a bit troublesome. Still, a way of eating akin to hyenas tearing at their food suits me best. Lunan placed the payment on the counter, happily calling out to the silly cat as he prepared to head home. The pink-haired girl, who also appeared to be a good eater, had finished her meal as well. Full of energy, she placed her money under the bowl and followed Lunan out the door. Young people. A sudden voice called out to them. Lunan turned back in confusion and saw the man giving a thumbs up, looking as if he had just achieved enlightenment, his expression no longer so weathered, appearing as if he could work an extra 3 hours. The two humans and the cat exchanged glances, their faces full of question marks. Lunan exited the noodle shop, stretching as he walked, feeling great after eating something delicious, ready to head home for a good sleep. Fujiwara Chika. A somewhat silly voice came from behind. Lunan instinctively turned around. I mean, my name is Fujiwara Chika. The pink-haired girl removed her small hair tie, letting her previously tied ponytail down, and her cherry blossom-colored hair fell. Her blue eyes held curiosity and joy. The black bow tied at her forehead swayed with her steps, and her school uniform, which looked unfamiliar, was adorned with a red bow seemingly topped by an oversized dumpling, giving a lifeless impression. Are you also a noodle lover? How wonderful. I never expected to meet someone with the same hobby here. She smiled brightly, appearing absolutely joyful. My name is Lunan, and this is Demiao. Lunan pointed to himself and then to Demiao. By the way, we are not exactly loyal fans of ramen. Demiao, you are so cute. Fujiwara Chika bent down to pat Demiao's head, then suddenly looked up as if just receiving new information. Then why are you both such good eaters? Lunan smiled awkwardly. If I had to say, maybe it's because we stand on the shoulders of giants. On the shoulders of giants. Fujiwara Chika tilted her head in confusion, completely not understanding what Lunan was talking about. I may not get it, but it sounds impressive. Fujiwara Chika stood up and took out her phone from her skirt pocket, showing it to Lunan. What does that mean? It's WeChat. Although you aren't fellow enthusiasts, you both seem interesting, and I want to be friends. Fujiwara Chika smiled brightly, yet there was an inexplicable hint of daze in her expression. There was no reason to refuse a friend request one. After saying goodbye to Fujiwara Chika, Lunan, still not far away, stared blankly at her, getting into a car that he didn't recognize, but looked incredibly impressive. Though he didn't know the brand, the bodyguard in a black suit with white gloves opening the door and the license plate that seemed to be 5/8 long felt like it was proclaiming something. Lunan glanced down at the new friend request with a ramen avatar on WeChat, exchanged a look with Demiao, and together they watched the car gradually drive away. Could it really be some local weaponry? Perhaps it was the power of paradise manifesting, or perhaps it was just a psychological effect. In any case, every time it got close to the start of school, the vacation felt like it passed by incredibly fast. For example, Lunan, not paying attention, realized that school seemed to start tomorrow. Just thinking about attending college in another world made him unavoidably excited, akin to his childhood anticipation of going to an amusement park for the first time. Lunan, why are you in a daze? Dino, the store manager, patted Lunan's shoulder. Hurry up and tidy up, didn't we say we would leave early today for Grand Blue? Only then did Lunan come back to his senses, nodding. Okay, manager. The seniors in the break room had already cleaned up and were gathered there chatting. Lunan, come take a look. Akiyama Kureha pulled Lunan aside, and in response to Lunan's puzzled look, took out a large, long, and dark object from her pocket. What do you think about bringing this? I brewed it at home, and it has a low alcohol content. Akiyama Kureha lifted the small jar of liquor. I heard from Dino that it's best to bring this if you're bringing a gift. Lunan smiled and nodded, watching Akiyama Kureha turn around with a sigh of relief, filled with sympathy. Bringing this gift is indeed a good idea, but it is likely that this gift will be used on yourself. The store manager, Dino, can't possibly be unaware of this, which indicates that the blonde is doing this on purpose. Forget it, I want tell Akiyama-senpai for now, otherwise they'll just end up arguing again. However, aside from Akiyama-senpai, only Dino and Akiyama-senpai can drink right. Dino is probably resorting to this strategy to alleviate his own stress. Soon everyone at Style finished tidying up. Dino locked the door, waved his hand, and with a spirited tone proclaimed, everyone, let's go. Let's go X6. Iori was facing the greatest challenge of his life. How to handle a fish that was almost as large as himself with the kitchen knife in his hand. Why do I have to deal with the fish? Wouldn't it be better to leave such things to the uncles, or to Asahi and Asuka-senpai? Iori was slapped by the fish's tail and felt somewhat overwhelmed. Didn't you choose this yourself? Said Chisa, who was meticulously picking vegetables with a sarcastic tone. I just wanted to assist Sister Nanawa, but I didn't expect to wrestle with a fish. There's no helping it. Lunan hasn't finished work yet, and Dad thought there weren't enough vegetables and went to buy more. Asahi and Asuka-senpai are outside setting up the tables and chairs. No one can help you now. Chisa shrugged her shoulders, seemingly feeling sorry for Iori, but actually reveling in his misfortune as if it were written all over her face. Just as Iori looked desperate, he suddenly heard a familiar voice that sounded like heavenly music to him. I'm back. It's Lunan. It's Lunan from Koya. Iori dashed to the door, placing the kitchen knife he was holding into Lunan's hands amidst Lunan's bewildered gaze. It's your turn now. Iori's eyes were bright, as if he were entrusting him with some major task. Lunan couldn't possibly not know what this guy was thinking. He pushed Iori's face, which was close to him, aside, speechless. All right, don't block the way, and my helper has arrived. Akiyama Kureha helplessly took the knife, rolling up her sleeves as she walked. In the end, it's still me who has to handle the fish. Dino chuckled behind her. Those who can do more work. Iori wiped the sweat from his forehead. So it's the manager and the others who came to help, that's good. We're Where did this elementary school student come from? Iori squatted down and stared wide-eyed at Hashikawa Mato, who was holding Damiao little sister Yu. Ow! Iori twisted his face and fell to the ground, clutching his foot in agony. Hashikawa Mato expressionlessly retracted her right foot. You know I'm 3 years older than you. You should call me senpai, and not little sister. I got it, senpai. Lunan stood aside, completely unable to move as he had already been caught by a large purple octopus. Aki-senpai, could you let me go? I can't breathe anymore. Hanging on to Lunan, Himenoka Aki let out a playful hum. What's wrong? Are you not willing to be teased by a beautiful girl? She jumped lightly to the ground, ruffled Lunan's hair into a mess, and left with a satisfied smile. You can't outplay me. Teasing little Lunan is something I'm best at. Lunan stood there speechlessly, smoothing his hair. He truly couldn't understand what Aki-senpai was doing, or it seemed she really enjoyed bullying him. He pulled up Iori, who was lying on the ground, and elbowed him speechlessly. Look at your miserable state. Let's go help Uncle Kashikawa, but don't just lie there. Iori grimaced. I've never seen this senpai before. I thought a child from someone's house had come over. To be honest, Lunan could understand him very well. After all, he also mistook Mato for someone else. When they first met, Mato's appearance was too deceiving. When Lunan and Iji stepped outside, the area had already been tidied up. The weather was splendid today. Having a meal outdoors with a well-set table felt much more atmospheric than eating inside. Senior Iso, is there anything we can help with? Lunan greeted and inquired if there was any way he and Iji could assist. Oh, it's Lunan and Iji. We're almost finished here. Iji, could you please help bring out some bowls and chopsticks? Lunan, check with your friends to see when they're arriving. If they're close, you can welcome them here. Senior Isu stretched his arms. Iji glanced at Lunan. Do you really have friends? Lunan scoffed. Of course I have friends aside from you, the scum. Iji wrapped her arm around Lunan's neck. They aren't some weird socially awkward otakus, are they? Ha ha. Lunan. A clear female voice came from behind them, causing Iji to stiffen as they turned around. They saw Jima Lin just stepping off a small motorcycle. She had just removed her helmet and her snowy white neck was partially obscured by her lake blue hair, her slightly flushed face showing a smile. Jima Lin, you're early. We haven't started eating yet, Lunan remarked, glancing at Iji. What are you standing there for? Go get the bowls and chopsticks. Iji let out a scoff and immediately ran off. Isn't it a bit early? After all, you invited me, so I definitely had to come, Jima Lin replied. By the way, I hope you haven't forgotten about tonight, Jima Lin added casually. She was referring to the camping trip they had discussed a couple of days ago for the last night before school started. Lunan remembered, but he didn't understand why they needed to go camping on the last night, especially since they had to attend the opening ceremony at 9 the next morning. Because after school starts, we'll have to pick a time to go for camping, Jima Lin had said then. Of course I haven't forgotten. Let's go together after dinner. Okay, is there anything you need me to help with? Jima Lin followed Lunan into Grand Blue. No, you're a guest. How could I possibly make you work? Just wait here and enjoy the food. Then I'll shamelessly wait for the food. By the way, where is Dai Miao? Lunan pointed to Xing Chuan Ma Dong, who was holding Dai Miao. There, Ma Dong is holding her. Thankfully, he had introduced his friends in advance, so it wouldn't lead to an awkward situation. Jima Lin's eyes lit up. Ma Dong is really cute. Lunan remained non-committal, reiterating that Ma Dong's appearance was quite deceptive. Soon the other seniors from the diving club arrived one after another, and the atmosphere inside and outside the store instantly perked up. Lunan was outside helping to wipe the tables, when suddenly a very familiar vehicle pulled up. It was Uncle Gu Shou Chuan's van. Whoa, it's lively here. Uncle Gu Shou Chuan looked quite pleased, carrying a lot of dishes. Just as Lunan was about to greet him, he saw a familiar figure stepping down from the passenger seat. Katsumi, what are you doing in Uncle Gu Shou Chuan's car? Not that it mattered, but mentioning Katsumi made her want to cry even more. She had set out early, and everything was fine at first. After a few stops, a sudden surge of malevolent spirits crowded into the vehicle, cramming it full like a tin of sardines, and she nearly panicked. After holding on for a stop, Katsumi couldn't take it anymore. She found an opening and dove out of the car, but the place where she landed was so desolate that she couldn't find a taxi and had to walk over awkwardly. Fortunately, when Uncle Gu Shou Chuan was driving back, he noticed her by the roadside, and after learning she was Lunan's friend, he offered her a ride. After listening to Katsumi recount her harrowing experience, Lunan felt genuinely sorry for the girl. She was so young, yet she had already been forced to endure such legendary pressure. The immediate priority was to ensure Katsumi had a good rest. After all, her ordeal was ultimately due to his invitation for dinner. Xiaohua has something going on today and really can't make it. Please convey my apologies, Katsumi said, following Lunan. She felt much better now. The sense of security from the divine was truly overwhelming. Moreover, for some reason, the concentration of spirits here was surprisingly low, even non-existent, which nearly brought Katsumi to tears. Was this place truly a land of purity? Jima Lin, this is Katsumi. She's still in her 3rd year of high school and is my junior. Lunan decided to let the maternal figure comfort Katsumi's fragile heart. Jima Lin, who was teasing Dai Miao, looked up at the newcomer. With hair as dark as Lunan's and sparkling golden eyes, she exuded no authority, instead appearing somewhat pitiful, yet deep within her gaze held a strong sense of determination and conviction. Dressed in a comfortable deep blue sweatshirt and loose jeans, she radiated a hint of boldness. The most crucial thing was that this beautiful girl seemed. Jima Lin discreetly observed Katsumi tugging at Lunan's clothing, biting her lip. She wasn't sure if it was as she thought, but if not, there might be trouble ahead. However, Lu Nan's clear gaze indicated he was still the same oblivious guy, and given that this girl was only in her final year of high school, any advances would trigger the protective instincts. Therefore, she shouldn't pose much of a threat. I'm Jima Lin, nice to meet you. Jima Lin smiled, pulling Katsumi close to sit down and handing her a cup of warm water. Thank you, Senior Lin. Lu Nan glanced at his phone. You two chat, I'll go pick up another friend. Okay, be careful on the way. Lu Nan looked speechlessly at Hachinami and Zhu in front of him. So how did you dare to say you got lost over just a few steps and ask for help by saying I'm under that cloud that looks like cotton candy, which is utterly confusing? Hey, I was too nervous. Hachinami stuck out her tongue, tilting her head. If you annoy me any further, I'll throw you into the sea. Wow, that's so ruthless. Our dear Hachinami seemed to be in a great mood, even humming a tune. You're in a good mood? Yep. Hachinami smiled brightly. Having a feast for free definitely lifts the spirits. And when you sent me the picture, I was already drooling over that fish. It must be super delicious. So it was all premeditated. Lu Nan found it somewhat amusing, wondering if this guy was just too fond of eating. Even if she loved food, it was completely impossible to see where she had gained weight. She was perfectly proportioned. It was a mystery where all that nutrition had gone. In a sense, Akina Minami could be considered the enemy of foodies. Actually, it's not like that. The main reason is that if you don't invite me, it'll have to be a third wheel with Sokka and Hualien. Akina kicked a small stone while pouting, looking like a pufferfish. So why didn't you just refuse? Are you that foolish? Can't you learn this? Lu Nan mercilessly mocked, as this behavior was clearly a recipe for high blood pressure. It was better than the anthropomorphized big yellow next door. At least they had learned not to eat dirt. Akina grew even angrier. Why are you saying that about me? I can do it, okay? I'm just still learning. Moreover, it's already a privilege for a beautiful girl like me to come to you, so why insult me? Lu Nan glanced at Akina in confusion. Sister, are you burning up? Am I really grateful? Akina coughed twice. Although it sounds a bit exaggerated, think about it. Inviting a beautiful girl to the gathering would certainly bring you some prestige, right? So from now on, just call me whenever there's a gathering. I shall protect your face. Lu Nan looked shocked with an expression that questioned how she could say such a thing so openly, making Akina feel a bit uncomfortable. The abacus beads are about to burst on my face. You really are greedy, Akina muttered. From a broad perspective, what I've said isn't wrong. After all, Lu Nan, you won't have anyone else. Akina blinked, staring at the two figures before her, one black and one blue, lost in confusion. But Lu Nan didn't care about her and began introducing. This is Akina Minami, a second-year student considered a senior, but don't treat her as one. If she suddenly starts talking about childhood sweethearts or some sort of fortuitous encounter, just pretend you didn't hear it. This is Shima Rin, and this is Yatsuya Minako. After the introductions, Lu Nan didn't linger, as things were getting busy in the kitchen and he needed to help. Hello, Akina-senpai. Hello, senpai. Huh. Oh, hi everyone. Akina scratched her head, unable to understand where her plan to mooch off food went wrong. How could Lu Nan have two beautiful friends like this? Thinking of this, Akina couldn't help but glance at the two junior girls, both very beautiful, each with their own charm. The girl named Shima Rin had a hair color quite similar to hers, while the other girl had a more lake blue shade, slightly darker than her sky blue hair. As the old saying goes, when you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you. Just as Akina was contemplating Shima Rin was secretly sizing up this suddenly appeared girl. Lu Nan had probably been too busy lately, as there were many things he hadn't told her. Though she had no position to say such things, it would be bad if that child got tricked, since he had just arrived in this world not long ago. As his friend. I mean, as a caring figure like a mother, I needed to know a bit about him. This was purely out of concern, yes. As for this Akina-senpai, how should I put it? She indeed seemed a bit unhinged. Although beautiful, she strangely exuded a unique aura of being a defeated rival, making it feel like she was probably not much of a competitor. Girls of the same age tend to bond easily in appropriate settings, and before long the three of them were chatting away, sharing daily cosmetics, affordable yet delicious desserts, and the hottest topics among girls, gossip and romantic histories. Unfortunately, Minako and Shima Rin were rare cases with almost no romantic history since birth, so this heavy burden naturally fell on Akina, although that matter was like a black mark for her. However, given the atmosphere and the fact that the other two were 1 and 2 years younger than her, Akina simply put on the guise of, I have a friend, and began to speak without any psychological burden. I have a friend who has a childhood sweetheart. Akina rambled on, embellishing her story. Yatsuya Minako was utterly absorbed, nodding occasionally. For someone who had been tense and stressed, daily joining in a simple and thrilling gossip session was the ultimate relaxation for her brain, and she nearly let out a small hum of delight. For Shima Rin, this was even better news. Although it was said to be a friend, those who understood could see through it. No wonder she always felt that Akina had a heavy aura of defeat that turned out to be because of this. A defeated general is not to be feared. Moreover, looking at her now, it seemed she was completely uninterested, perhaps still unable to let go. Wouldn't this mean an easy victory for her? Shima Rin couldn't help but feel a little smug, sensing a feeling of victory approaching. Soon they would step into university together. Although she and Lu Nan were not in the same major, they would still be in the same grade. With a bit of maneuvering in elective courses, there were plenty of opportunities. While they were in a heated discussion, Lu Nan and Iozo came out, arms draped over each other's shoulders. This was mainly because their playful antics in the kitchen had disturbed the hard-working Nai Nai and her group, and they had been kicked out with the excuse of, go play outside, don't hinder those working in the kitchen. TCH99 is really stingy. It was just a wave of carrots poking at Iozo's backside, why kick me out? Right? Chio 2, it was just a wave of cucumbers knocking on Lu Nan's head, why so stingy? After saying this, the two exchanged smiles and simultaneously grabbed each other's hands from behind to sneakily attack their waists. Hey Lu Nan, about that friend of yours. Iozo hesitated to speak. Ah, you mean Shima Rin? She's the kind-hearted person I met when I just came to this world. She could even be a woman who becomes my mother. Lu Nan exclaimed. What the heck, Shea? When did you come? Iozo's pupils dilated. So why are you asking about this? Lu Nan looked puzzled. What else could it be? Of course it's for love. Iozo, I've been single from the beginning until now, naturally yearning for sweet romance. Iozo said as if it were a matter of course. I was asking to seek your advice on experience. But now it seems asking you is of no use. What does that mean? What do you mean it's useless to ask you? Lu Nan was bewildered by this bizarre reasoning. Iji shrugged, indicating that this was simply the way things were. Forget it, I can't be bothered to talk to you, I'm going to find Daimao. Lu Nan rolled his eyes, too lazy to continue this pointless conversation. Daimao was arguably the busiest person in the shop, just having downed drinks with the diving club, and now he was cosplaying as a toy doll in the arms of Sigu Jianzi. Boss! Daimao leaped out of Sigu Jianzi's arms and landed on Lu Nan's face, resembling some kind of bizarre alien facehugger. Lu Nan helplessly pulled Daimao down, and this little guy was probably a bit drunk and had likely drunk quite a bit earlier. Lu Nan shook Daimao. Daimao, can you hold it together? Don't get truly drunk, we haven't even eaten yet. Daimao nodded, indicating that he was fine. Seeing Daimao, all right, Lu Nan felt relieved. Turning around, he saw Iji standing like a wooden statue, mouth agape, appearing utterly shocked. Lu Nan waved his hand in front of Yizi's face. Iji? What's wrong with you? Did you get petrified by Medusa? Iji merely raised a trembling hand, pointing at the three girls chatting enthusiastically on the sofa. All them. They are all my friends, Lu Nan said nonchalantly, leaving Iji speechless. Wait bro, it's only been a few days. I'm begging you, even in novels things don't happen this fast. Please say you bought them to act as my friends. I'm truly begging you. Iji stood there in a daze, seemingly unable to accept this reality. Actually, I met another friend yesterday, but she couldn't make it today. Lu Nan said this with remarkable calmness, causing Iji to momentarily feel faint. He suddenly hugged Lu Nan's leg and started crying. Bro, I'm begging you. I was wrong earlier, there were too many people outside. Now I'm kneeling, please teach me. I want to learn too. I want to make friends with beautiful girls. Iji, tear-streaked and sincere, appeared genuinely earnest. However, Lu Nan remained unmoved, as it was simply impossible to teach him. All his friends had their own reasons. Jima Lin was someone he unexpectedly encountered in this world while wandering in the wild. Sigu Jianzi the Jr. needed no explanation, it was all due to the commission at the meeting place. Hinokawa Aki was someone he met through drinking a familiar face. Nanami Aki was someone he accidentally saw in a scandal. Fujiwara Chika was someone he mistook for a kindred spirit while eating ramen together. So in a sense, what Iji said wasn't entirely incorrect. He indeed relied on luck, but now if he revealed the truth, Iji probably wouldn't believe it. But soon Iji could no longer cling to Lu Nan, as Aisher and Aisho, attracted by Yizi's cries, forcibly dragged him away to drink. Damn, save me, Lu Nan. This isn't fair. Why didn't you grab Lu Nan too? I refuse to accept this. Iji yelled from Asha's shoulder. Aisher chuckled. I can grab Lu Nan, but then you'll have to drink with him. Iji fell silent, behaving like a well-behaved little wife, yet with a gaze full of longing, continuously staring at Lu Nan. Lu Nan avoided eye contact with Iji, completely ignoring him until he was submerged by the seniors of the diving club. Tisk tisk, Iji, it's not that I don't want to save you, but it can't be helped, hope you understand. He. Lu Nan, holding Daimao, naturally joined in the conversation of the three girls, and as soon as he sat down, he heard Lao Ba, that rascal, proclaiming his erroneous belief that there are only two types of women in this world: childhood friends or vixens. With a serious and passionate expression, he seemed to embody the style of a small, mustached man from some pub. Lu Nan couldn't hold back any longer and punched him on the head. What the hell are you talking about? Don't lead the juniors astray, you scoundrel. Nanami Aki, feeling the pain, covered his head and gasped. What's wrong with you? I didn't say anything wrong, but it's just like that, isn't it? Lu Nan rolled his eyes, too lazy to deal with this fool whose mind was filled with nothing but food and romance. Instead of talking about this, why don't you think about tomorrow's school opening? Nanami Aki pouted in displeasure. The start of school is a matter for you new students. Oh, what does it have to do with me, a second year? Lu Nan sneered. Of course, it's to remind you to be prepared to eat dog food at school at any time. Upon hearing this, Nanami Aki immediately wilted like the effect of a drug wearing off, sinking into a gloomy state. Jima Lin couldn't help but feel a little pleased. Although it was quite unethical, it was precisely because of this contrast that made the victor's fruits taste even sweeter. She looked at Lu Nan sitting beside her, only to be surprised to find a purple thing seemingly growing beside his neck. I'm exhausted. The junior let me lean on him to rest. What are you all chatting about? The purple curls felt fluffy, making Lu Nan slightly itchy. Oh my junior, are all these your friends? Hinokawa Aki smiled brightly as she leaned her entire weight onto Lu Nan from behind the sofa, resting her head on his shoulder. Her expression was lazy and carefree, as if doing something very ordinary. Hinokawa Aki. The booming sound of a bell echoed in Jima Lin's mind, indicating that she seemed to have encountered a true expert, a genuine carnivore, or rather an absolute predator. And this predator had clearly already set its sights on her cute child, even getting ahead of schedule, showcasing the terrifying dominance of a direct approach. Lunan, who is this? Jima Lin struggled to maintain her composure. This is Hinokawa Aki, a third-year student from Hylon Women's University, who joined the diving club across schools. We met while drinking before, and she's a really nice person. Lunan shivered from the hair, tickling him. Sister Aki, it's so itchy. Hinokawa Aki laughed even more happily. You praise Sister Aki, and she's very happy, but if you don't let Sister Aki up, she's not happy. Jima Lin looked into Hinokawa Aki's eyes. Although there wasn't any obvious fondness, they were already filled with curiosity. Developing a strong curiosity about something is often the beginning of falling for it. It seemed that things were getting a bit out of hand. Sigu Jinzi, who had been silently sitting in the crowd, appeared somewhat lost in thought. So it turns out that the divine beings can also be approached. So it turns out that divine beings can also show different expressions. I want to see the divine being show a strange expression. Yuenzi was startled by her own thoughts, quickly lowering her head, not daring to look at Lu Nan's expression, fearing that strange and presumptuous ideas might arise again. However, certain thoughts had already taken root as seeds in the young girl's heart, waiting for the moment they would sprout, grow, and bear unimaginable fruit. While Yuenzi was lost in her thoughts, Jima Lin was confronting Ben Gangzi over there. But what about our old eight? Old eight was secretly devouring a platter of fruits, and he had already eaten enough for 3 people. Truly impressive, Yanai Jishin. After completing her daily task of teasing Lu Nan, Ben Gang Z slipped away like the wind. By the time she refocused, she was already partaking in the drinking games of the diving club, but thankfully that group of guys was still somewhat restrained, merely playing around as they hadn't eaten yet and couldn't afford to collapse now. Jima Lin sighed. It was certainly a blessing for her child to be charming, but she felt that the pink collar she had considered buying a few days ago seemed suddenly necessary. Never mind, there was no rush. The evening would be her stage, and then no trivial matters would disturb her. But if you were to ask if she intended to win Lu Nan over, No, it was still too early. Lu Nan had only been in this world for barely 2 months. He had yet to establish a true anchor point. If those women couldn't understand this fundamental issue, no amount of speed would matter. Lu Nan, although he was living diligently and striving for a bright future, had yet to adapt to this world and did not feel a sense of belonging. This was also why Jima Lin had tried every means to subtly and even overtly suggest to Lu Nan about going to school. The more people he interacted with and the more experiences he had, the deeper his connection to this world would become, preventing him from remaining as detached as she had seen him once. A person stood facing the moon, their eyes filled with a sense of distance and sorrow. Jima Lin gradually tightened her grip on the cup. There was no doubt that she liked Lu Nan. Through their numerous conversations, she had kept a tremendous secret for him, even though he seemed indifferent, and shared it openly. Every time Lu Nan came to her looking pitiful, his satisfaction when eating and their playful banter brought her a sense of seriousness when fulfilling her demands for rewards. When he excitedly shared with her after obtaining his identification, her first reaction was not joy for him, but rather a startling thought. Could this mean she could marry Lu Nan? Their friendship had long since transformed, yet Lu Nan remained entirely oblivious. In truth, Jima Lin understood that her descent had begun much earlier than she had imagined. Perhaps on that rainy night, when she saw Lu Nan's hair soaked, but his eyes still shining with joy, she had already started to like this guy. The subsequent self-questioning and attempts to awaken were merely consolidating this result until she truly recognized her feelings. Linjia, Linma. Lu Nan's voice came, and Jima Lin felt a hand waving in front of her. She came back to her senses and saw the worried look in Lu Nan's eyes. Are you alright? Why are you suddenly lost in thought? Do you have something on your mind? Lu Nan gazed at her intently, completely unreserved in his concern. Jima Lin suddenly felt like laughing, but her usual calm demeanor only allowed her to curve the corners of her eyes. I'm fine, don't worry, just lost in thought about school. Glad to hear that. Lu Nan sighed in relief, then directly took Jima Lin's hand and pulled her up. If everything's fine, let's hurry out to eat. Old 8 has already taken his seat. I'm afraid if we wait any longer, we'll only have the plates to chew on. Jima Lin was about to say it wasn't that exaggerated, but when she saw Yanai Jishin swiftly sweeping through the entire table as they exited, she realized Lu Nan was indeed not exaggerating. It was unclear whether there was truly an abundance of dishes prepared today, or if Yanai Jixin's style was merely intimidating. In fact, there were hardly fewer dishes on the table. Everyone continued to eat as usual, except for the slightly tipsy Daimao, who foolishly challenged Old 8 to a competitive eating match and ended up being kicked aside by Yanai Jishin like a roadside trash. This is awesome. What does this even count for? Izumi's roar came from another table. She had already taken off her top and was now standing on a chair with both hands raised high, holding a wine glass, her expression fierce. Drunk, my brothers. Seniors won't be unable to take off my pants, right? That would be so lame. Ha ha ha. Very brave. Keep it coming, fill it up. The girls at the table were stunned beyond measure, including the already overeating Daimao, who after swallowing her food looked at Lu Nan with some fright. What is this? Lu Nan, you didn't tell me there was this kind of segment. The 3 from Style were already blushing with embarrassment, especially upon discovering that manager Dino was also bare-chested, looking completely unbothered as he was being force-fed liquor by muscular men, and Akizuki Momiji was slightly dazed. Miss Meixiang, feeling overly embarrassed and tense, had also entered a state of sighing, referring to someone as a mere worm, leaving Nani beside her in stunned silence. Qixia could only facepalm. I knew this group wouldn't hold on for long, seriously. Well, it was expected. Fortunately, I had set the rules beforehand, otherwise it would likely be even crazier now. At the very least, it preserved the last line of defense. The person with the most subdued reaction at the table turned out to be Yuanzi, who calmly ate her food, her gaze sweeping over the scene without any ripple. After all, she had seen much worse than this before. This was merely a garden-level spectacle. Bin Gangzi smiled. You're quick to adapt, not bad. I still have to eat a bit before joining in later. Zhima Lin was taken aback. Sister Z, you're going too? After all, it looked quite insane over there. Of course, I'm also a member of the diving club. How could I not participate? Bin Gangzi blinked, seeming a bit puzzled. Zhima Lin fell silent, feeling there was no necessary connection between the two. Then Lu Nanyu. Hey, Lu Nan. Izumi's voice came from the other side. Why are you being a softie in a den of women? Are you afraid to face me? Lu Nan's body suddenly stiffened as he could hardly believe his ears, astonished that these words could come from Iori. How many drinks have you had, buddy? So bold. You don't even know how much you can handle, do you? Uffed. Bin Gangzi was caught off guard by the unexpected words, causing him to spit out the food in his mouth and cough repeatedly. She was equally surprised. Lu Nan's strength was beyond what Iori could match. She wondered why Iori suddenly dared to provoke Lu Nan. Did she come up with another plan to target him? However, as Bin Gangzi clearly saw Iori's expression, he understood that there was no plan at all. Iori was simply drunk. With the fire-stirring duo Ashur and Asho nearby, it was easy to understand Iori's behavior. Of course, understanding didn't change the fact that they could only wish Iori good luck. Lu Nan, with a grim expression, spat out a chicken bone and stood up to face Iori. The two locked eyes from a distance like generals separated by a river. Iori, I don't understand what gives you the courage to provoke me, but I admire your bravery. Lu Nan slowly walked towards Iori. Ha, not only are you not backing away, but you're getting closer. Iori's smile gradually became wild. If you don't come closer, how will I make you taste defeat? A cold smirk could not be suppressed on Lu Nan's face. Yes, just like that. I want to see blood flow like a river. Ashur and Asho exchanged excited high fives. After Lu Nan left, the table fell into silence. The girls exchanged knowing glances towards Qianxia and Nainawa. Qianxia's face flushed red as she could only lower her head and eat quietly to hide her embarrassment. Nainawa felt much better, but still found it awkward, managing a strained smile. Isn't it good? The style members still couldn't accept such an explosive scene, not daring to cast their eyes that way, as it seemed like they saw Akazuki's clothes flying away. Who knows what kind of argument will break out tomorrow between Senior Akazuki and Manager Dino. Perhaps Senior Akazuki will come swinging a sword. Yatsuya, the youngest among them, was already experiencing a mental shutdown, yet she kept her gaze firmly locked on Lu Nan. The other side of the divine was. The gluttonous sea otter was still at work, secretly sweeping the table while keeping an eye on another table. Honestly, she had never seen a scene like this. Why does this feel oddly appetizing? With Lu Nan's arrival, the atmosphere at the other table became even more heated. Bin Gangzi smiled and stood up, preparing to join the fray. After all, without her, that group couldn't possibly win against Lu Nan. Shima Rin looked at her back with a hint of envy, as Shima Rin couldn't drink. She could only sip a little, and joining such a battle would be akin to offering herself up as a sacrifice. So she envied Bin Gangzi for being able to join in, whether as a teammate or an opponent. It was far better than her position of merely watching from the sidelines. So she envied, but that was all right. If she couldn't do it, she would learn. If this was what Lu Nan was interested in, she would learn. Iori, why are you drinking so slowly? Aren't you so bold? Lu Nan gestured with his thumb downwards, causing Iori to instantly turn red. Don't get cocky. Spirit conjuration. Senior, help me. Iori shouted in panic, and behind him stood the two seniors, Ashur and Asho. The two of them crossed their arms and leaned against each other. Don't blame us for ganging up on you. We're also bullying the weak. Lu Nan smiled nonchalantly. Come on, whoever backs down is Iori. Iori was speechless. Why was he cursing so crudely? As the words fell, both sides began to clash. Lu Nan drank without hesitation, matching the momentum of the two opposite him. At that moment, he shone like a moon surrounded by stars, though it would have been better if the stars around him weren't a bunch of guys in just their shorts. But this didn't affect his spirited demeanor. However, soon an unexpected event occurred. Iori, wearing a flattering smile, handed over a bottle of water. Lu Nan, don't tire yourself out, have some oolong tea. In his hand was a cup of brown liquid floating with some tea leaves looking just like oolong tea. Lu Nan had no suspicion and truly believed this person had a change of heart and was trying to please him. After downing the cup, Lu Nan realized something was off. This wasn't oolong tea, it was clearly a potent alcoholic concoction. He couldn't even imagine how many ingredients Iori used to create such a thing. Lu Nan felt as if he had just swallowed an entire barrel of gasoline. What the hell? He suddenly felt a surge of anger, wanting nothing more than to punch that bastard Iori into the ground. But at that moment, a cup of black liquid was suddenly brought close to his mouth. Looking up, he met the smiling eyes of Senior Zizi. She held up a cup, bringing it to Lu Nan's lips, laughing with her eyes squinted. Lu Nan isn't reliable. Come drink from your senior, this one is really a drink. Lu Nan hesitantly took the cup, and the color didn't look like alcohol. Bringing it closer, he smelled a sweet scent, confirming it was indeed a drink. Lu Nan drank it down with ease, then his eyes widened. What the hell? It's cola. But it was too late, he had already gulped down a mouthful. He couldn't even think of spitting it out because Senior Zizi had already covered his mouth with her hand. You should know what happens when you drink carbonated drinks after alcohol, right? Bin Gongzi said with a smile, leaning closer. The alcohol will rapidly spread throughout your body due to the carbonation, and even those who can drink will get drunk. She released her hand and even pinched Lu Nan's cheek. Don't blame me, Junior. After all, you're too strong, and I'm quite curious to see how embarrassed you'll be after taking off your pants. Lu Nan angrily wiped his mouth. What the hell? How could you all be so despicable playing such tricks? He quickly looked around, then broke through the crowd, grabbing the dazed cat on the ground and making a run for it, shouting loudly, Rin, Mom, save me. Lu Nan's target was Shima Rin, who was already sitting on the electric scooter. He leaped onto the back seat and directly wrapped his arms around Shima Rin's waist. Rin, Mom. Dash. Shima Rin instinctively twisted the throttle, and the little electric scooter sped away, leaving the crowd in stunned silence. Mikakawa Aki watched the departing Lunin with a helpless smile, saying, It seems today's battle plan has failed again. Ashi scratched his head. I didn't expect him to run away the moment things went south. He's quite cunning. Iori scoffed, expressing great regret at not being able to prank his good buddy. Senior ASU looked at the transfer information on his phone, amused yet baffled. I wonder how much this guy can drink. Well, if he wants to leave, let him go. We can continue. Oh ho. Wait. I feel burnout too. I'm applying for a break. Iori raised both hands in a dramatic French salute and was about to bolt like Lunin. But the experienced Ashi and ASU didn't give him that chance, immediately pinning Iori from both sides, putting him in an awkward situation of being sandwiched between two boys. Hey. We have the school opening ceremony at 9 tomorrow. Drinking this much tonight isn't a good idea, right? Iori struggled desperately, but the next moment a large bottle was shoved to his lips. What does it matter? Senior SU laughed joyfully. Leave such matters to the seniors, who I guarantee you won't be late. Iori's eyes twitched, his face paling. It was precisely because of these two that such things had happened on Intao Walking Street. You guys have zero credibility, seriously. The junior has run off. How boring, Mikakawa Aki murmured, raising her glass and walking towards the girls' table. I'll drink with my sisters, you all have fun. Senior Ashi wrapped his arm around Iori's neck, grinning fiercely. Of course, we'll definitely have a great time. No. Mikakawa Aki directly sat beside Hanamine, her gaze fixed intently on her, noticing Hanamine fidgeting uncomfortably. Hanamine swallowed the food in her mouth, revealing an awkward smile. What's up, Aki-senpai? Mikakawa Aki smiled sweetly, offering her drink. Want to give it a try? It's really good. Hanamine thought Aki's smile resembled that of a cunning fox, while she felt like a plump hen being eyed by the fox. No, I think I'll pass, Aki-senpai. Tuvi, you never tried it before. Upon hearing this, Mikakawa Aki smiled even wider. If you haven't tried it, you must. Don't worry, even if you get drunk, your senpai will definitely take care of you. Hanamine's smile became even more strained. It seemed that out of everyone present, only Aki-senpai was the most dangerous. She cast a pleading glance toward Yatsuya Kinuko, who looked around, and upon confirming that Hanamine was looking at her, lowered her head shyly. Senpai, even though I want to help you, but I'm still not of legal drinking age. After all, she had a year left before university, and currently Yatsuya Kinuko enjoyed the highest alcohol exemption. Hanamine turned her gaze to the remaining few, only to find everyone either pretending to be busy or awkwardly averting their eyes. As the drink was pushed closer, Hanamine gradually sank into despair, and no one here had any sense of loyalty. Then Senpai Tool, just have a little. Mikakawa Aki grinned even wider, like a little fox that had just stolen a chicken. That's right. Your senpai wouldn't harm you. Unable to tease Lunin, teasing his friends would do. Senior ASU glanced at his phone and then stood up. You guys keep drinking while I'll make a call and be back soon. Iori, holding a bottle in each hand, immediately protested. Wait, at this time you want to run away, Senior? That's not fair. Senior ASU ignored him and walked away, talking on the phone. Senior Ashi grabbed the approaching Iori and shook his head. He didn't say he was leaving. He's handling something related to Lunin. Iori immediately understood that this was indeed a big deal regarding Lunin's schooling. Hey, Iori, come on. Isn't once enough to get you drunk, Kamura-senpai? Let's do it then. Senior ASU walked to an empty spot behind Grand Blue and answered the call. A cold female voice came from the other end. I have received the Federation currency and information, but what about the promised payment? Senior ASU smiled and sent some additional information. This is the work plan for Silver over the next month and the places he will appear. The voice on the other end seemed to have become heavier, and then suddenly, as if a different person had taken over, the tone changed. The paperwork can be processed tomorrow. Senior ASU raised an eyebrow. Isn't tomorrow a bit late? The voice on the other end fell silent for a moment before responding. Mr. Shiryu Jiryu, you sent the information too late. Even the Shikigami family. Senior ASU interrupted her. Don't worry, I still have some things here that I believe your young lady will definitely be interested in. I don't think so. The young lady of the Shikigami family must. Not interested. This is a photo of the president of the Silver Society that isn't circulating in the market. It was taken from a first-person perspective while I was working with him, and it's crystal clear with excellent composition and lighting. He spoke loudly, as if intentionally saying it for someone to hear. As expected, a sharp and brief gasp came from the other end of the line, followed by muttering that was hard to understand, and then the owner's somewhat resigned and weary voice came through. All the paperwork will be settled tonight. You win. My young lady is indeed very interested. Senior ASU revealed a confident smile. He had known it would come to this, and it was no surprise at all. Then let's wish for a pleasant cooperation. And may your young lady soon embrace a handsome man. Pleasant cooperation. The person's identification had some flaws, although the identification itself was perfect. The experience from a month ago was all blank. But it didn't matter. The Shikigami family would smooth everything over, treating it as a gift from their young lady. The call ended and Senior ASU let out a long breath. Doing business with such a large conglomerate wasn't easy. Fortunately, he had made contact beforehand, though he felt a bit sorry for that silver guy. He should find a chance to buy him a drink. Speaking of which, these two play this kind of game every day and don't get tired of it. The quirks of the rich are indeed strange. With everything smoothed out, Senior ASU felt better than ever, as if he could drink 3 more barrels. Who knows how London is doing? Forget it, let's just drink. Oi, Iori, you were pretty wild while I was gone. Lao Fengyue is currently live streaming on Douyin basically every day. If you're bored, feel free to check it out. The account is Fengyue Tyro. How is Lu Nen doing now? Lu Nen is having a blast. He is a bit tipsy now, holding on to Jima Lin's waist and looking as happy as a monkey. Dai Miao is wedged between them, already in a cat pancake shape. Whoa, this is thrilling. Lu Nan let out a howl, making Jima Lin in front of him laugh. I didn't even go that fast. Is this thrilling? Just be careful and don't fall off, or remember to keep an eye on Dai Miao. Okay, I know. Lu Nan calmed down a bit, no longer moving around wildly. Under the influence of alcohol, he was a little more lively. Hold on tighter and pay attention to safety. I'm going to speed up now. Jima Lin said lightly, but the uplifted eyebrows and the uncontrollable smile at the corners of her mouth showed that she was genuinely happy. Especially after feeling Lu Nan really hugging her tighter, she became even happier. Initially seeing Lu Nan so lively, she thought she would get stood up today, as she was ready to send a message saying she would leave on her own. But as soon as she got to the car, Lu Nan jumped over. How could this not be considered a glimmer of hope? In any case, Jima Lin is very happy now, so much so that her usually steady driving style changed, and she gradually increased her speed. Woohoo! Lu Nan began to scream again, startling the dizzy Dai Miao into a shiver. Dai Miao looked around, and then raised her head with a dazed expression, saying something incredible. Boss, are we eloping? Lu Nan, speechless, hugged Dai Miao a bit tighter. What nonsense are you talking? You don't even have a big sister. Who is the boss eloping with? Dai Miao, you're going to school with the boss tomorrow. How do you feel about that? Perhaps feeling bored, Lu Nan started to chat with Dai Miao aimlessly. Will they teach great swords at school? No, they won't. Then will they teach dual blades at school? Also not. Then what will they teach at school? Probably language, math, and English, and other random stuff. Dai Miao tilted her head. That school sounds boring. The boss should go hunting with Dai Miao instead. It's okay, you have the boss with you. Lu Nan smiled even more happily and reached out to pat Dai Miao's head. As long as the boss is with me, it won't be boring, so Dai Miao will go to school too. Hearing the chatter of the two little ones behind her, Jima Lin felt a strange emotion flowing in her heart. She didn't quite understand, but perhaps it could be called happiness. Lu Nan's arms around her suddenly tightened. Lin, where are we going? Perhaps fearing that Jima Lin couldn't hear, clearly Lu Nan leaned closer to her ear, his warm breath brushing against it, almost making Jima Lin lose her grip on the handlebars. This was the first time Lu Nan called her by her name. How ambiguous. We're going to a camping site I booked earlier. My luggage is there too. After all, her small electric scooter is a bit cramped. Adding Lu Nan with luggage would be tight, so she specifically dropped off her luggage at the camping site before heading to Grand Blue. Thinking about this, Jima Lin's thoughts drifted a bit. She inexplicably thought that if she were to marry Lu Nan in the future, she couldn't always ride the small electric scooter, otherwise Lu Nan might feel a bit cold, and it would be cramped with luggage. So if possible, buying a car of her own. Behind her, Lu Nan began to act silly, singing strange songs with Dai Miao. Although Jima Lin couldn't understand the lyrics, it was very comforting. Dai Miao, did you eat a lot? Why is your little tummy still round? Yes, boss, old boss, too amazing. Why, Dai Miao have never eaten so much. It's okay, but it's normal for a little cat like you not to out-eat a gourmet adult. Well, thank you, boss. Since you ate so much, do you want to get out of the car and run for a bit? Just to digest a little. Okay, boss. Jima Lin, feeling speechless, had to speak up to stop these two fools. One dares to say, and the other dares to do. For the next while, Jima Lin began to lecture the one person and one cat behind her about various traffic rules and dangers, like how unregulated driving leads to tears among loved ones, or how jumping out of a moving car could cause acute stone poisoning. Lu Nan, holding Dai Miao, laughed mischievously. Dai Miao, mommy is getting angry. Mommy is angry. You two guys. The camping site isn't far. It took quite a while to arrive, and by now the sky had completely darkened. This camping site is different from the last one. It seems to focus on spaciousness with large, neatly arranged artificial grass fields that look quite beautiful under the starlight. The camping site flickered with firelight, and Lu Nan and Dai Miao giggled as they followed Jima Lin until they reached the spot she had chosen. I came here a bit early to choose this spot. It's the best place to stargaze, very clear and sheltered from the wind, so it won't be too cold. Jima Lin began to prepare the things needed for camping, such as the fire pit, tent, small table, and chairs. Dai Miao, can you help me with something? After setting down the fire pit, Jima Lin squatted down facing Dai Miao. If you can, could you take this money and go to that little house over there to buy some charcoal? About 7 pieces would be good. If you can't carry it, you can ask the shopkeeper for help. Just keep the rest of the money as your pocket money. Dai Miao took the money and cheered excitedly. Yay. Thank you, Lin Mama. I'm your older sister. Jima Lin helplessly watched Dai Miao run off, then turned to see Lu Nan struggling with the tent poles, unable to help but laugh a little. Lu Nan might have a bit more of a kick now, but he just felt a little tipsy from the cold wind in the car earlier. Now that there was no cold wind, he felt like his limbs were not obeying him. Feeling like his hands and feet were not cooperating led to the embarrassing incident of struggling with the tent poles. Jima Lin stepped forward and took the tent poles from Lu Nan's hands, quickly setting them up perfectly, leaving Lu Nan in a daze. Lu Nan couldn't help but start clapping. Wow. Amazing, Lin. Your technique is so skilled. Oh, I can't understand how you did that. Direct compliments often have a powerful impact. Lu Nan's simple praise made Jima Lin feel a bit breathless. It's okay. Hey, I'm just used to it. Once you get familiar, it's really simple. But it's still impressive. I struggled for half a day and couldn't get it right, yet you handled it so easily, which is really amazing. Xiaolin now dared not meet Luanin's gaze directly. The admiration in his eyes burned too fiercely. She feared he might see through the hidden truths veiled within her own, and even more she feared she might betray her deepest feelings unbidden. All right, really? So, would you like me to help you with something? Xiaolin twirled a strand of hair around her finger, her cheeks flushed with an uncharacteristic blush. Of course. Absolutely. Just say the word. I'll handle it flawlessly. Luanan beamed with the unrestrained joy of a child handed a lollipop, vigorously thumping his chest in earnest promise. His enthusiasm left Xiaolin momentarily flustered, as if he were about to undertake some world-saving quest, when in truth, it was merely a trivial task. Yet inexplicably she found herself growing earnest about it too. She cleared her throat softly, then adopted a solemn expression. Very well then. The final assembly of the tent is entrusted to you. The frame is already erected, the rest is straightforward. Luanan snapped to attention and saluted crisply. Understood. Mission guaranteed. He immediately seized the tent fabric and began studying it with intense, almost scholarly concentration. Xiaolin chose to grant him space. Once a task was entrusted, trust must follow, otherwise a young person's confidence would falter. Xiaolin assembled the folding chairs and table, then settled into one chair with a book held before her, not as reading, but as a discreet veil, while she watched Luanan openly. Watching his endearingly clumsy efforts, she felt a quiet, surreal sweetness settle over the moment, like a dream too tender to be real, evoking the gentle rhythm of married life, strangely intoxicating. Boss. Momjima. Dai Miao's back, meow. Dai Miao staggered back, cradling several logs of charcoal in his arms. Behind him trailed a middle-aged man, likewise carrying charcoal, smiling indulgently at the wobbling little figure before him. Dai Miao dumped his charcoal into the brazier, revealing a soot-blackened face that somehow looked even more adorably vacant. Boss, these can go right here. The man placed his logs on the ground. I'd offered to handle it all myself, but this little fellow insisted on helping. I simply couldn't refuse him. Truly a delightful child. With lingering reluctance the man departed, his expression a poignant blend of paternal yearning and wistful exasperation, as though lamenting, why isn't this child mine? Xiaolin chuckled softly and drew Dai Miao close, gently wiping his soot-streaked face with a tissue. Dai Miao did wonderfully. You completed your mission superbly. Dai Miao kept his eyes closed as she wiped a smug little smile blooming across his face, radiating pure, unself-conscious pride. Once his face gleamed clean, Xiaolin patted his head. There we go, Dai Miao. Off you go and play, but don't wander too far. As she lifted her gaze, she found Luanan watching her, his look inscrutable, yet undeniably fervent. The tent stood fully assembled. Xiaolin rose swiftly and began inspecting it, ostensibly for quality, though truly to mask the sudden, inexplicable flutter of shyness in her chest. To her surprise, the structure was not only sound but impressively proportioned, neat, balanced, even elegant. Perhaps Luanan possessed an innate talent for such things. Excellent work, Luanan. Mission accomplished perfectly. Xiaolin offered her praise without reservation, knowing sincere affirmation was among the most vital wellsprings of motivation. Xiaolin blinked back to awareness, and there was Luanan crouching slightly, offering his head forward, as if inviting her touch. She could only surmise that the wine had softened his usual composure, and seeing her stroke Dai Miao's head had sparked this unguarded impulse. Yet a pressing dilemma confronted her: to touch, or not to touch. Hesitation vanished in the next breath. The tower of reason had already crumbled. Her body moved instinctively, reaching out to stroke his hair with effortless grace. Luanan held perfectly still, letting her do as she pleased, a restraint bordering on the divine. Though reluctant to withdraw, Xiaolin lowered her hand. Further caresses would cross the line of propriety. Are you cold? Let's warm ourselves by the fire, she murmured softly, then naturally took his hand and guided him to sit beside the crackling campfire. Luanan followed, wordlessly docile as a child. The flames leapt and danced, casting golden warmth upon their faces, painting soft, rosy halos on both. Mew. Dai Miao's voice drifted from nearby. He was entranced by a lone firefly drifting idly through the air as though strolling beneath the stars. Boss, what is this, meow? Its bottom glows, meow. Dai Miao called back, but no reply came from Luanan. Instead, Xiaolin answered. That's a firefly, delightful but not edible. She tilted her head toward Luanan, whispering, your boss is weary, drowsy, dazed, too tired to answer you just now. Then should boss rest? Dai Miao cocked his head. Xiaolin's eyes crinkled with warmth. Yes, she needs rest. Gently she leaned in and roused Luanan, who had dozed off against the reclining chair. Luanan, shall we retire to the tent? He nodded woodenly and obediently slipped inside. The night was clear and mild. Zymelin had brought no sleeping bag, only a small mat and a light quilt arranged with cozy, inviting simplicity. Yet Luanan found himself unable to sleep, strangely inexplicably restless, as though unseen creatures prowled just beyond the edges of his awareness, denying him peace. With a sigh he poked his head out. I seem unable to fall asleep. Zymelin looked up from her book surprised. What's wrong? I'm not sure. Perhaps it's just unfamiliarity with sleeping without a pillow. Zymelin paused, then set aside her book and slipped into the tent. The flap remained open, framing Daimyo, chasing fireflies outside, and above a sky thick with stars. Kneeling gracefully on the mat, her smooth thighs drawn together, Zymelin gently patted her thigh and whispered, try resting your head here. It may help. Tonight's sky is luminous and the stars are exquisite. Just then the long silent guild hall unexpectedly issued a new commission, its activation criteria remaining as enigmatic as ever. Luanan glanced briefly at the floating commission notice. Commission issued, entitled Rest Well. Description: a restorative night's sleep is vital for any hunter. Rest deeply tonight, for tomorrow brings radiant sunlight, and tonight someone watches over you troubled by your weariness. Guild Hall reward: guild access, tier upgrade and patrons bonus, none, already paid in failure conditions, non in failure penalty, non in commission patron. Zymelin note from Shuyun: rest is not mere pause. It is the quiet step that forges a top-tier hunter. But Lunan paid no mind to it. He had no leisure to concern himself with what the assembly was up to. He simply felt his mind was in a haze and subconsciously followed the instructions of Jima Lin. It was soft with a strange texture, and it smelled delightful. The starry sky outside along with the fireflies looked beautiful. A hand rested on the top of his head, gently stroking it. Jima Lin began to slowly and softly say something that Lunan couldn't quite catch, as if it were something from a book she had been reading. He couldn't understand, but he felt at ease. Lunan felt sleepy. Jima Lin leisurely spoke about some camping knowledge, perhaps just talking about whatever came to mind. She didn't stop, rhythmically speaking, as if lulling him to sleep, until Lunan's breathing became even. Yet Jima Lin still didn't stop, uncertain if he had fallen asleep. She continued softly talking, transitioning from reciting to sharing little anecdotes from her daily life. Daimyo was also tired from playing. He yawned and crawled into the tent, rubbed his eyes, and lay down beside Lunan, falling asleep. Children truly have good sleep quality, just like that. They fell asleep looking very content. Jima Lin chuckled softly. Slowly the topic changed, and Jima Lin began to recount fairy tales. She remembered watching the two little ones beside her gradually drift into slumber, a sense of peace washing over her once more. Lunan, she said gently, not intending to wake him, but just wanting to call his name suddenly. Jima Lin's hand, which had been stroking his hair, slowly moved to Lunan's face, caressing it softly. She sensed that Lunan was exhausted, probably from being so busy lately, or perhaps some aspirations for the future were causing him a bit of pressure. Lunan, Jima Lin called softly again, lowering her head to look at his peaceful sleeping face, which bore the brightness and optimism of his waking moments, now replaced with tranquility and a hint of melancholy. Jima Lin gently rubbed the space between Lunan's eyebrows, dispersing that small trace of sorrow. She quietly gazed at Lunan, her eyes filled with profound emotion, as if it were about to overflow, like a stream, cascading onto his face. I will become your anchor, she said softly, then playfully pinched Lunan's nose and carefully moved his head from her lap to the blanket. She then picked up Daimyo and gently placed him beside Lunan's head. After covering the two sleeping little ones with their small blankets, Jima Lin leaned down and placed a kiss on Lunan's forehead. Good night, Lunan. Good night, Daimyo. Good morning, world. Good morning. Meow. Lunan patted Daimyo's little head. Very good, Daimyo, full of energy. Jima Lin watched the lively pair in front of the tent with amusement. They had looked so exhausted last night, yet now they appeared quite energetic. Lunan was in a great mood now. He had no idea what madness the assembly had conjured up last night, but upon waking up he saw that the task on the commission form was marked as completed. Though he didn't know what craziness the assembly was up to again, it seemed to be a good thing. However, Lunan couldn't find where the reward was, which was quite strange. There was no money or anything. Could it be that the assembly had truly gone mad? Had the dumpling eaten too much and gotten poisoned? But the upside was that the assembly seemed to have upgraded, suddenly introducing a new section for village tasks, which looked rather peculiar. However, Lunan had no intention of figuring this out right now, as he had more important things to do. School is starting. Lunan was now officially a university student, and soon he would go to the classroom to receive the baptism of knowledge. Lin, what time is it? Lunan stretched lazily and walked over to Jima Lin's side, not because he was worried about being late, as Jima Lin would absolutely prevent such a thing from happening. Jima Lin first handed him a cup of warm tea. Drink something first. You drank so much last night, you must be thirsty. It's only 7 o'clock, and we still have 2 hours until the opening ceremony, so there's no rush. Lunan took the teacup and squatted on the ground with Daimyo slowly savoring the tea. How are we getting there? Should we take a little electric scooter? What about your luggage? Jima Lin flipped through the book in her hands. Right, the little electric scooter. As for the luggage, no worries, they'll call someone to help me take it back. Lunan spat the tea leaves onto the ground with a paw. Daimyo followed suit. Jima Lin helplessly tapped Lunan's head with the book. Sometimes pay attention to your image, don't teach the kids bad habits. Lunan shrugged innocently. It's all the tea leaves' fault, they insisted on kissing my mouth. Jima Lin burst into laughter. What a ridiculous excuse. Let's go tidy up a bit. We need to report in. If we ride over ITLL, just be right. Yay? Let's go. Let's go meow. The moment Lu Nen stepped onto campus, he felt a sense of disorientation, as if he had returned to the world he had first known. However, he quickly realized that the previous place had no such uniforms. It was already good enough not to turn people into fat penguins, it did he expect to experience the beauty of youth. What a dream. Jima Lin asked Lu Nen and Dai Miao to head to the auditorium first to reserve a spot for her, while she looked for a place to park. Lu Nen hadn't taken more than a few steps when he saw a large crowd gathering ahead. His innate curiosity was instantly triggered, and he immediately wanted to pull Dai Miao to go see what was happening. However, after just 2 steps, he suddenly halted as the curiosity was accompanied by long-buried memories. Something similar had happened before on Yingtao Walking Street. It couldn't possibly be. Thinking back to last night, Lu Nen felt that the likelihood of this possibility was not 0, but rather around 80 or 90%. Sure enough, upon getting closer, he saw the unfortunate face of Iori lying on the ground fast asleep, clad only in his underwear. Not far away lay Ashur, and to show everything was so classic. Lu Nen fell silent, then turned around with Dai Miao and walked away. Why stay behind to wait for Iori to wake up and steal his clothes? Not long after Lu Nen and Dai Miao left, Iori slowly awakened. Instinctively, he checked his phone. 8:40. Instantly, he was shocked awake. He was going to be late for BYD. But the surrounding noise triggered Iori's bad memories, reviving the dead memories that began to attack him. Iori stiffly turned his head and saw an incredibly lively crowd and the 2 seniors on the ground. Damn it really is like this. Iori pounded the ground in frustration. Why did he not believe in the supernatural? Why did he believe in the nonsense of the seniors again? Damn it. The seniors have misled me. Aha, Iji, you're awake. How is it? The senior said it right, you definitely won't be late. They looked quite proud of themselves. Iji felt as though the sky had fallen. Her wonderful university life seemed to have been abruptly cut short, and the days ahead appeared to have nothing to do with beauty. Suddenly, he smiled in relief. Yes, it doesn't matter anymore, nothing matters. Look, Iji is truly grateful to us, isn't she, Asu? Right? Didn't you see Iji is so happy that she's crying? Asu patted Iji on the shoulder and said, Iji, make sure to enjoy your university life. Remember to attend the opening ceremony. We'll head off now, but don't forget to check in with the diving club this morning and remind Lunan when you see him. Then the 2 of them didn't wait for Iji's response and boldly disappeared into the crowd, leaving Iji, who was left in disarray in the wind. Enjoying university life. Huh, damn, what university life do I even have right now? Forget it, let's head to the classroom. The opening ceremony. Not even a dog would go. Why would I wear just shorts and go there to be a spectacle for others? Lunan sneezed as he came out of the auditorium, puzzled as he rubbed his nose. Why do I feel like someone just scolded me? Is it just my illusion? Lunan thought this school must be quite wealthy. Not only was the greenery well done, but the auditorium was also impressively large. It was filled with people standing together, and Lunan couldn't help but think that if Iji were to appear here, the result would surely be quite shocking. By the way, the student council president giving the speech feels so familiar, especially that gaze. Doesn't it remind you a bit of Miss Mei Xiang? Lunan and Dai Miao were walking to the classroom, and Jima Lin was not in the same major, so they weren't in the same class. There's really nothing much to say about the opening ceremony. It's just a bunch of people standing together listening to speeches. Lunan simply stood there dozing off to get through it. Maybe she's a substitute of the same type as Miss Mei Xiang. Dai Miao walked cutely, making a clattering sound. What Lunan didn't expect was that there would be a program in the classroom as well. As soon as he entered, he saw Iji. After all, there was a large empty space around him, creating a conspicuous vacuum zone in the classroom that was particularly eye-catching. Of course, it would be strange if someone like Iji, who was only wearing shorts, didn't attract attention. Upon seeing Lunan, Iji's eyes lit up, and he stood up waving his hands frantically, afraid others wouldn't know they were friends. Lunan clicked his tongue. His plan to sneak into the back row was thwarted, and he could only sigh at how perceptive this scumbag was. Left with no choice, Lunan had to sit in the back seat of Iji. Lunan, you weren't planning to abandon your brother just now, were you? Iji looked at Lunan with vacant eyes. Ahaha, how could I? Just saying things that are not conducive to unity. By the way, how was last night after I left? Lunan laughed, and quickly used the topic-switching technique, which though cliché was still quite effective. Iji's attention was successfully diverted. Last night. It was great. We all had a lot of fun drinking. Lunan glanced at Yixi's current state and nodded in approval. Indeed, you look like you had a lot of fun drinking, but I want to ask, what about my friends? Iji glanced at him lazily and said, your friends are all fine. After you eloped with that blue-haired girl, senior sister, Z went to hang out with another blue-haired girl. But then something strange happened. Senior sister Z went home with a weird expression. The other 2 friends of yours seem to have gone home together. Lunan gave her the middle finger. What are you talking about? Eloping. Our relationship is purely platonic friendship. She's my benefactor, a woman who could be my mother. Iji couldn't be bothered to respond to this comparison and merely propped himself up on the desk, cosplaying as a melancholic male god, looking tragically sad. Dai Miao quietly leaned over to Lunan's ear. Boss, do you think Iji has gone dumb? Lunan nodded earnestly. I think it's very possible. Why don't we knock him out and send him to the infirmary later? Iji, with a head full of black lines, said, I said you two, even if you're gossiping, at least be discreet about it, right? Or at least lower your voices. You two are just short of shouting while communicating. Lunan and Daimao turned their heads in unison, nervously whistling. No, I'm really just messing with you. The three's playful banter was attracted by some whispered gossip not far away. Look, that guy. He seems a bit handsome. Several girls were chatting together, but their voices weren't exactly low. And that black-haired guy is also quite handsome. Huh, are you talking about the one only wearing shorts? How could it be that pervert? I'm talking about the one with the blue cat. Lunan desperately maintained his facial expression, but ultimately couldn't hold back and laughed out loud. Iji's face turned even darker as he looked towards the topic center, which was a blonde, handsome guy sitting there. The golden hair sparkled like gold under the sunlight, and the exquisite face had an exotic charm. Thumping. Iji had to admit he was indeed handsome and seemed strangely familiar, as if he had seen him somewhere before. As his gaze shifted downward, Iji seemed to see something astonishing. The blonde, handsome guy was actually wearing a pain shirt, and it looked like it was from some magical girl series. Iji suddenly remembered who this person was. He had seen this guy at Style, where Lunan worked before, that gaming otaku with golden hair. At this moment, the other party also glanced over, seemingly scrutinizing him carefully. Then both of them simultaneously withdrew their gazes, letting out a cold laugh. A similar thought flickered through their minds. Absolutely do not want to get involved with this guy. Ding-ling-ling, the school bell rang. Bored Iji was about to turn back and chat with Lunan, but was horrified to find Lunan had already fallen asleep, not even noticing when it happened. Wait, hasn't it only been 3 minutes since class started? Next to him, Daimao had also directly leaned against his boss, sleeping soundly and even blowing bubbles out of his nose. Whose subordinate is this? Sleeping in class right away? Aren't you afraid the teacher will call on you to answer questions? That student, please wake up and answer this question. Yes, don't look away. I'm talking about that black-haired student wearing blue shorts who keeps turning around to disturb others' rest. Not. Wait, this isn't fair. What shocked Iji even more was that as soon as the professor announced the end of class, Lunan seemed to trigger some underlying code and woke up immediately, even more effective than an alarm clock. Nobody you. Iji suddenly found himself at a loss for words. Can this be considered a talent? So impressive. Good morning, Iji. He wanted to complain, but couldn't find the right words. Are you going to the diving club? Iji's expression was deadpan. No, I need to find Jimalin first. She's in another classroom. We agreed to check out the club together, even though I already have plans. I'll wait for Daimao to wake up first before deciding. Lunan decisively rejected Iji, as they had already made plans with Jimalin during the school opening ceremony. Dude, my feet are numb. Daimao lay sprawled on the desk looking like a little salted fish. Iji didn't say much and suddenly noticed Qiansha sitting in the last row of the classroom, then walked over to her. Yo, Qiansha, are you going to check out the club with us? To his surprise, as soon as Qiansha saw him, she immediately shivered and stood up, wanting to leave. Don't talk to me dressed like that. Iji was taken aback and looked at himself. What did seem that way? I want to go back and change, but I don't know how to go back. Lunan, who was massaging Daimiao's feet, looked up at Iji with a dumbfounded expression. What do you think? He even showcased his short-sleeved shirt. Then I'll head back first. Qiansha exited the classroom. All right, let's do it that way. Iji immediately followed behind. Why are you following me? What else can I say? I want you to lead the way. Iji said with an air of certainty. I absolutely refuse. Qiansha firmly rejected, already showing her resistance on her face. Why, oi? Iji looked confused. If I don't say it, you won't understand. Qiansha's face turned red as she shot a glance at Iji's lower half. No, I think I might have a slight understanding. If possible, I hope you can understand a bit more. Qiansha helplessly rubbed her forehead. Then I'll be leaving now. Wait. I know you don't want to walk with me, but I'm also very troubled, so can you give me your clothes? Iji fixed his gaze on the denim jacket on Qiansha. There's a half-naked pervert asking me to take off what I'm wearing and give it to him. Qiansha decisively reported Iji to a nearby old teacher, whose glasses glinted as they turned to look at Iji, flashing a hint of cold light. Wait, we are cousins, right? Iji quickly began to explain, tears streaming down his face as he tried to garner sympathy. My troubles are your troubles. Your clothes are my clothes. We have a mutually supportive relationship, right? Qiansha blushed and took a step back. Wait, don't say such things out loud, and besides, we don't have any blood relation. She raised her hands in refusal and embarrassment. Such things, eh? Iji was taken aback. Like we're cousins and all that kind of thing. Looking at Qiansha in front of him, Iji rarely began to think deeply, then a mischievous idea popped into his head. Since that's the case, if you don't give me your clothes, I'll expose our living arrangements to everyone. Iji said with a confident face, even taking pride in his cleverness. Qiansha was greatly shocked. Lunan, who had just walked out of the classroom, holding Daimao, was also greatly shocked. The old teacher with glasses behind Qiansha had an even sharper glint in his eyes. I understand. Qiansha's body trembled slightly, her head lowered, tears welling up in her eyes as she tightly clutched her clothes and said in a trembling voice, I'll take them off, okay? Just like that, her tears finally couldn't be held back and slid down her cheeks. Please don't tell anyone about our family matters. Crying and trembling, her voice held a mix of pleading and the grievance of being forced to bow to power. Lunan stood frozen in place, completely unable to comprehend what was happening between these two. Could it be that? Lunan seemed to understand something. Could it be that Iji had gone crazy and was planning to do something to their family? Countless consequences flashed through Lunan's mind. Qiansha being coerced, sister, Nai Hua heartbroken, uncle Gu Shouchuan regretting too late, and the entire family falling apart. Lu Nen felt a surge of warmth. Dai Miao, give me that, Lu Nen said in a low voice. Dai Miao nodded and took out a very standard smooth wooden stick from her little pocket. Yi suddenly felt something was off. Wait, your words sound like there's a hint of criminal intent. Before he could finish, a gust of wind suddenly struck, rushing toward the back of Yi's head. Yi was horrified and immediately dove forward, looking back in panic, and found it was Lu Nen, whose eyes were now bloodshot, holding a very substantial wooden stick. Yi, if you can't control yourself, then you might as well lose it completely. Lu Nan's right hand struck the left hand with the stick, the sound cold, as if it had been tempered in ice. His gaze was fixed on little Yi, as if intending to smash him into pieces with the stick. Wait, Lu Nen, calm down. Things aren't as you think. Yi was sweating cold. This guy Lu Nen was really not holding back, clearly intending to knock him out with one blow. Take any issues up with my stick. Lu Nen swung down with the stick, and Yi rolled and crawled back. The spot where little Yi had been now had a small pit from the stick. Holy crap, teacher! Teacher, help! Someone is killing people at school. Yi shouted in terror at the bespectacled old teacher. But the old teacher merely turned slightly to gaze out the window. How strange, a stone fell from the sky and made a hole in the school floor. Yi understood his meaning and immediately looked at Qiansha, hoping she could help explain, but Qiansha huffed and turned away from him. Lu Nen smiled and raised the wooden stick, swinging it fiercely, this time aiming for Yi's legs. What are you looking around for? Yi was horrified, rolling to dodge the attack range, then quickly pushed himself up from the ground and started to run away. Where do you think you're going? Dai Miao, get him! Lu Nen shouted sternly, and Dai Miao prepared and advanced through the rope she had in her hands over Yi's head. But Yi's will to survive was too strong, and he ran away with Dai Miao like a kite flying. Lu Nen chased after him with the stick raised. You dare to kidnap Dai Miao? I told you it was a misunderstanding. Oh. Iori leaned against the flower bed, panting and looking terrified. She slightly turned her head to glance outside the flower bed, where Lu Nen was smiling and blocking passing female students asking questions. In his arms was a dazed cat with a small bag on its head. That was from when Iori made a sharp turn while running and accidentally knocked the dazed cat against the wall. Excuse me, have you seen a boy wearing only shorts? Lu Nen smiled, still holding a stick in his hand, clearly having no intention of letting Iori go. Iori wiped the sweat from her forehead, feeling a little relieved. Thankfully, she had managed to escape, otherwise her life would be in danger. What have I done? Iori sighed. What are you doing here? A voice came, startling Iori, making her hair stand on end. She turned around to face a cartoonish girl with pink hair. Kangura Kohei squatted down, looking at Iori with confusion. Though he found her annoying, she appeared to be in desperate need of help. Iori let out a breath. You scared me, Bitsu. She then turned her head to sneak a look at Lu Nen. There are various reasons for this situation. Kangura Kohei thought to himself that it was as he expected. He squatted down, looking directly at Iori. If you need help, I can assist you. Iori was overjoyed, looking at Kohei with delight. You're actually a good person. Kohei rolled his eyes, saying to Iori, my name is Kangura Kohei, so what kind of trouble have you gotten into? Iori spoke with righteous indignation. Listen to me, that guy Chiesa not only refuses to take me home, but won't even take off his clothes. And that Lu Nen, without any explanation, came up wanting to break my third leg with a stick. Kohei fell silent, staring at Iori. Are you joking with me? Iori looked puzzled. No, why would I joke with you? I see. Kohei pondered, then suddenly stood up and shouted, Lu Nen, this. Before he could finish his sentence, Iori tackled him down onto the grass. In the distance, Lu Nen, holding the dazed cat, turned back. Curiously, dazed cat, did someone just call me? The dazed cat shook its head. Boss, I didn't hear anything. Iori fearfully clung to Kohei's leg. One more chance, please. Please give me another chance. Kohei stood up and wrestled with Iori. Not only stalking, but also forcibly molesting. There's no room for negotiation. I have my reasons for all this. Iori cried, nearly in tears. Well, you can tell your reasons at the detention center. Kohei freed himself from Iori's grasp and turned to leave. Goodbye, scum. Wait. Iori suddenly grabbed Kohei's shoulder. I have nothing to say, but in return give me the clothes you are wearing. He said this very seriously and calmly, as if he were just asking if you had eaten today. Kohei stared blankly at Iori in front of him, then suddenly launched an overhead swing at Iori's face. Get away from me, you pervert. Iori was panting, terrified as she leaned against the wall. Just now she had bumped into Lu Nen at a corner and was scared half to death. As soon as Lu Nen saw her, he ran over as crazily, as if he were a friend seeing a rare sight. But not having clothes is not acceptable. Iori crawled behind the flower bed. Thanks to Lu Nan's charm, many senior girls were looking for that clothesless pervert, trying to exchange Iori's head for Lu Nan's contact information. So now she couldn't dare to show her face outside, otherwise she'd be caught immediately. But not having clothes was definitely not acceptable. With plenty of time until school ended, hiding would eventually lead to being caught. It would be safer to put on clothes and hide until Lu Nen or Chiesa had calmed down. But as for other acquaintances, Iori turned to look, facing the bustling street where many people were chatting and moving about. It turned out she had unknowingly run to the club recruitment area, just perfect. Iori bent down and directly dived into the crowd. Lu Nen, carrying the stick, looked around in confusion. Where did that guy Iori run off to? How can he hide so well? Oi, dazed cat Ren, have you seen anyone over there? The dazed cat put down the stone on the ground and stood straight. Report, boss. There's no Iori hiding under the stones by the roadside. Zamama Rin also walked out from behind the flower bed. There's none here either, but the dust in this area is off. It seems like someone was here before and then left. Lunan first pinched the dazed cat's face to show encouragement, then heavily praised Zamama Rin. Zamama Rin felt a little shy. It's nothing. Why are you so anxious to find Iori carrying that thing? Zamama Rin was referring to the wooden stick Lu Nin was holding. Lu Nin smiled. It's nothing, just that I made plans with Iori to check out the martial arts club together, and he suddenly ran away. Although Zamama Rin sensed something was off, she still instinctively believed Lu Nan. Lu Nan squatted down, watching the traces under the flower bed gradually extend to the street, where the club recruitment was taking place, and he smiled knowingly. Found you, little rat. Turns out you hid there. Don't run too fast, Iori, or you won't have the strength to scream when you get beaten. Zamama Rin said she was going to check out the surrounding clubs while Lu Nan went to find Iori. After agreeing on a meeting time, they parted ways. Lu Nan with the dazed cat strolled casually whistling to where Senior Iju was distributing flyers, smiling as he asked, Senior Iju, have you seen Iori? I'm looking for him. Lu Nan noticed a red cloth under the table of the diving club seemed to slightly sway, and he smiled even more happily. Senior Iju replied calmly, Iori, I haven't seen him. Isn't he in the same classroom as you? Haven't you seen him? I even asked him to remind you to pay attention to the diving club, but it seems you came first, and he hasn't arrived yet. Lu Nan nodded, I see. Dazed cat. The dazed cat, who had been lurking by the table, suddenly pulled down the red cloth, revealing a terrified Iori. Lu Nan's smile grew wider. Iori intended to force Chiesa to take him home, and even wanted Chiesa to take off his clothes. Senior Iju, are you planning to stand on the same side as him? First you label him, then you align yourself with him, the old way of doing things. Senior Iju was left speechless, but he didn't need to say anything, because the real terror had arrived. A tangible killing intent emanated from Nanakan, who stood nearby like a sharp blade, its tip aimed directly at Iori, as if it was about to stab down fiercely at any moment. Ah, so it was all a misunderstanding. Lu Nan draped an arm around Iori's neck. Look at you. Why didn't you say so earlier? If you had, I wouldn't have acted like this. Iori stared blankly, inwardly, sighing, you never even gave me the chance to speak. The moment Head raised his stick, there was no stopping. Halting mid-swing would only have invited the retort, explain yourself to my stick. Nanawa smiled warmly, that's right. It was just a misunderstanding. You nearly scared your big sister to death. Next time, Iori, be sure to explain things clearly. Iori's smile was painfully strained as he nodded vigorously. Lu Nan tilted his head toward him. Now that Chiesa's matter is settled, let's discuss how you gave Daimiao that lump on his head. Iori instantly braced himself like a soldier facing battle, and dragged Lu Nan aside, grimacing as he declared, I'll redeem my life with one DVD. Lu Nan snorted dismissively at DVD. What DVD could possibly redeem your life? Iori paled. It's a rare treasure I hunted down myself. The shopkeeper swore it featured unknown combat between a man and a woman against an entire family of 3. It's been sealed in its original cellophane. I've never dared to watch it. Lu Nan's curiosity flared. Though indifferent to such fare, he genuinely wanted to see what treasure Iori held so dear. Having finally appeased Lu Nan, Iori collapsed onto the ground, utterly spent. Today had been overwhelming. 3 times he'd felt the icy grasp of the Grim Reapers drawing near. Senior ASU stood beside him, shaking his head wistfully. Iori, when you have time, perhaps order online The Art of Language, and don't lose ground, because you can't express yourself. Your linguistic faculties are alarmingly underdeveloped. Iori shot upright, fury blazing. Who do you think turned me into this? Would I even be naked right now if not for you people? Fine, Iori sighed. Do you have spare clothes? Lend me a set. Senior ASU crossed his arms. Strange, you speak oddly. Won't you just have to strip again when it's time to drink? So you're assuming I'll drink and undress as inevitable. Honestly, don't your common sense circuits need recalibrating? Senior ASU laughed heartily. Today is the freshman welcome festival. Of course we'll drink. Yes, but surely I need something to wear now. Senior ASU clapped Iori on the shoulder. Here's the deal. If you recruit at least 1 freshman, I'll lend you clothes. Iori immediately bumped fists with Senior ASU deal. Surprised, ASU asked, you agreed that fast. Do you already have someone in mind? Iori grinned and raised a thumb. Absolutely. Leave it to me. ASU nodded. Very well. Lu Nan, would you like to try too? No thanks. I don't need borrowed clothes, Lu Nan replied without looking up, still tending to Daimyo's wound. Senior ASU lifted one finger. If you also bring in a freshman, I'll buy Daimyo 10 catnip sticks. Lu Nan paused mid-application, rose, and slapped palms with ASU. Daimyo eats only the finest catnip sticks. If yours meet that standard, consider it done. ASU nodded naturally, wishing you both smooth sailing. Iori, have you been hiding in bushes so long you've developed a pathological aversion to open spaces? Lu Nan knelt beside him in the grass, exasperated. Why crouch here when no one's chasing you? Fortunately, Daimyo was in Nanawa's care. Otherwise, the freshly applied ointment would surely have been dusted over again. Iori gazed ahead, face grave. You misunderstand. The timing of one's entrance is everything. Lu Nan followed his gaze reluctantly, and saw Kinpaku, his golden hair catching the light, arguing heatedly with 2 others. With a wave, they turned and strode away, leaving Kinpaku kneeling helplessly on the ground. A spark ignited in Iori's eyes. Now, that's the perfect moment to enter. They strode forward swiftly. Ahead, Kinpaku slammed his fist into the earth, crying out in anguish, "Damn it! Why isn't there a harem club centered on me, a high school girl? That's not how Gageta Kimyuri works." Iori and Lunan placed hands on either shoulder. "Don't despair. It'll be alright." Kinpaku looked up, tears glistening. "You too. Don't give up, Kinpaku." Iori slowly raised his head, voice resonant with quiet conviction. "As long as you hold fast, dreams will manifest. Such is the immutable rhythm of the world." Though Iori is a scoundrel, he speaks truth here, Lunan acknowledged with a nod. Yet reality remains merciless. Tears spilled from Kinpaku's eyes. Everyone just says nonsense like, "Did Gageta Kimyuri break your brain? Or where do you find high school girls in college?" Lunan privately thought it miraculous the police hadn't been called. Kinpaku knelt sobbing. "I thought university would open a new world, a dreamlike life beckoning me." Iori nearly broke down too. He believed the same. Now everything lay in ruins. For Iori understood that ache intimately, and his voice, thick with empathy, stirred the soul. "Yes. That new world, the dreamlike life, they exist, but you simply haven't yet found their threshold." Kinpaku looked up at Iori, who seemed to glow with quiet radiance. "Is that so?" "Absolutely." Iori knelt beside him, hand resting firmly on Kinpaku's shoulder, his gaze piercingly sincere. "What do you say? Shall we step through the gates of dreams together? Your dream life awaits just beyond those doors." Behind Kinpaku, Lunan stood stunned. This Iori truly abandons all dignity to lure people into the diving club. How can he utter such blatant fabrications? Gates of dreams. More like gates of hell. Beyond them lie no dreamscapes, no high school girls. Only muscle-bound men and bottomless cups of sake. Lunan genuinely marveled at Iori's audacity, and silently prayed for this poor freshman Kinpaku Imamura, hoping he wouldn't burst into tears upon opening that so-called gate of dreams. "Well then, Lunan, I'll take Kinpaku to the diving club first. You go get yours." Lunan waved him off. Go on. Get going." He too had goals to pursue. Knowing few people at the academy, he decided to check on Sesame Rin first. If she lacked interest in any club, recruiting her for the diving club would be ideal. Should Sesame Rin already have a preferred club, he'd have to approach Student Ba instead. Lunan soon found Jima Lin, but he also realized that this avenue was likely a dead end. After all, he had located her through the Line Club. "Oh, Lunan, you're here already. So soon. Wasn't it not time yet?" Jima Lin said, flipping through the membership rules with a hint of surprise. "It's fine. Iji found her, and then we." Lunan recounted the whole sequence of events to Jima Lin. Jima Lin shook the membership application in her hand, apologetic. "It's okay, actually. I've already decided to join the Line Club." Lunan waved his hand dismissively. He leaned over to glance at the membership rules in her hand. "What's in there?" Jima Lin thought for a moment. "Mostly reminders. Camping outdoors has its risks. For example, it's better to go in groups when possible and to avoid high-risk spots. But the decisive factor for me was that they have very clear fee guidelines for their camping bases, transparent and well-organized." She added that the club had partnerships with several camping sites offering substantial discounts. Speaking of her comfort zone, Jima Lin, usually calm and steady, suddenly grew animated and talkative. Perhaps everyone had such moments, but the small contrast amused Lunan, the ordinarily placid Jima Lin becoming lively and eager to share. It felt curiously delightful. After chattering on and on, Jima Lin snapped back. "Sorry, did I talk too much?" Lunan shook his head. "No, it's fascinating. You mentioned many things I hadn't heard of. It's really interesting." Jima Lin breathed easier. "I'm glad you're interested. So are you going to recruit new members now?" Lunan nodded. "Yes. It's not necessary to win, but if I do, Dai Miao will be very happy. Even if you don't win, ill by the thing for Dai Miao. Consider it a gift." Then on behalf of Dai Miao, thank you. He'll be off now. Bye. Ba Naijian had told Lunan earlier which classroom to find her in, so Lunan headed straight for the place. Peering through the rear door of the classroom, Lunan saw Ba Naijian chatting, surrounded by a mixed group of boys and girls engrossed in conversation. Ba Naijian seemed to be one of the group's core figures. Lunan had not expected her to be so socially prominent. Among them, he also spotted Chao Jia, but Hua Lian with the pink hair was absent. Perhaps she had stepped out. In any case, the mood over there felt oddly off. It was that awkward, embarrassing kind of atmosphere, so peculiar that Lunan could sense it even from outside the circle. Given the situation, it would be awkward to simply barge in. Lunan decided to pull out his phone and see if he could get Ba Naijian to step outside. A message was sent. "Lu Shaon and Super Hunter Ba, are you there? Reply received. Please reply received." The moment the message went out, Ba Naijian reacted. She checked her phone, glanced at the door, and saw Lunan waving at the rear entrance. She brightened and rose to come over, but Lunan suddenly heard an exclamation to his side as a great force struck his arm. Before he could brace himself, he was knocked to the ground. Exam papers fluttered down like snow, and a flash of pink hair loomed above him. Something pressed tightly against his chest. When he came to his senses, he realized it was Hua Lian. She was straddling him, both hands pressing on his chest, and she even pinched reflexively. People around gasped. "Holy, what a lucky pervert," someone muttered. Then in disbelief, "Wait, why the hell am I the one being groped?" Ba Naijian stood frozen, utterly bewildered. "What is this?" Hua Lian finally noticed that something was amiss. She scrambled up, cheeks flushed scarlet, and blurted apologies. "Oh, I'm so sorry. I was just moving the exam papers. I didn't know someone was at the back door. I'm really sorry." Lunan rose to his feet, speechless. It wasn't the sort of thing to make him furious, but it left an uncomfortable aftertaste. Lunan, are you all right? Ba Naijian asked, eyeing him over. He replied in a muffled voice, clearly annoyed, I'm fine. It's just that it felt like being groped. Hualian, mortified, bent to gather the scattered papers. Ba Naijian clicked her tongue and gave Lunan a playful nudge. So you got lucky, and now you're playing innocent. She too began helping pick up the papers. The small group inside had heard the commotion and spilled into the corridor. For a while the hall turned noisy and chaotic. Lunan's brow tightened with irritation. This kind of bustle felt different from the Qianshui Club, pleasantly earthy to some, but to Lunan it smelled of calculation. Everyone seemed to be wearing masks and pursuing goals behind their smiles that left him distinctly uneasy. That unease made him intolerant. He bent, grabbed Ba Naijian's wrist, and, while she still looked stunned, snatched a stack of papers from her hand, thrust them at a random person, then pulled her away and started walking. Only then did Ba Naijian snap to attention. Hey, what are you doing? Why so rushed? What's going on? Lunan had no desire to linger in that false corridor. As they walked he said, nothing, just had something to tell you, and that place was too noisy. Ba Naijian laughed incredulously. No way. If it were that urgent you'd have said so. And it wasn't that noisy if it was much better than last night in my opinion. Suddenly Lunan stopped. Ba Naijian, not expecting him to halt, bumped into his back and let out a tiny yelp, rubbing her nose. Why did you suddenly stop? She asked. Lunan turned and fixed her with a serious look. There's a difference. This is not the same. Ba Naijian opened her mouth to protest, to ask how it was different, but in the instant before the words formed she understood. She knew why Lunan had said it. The purpose of the gatherings was not the same. Last night they dined and drank and laughed simply for the joy of being together. It was honest companionship. Now their clustering felt like maintenance. Maintaining facades, preserving cliques and images. Yes, it was unquestionably different. Ba Naijian had no retort. Seeing Hachinami fall into silence, Lunan did not say much either, simply pulling her forward. After a while, unable to bear the oppressive atmosphere, Hachinami took the initiative to raise a topic. Hey, why do you seem so upset? What? It's about classmate Hualian. When you got up I noticed you looked quite displeased. Don't you like classmate Hualian? What I mean is classmate Hualian is quite good-looking, isn't she? Hachinami babbled behind him. Lunan let go of her hand, realizing that pulling her along was not very considerate, and he slowed his pace, so Hachinami could keep up. Firstly, classmate Hualian has a boyfriend. I think it would be troublesome if her boyfriend saw us, which would be an unnecessary disaster for me. Secondly, I'm the one being taken advantage of and touched. If I were to get up looking all comfortable, that would be too strange, wouldn't it? Lastly, it's true that classmate Hualian is very pretty, but that has nothing to do with me. Hachinami exclaimed. Wow, you speak so honestly. Lunan continued, seeing classmate Hualian gives me the feeling that it's like looking at something that was originally in 4K resolution and thinking, wow, that's amazing, only to realize there's something beneath with 8K resolution too. Ba Naijian was amused by Lunan's words. What are you talking about? That's so strange, who is 4K? Lunan did not answer directly, merely glancing at her. But Ba Naijian understood his meaning, her smile freezing on her face as she pointed at herself in disbelief. Lunan couldn't help but let a smile tug at the corners of his mouth, quickly turning his head away. Ba Naijian fell silent, then sighed. You really speak so bluntly, huh? She thought for a moment and suddenly asked, is your matter urgent? Lunan shook his head. It's just about the club, nothing urgent. Ba Naijian nodded, walking quickly ahead. If it's not urgent, then come with me to a place first. Is there such a place in the school? Lunan looked around, feeling curious. He had thought the school was all new, but unexpectedly there were such old buildings, and the rooftop wasn't locked. In Lunan's impression, this was almost impossible. Every school has a place similar to an old campus, Ba Naijian said, stretching lazily while looking at the clear sky. Originally the school also had dormitories, but it said something happened, so they no longer had accommodations. She blinked and said mysteriously, maybe there are ghosts here. Lunan remained unfazed. That was something Yu and Jianzi should fear not him, as he couldn't see them anyway. So what do you want to say? As Lunan asked, he began to survey the surroundings. It wasn't desolate, and the scenery was quite nice. From here, he could see the distant playground, and the club recruitment wasn't far from there, visible to all. Ba Naijian stood leisurely by the edge of the rooftop, holding onto the railing and gazing into the distance. What's wrong? Can't one come here to relax if there's nothing going on? Am I so scared alone that I need you, a boy, to come help ward off evil spirits? Lunan said nothing and walked to stand beside Ba Naijian, both gazing into the distance. If there wasn't something on her mind, she wouldn't need to come to relax. Old Ba might be an insincere person, perhaps. After a while, Ba Naijian suddenly asked Lunan, do you think him a hypocritical person? Lunan frowned, not hurrying to answer. After all, Ba Naijian couldn't have come here just to ask such a simple question. As expected, she did not give Lunan a chance to respond before continuing. If I were to use otaku slang, I guess I would be considered a xianchong. She leaned on her arms, watching the flowing crowd on the playground with a hint of envy in her eyes. Perhaps you don't know, but for us xianchong, the circle is above all personal will. Everyone is making hypocritical efforts to maintain this seemingly peaceful place. So even if something happens, everyone will pretend nothing is wrong. Otherwise, if kicked out of the circle, one would either have to find a new circle or end up lonely. She pointed toward the playground. Do you see that girl running over there? I know her. Xianjiang is really impressive. She runs exceptionally fast. Lunan followed her finger and saw a girl with tan skin running on the track, indeed running very fast. Banai Jin whispered mysteriously, actually she liked me before, also had a childhood sweetheart. She didn't finish her sentence, but Lunan understood what she was implying. Banai Jin looked again at the playground, but she is much stronger. She chose to turn her sadness into endless strength, freely expressing her youth on the track. I know she runs fast, exceptionally fast enough that all her sadness and sorrow cannot catch up to her. And you? Lunan asked softly. What? Banai Jin turned her head. I mean, what about you? Is there anywhere you can escape to? Lunan looked at her unyielding. Banai Jin opened her mouth, but ultimately said nothing. She touched her pocket, which held a rice crisp. What could she say? That she loved to eat. Banai Jin did not speak. She just quietly looked at Lunan until he offered her a tissue, and only then did she realize that she had been crying for who knows how long. Crying. She slightly turned her head, took the tissue, but did not wipe away the tears. She reached out to wipe her face, and upon seeing the tears on her hand, began to speak belatedly. So I really got dumped. She clenched the tissue, feeling a sting in her nose and a pain in her heart. I actually knew, but my mind knew, yet my body didn't respond. She lowered her head, carefully wiping away the tears from her eyes and face. But when she spoke, even deeper sadness spilled out. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, I still haven't learned to refuse. The refusal you taught me, I still haven't done it. The tissue in her hand was crumpled into various shapes. I am very hypocritical. I've always been afraid to break the current circle. I'm just like them. Actually, everyone understands because before Hualyan came, Saijia had always been with me. Perhaps Banai Jin got dumped. Everyone thinks so. Lunan simply stuffed an entire pack of tissues into Banai Jin's hands. Banai Jin took the tissues. So no matter whether we are chatting or doing anything else, everyone is very accommodating towards me. Classmate Hualyan is the same. Whenever she goes out with Cao Gai, she always insists on bringing me along as if to say that my presence won't affect your relationship. But you see, Banai Jin looked at Lunan. These things constantly remind me that you were dumped and now you're just an outsider, okay? She gently wiped away the tears that had once again traced her eyes. I can't tell them because everyone is trying hard to avoid my emotional outbreak, fearing it would cause our little circle to collapse. So Lunan is actually the best person for me to confide in. Banai Jin suddenly laughed, because Lunan is completely unrelated to everyone else, just knowing me, so it doesn't matter what I say. But then again, I must be quite hypocritical, right? Using friends and all. Why don't you scold me for it? But you definitely wouldn't. Idiot, silly pig, love-struck brain in chaos, even a dog would shake its head at you. Lunan decisively began to greet Banai Jin. Banai Jin stood there stunned, then couldn't help but burst into laughter. In front of Lunan, the person who had just been wallowing in self-pity a moment ago, seemed to have heard a hilarious joke, laughing so hard that she couldn't straighten her waist. After laughing, Banai Jin leaned against the railing again, the gloom on her face completely vanished. So I said, don't you think your words are too blunt? It's completely different from when we were in the cafe. But what you said is true. Banai Jin looked up at the sky where a cloud looked particularly like a little duck, very cute. Love-struck brains really make even dogs shake their heads in disapproval. Then I'll try to change it. Ooh, I can't let your guidance go to waste. Banai Jin Xingcai, Lunan unusually called out her full name. I don't know if you've misunderstood something. I never said I guided or taught you anything. You are already an adult. Academically, you are even my senior. I don't think you need guidance or teaching. But I really want to teach you something now. Banai Jin was stunned again, wondering how there could be such a conflict of thoughts. I didn't say you must get over your sadness right now. Even if you have depression, it doesn't really concern me. The ones who suffer are your family and yourself, while I am just a friend you have known for a short time. I will feel sorry for you, but I won't shed tears because of you. Don't put on an act as if you want to change for my sake. Don't find excuses for your sadness, nor do you need to justify your recovery. These are two different states, not two mistakes. Your matters are your own. You can continue or sink into sadness, or like that senior who burns salt, you can run. As long as you don't break the law or violate moral ethics, what you do is your freedom and no one can control you. If you consider yourself a failure, that's fine. A failure should look like a failure. Stand up, run. In any case, don't lie on the ground like a dead dog. That's not a failure, that's a defeated dog. Whether it's hypocrisy or authenticity, that's your own choice. The choice you made a second ago may be overturned by the you of this second. That doesn't mean the you of the last second was wrong. It was her choice how to act, then not yours. Don't take advantage of her inability to hurt your past self. I once told you to refuse, not to teach you how to do it, but to tell you that besides stubbornly pushing forward, you have other choices. Life's margin for error is much higher than you think, Banai Jin. Refusal is not for anyone else to see, nor to tell others that you can refuse. This is not a performance. Refusal is simply you not wanting to do something, and thus you refuse, that's all. So I don't understand why you need to apologize to me, it's foolish. Lunan looked at the dazed Banai Jin and extended his fist. Let's consider ourselves friends. My moral standing rounds off to about nothing. So if you're really unhappy, just give me 3,000 federal coins, and he'll go down and beat up your childhood friend and his girlfriend in front of your hypocritical friends right now. But you have to tell the school leadership that it was your instruction, because I don't want to be expelled. Banai Jin shook her head repeatedly, as if truly afraid Lunan would quietly run down and give those two a beating. So do you understand now? Lunan asked seriously. What? Banai Jin pondered for a moment, but still didn't understand what Lunan was trying to say. Lunan smiled and gave a thumbs up. Not understanding is exactly right. Because I also don't understand what saying all this is for. But I just want to say it. Lu Nan reached into Ba Naijian's pocket, took out a piece of glutinous rice snack, opened the package, broke it apart, and handed the slightly smaller piece to Ba Naijian. Say what you want to say, eat what you want to eat. Ba Naijian, your face when you're sad is just awful. I'm serious. Ba Naijian took the half piece of glutinous rice snack and mumbled, then what should I do? Lu Nan took a big bite of the glutinous rice snack, rolling his eyes dramatically upon hearing Ba Naijian's question. Are you really asking me such a question? Really wasted my teaching. He pointed to his heart with a finger. Ask here, are you stupid? Ba Naijian laughed and took a big bite of the glutinous rice snack, her eyes squinting in happiness. I eat. I was just pretending to be an idiot. I'm not that foolish, okay? I am Ba Naijian Xingcai, the world's #1 intelligent and beautiful girl. Lu Nan, has anyone told you that you talk too much and you even directly snatch a girl's snacks? It's really impolite. Lu Nan scoffed unconcerned as he finished the glutinous rice snack in his hand, then extended his hand. What? These are mine. I want share with you. Ba Naijian tightly protected the remaining glutinous rice snack. Lu Nan rolled his eyes. Who wants to snatch your snacks? I've been comforting you for so long, so you should help me out too, right? And didn't you say that your friends in your circle are all hypocritical? They'll take you to see something real, maybe you'll like it there. Ba Naijian understood where he was referring to, did not refuse, but did not extend her hand. Then why are you extending your hand? You wouldn't want me to hold your hand, would you? She tilted her head to look at Lu Nan. You wouldn't have fallen for the world's #1 intelligent and beautiful girl Ba Naijian Xingcai, would you, eh? Ba Naijian smiled and covered her mouth. Taking advantage of the situation is quite despicable, you know. Lu Nan was momentarily at a loss for words and helplessly punched Ba Naijian on the head. Your change is too sudden, even a diode wouldn't respond like this. Lu Nan pointed at the old school building beneath their feet. Isn't it you who mentioned that this old schoolhouse might have some ghosts? You were scared enough to call me here, weren't you? Ba Naijian was slightly taken aback, not expecting that Lu Nan would actually believe the ridiculous excuse she had fabricated. A bit silly, huh? Just walk ahead, I'll follow behind, just the same. Lu Nan nodded. Sure, just don't scream behind me when the time comes. Ba Naijian pouted, thinking that she would never do such a thing. It was unbelievable how seriously Lu Nan took such a far-fetched idea. However, when the time came to leave, she felt a bit unnerved. The seemingly ordinary old schoolhouse appeared somewhat eerie at that moment. Ba Naijian couldn't help but quicken her pace, closely following Lu Nan and clutching the corner of his shirt. As for the faint laughter coming from ahead, she dismissed it as an auditory illusion. It wasn't far from the old schoolhouse to the club recruitment gathering place, but taking a shortcut meant passing through the teaching building. Unexpectedly, they ran into a group of popular kids in the teaching building. Chao Jie stepped forward to block the two, looking as if he had something to say, but he couldn't find the words with Lu Nan standing in front of him. Lu Nan glanced at Ba Naijian beside him. I'll go ahead and wait for you. After saying that, he directly walked through the crowd of popular kids towards the entrance of the teaching building. Ba Naijian looked at Chao Jie in front of her. What's wrong? Chao Jie hesitated for a moment, but eventually spoke. That junior didn't make things difficult for you, did he? If anything happens, you can tell me. Although he was being quite tactful, the implication was clear. He thought Ba Naijian was being bullied by that junior. After all, Lu Nan had pulled Ba Naijian away with a grim face, and she didn't seem too willing at the time. Ba Naijian smiled. It's nothing, we're friends. He just had something urgent to find me for. Chao Jie nodded. If that's the case, that's good. If anything really happens, don't worry, Chao Jie. Ba Naijian interrupted him. You and I are friends, and he's my friend too, just like you. I haven't been wronged at all. Instead of worrying about me here, why not turn around and check on Huayan? She just fell and really needs her boyfriend around now, doesn't she? Chao Jie was momentarily speechless and reluctantly stepped aside. Ba Naijian smiled and nodded. You better treat Huayan well and don't do anything to let her down, or I won't forgive you. Just as Ba Naijian was about to leave, she was called back, this time by Huayan. Xingcai, are you going shopping together later? The others chimed in. Yeah, it's just the start of the semester. We should go out and have some fun together. How about going to KTV after shopping? In Ba Naijian's eyes, the Huayan who Lu Nan praised as 8K clarity always had a radiant sunny smile, but at that moment something seemed off. The expressions on those good friends' faces were also complicated, as if a perfect mask had cracked. Unexpectedly somewhat ugly. Lu Nan was right. If someone had a mournful face, it really wasn't a pleasant sight. It turned out that maintaining a social circle so cautiously was exhausting. It felt inexplicably troublesome. So troublesome, I don't want to go. I want to hang out with Lu Nan to pet the cute cat, so I'll just refuse them. Forget it. Ba Naijian waved her hand. I have something to do later, so I want to accompany you. Have fun, bye. She turned around, hands behind her back, skipping towards the entrance of the teaching building without looking back. It turned out that saying no wasn't so hard. It was as simple as peeling off a crispy rice cake. Ba Naijian suddenly felt a bit willful. The small circle she had worked so hard to maintain and the relationships she had built seemed like they would no longer be the same because of her recklessness. This didn't seem too good for someone like her who was popular. But it didn't matter, as she had already done quite a few crazy things today, so she didn't mind adding one more. So what if I'm willful? I, Ba Naijian, am the most intelligent and stunning girl in the world and deserve the right to be willful. Writing pouring the cups into the stomach is read as cheers. Cheers. Ba Naijian stood there holding the cute cat, looking bewildered. Lu Nan, although I had mentally prepared that you would take me here, seeing it for real still feels a bit. By the way, do I still have a chance to regret this? Turning around, she was startled and immediately covered her eyes, her face flushed. Wait, where's your shirt? Why are you taking off your top for no reason? She turned just in time to see Lu Nan shirtless holding his short sleeve and extending it towards her. After Lu Nan had Onijian put his short sleeve into the small pocket, he began to warm up on the spot, talking while doing so. What can I do? They wouldn't drink with me unless I took off my shirt. They insisted I had to take off one piece first, or I wouldn't win. Onijian, although covering her eyes, could still see through the gaps in her fingers. Lu Nan, feeling a bit helpless, said, as for the chance to regret. It's probably too late. You've already signed your club application, and do you think you can escape after boarding the pirate ship? Onijian, feeling displeased, hugged the cute cat, even tighter, causing the cat to frown and keep patting her arm. When I signed the application, it was just Miss Nainawa and the cute cat there. You never said it would be like this. I specifically quit the home club to come here, and this is how you treat me. Lu Nan pointed to another direction. Well, if you want to quit, you can go to those two. Onijian looked in the direction Lu Nan was indicating, where two muscular boys were tightly grappling with a blonde boy who was none other than Senior Shi and Senior Shou. The brutal scene made Onijian's eyelids twitch. Lu Nan whispered in Onijian's ear like a devil. That guy is Imori Kohei, a newcomer who just joined. If he wants to quit, the seniors said if he can last a minute, they'll let him go. He patted Onijian on the shoulder. I didn't expect it, Onijian. You're quite courageous. Go give it a try. I believe you can do it. Good luck. Onijian looked at Kohei, who was already frothing at the mouth, then glanced at her own slender arms and legs, and instinctively shrank back. I think I'll pass. It's pretty good. I'm actually quite interested in diving, right? What? You're not going? Hajiba, you guy? Lu Nan seemed quite disappointed. What on earth is Hajiba? After hearing this, Ba Nai could only express her speechlessness. Damn it. Iori, you bastard. Is this the so-called dreamlike life you mentioned? You scoundrel. Gung Ping, who had just gotten up, directed a soul-stirring question at Iori, his expression fiercely menacing. Iori shrugged. Just tell me if you experienced any illusions when you were choked, okay? That's called a revolving lantern. Gung Ping was even more exasperated. Just tell me if it felt dreamlike. Iori began to act typically shameless. You bastard. Ba Nai shifted her gaze back from the commotion over there and said, by the way, Lu Nan, it seems like you tricked me here too. What do you mean? Lu Nan was taken aback, wondering how he was being accused. Tell me where I tricked you. Ba Nai placed the dazed cat on the ground, hands on her hips. You said you were going to show me something real, right? Well, fine, look over there first. Lu Nan pointed to the group of seniors. It's already chaos over there, clothes flying, and even the main road has been obliterated. Is that not real enough? And look over there. Lu Nan pointed to Iori and Gung Ping, who were engaged in a fierce wrestling match. They're fighting like this, and it's not a trick, right? Just tell me if it feels real or not. Ba Nai raised her hands in surrender. Okay, I get it, it's very real. The club's welcome party has officially started. Oh. It's pronounced Gongguang, which means cheers. Cheers. I don't know why, but suddenly it ignited. What left Ba Nai dumbfounded was that Lu Nan and the dazed cat effortlessly followed the rhythm. Ba Nai, what do you want to drink? After finishing a cup of alcohol, Lu Nan turned to look at Ba Nai. If possible, just a drink would be fine. Ba Nai wore a forced smile, as there clearly were no drinks in sight. Oolong tea. Of course, that's fine. Lu Nan nodded, took out a cup, and placed it on the table. Then he poured vodka and whiskey into the cup in a ratio of 9 to 1, finally creating a drink that looked almost the same as oolong tea. Here's your oolong tea. Drink up, don't be polite. Lu Nan nudged the cup towards Ba Nai. Ba Nai twitched her mouth. I mean, this really doesn't look right, does it? Is this oolong tea? Lu Nan nodded. Yes, it's oolong tea. The color is the same. Look, it can even catch fire. Lu Nan took out a lighter and lit the cup, which instantly caught fire. If it can catch fire, it means most of it is alcohol, right? How could it be oolong tea? Ba Nai puffed up angrily, looking like a bloated pufferfish. You really are picky. You just drink some plain water then. Iori leaned over and handed over a cup of perfectly clear water. Ba Nai took the cup, paused for a moment, then grabbed the lighter from Lu Nan and brought it closer. Sure enough, the ordinary plain water also ignited instantly. Why can this cup of plain water catch fire? Ba Nai's smile was on the verge of breaking. Because it's flammable, I guess, Iori replied nonchalantly. Anyway, it's the same as plain water, so just stop being picky. Lu Nan pushed the cup a little closer. Do you guys just judge drinks by their color? You guys have completely broken my defense. Ba Nai exclaimed. Iori smirked. What's the big deal? I remember you're immune to alcohol, right? Doesn't that mean you'll just see it as plain water? Huh? What did you just say, Iori? Lu Nan was taken aback. Iori was also surprised. Didn't Sister Z tell you? He glanced at Ba Nai, who was still a bit mad, but nodded slightly. Seeing the main character nod, Iori began recounting last night's events. After you left last night, Sister Z was bored and went to find Ba Nai to drink. After some persuasion, Ba Nai finally agreed to play along with Sister Z. But as they drank more, Sister Z found something was off. How come this girl over here had no reaction to anything she drank? Or rather, Ba Nai could only feel the spiciness of the taste and the alcohol content, but it was as if she wasn't absorbing any alcohol at all. Not only was she not drunk, but her face didn't even flush a bit. Sister Z was unconvinced and dragged her to drink several more rounds, almost getting herself drunk, but in the end Ba Nai still showed no change. Oh right, she went to the bathroom twice, and that was it. After that, Sister Z walked away doubtful of her life. Lu Nan pulled at his mouth, revealing a pained smile. Don't mention Sister Z doubting her life. Even I feel a bit doubtful listening to this. Lu Nan leaned forward, carefully inspecting Ba Nai. You really do look like a human resembling a carbon-based life form. Ba Nai, are you human? Ba Nai, who had finally calmed down, exploded again, puffing out air. I say you really are rude. What else could I be if not human? Lu Nan rested his chin on his hand and thought, I'm skeptical about that conclusion. It's not scientific at all, or maybe it has already involved theology. This doesn't comply with the law of conservation of mass at all. Ba Nai turned her head angrily. How would I know? I've never drunk before. Last night was my first time. Before this, I simply had a good appetite and never had an upset stomach. I didn't even know I had such a capability. Lu Nan suddenly picked up Ba Nai and placed her on his shoulder. Enough of the chit-chat. Let's go do something big. Ba Nai hurriedly covered her skirt to prevent any exposure, feeling a mix of anger and embarrassment. Hey, what do you think you're doing? Lu Nan didn't answer. He excitedly plunged into the lively crowd with Ba Nai on his shoulder, also grabbing the dazed cat. He jumped onto a chair, surveying all the seniors. After clearing his throat a couple of times, he shouted loudly, Brothers, look at me. I have an announcement. Your absolute queen has ascended. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, Ba Nai, who was forced to perform, felt her vision darken, nearly fainting from embarrassment. But the excited Lu Nan was completely unaware that his hair had been tightly held by two small hands. He was still jumping around shouting, We are an unbeatable duo. No matter the tricks or skills, just unleash them. If I can make Ba Jie drunk, I'll admit defeat. Today we three will make sure you all end up crawling out. Lu Nan stood with one foot on the chair and the other on the table, exuding confidence to the utmost. Or perhaps it could be said he was relying on someone else's power. Dai Miao looked up in confusion. Boss, are we really not going to be caught by Das Miao? Lu Nan smirked with a crooked smile. Don't worry, Dai Miao, how could we possibly lose? I can't even imagine how I would lose. However, as it turned out, an unexpected event did occur. The expressions of the seniors were quite peculiar, as if they were forcing back laughter. Senior A Shou couldn't hold back and burst into laughter, patting Lu Nan's leg. Lu Nan, did you hear something from Yi? Lu Nan looked puzzled. Yo, what's wrong? Is there a problem? Senior A Shou shrugged. There's no problem per se, but it seems Yi didn't explain it clearly to you. It appears that Ba Nai Jian really doesn't get drunk, but she also can't drink too much. Lu Nan was even more confused. Why not? Ba Nai Jian, blushing, tugged at Lu Nan's hair, causing him to yelp in pain. Because even though I don't get drunk, I really can't drink much. It's very spicy, and after drinking a little I feel quite full. Even after going to the bathroom, I can't drink too much. She sighed. I mean, can you be a bit more sensible? Senior Z didn't leave because she was questioning her life. Oh, it's because I can't get drunk and can't drink much that she didn't continue drinking with me. Drinking with someone who doesn't get drunk is pointless, she said. Lu Nan fell silent. Slowly lowering himself, he stood on the ground facing the seniors who had gathered around him, displaying a sheepish smile. Seniors, can we make peace? Although he could indeed drink a lot, there weren't many seniors present willing to go easy on him. They were all top-tier drinkers. Having to face so many alone, it was certain he would be the one to collapse. This was different from before at Grand Blue. Previously, there were only about 10 seniors in the diving club, but now there were at least 30 present, a definite disaster. Meanwhile, Ba Nai Jian had already decided to flee with Dai Miao, realizing the situation was dire. Lu Nan pointed at the sky. Look. A flying saucer. Just as he was about to slip away, he was caught by a Shur and a Shou who locked his neck from either side. Lu Nan, you've always been quite arrogant, haven't you? Feel the enthusiasm from the seniors. Yimia Dai. Ba Nai Jian, having escaped, wiped the sweat from her forehead. Phew, that was close. I almost got left behind. Dai Miao, your boss probably won't be coming back. Dai Miao said nothing, only repeatedly asserting, my boss is unmatched in the world. Ba Nai Jian, sneaking away, spotted two familiar faces, Kazasa and Yi. Ba Nai Jian approached, preparing to call for help in hopes of rescuing Lu Nan. However, after hearing her, Kazasa wore a helpless expression, while Yi showed no pretense, revealing a look of scheming. I knew if I said that he would definitely fall for it. Today is your day, Lu Nan. Ba Nai Jian was dumbfounded, realizing the mastermind was right here. Dai Miao huffed, leaping onto Yi's face. Despicable. You tricked my boss. Whoa. Dai Miao, don't hit my face. Ow. Ba Nai Jian asked in confusion. By the way, did you guys join this club too? Kazasa took a sip of canned beer, looking resigned, not voluntarily. Yi crossed his arms. I refused. Dai Miao continued to tap his head with her little fists. Ba Nai Jian laughed heartily. Looks like everyone is forced into this, huh? An atmosphere of camaraderie immediately spread among the three. Kazasa glanced at Yi behind him. But can you escape? Yi was taken aback and was suddenly lifted and tossed away by a Shur and a Shou who jumped back into the crowd, entirely ignoring Yi's struggles and cries of Yimia Dai. At this moment, Dai Miao was still riding on Yi's head. Ba Nai Jian sighed, leaving a remark that she would check on Lu Nan before departing. Kazasa sipped his beer, squinting as he opened his phone and messaged a user named BinBinZ. Yi and Lu Nan faced each other and downed a bottle of liquor, both finishing almost simultaneously. Lu Nan wiped his mouth. Not bad, Yi, looks like your skills have improved. Yi revealed a wicked smile. I've been fighting my way through hell, I've gained some awareness, Lu Nan. Ba Nai Jian's voice of exasperation came through as Lu Nan turned to see a cup of warm water being handed to him. Even if you can drink, there should be a limit. You don't really plan to crawl out of school, do you? Lu Nan looked skeptically at the cup in his hand, while Ba Nai Jian, unable to tolerate it anymore, tapped his head. It's really warm water. Do you think I'm the same as you guys? Lunan drank the warm water in one go, sighing comfortably. I'm revived, thank you, old 8. Ba Nai Jian rolled her eyes at him. I'm going over there to chat with the seniors. Call me when you're about to drink yourself to death. Lunan turned around and saw Yi's fierce expression and the uncontrollable murderous intent. You bastard. A voice filled with anger squeezed out of Yi's mouth. How can there be a girl serving warm water while drinking? You damn scoundrel. Lunan grinned sarcastically. Oh really? Who is it that no one brings water to? How pathetic could it be, you, Yi? Just as Yi was about to grind her teeth to dust, a voice like a heavenly melody rang out. If you don't drink some water, you might collapse, Yi. Gung Ping handed over a cup of warm water, which seemed like a timely relief to Yi. She gratefully took the cup. Thanks, Gung Ping. Immediately, she lifted the warm water and drank it down. Then Yi fell silent, pulling out a lighter and gently flicking it, causing the cup of warm water to ignite instantly. Damn vodka. Gung Ping nodded in satisfaction. What a hearty drink, Yi. Yi felt like she was about to explode, and Lunan's laughter sounded increasingly grating. Are you getting revenge on me, Gung Ping? Yi's face was twisted in anger. Gung Ping shrugged. I didn't mean to, but... The three of them looked at the seniors in the distance who were gathered together, drinking heartily. If we don't knock someone down, there's a high chance we won't be able to escape. Yeah, we just need to decide who will be the sacrifice. Yi lightly shook her head. Our meeting is destiny. In the end, both of you were dragged in by me, so I take some responsibility for this. He took out 3 cups. He'll drink, and you two can have drinks instead. In total, there were 25 chapters released. Hope everyone enjoys reading. As for me, I've completely burned out. Tomorrow on New Year's Day, he'll take a day off with no updates. After that, I will basically stabilize at double updates, occasionally triple or quadruple updates. Lastly, I wish everyone a happy new year. May all your wishes come true. I love you all. Lunan and Gung Ping were immediately moved, realizing that this rare display of conscience from Yi was quite unexpected. Lunan was somewhat surprised, as he truly did not expect this situation. What a noble spirit of sacrifice. Gung Ping's eyes were filled with respect. Yi smiled and waved his hand, signaling that no more words were needed, as he handed each of them a drink of different colors. Lunan held a glass of orange-yellow liquid while Gung Ping held a cup of familiar oolong tea. Without suspicion, the two took their cups and drank. Immediately, Lunan and Gung Ping's bodies froze, and with the sound of a lighter igniting, the drinks in their hands burst into flames. You bastard. Yi, you son of a... And just like that, the three of them began to grapple. Yi's expression turned fierce. Who said the one to sacrifice had to be me? You two scum should go to hell. Yi clung tightly to Lunan's legs while Gung Ping tried to suffocate him by clamping his head with his thigh, and Lunan kept elbowing their kidneys. Hey, no fighting. Elder Ashur approached, separating the tangled trio with a hand on each. If you must fight, let's have a competition instead. A competition? Yes, a competition to determine the victor. Elder Ashur raised his cup. I have a bad feeling about this. It's likely to involve alcohol. Lunan was very resistant, but Elder Ashur gave him no chance. The time-honored pad-style staring contest. Elder Ashur appeared quite pleased. The rules are simple. Whoever spits out the alcohol they drank loses, just like that. So it's a challenge to hold back laughter. Lunan raised his hand to ask, if we finish, can we become top creators? Probably not, as we're still missing the key element of fish syndrome. Yi then took a big gulp of alcohol, his cheeks puffing up. Gung Ping, however, was in a dilemma. What are we supposed to do with just the three of us? A triangular formation facing each other. Elder Ashur laughed. How could there only be 3? We still have a new student. Standing off to the side, Ba Nai originally wanted to enjoy the fun, but now found herself caught up in it, pointing at herself in confusion. Elder Ashur nodded seriously. Ba Nai had no choice but to step forward, transforming the golden triangle into a formidable quartet, unsure of when they could become the legendary 7 heroes. With his mouth full of alcohol, Yi pointed straight at Qiansha in the crowd, his expression unmistakable, as if he wanted to drag Qiansha into the mess. Qiansha helpless facepalmed. Being pushed into the spotlight, she could no longer hide, and had to join in stepping on Yi's foot in the process. Yi in pain gulped down all the alcohol in his mouth, rolling his eyes from the spiciness. Lunan also raised his hand for the adorable cat, and our little adorable cat is a new student too. Thus the 6 stood opposing each other until Elder Ashur produced a drawing tube. Come on, let's draw lots. 3 colors, black, white, and gray, pair up and face off, best 2 out of 3 elimination, and the final winner gets a mysterious grand prize. They took turns drawing lots, with Yi paired with Qiansha, Gung Ping drawing the adorable cat, and Lunan facing off against Ba Nai. The first to go were Yi and Qiansha, who had a long-standing grudge and were simply incompatible. Qiansha took a sip of her drink, focusing her mind as she looked at Yi. Let's settle this. Peak AB. Yi, 2 minutes. If you fail, you'll lose. The elders shouted in unison, announcing the official start of the game. Yi launched the first attack with a funny face, scrunching his entire face up, looking particularly bizarre, but Qiansha remained unfazed, simply watching Yi quietly. Yi was in a dilemma, but Qiansha was so calm that he wondered what could make her spit out the drink in her mouth. Suddenly, a brilliant idea flashed through his mind. Though it was unconventional, there might be an opportunity. Yi suddenly leaned forward, kneeling on one knee, extending his hand dramatically towards Qiansha. My spicy darling. God bless, maybe tonight we will have a night as wonderful as Aunt Susan's apple pie next door. His intentionally serious expression paired with a bombastic royal tone made Qiansha lose her composure, turning her head to spray the drink out laughing so hard she started coughing. Yi cheered and stood up circling the area like a triumphant general brimming with arrogance. With the roles reversed, it was now Qiansha's turn to attack, but Yi felt no pressure. This Qiansha seemed clearly not one to joke around. She was rather dull. Qiansha's face still bore a blush from choking earlier. She stood tall in front of Yi, so beautiful that it momentarily distracted him. But in the next moment, Yi completely lost his composure as Qiansha suddenly opened her mouth and thundered, One code. This outline is so arrogant, bro, the pressure is like a cliff. After saying that, even she couldn't bear it covering her face and daring not to look at the crowd. But this tactic was evidently successful, as Yi was bent over on the ground coughing nonstop. He then looked up immediately, locking onto Lu Nan, who had a guilty expression. What did you teach her? Aren't you afraid of Nai Hua's sister stabbing you? Lu Nan shrugged. She said she wanted to win and asked me if I had any methods. I'm innocent. Yi felt a sharp pain in his teeth. You bastard. At this point, the two were already at match point. If Yi couldn't make Qiansha spit out the alcohol in her mouth, he would lose and be ruthlessly mocked by those two scums, Lu Nan and Geng Ping. He absolutely could not lose. Yi, under Qiansha's shocked gaze, pinched his fingers, elegantly tiptoeing away, then knelt in front of Geng Ping, grabbing a part of his pants leg, tearfully pleading, Senior. No matter what, please, you must date me. He looked utterly aggrieved, as if he had lost something he cherished the most. Geng Ping's face turned dark as coal, gritting his teeth. I refuse. Yi suddenly became expressionless, stood up, patted his knees, and after making an O sound, walked away, as if he had seen a cockroach. Qiansha tightly pressed her lips together, holding back. Sometimes she had to admit that Yi really knew how to play it. But Yi clearly wasn't ready to give up so soon as he slowly walked towards Lu Nan's position. Another plan failed, and another one arises. You rascal, Izo. Qiansha looked at Izo, her heart calm and collected. She was prepared for whatever happened, whether it was confessing to Lu Nan or performing a duet together. She would not react much. As she watched Izo slowly approach Lu Nan, Qiansha silently counted the seconds in her heart. Just half a minute left. Izo, you have lost. Please go out with me. This is my lifelong request. Hearing Izo's shocking declaration, Qiansha remained utterly unfazed. Having been prepared long ago, how could she be disturbed by such things? Please allow me to intervene in your life, Daimao-senpai. Izo let out a thunderous roar. Daimao tilted her head in confusion. PFF. Qiansha couldn't help but spit out her drink. She never expected that Izo's target was never Lu Nan, but rather Daimao sitting in Lu Nan's arms. This guy is simply inhuman. Lu Nan was stunned, stepping back several paces, while holding Daimao, looking at Izo warily. Izo looked exasperated. This is clearly for show. Why are you taking it so seriously? Lu Nan sighed. Right, just stay away from Daimao. Izo. Senior Ashi raised both hands. The victor is Baiyuan Izo. He then handed Qiansha a bottle of alcohol. Here, a consolation prize. Qiansha, don't be discouraged. You are different from those three, you know that, right? Qiansha understood what he meant, as she had indeed suffered from being too normal in her head. Second match. Imamura Kohei vs. Daimao. Let's decide the victor. Peak AB. Kohei took a sip of alcohol, squatted down to meet Daimao's gaze, and nodded to signal that they could start. Daimao recalled what her leader had taught her, placing her little round hands on her chest and looking at Kohei. Kohei was stunned, not understanding what she was trying to do. A few seconds later, he suddenly turned his head and coughed out a mouthful of alcohol, cursing while coughing. Cough. Lu Nan, you scoundrel. Cough. What on earth did you teach? Lu Nan was furious and immediately retorted, what are you talking about? I told Daimao to raise her hand and be cute. You twisted it into something else. How is that my fault? You think I don't know you twisted it? You have a lewd gaze. Anyone can tell you twisted it, okay? Hachanai, sensing the confusion, asked the visibly tense Izo beside her, what are they talking about? What twisted? Izo cleared her throat twice and chose to play dead, refusing to answer Hachanai's questions, which left Hachanai looking frustrated. Kohei sighed deeply, gritting his teeth in helplessness. Lu Nan was truly too sinister. The urgent task was to find a way to win against Daimao, otherwise he wouldn't even be able to take revenge on those two scoundrels. Daimao seemed to be a daft little cat, but she was actually quite clever. Ordinary tactics wouldn't work, so she had to come up with something unexpected, and that breakthrough point was also on Lu Nan. Daimao had already drunk the alcohol, looking at Kohei with a serious expression, as if she were participating in a very solemn haunt. Kohei squatted down, his expression extremely wicked, looking at the little cat in front of him, with eyes full of mockery. Daimao, actually am not here to win. I have formed an alliance with Izo. If you don't believe me, look back at your leader. Although Daimao didn't quite believe his words, she knew she had to take it seriously since it involved her leader, so she turned back. Upon turning, she saw Izo sneaking up behind her leader, and her little face grew even more serious. Kohei squinted. In a bit, let Izo give your leader a kiss, and let him be disgraced in the academy. Hee. Daimao was startled, and quickly pulled out her little stick, meowing as she pounced toward Izo, not caring that the alcohol spilled everywhere. Izo, who had only come to pour herself a drink at the table behind Lu Nan, looked bewildered at the charging Daimao, until the little stick hit his toe. Ow. Ow. Thomas Stuka bombing sound effect. Kohei swung his fist. Nice. Take her down. Lu Nan reassured Daimao, convincing her that she was truly not in danger. As for Izo, she had already gotten up and was angrily questioning Kohei. The game continued, still entering the match point. However, at this moment Daimao clearly had little interest in continuing to play, looking as if she wanted to snuggle up in her leader's arms. After 2 minutes of staring at each other, Kohei achieved his victory as desired. Daimao, holding a large bottle of alcohol, given as a consolation prize, eagerly ran to her leader's side, only to despairingly find that her leader was about to go on stage. Daimao slumped in her chair, resembling a cat that had lost its dream. Luan then looked at Hachanai. "Say, old 8, do you think you can win against me?" Hachanai twitched her lips. After these rounds, she had understood some things. Strictly speaking, she was just like Qinsha, suffering from being too normal in her head. How would I know if I don't try? Hachanai was not one to give up easily, or she had to at least put in the effort. She took a sip of alcohol and stared at Luan Nan, waiting for his attack. Luan Nan was equally unyielding, directly going all out. Hey, here we go. Not eating well, not eating expensive, let's have something crunchy today. Hachanai nearly lost her composure. What she feared most were Luan Nan's strange words, which she couldn't understand, yet they were absurdly funny. In the culinary world, I'm old 8. Today we're having roast duck. If you ask where the roast duck is good, the roast ducks, but is a treasure. Just let me serve it to the brothers. PFF. Hachanai couldn't help but laugh out loud. Although she knew that old 8 mentioned by Luan Nan was probably not her, she couldn't hold it in. It was too absurd, simply nonsensical. The words spoken were completely incomprehensible, but the tone and expressions were so rich that Hachanai felt she understood what was funny. I really can't with you, but it's like you hardly say anything sensible all day long. Hachanai shot a glare at Luan Nan. Luan Nan shrugged nonchalantly. The real fun had yet to come, and he couldn't stand it. Hachanai fiercely handed over her cup, preparing to find a chance to get back at Luan Nan. Luan Nan didn't hesitate, either gulping down a large mouthful while waiting for Hachanai to make her move. Hachanai smiled at Luan Nan and suddenly said, "Luan Nan, I still can't forget him." Luan Nan's expression changed instantly, unconsciously about to curse out this love-struck brain, but at the last moment he realized. What the hell? It's a trap. Luan Nan realized something was off the moment he saw Hachanai's expression. This old 8 was very sinister. Luan Nan had already realized that this guy was being intentional, trying to break down his defenses with such words. How could he let that happen? But Banai seemed to be extremely confident, with a triumphant expression that showed no signs of change. Luan Nan, you know, although we are friends, you are a good person. Could you lend me $200 to buy him a gift? Luan Nan took a deep breath, nearly choking on it. This Banai was truly something else. Even knowing it was fake, it still made him feel quite uncomfortable. At this moment, Banai stopped pretending and simply started reading out loud the dog lover quotes he had searched for. It might seem trivial to others, but only Luan Nan understood how devastating this was for him. Luan Nan sprayed his drink everywhere, wiping his mouth fiercely. Banai, you win. Banai cheerfully raised both hands in a victory sign, and just when Luan Nan was about to regain his ground in the next round, Banai raised his hand and looked at Senior Asher Sr. Can I surrender? I don't want to play anymore. With Senior Ashish nod, Banai exited with a consolation prize, leaving Luan Nan blushing like a boiled lobster on the stage. Senior Asher, unsure where he got a microphone, raised his arm and shouted, "Next up is the highly anticipated finals. We will implement a 3-person competition format. Who will emerge victorious among the 3? Let's hear the opening declarations from the 3-seed competitors. So why not just start with all 3 going head-to-head right from the beginning?" Luan Nan was speechless. What is the point of this elimination system? Are they just going to give them consolation prizes? Izumi expressed some dissatisfaction. Regardless of that, I just want to take revenge on you 2 scumbags. Gung Ping's face was filled with fervent battle intent. A great opening declaration. Then let's begin the competition immediately. With a wave of his hand, Senior Asher indicated for Senior Asho to display a sign reading "First Round" as he awkwardly walked around the stage. Wow, there's also a sign girl. Or boy. Banai excitedly looked at the stage with the dazed cat in her arms, finding today's show far more stimulating than anything she had seen in her first half of life. The first to make a move was Gung Ping, his fiery passion already ablaze. We're all buddies, no internal traitors here. Let me share my troubles with everyone. Oh, I can only say them here. Gung Ping's expression was very serious. Luan Nan and Izumi exchanged glances, both recognizing the hint of caution in each other's eyes. Gung Ping looked like he was about to escalate things, or perhaps he was preparing something big. Actually, don't let my appearance fool you. I used to be a hardcore otaku. Gung Ping seriously stated something everyone already knew. However, saying something like this in a situation where laughter was forbidden could turn into a huge punchline. As expected, neither of them could hold back. Gung Ping wore a proud expression. Looks like you 2 can't hide your surprise anymore. Cough, cough. It should be you who can't hide the fact that you're a nerd. You scoundrel. Izumi felt her intelligence had suffered a tremendous insult. I mean, before you say stuff like this, can't you just take a look at what you're wearing? Luan Nan pointed at the huge anime girl graphic on Gung Ping's shirt. Only a blind person wouldn't see that you're a nerd. Luan and Izumi, you both messed up. Ooh, as punishment you have to drink a cup of alcohol. Senior Asher handed over 2 cups, laughing happily. Wait, there doesn't seem to be a rule about this before. Luan Nan's eyelid twitched. Hey, adding rules at the last minute is too despicable. Izumi complained loudly, but it was clear that their protests were in vain. After both downed a mouthful of alcohol, the desire to win surged in them. If winning came with rewards, they might just be having fun, but if losing meant punishment, then today, they absolutely had to teach those 2 scoundrels a lesson. It was Izumi's turn. He bent his legs and knelt down before Lu Nan, lowering his head. Coach, I want to learn how to play basketball. Haha, brilliant. You two should drink too. Izumi looked triumphant. I've suffered enough from the second dimension. Damn, how many years ago was that joke? Still using it. Old memes are timeless, huh? Thud, thud, thud. Lu Nan suddenly fell forward onto the ground. Brother, I fell. Ha ha ha, two colorful pens. Damn, Lu Nan, you're really crass. You two are such scoundrels. Lu Nan crushed the cup in his hand, looking at the other two. You two really are something. Izumi wiped his mouth and tossed the cup aside. I told you not to underestimate me now. Gung Ping was furious. I said I would battle you two scoundrels to the end. The three heads clashed together, their expressions twisted, resembling demons rather than humans, enough to scare a passerby, like Yatsugumi. In that case, let's settle this once and for all. Sounds good to me. Let's clear the debt between us. For Justice's sake, I will eliminate you two scoundrels. Let's settle it once and for all. Peek AB. Banai looked helplessly at the three kneeling on the ground, vomiting. What's the point of going all out like this? You'd think losing had serious consequences. Lu Nan coughed twice, his voice hoarse. Are you two even human? Could it be that you're hunters too? I don't know what you're talking about. Ooh, I just want some water. Izumi felt like his throat was stuffed with an entire desert. The groan of a zombie. This was Gung Ping, who had already reached the point of no return. The dazed cat has gone to get you water, just wait a bit. Banai shook her head. Do you three even have a combined psychological age that matches my shoe size? I must say you guys are really competitive. Senior Aisho poured 3 cups of water on the table, and the other two rushed over like sharks smelling blood. However, Lu Nan, with his hunter's keen senses, sensed that something was off. After considering it, he decided to sit still and wait for the dazed cat to return. After all, the dazed cat would never harm him. Speaking of which, this is truly unexpected. Senior Aisho happily watched the two drink down most of the water in their cups. I didn't expect you to enjoy drinking so much. This drink should satisfy you, right? Senior Aisho gave a thumbs up. The two focused and saw that the bottle was labeled Water of Life with 96 alcohol content. Izumi and the others fell silent. This is not water. Lu Nan watched the two rolling on the ground, laughing until he could hardly breathe. These two are simply too amusing. The true savior Daqing Miao also arrived, running with bottled water. Boss, the water is here. Oh, thank you. This is really a great help. Lu Nan took the bottled water, patted Daqing Miao's little head, and tossed the remaining 2 bottles to the two lying on the ground. Senior Asu, who is the victor? Banana called out to Senior Asu, curious about how they would judge the outcome of the competition. While strictly speaking, it's Lu Nan, since his condition is the best. Senior Asu smiled. Here, this is a 500 yuan shopping voucher from Qianda Shopping Mall. This is the mysterious gift, so make good use of it. He pulled a voucher from his pocket and handed it to Lu Nan. Lu Nan happily accepted the shopping voucher, smiling. Thank you, Senior. This mysterious gift was indeed practical and something he could use, which was quite nice. Hey, Iori, Kohei, the welcome party isn't over yet. Don't just lie on the ground, get up quickly. Senior Ashi pulled the two lying on the ground and walked towards the crowd. It's so noisy. In Grand Blue, Nanahiro was chatting with Uncle Guchichuan. I heard that Lu Nan and Iori, along with their friends, have joined the club together. Uncle Guchichuan was still looking at today's newspaper. That's great. It seems their school life is quite exciting. But Iori has his luggage piled up in the room without being tidied up, which isn't good. Lu Nan's room also basically has nothing, just some basic furniture and stuff. Nanahiro frowned. I think we need to remind them well. Uncle Guchichuan raised his head. Iori is a bit lazy, and as for Lu Nan, he probably doesn't have much of a sense of belonging yet. That little guy, although he seems carefree, actually has a natural sense of detachment towards various matters. Well, but as time goes by, things will surely improve. Ugh. Iori trudged along like a zombie, accompanied by the helpless Chiesa and Lu Nan, who was holding Daqing Miao. Since one was brought to the academy by Shima Rin, and the other woke up directly at the academy, they didn't know the way back to Grand Blue, so they could only follow Chiesa. I'm completely burnt out. Iori let out a sigh of relief, as if he had seen through life. Isn't it because you two drank too much? Really, why did you start competing against each other again? Lu Nan said helplessly. Daqing Miao knows that everything is not easy. Why don't you two understand? Boss Miao is a bit naive, but not stupid. This guy say, Lu Nan, are you really human? You look like you won't get tired at all. Of course I am human. I'm just a hunter. The noisy journey continued as they approached Grand Blue. We're back. Welcome back. Iori looked at the shocking scene inside the store and nearly vomited. Behind him, Lu Nan immediately covered Daqing Miao's eyes, muttering that children shouldn't see such things, while turning Daqing Miao away. What's wrong, Iori? Did you drink too much? If you feel like vomiting, go to the bathroom. It's hard to clean up if you vomit in the store. Iori pointed at the three of them. Isn't it because of your appearance? Which good person likes to wear a body-hugging apron? Seeing this scene, all the sins I committed in my past lives were wiped clean. Lu Nan murmured to himself. In front of him were Uncle Guchichuan and Seniors Ashi and Asu, but none of them were wearing clothes, only wrapped in pink aprons that looked the same. The scene was utterly explosive. The three exchanged glances and laughed. Haha, our appearance is because we are going diving soon. This is preparation. Inside, we are all wearing swimsuits properly. Uncle Guchichuan patted his chest, signaling them to rest assured. So that's how it is. Iori simply believed it. I have my doubts about this. Lunan still didn't turn Daching Miao around, fearing that he would see this unbelievable scene. Could you three come here for a moment? Nanahira's voice came from behind, and the three turned around together. Iori's eyes were suddenly filled with the sight of two large rears, and he weakly knelt on the ground. Damn it, a scammer. Among the three, only Uncle Guchichuan was properly wearing a swimsuit. Lunan showed an expression of as expected. Oh, luckily, he didn't trust their words, or Daching Miao would be greatly traumatized. The guest called and said, "Ah, you are back." Nanahira came in through the back door, also wearing a pink apron. Iori stepped forward wanting to say something, but ultimately looked down in disappointment. So Nanahira is actually dressed properly. Lunan kicked him in the butt. Can you think before you speak? Don't filter it through laziness first. The guest said something came up suddenly and wanted to postpone. Nanahira sighed. It seems it's due to unavoidable circumstances. Oh, that's really unfortunate. Uncle Guchichuan looked disappointed. Looks like we can only pause today. There's really no way. Seniors Ashi and Asu also looked a bit disappointed. Unavoidable circumstances. Lunan was very interested in the unavoidable circumstances that Nanahira mentioned. They said their family is urging them to get married, and if they don't bring a girlfriend home soon, they will burn all their books. The guest said he decided to bring a boyfriend home to completely shut the relatives' mouths. Lunan's mouth twitched. It seems that everyone is having a tough time these days. Looks like it really is unavoidable, so we can only wear clothes occasionally. Senior Ashi and Senior Asu sighed, having to start wearing clothes. Normal people should wear clothes, right? Iori felt somewhat powerless to complain. At dinner time, Nanahira made a large plate of fried sauce noodles topped with 8 fried eggs, one for each person. We suddenly have some free time before the wine party. Senior Ashi looked helpless. Yes, that's right. The two suddenly turned to look at Iori and Lunan. Do you two have any plans for tonight? There's absolutely no way I'm attending the banquet tonight. Iori wore outright resistance on his face. After all, he hadn't even recovered properly, yet going would be tantamount to suicide. Senior Ashi seized Iori by the collar, fury blazing in his eyes. Do you have any idea what kind of club you've joined? Huh, isn't it the diving club? And Senior Asu turned to Lunan. And what about you, Lunan? Lunan was wiping sauce from Daimai's whiskers. The clumsy little cat had smeared her mouth with fried soybean paste. I don't mind either way. If Iori goes, then he'll go too. Truth be told, he wasn't particularly eager to attend. He was a hunter, not an immortal. He certainly couldn't withstand endless rounds of drinking. And Iori. Nanawa spoke up, then her tone tinged with rare disappointment. Iori, you've been staying at our place for over a week now, haven't you? And Iori scratched his head, puzzled. Yes. What's wrong? Have you properly organized your luggage in your room? If I'm not mistaken, nothing inside has been touched. Not a single item moved. Except perhaps your laptop and basic clothing. An uncommon note of exasperated disappointment crept into Nanahua's voice. Iori froze as if struck by lightning. Now that she mentioned it, it was true. He hadn't once tidied his room properly. No doubt in Nanahua's eyes had already cemented the impression of being utterly unreliable. I understand you want to relax after getting into university, but surely you can't neglect your family responsibilities for so many consecutive days. Nanawa sighed helplessly. We simply want to know how to explain this to your parents. And then she turned to Lunan, who was barely suppressing laughter, and Lunan. Lunan blinked in surprise. Was this about him too? He had kept his room tidy. Nanawa's sigh deepened. Lunan, I know you may feel this isn't truly your home. But until those feelings change, I sincerely hope you'll begin cultivating a genuine sense of belonging here. Uncle Kotegawa nodded in agreement. Lunan, just treat this place as home for now. It's perfectly fine. And honestly, I quite like you. Lunan lowered his head, embarrassed. Indeed, as Nanawa had said, that was precisely how he'd felt. He suspected it had wounded them deeply. I'm sorry, Sister Nanawa. And Meow, I'm sorry too. And I'm truly sorry, Sister Nanawa. And Lunan, Daimai, and Iori bowed their heads in unison. Just as Sister Nanawa said, I'll respectfully decline the banquet tonight. And, I and Daimai will do the same. Senior Ashi scratched his head. Well, I suppose there's nothing we can do. And it is an unavoidable circumstance after all. Iori flashed a smug grin. Oh my, how terribly sorry I am. Seniors Asu and Ashi rose together and headed for the door. No worries. It's trivial. We'll still have enough people tonight. Tonight's banquet is an exchange event with Blue Sea Women's University. What a shame that neither Iori nor Lunan will be attending. And they stepped out of the shop, leaving behind a stunned Iori and an indifferent Lunan. And honestly, does any of this really matter? It's still just a banquet, isn't it? Lunan waved dismissively. Neither Iori nor I would let something like this. Women's University. Iori shot upright, and before Lunan could even register the shock in his gaze, stripped off every article of clothing except his briefs. What the hell are you doing? Lunan snatched Daimai up and leapt backward several paces. He couldn't help but wonder whether Iori had damaged his brain with alcohol. What else could explain such sudden, inexplicable behavior? Then, with textbook perfect size posture, he slammed himself onto the floor before Nanawa and boomed, "Will you forgive me if I appear before you like this?" The sight left Seniors Ashi and Asu, just returning from setting things down, utterly dumbfounded. Hey Iori, what are you doing? In Lunan supplied deadpan. Perhaps the upper house has temporarily been replaced by the lower house. Spring has arrived, Meow. Daimai chimed in. Shut up. Because I just remembered what club I actually joined. Iori whirled around, his expression one of profound regret. In the diving club, and no, absolutely not. I never joined any such club. He changes his mind faster than flipping a book. Senior Ashi stared, genuinely flabbergasted by Iori's sheer audacity. And so fast his neck might snap. Please, Sister Nanawa. Iori bowed his head again, pleading. And, could you please just lift your head and put your clothes back on? Nanawa shifted uncomfortably. She'd never experienced anything like this. But why remove your clothes in the first place? Behind her, Chisa's gaze toward Iori dropped, from watching a monkey straight down to observing a cockroach. To demonstrate my unwavering sincerity, inside and out. Iori had clearly lost all restraint. Is the allure of this women's university exchange really that overwhelming? Lunnan couldn't help but wonder if he were somehow different from others. Perhaps, for Iori it is that compelling meow. Daime countered, rejecting Lunnan's assumption, and implying instead that Iori was the anomaly. I understand your desire to have some fun, but, not the word but Iori knew disaster loomed. The rejection was inevitable. But sister, oh-ho, so now you're calling her sister just to get into the banquet. Shame on you, Iori, I despise you. Lunnan raised his middle finger. Despise you, meow. Daime lifted her tiny round paw. No way, please, just make an exception. This opportunity means everything to me. No means no, and what do you think it would take to convince her? In Iori's room, Iori, Lunnan, Daime, and both seniors sat together, deep in strategic deliberation. My advice, just give up, or risk getting Darthed. And Daime agrees with Big Brother Meow. And, since they've said it so plainly, just surrender. Yet his self-appointed council unanimously expressed skepticism, even outright pessimism. Impossible. I will not give up. And Iori declared his refusal with blunt finality. He would fight to the very end. What force drives you with such relentless determination? Senior Ashi asked, weary. In the lower house, Lunnan replied, cutting straight to the heart of it. It's admittedly embarrassing, but it's Starlust. I knew it. And you scoundrel. You show not a shred of shame. Lunnan covered Daime's ears and spat lightly at Iori. Enough of that. Our immediate priority is convincing Sister Nanawa. Give us ideas, now. And silence fell over the room as everyone lapsed into deep thought. Then Senior ASU snapped his fingers. Here's an idea. We'll help you completely reorganize your room to showcase your independence as a mature young man. Oh, excellent plan. That way Sister Nanawa won't worry about you, and the room cleaning task will be fulfilled. Lunnan voiced emphatic approval. Is this really going to work? Iori asked skeptically. Could it truly be this simple? Of course. It's a perfectly logical approach. Think about it. If you can arrange a room that satisfies Nanaheim, won't she have no grounds left to supervise you? Lunnan gently patted Iori's shoulder with paternal gravitas. Iori, believe in yourself. After all, you're already a university student, not some starry-eyed teenager caught in puppy love. Even if you say it so earnestly. Well, I suppose. What can one do? For the sake of my beloved junior, I'll lend you my full support. Come now, let's craft a room so impeccably arranged that anyone who walks in instantly recognizes Iori as a mature, capable young man. Seniors Toki and Ju suddenly ignited with uncharacteristic fervor. Lunnan raised his hand enthusiastically. As your best friend, I'm absolutely in. After all, you must attend the upcoming mixer. Meow. Daimyao will help too, meow. You guys. A soft haze seemed to blur Iori's vision. Truly, he was blessed with wonderful friends. Say, Senior, seriously, is this really okay? Lunnan grimaced as he pasted an oversized meme-style poster of a cartoonish girl onto the wall. Absolutely. Doesn't this radiate sheer masculine charisma? Senior Toki gave a resounding thumbs up. It does project masculinity, but filling the entire room with such posters feels rather excessive, doesn't it? Lunnan silently thanked his stars that had sent Daimyao and Iori out together to fetch Nanaheim. Otherwise, who knew what irreversible cognitive contamination might have occurred? Lunnan swept his gaze across the room. Open magazines lay scattered across the floor, desk, and bed, each page brimming with startlingly bold content. Even the walls and ceiling bore provocative, age-restricted posters. The air itself thickened with unmistakable, alarming tension. How on earth had the two seniors unearthed so many such publications? Do you two even have secret pockets? A voice rang out from beyond the door. Yes, Nanaheim. We've completely tidied up. After all, I am now an independent, self-reliant young man. Smiling brightly, Iori pushed the door open. Nanaheim and Daimyao followed closely behind. But the moment they glimpsed the interior, Iori froze mid-step. And Nanaheim stood utterly motionless, then swiftly knelt, shielding Daimyo's eyes with both hands, her face burning crimson. No, it's not what it looks like, Nanaheim. Please let me explain. Iori whirled around, panic etched across his features. Iori is a young man after all. Nanaheim strained to hold her composure, cradled Daimyao gently, and retreated stiffly, her smile taut as a drawn bowstring. Well, how is it, Iori? Isn't it flawless? We specially downloaded everything from top-tier sites, guaranteed quality. Are you three-born idiots? Iori's eyes widened in horrified disbelief. Can you please behave like actual human beings? Is this what you call a mature young man's room? Did we fail? Senior Toki wore an expression of profound bewilderment. More to the point, why on earth did you think this would succeed? Iori felt his head swelling to twice its normal size. Think about it. Typically when a mother sees such materials in her son's room, she thinks, my boy has truly grown up. Senior Ju spoke with solemn conviction. Those are completely different sentiments, you imbecile. Iori stomped furiously in place. So what do you want from me then? Lunan bristled slightly. We've poured tremendous effort into this. Honestly, I prefer zero effort of this kind. Iori groaned, clutching his chest. Just something ordinary, plain, unremarkable. The kind of tidy, modest room a university freshman would realistically arrange for his very first solo apartment. Oh, so that's all you needed. Senior Toki nodded thoughtfully. Then why didn't you say so earlier? Wasted all my energy hunting down cyberbodhisattvas one by one. Entrusting this to you three was the height of folly. I'll handle the rest myself. Take all of this away immediately. Iori turned and began gathering the magazines strewn across the floor. Should we remove all of these? Senior Toki asked, puzzled. Obviously, I don't even like this genre. Who on earth finds appeal in short-haired, lightly muscled girls with cheerful, slightly dazed smiles? Iori jabbed a finger accusingly at the poster on the wall. Exactly, who would? Lunan whistled innocently. What a shame. Ju had planned to gift you a disc to celebrate your enrollment. Senior Toki sighed wistfully. Huh. Iori spun around sharply. There stood Senior Ju, disc in hand, beaming. Well. Shall we review it right now? Yes, yees. Not bad at all. 78 points. Iori leaned on his elbow, expression deadpan. Really, I was quite confident in this one. Senior Ju looked crestfallen. Why is it styled in Western aesthetics? 33 points. That face looks aged. Lunan wrinkled his nose. Same here, 50 points. Definitely looks worn. Senior Toki crossed his arms in firm agreement. Suddenly the door swung open. Chisa entered, cradling a small shelving unit. Iori, this was meant for disposal. If it suits you. Yes, CX. Ah, Chisa. Lunan glanced back, nudging Iori with his elbow. Stop gawking, Chisa's here. Humph. Iori sulkily shifted his hips aside. Chisa, you're here? Want to watch with us? Lunan reeled inwardly, utterly baffled. What neural pathways could possibly produce that response? Even a seasoned hunter who'd spent over a decade alone in the wilderness wouldn't utter such words in this situation. Thud. The shelving unit's base slammed squarely into Iori's skull. Chisa strode out, face dark as storm clouds, leaving four silent, chastened men behind. Thanks to you lot, I've suffered a profound misinterpretation. Actually, it may not be a misinterpretation at all. Lunan wore an expression of pure, unadulterated incredulity. Anyone who says want to watch together, under those circumstances, hardly needs clarification. They're self-evident. In short, get out. Leave only the gifted disc. Take everything else with you now. Wait, Iori. This concerns our senior dignity. Oh, so you're pulling a burn the bridge after crossing. Real smooth, bro. No further assistance required. Please depart. Thank you. How about another disc? Plus my annual cloud storage subscription. I trust my esteemed seniors, and my closest friend Lunan implicitly. Please send the account credentials to my WeChat. Thank you. Leave it to us. We will definitely arrange a perfect room that a newcomer deserves. Iji beamed, holding 2 discs and the account password she received on her phone. Then I'll leave it to you. Don't forget to call back the lazy cat. Got it. Iji left the room. The seniors inside looked at Lunang. Lunang, how about you take charge of this? Lunang pointed to himself. Me. Yes, because only a newcomer understands what a newcomer needs. Just think about how you would arrange it if it were your room. If you think about it this way, you can't go wrong, right? Senior Asu raised a finger. That makes sense. Lunang nodded in agreement. Then leave it to me. After walking a distance, Iji couldn't shake off her unease. She paced back and forth in the hallway, feeling quite conflicted. Although she had entrusted it to them, she still felt a bit uneasy, as if they were going to create a big mess for her. Growing more anxious, Iji pushed open the door and was shocked. It felt as if she had traveled back to the last century on the island, with a strong scent of cherry blossoms wafting in the air, as if she were about to don a samurai outfit at any moment. Hey, Iji is here, Lunang waved. So how do you like the room I've tidied up for you? This is my old home from my previous life. I lived too simply in my past life to replicate it for you, so just make do with this for now. Iji pointed in shock at a large wooden board nearby. What's this? This is the bulletin board. Doesn't your village have one? And what about this? This is the props box. I come here every day to change my equipment. And this large wooden board, that's the dining area. I even made some dumplings. Do you want some? No, but what about those two over there dressed in kimonos, Asashir and Senior Asu? Oh, those are temporary cosplays of Swijinsen and Hohatsun. They don't look like them at all, but just make do with it. This is no longer about just making do, right? I won't even ask where you got these things, but can you say something I can understand? Iji trembled as she pointed at a huge poster on the ceiling depicting a spirited woman carrying a sword taller than herself, eating dumplings. And what about this? This is a famous beauty from our town, Lihua. I replicated her based on my memories, but she's only 1/3 as beautiful. However, she can definitely fight. This image is for reference only. Who cares about your? Restore it to its original state, you jerk. I mean, isn't Iji being too picky? I worked so hard. Lunang was quite displeased. Well, if Nanawa walked in and saw this scene, she might think Iji is going out to be a wild person. Senior Asashir scratched his head. So what should we do? I have no ideas left. Lunang threw his hands up in defeat. Since nothing works, let's call for backup. Senior As's eyes sharpened as he pulled out his phone and dialed hello. Gumping. It's like this. Iji sighed. Surely this time it would be a bit better, right? Hey, Iji, Chika seemed really angry just now. What happened? Uncle Gus Ho asked in confusion. Because only Lunang and I received the housewarming gifts from the seniors, she seemed a bit unhappy. Getting mad over something so trivial that girl is still a child. I was even planning to invite her to watch together. Iji spread his hands looking helpless. At that moment Nainawa walked over holding the lazy cat. Iji, is the room tidy now? Iji immediately turned around. Sister Nainawa. Please allow me to clarify. It's okay, I don't mind, and I just called a friend to ask. It's quite common for boys around Iji's age to have this kind of thing. They said that boys around Iji's age are all like little big cats, the lazy cat added. Aren't you just spreading my scandal? Iji was stunned. If I'm not mistaken, Sister Nainawa, your friend shouldn't be. Zisha-senpai, right? Nainawa nodded. Yes, that's Zisha. Iji suddenly felt a bit desperate. Tonight was the social event with the girls from Lanhai University, and if Zisha-senpai came, Iji could already envision the tragic scene that awaited him. That was just a joke set up by the seniors and Lunang for me. Iji placed his hands on his chest. It should have already returned to the appearance of a normal room. At that moment, a handsome golden-haired guy walked by behind Iji handing over tape to Uncle Gusho. Shopkeeper, thank you for your tape. Hearing that familiar voice, Iji's heart raced, sensing something bad was about to happen. He hurriedly grabbed the lazy cat and ran back into the room. As soon as he opened the door, he was greeted by a screen full of two-dimensional beautiful girls, causing Iji's pupils to dilate as he stood frozen in place, completely oblivious to the lazy cat escaping his arms and leaping into Lunang's embrace. Hey Iji, you're here. So how do you like this cozy room I crafted for you? Gungping said with a smile, holding a figurine. Iji silently stepped forward and ripped apart the beautiful girl poster on the wall. Why the hell are you here? Jerk. You ruined my pride and joy of a solitary starter set. Shut up. You turned my room into yours without permission. Gungping weakly knelt on the ground, cursed to never have descendants for ruining the copy of my beloved poster. Just a replica being torn apart, and you want to curse my descendants? That's just too pitiful for them. Aren't Iji's descendants all in the trash can? In a sense, that could be considered a curse of not having descendants, right? Lunang teased, distracted while playing with the lazy cat. You too. Why didn't you stop him? Iji turned to point at Lunang. Hey, we were trying to help you. Gungping is living alone outside. It's obvious he's quite experienced, right? Lunang raised his hands in surrender. Senior Asashir and Senior Asu walked in. So how is it, Iji? Is it perfect now? Not at all. What kind of room would satisfy you? Gungping turned around in frustration. Of course, a room that is completely the opposite of this. Iji swung his fist, completely opposite. Do you understand? Oh, I see. It's that simple. Why didn't you say so earlier? Gungping stood up and pressed on Iji's shoulder. If you don't say it, how would we know? I got it. I'll prepare that kind of room for you right away. No need, I can handle it myself. Just go back quickly. Iji said impatiently. How could I go back? I'm about to attend a party with the girl who admires me as an older brother. There's no way I would bail out now. Not a bro. Iji was shocked. What kind of trap have you fallen into? Middle school students can't drink, okay? Are you made of sand? Hey Iji, can you come over for a moment? Uncle Gusho Chuan's voice suddenly rang out from outside the door. Go, there must be something he needs your help with. Lunan put down the day's cat. I will keep an eye on things here, don't worry. Since we are staying at someone else's house, helping out is very important. Senior Ashur was also speaking. I will arrange the room strictly according to your requirements. Gungping smiled confidently. Iji looked unconvinced. Although I'm not at ease, there's no other choice. Iji opened the door and peeked inside to observe the progress of the room's arrangement. It had been a while, so there shouldn't be any problems, right? He silently watched as all the beautiful girls in the room turned into handsome boys, and even the computer was running a boys' love gal game. Hey Gungping, is this really okay? Senior Aisho asked with concern. I don't think Iji will like this. Lunan looked at the body pillows of boys hugging on the bed with suspicion. Clearly, he likes someone with more muscles, right? Gungping waved his hand. If it's the complete opposite of me, it will definitely be fine. Iji clenched his fists and walked towards Gungping. Gungping looked up, a confident smile still on his lips. What's wrong? Iji, you don't need to say thank you. Iji executed a shoulder throw, slamming Gungping to the ground, then moved closer. Lunan silently covered the curious little cat's eyes. Don't be so rough with me. I am. Oh. Gungping lay on the ground, unable to get back up. Iji frantically stood in the middle of the room. Isn't this worse than before? Lunan picked up a DVD. Here's a mysterious little disc. What's on it? But Gungping was already unable to respond to him. Let's just play it to see what it is. Senior Ashur took the DVD. So listen to me. Iji was even more frantic. Iji, is the room tidied up? Can I come to take a look? Nana Hua knocked on Iji's door. Iji, startled, broke the door open and slammed it shut to prevent Nana Hua from seeing inside. What's wrong, Sister Nana Hua? Iji leaned against the door looking guilty. Nana Hua smiled. I just came to see if you need any help. Iji became even guiltier. I don't need anything right now. What happened earlier is fine. Nana Hua shook her head slightly. After all, Iji is a big kid now. Iji awkwardly smiled and was about to respond when he heard Lunan exclaim in the voice of a stranger man from inside. I think even if you're a guy, it doesn't matter. Iji's expression suddenly froze while Nana Hua's pupils lost their sparkle again. Is that so? Actually, I also. Followed by some very ominous gasping sounds. Sister Nana Hua, that was. Iji stammered, trying to explain something. Then Nana Hua turned around directly. Sorry, Iji, I need to go make a phone call to a friend, Yu and Lunan. She didn't continue, but walked away stiffly. Iji could no longer bear it and burst through the door. What on earth are you all doing? Lunan shrugged innocently, who knew this DVD was so Western. It just burst in with a clang. What could I do? Iji looked completely defeated. Can I really still live in this house? Senior Asher patted his shoulder. Think positively. Perhaps you can now go to a social gathering. Iji blushed even more while Lunan felt he was about to transform into a Super Saiyan. I must organize the best room and then go to the social gathering. No matter what, I must create a room that satisfies Sister Nanahua. Iji was determined. What good ideas do you have? We have no tricks left. I just asked the day's cat, and it said to just randomly place things. Lunan shrugged. That clearly isn't a good plan. The cat thinks that. Never mind. The day's cat sighed, feeling overwhelmed. Iji waved his hand. It cannot be that simple. We need to focus on Sister Nanahua's preferences. She dotes on her sister Kiasa, which means... Iji pulled out a large handful of photos, all featuring Kiasa's big headshot. The room that satisfies Sister Nanahua must be... Whoa, box, Lunan exclaimed. As long as we fill the room with elements of Kiasa's sister Nanahua will definitely be happy when she comes in. I don't think so. It might just poke you. Lunan raised his hand, but Iji was already determined to go his own way. All right, stop with the sarcastic remarks. Quickly help me stick these photos on the wallpaper and ceiling. Iji waved his hand. Then he'll go call Sister Nanahua to come see. This way we can definitely go to the social gathering. Iji, I feel like this definitely won't work right. Senior Asher said hesitantly. Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and work. Iji was busy, full of energy. Time is running out. This definitely looks like the room of a stalker, right? Senior Asho inspected the room. And if Chiesa finds out, how many heads do you think you have to lose, Iji? Lunan stuck photos on the figurines. Just don't let her find out. And Iji, do you want some tea? Chiesa opened the door holding a tray with several bottles of green tea. Chiesa stood frozen, her gaze sweeping around the room, seeing all her big headshots on display. Even the figurines had photos stuck on them. She silently looked at Iji, who was trembling all over. Grand Blue in a small house set for demolition where anyone can find it. The five of them gathered and drank green tea. This is great, Iji. Senior Asho poured a full cup of green tea. Isn't this the room you've always wanted for a self-reliant man? I never expected this kind of ending. Iji collapsed to the ground in despair. So what's next? What are you planning to do, Iori? Lunan cradled Daimiao and glanced at the time on his phone. It's almost time for the group date, isn't it? What else can I do? Iori sprawled flat on the floor. Nanahua won't even let me step outside. What choice do I have? You all go ahead if you want. Iori waved dismissively, feigning nonchalance, yet already plotting to slip in right behind them the moment they left. Seriously, could you really give up that easily? Lunan stared at him, puzzled. Iori flopped onto the floor with a thud. Of course I don't want to give up. But what am I supposed to do? At the end of the day, isn't this your own problem? Kohei pointed at Iori. If you just tidied your room earlier, none of this would have happened. Iori shot upright, furious. But you guys bear some responsibility too, don't you? What kind of room is this anyway? The others in the room simultaneously raised their hands in surrender. We've truly tried our best. It's simply impossible. Lunan lifted Daimiao high. Even Daimiao is exerting herself for your sake. Show some gratitude, you ingrate. Gratitude, meow. Iori lowered his head. All right. Thank you all for going to such lengths over my foolishness. Senior Ashi stroked his chin. Actually, if Iori really wants to go, there is a way. Iori snapped his head up, eyes blazing with sudden fervor. He lunged forward and seized Senior Ashi's hands, voice earnest and reverent. My most esteemed, most revered senior, please reveal your plan. Your loyal junior stands ready to listen with utmost devotion. Senior Ashi chuckled. Honestly, your face changes faster than the weather. Never mind. It's simple, just ask Nanahua directly. Iori recoiled, instantly dropping Senior Ashi's hands. What kind of terrible advice is that? If it were that easy, why would I still be stuck here? Lunan raised a finger. Oh, I have a little scheme. Out with it. Lunan spread his palms wide. Just sneak out, simple as that. Nanahua wouldn't possibly chase you all the way there to drag you back, would she? Iori hesitated. But still. Wait, what are you hesitating about? Lunan stepped forward and gripped Iori's shoulders firmly. Think carefully. Even if you sneak out and attend the group date, what's the worst that happens when you return? You'll just get scolded. Nothing more, right? His voice dropped low, serpentine, and persuasive, like the whisper coaxing Eve toward forbidden fruit. Think it over. Isn't that true? When the potential reward exceeds 200%, what are these minor obstacles worth? Picture the group date. Picture your dream. Beside him, Daimiao chirped insistently, trust him. Trust him. Under this dual assault, Iori's uncertainty slowly hardened into resolve. Fine. So I'll just take the scolding. When I return, I'll sincerely apologize to Nanahua. Iori clenched his fist. Excellent. Full of spirit. Lunan clapped him on the shoulder. Then let's move. Daimiao, and I'll step out for a quick restroom break. Iori hastily dragged Kohei toward the small window, attempting to climb out, while seniors Ashi and Aju cheered them on from the side. Lunan and Daimiao slipped quietly out of the room and closed the door behind them, heading straight for Nanawa's room. Boss. Daimiao tilted her head up at Lunan. Are we selling Iori off, meow? No, not at all. Lunan smiled. Iori may be a bit of a scoundrel, but he truly wants to go. Helping him is only fair. Still, we can't hide it from Nanahua. She'd be genuinely hurt otherwise. After all, her intentions are pure. So I'll explain it myself. Iori couldn't articulate this properly. If he tried, he'd only make things worse. Dai Miao nodded slowly, looking adorably bewildered. Knock 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 knock. Ah, it's Lunnan. What is it? Is something uncomfortable about your stay, eh? Nanawa asked, puzzled. Not at all. I'm here regarding Iori. I see. Truthfully, I'm not against him attending. The group date is perfectly fine for a university student. But Iori mustn't develop the habit of staying out late or neglecting home. That would be troubling. Nanawa rubbed her temples, troubled. Ahaha, you're absolutely right. But he is still young after all, occasionally impulsive. I think granting him this chance would be reasonable. That's fair, but I still worry. Lunnan lifted Dai Miao's tiny paw. Don't fret, Nanawa. We'll keep close watch over Iori. You have my word. A gentle smile bloomed across Nanawa's face. Very well. If you say so, then I trust you. Just don't stay out too late. Be sure to come home early. Of course. The moment Lunnan stepped outside, he spotted Iori crouching furtively nearby. Reaching up to catch Kohei, who was wedged halfway through the tiny window, wriggling frantically with his backside protruding. Hurry up, Kohei. Push harder. Iori whispered, urgently, terrified the commotion might draw Nanawa, or worse, Chisa. Hey, what do you know about standing idly by? Give me a hand already. Kohei's voice echoed from inside, strained and exasperated. Iori let out an irritated grunt and grabbed Kohei's legs, yanking downward. Wait, don't crush my Dan. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Slow down. Kohei writhed faster. We're running out of time. We'll be late, damn it. Lunnan turned to seniors Ashi and Aju. Kohei could have just walked out the door with you both. Why this? Right? Exactly. Then what is this spectacle? Lunnan gestured toward Kohei, still squirming, and Iori gripping his legs and tugging with grim determination. Well, who knows? He flipped himself into the window before any of us noticed. With one final kick against the wall, Kohei wrenched himself free and landed squarely atop Iori's head. Oh, surprisingly painless. You good for nothing. Get off me. Of course it doesn't hurt. You're crushing me. Iori's face was flattened against the floor, teeth gritted in fury. Kohei rose, smoothing his hair. Didn't expect you to be this loyal. Worried I'd fall. Lunnan stepped forward, slinging an arm around each. Enough bickering. If you keep this up, you'll get caught. Since you're out, let's go. Iori's eyes lit up. Absolutely. Here comes the glorious life. For the middle school girl who admires me like an elder brother. There's no such person. What did you say? Iji's face turned as ugly as someone who realized they were inflating a deflated toy instead of a balloon. What do you mean by cancelled due to temporary matters? Senior Aisha glanced at his phone. That is indeed what it says. Iji swayed and nearly fell, feeling as if the world was spinning. So what was the purpose of what we did today? Lunan patted Iji on the shoulder. Relax. Even though you can't attend the event, you must be tired, right? Iji was at a loss for words, feeling a headache. So where do we go now? Gung Ping seemed indifferent. He had lost interest in the event the moment he realized the previous promises were just a deception. Since we are already out, it doesn't feel right to just go back, Senior. Aisho stroked his chin and clapped his hands. Great. Let's go out for drinks. Iji weakly knelt on the ground. So we really are just going out for drinks. Drinking all the time is boring. Do you guys have any other entertainment activities? Lunan was somewhat speechless. Drinking every day was not a good idea. Meow wants to play something else. Days Meow raised its hand. I want to drink juice. Senior Aisha scratched his head. Even if you say that, it seems like. He suddenly looked at the flashing neon lights nearby. By the way, do you play video games? Lunan tossed the game tokens in his hand. Iji seemed to have a sudden change of heart today, actually covering the tokens for him. Days Meow and Gung Ping. The two seniors went straight to the arcade once they exchanged their tokens, and the competition was intense. Days Meow, with a small bag gifted by the store, used it to hold game tokens. Okay, big brother will lift you up. Lunan picked up Days Meow and helped him insert 2 tokens. Days Meow excitedly turned the steering wheel, carefully watching the countdown on the screen. As the green light turned on, all the surrounding cars sped away, while Days Meow's car remained stationary. Days Meow tilted its head in confusion and nudged the steering wheel again, but the car still didn't move. Suddenly Days Meow looked down and saw the raised accelerator. Days Meow fell silent, shook its little feet, then jumped down from the racing seat and ran to Lunan, tugging at his clothes. Big brother, the racing game isn't fun at all. Lunan looked at Days Meow, who resembled the weak husband in the Minotaur scene, struggling to grab the claw machine prize, feeling a headache. This claw machine's grip strength was roughly equivalent to that of an earthworm. What's wrong, Days Meow? Did you crash? Lunan turned to look at Days Meow. Days Meow remained silent for a moment and mumbled, no, I just can't reach the accelerator. Uffed. Cough. Big brother will take you to play something else, okay? Don't be sad. Lunan almost couldn't hold back his laughter as he took Days Meow's little hand to lead him to a game that didn't require strict height restrictions. This segment of the plot is adapted from reality. Oh, I had done the exact same thing when I was little. I thought the game machine was broken and went to find the owner, who awkwardly refunded me 2 tokens. Since it was relatively late, there weren't many people in the arcade and many machines were empty. Days Meow's sadness came quickly and left just as fast, and soon it became interested in a fishing minigame. Perhaps it's because cats are naturally interested in fish. Iji across the way had a playful smile. He was a well-known pro at this game. Days Meow, the simpleton, had the beginner's protection when fishing before, but there was no such thing in this electronic fishing game. And Iji. Today I will completely wash away the shame. Come at me, Days Meow. 5 minutes later. Days Meow jumped off the little stool. Such a weak game. The fish I catch don't look tasty at all. Iji silently looked at the golden mermaid in Days Meow's basket and the clownfish in his own, feeling as if his steadfast Dao heart had shattered. Damn it, I'm retiring. Just as Days Meow was about to find its big brother, Gung Ping suddenly approached with a fawning smile. Days Meow, can I discuss something with you? Days Meow tilted its head in confusion. Gung Ping rubbed his hands. It's about those game tokens. His gaze was fixated on Days Meow's small bag. Days Meow immediately became wary, quickly turning to protect its small bag behind. No. These are mine. Gung Ping nodded repeatedly. Yes, I know. I just want to borrow. If I can't get that dissolve. Magical Girl Lalotzi collaboration doll tonight, I want have the face to go home and face my family in Jiangdong. He held Days Meow's little hand, tears streaming down his face. Days Meow, this has been my lifelong wish. Gung Ping has already burned out completely. I just can't grab it. Days Meow's little face was full of conflict, but in the end it cautiously opened its small bag. Then just don't take too much. Gung Ping nodded, excitedly ready to grab a handful when a piercing gaze struck him from behind. Gung Ping stiffened, turning to see Lu Nen glaring at him. Nearby was a punching machine with a glaringly high score. Gung Ping awkwardly chuckled and cautiously grabbed a few tokens. After Days Meow did a good deed, it happily bounced away to find its big brother, leaving Gung Ping alone looking dejected. His gaze suddenly swept over to Iji, who was watching the scene, his eyes glinting like a hungry wolf. Iji broke into a cold sweat. Hey, what are you planning to do? Gung Ping lunged and wrapped his arms around Iji's legs. I'm suffering. My mom has always told me that the children of the poor mature early. Iji awkwardly grinned. All right. Here you go. Stop howling like a jaguar. Gung Ping happily took the tokens and turned to leave, leaving Iji in a daze. This was more than enough. The machine had already devoured many tokens and he had spent nearly all the money he brought today, but as long as he could get Lalotzi's doll, all of this was worth it. Gung Ping thought about how he was about to possess Lalotzi's collaboration doll. His steps became lighter, but when he reached the claw machine, he found that someone was already there. A girl with pink hair bent down to retrieve the doll. He had been dreaming of a beaming smile on her face. Lucky I actually got it in one go. What great luck. Lu Nen was fighting zombies alongside Daimao, who seemed to lack any talent for the game, but was having a great time. However, a sudden howl caught the attention of both Lu Nen and Daimao, especially when the sound seemed eerily familiar. Rushing over, Lu Nen immediately spotted Chong Wei attacking. While Gung Ping cried on the ground, and a figure standing nearby looked incredibly familiar. Fujihara. Lu Nen was puzzled, wondering what was going on as Gung Ping seemed to be in a state akin to being trampled by a bull. Called by name, Fujihara Chika turned around in a panic, and upon seeing Lu Nen, she looked as if she had found a savior, her distress evident. Lu Nen, I don't know what's going on. The moment I turned around, I saw him. Fujihara Chika frantically explained, waving her hands. Then he saw me and let out a gasp, kneeling on the ground, and started crying. I don't know what's happening either. She was so anxious that her face turned red, her proud assets visibly bouncing with her quickened breath. Lu Nen waved his hand. Fujihara Chika grew worried. She had finally encountered a familiar face and had no idea how to handle such a bizarre situation. It's true. It really happened. You have to believe me, Lu Nen. Lu Nen waved his hand again, saying, waving doesn't mean I don't believe you, it just means you don't need to say more. Doesn't he know what kind of state Gung Ping is in? Daimao poked Gung Ping's raised, but with a small stick, and then earnestly said, boss. Daimao had already confirmed it. It's not an act, Meow. Iori and the two seniors also rushed over, looking puzzled at the scene before them. What happened to him? He was just fine a moment ago. Iori observed Gung Ping, who lay on the ground in a mix of regret and despair. Why is he crying as if he just experienced a breakup? Lu Nen looked at the familiar toy in Fujihara Chika's arms, the scattered coins in front of Gung Ping, and recalled how Gung Ping had urgently asked Daimao for game coins, and the situation became much clearer. Well, how should I put it? It's probably not a breakup. Strictly speaking, he was robbed of his chance, right? Lu Nen said with a hint of amusement. He remembered that the unlucky bear had stopped airing, so how could there still be one here? From Lu Nen's explanation, everyone understood the gist of it. The backup guarantee had been snatched by someone who mistakenly entered akin to someone stealing a shared guarantee in a game. Indeed, this couldn't be blamed on anyone, it was a matter of luck. The person had no idea that Gung Ping had pulled a card, and if they casually drew and it came out, what could be done? However, Fujihara Chika still felt quite apologetic, as she didn't really like the character, as she had just drawn it on a whim, and it turned out that a true fan had previously contributed a lot, leading to her casually picking it up. At that moment, Gung Ping had also calmed down, looking at the plush toy in Fujihara Chika's hands with a face full of sorrow. La, you have to be happy. You must take care of yourself. Even without me, you have to be well. Then he ran away in tears. Iori clicked his tongue and followed him. Ashur and Asho exchanged glances, and after signaling, Lu Nen also went outside. Just as Lu Nen was about to follow, he was suddenly tugged by the corner of his clothes. Fujihara Chika, feeling awkward, handed the toy to Lu Nen. If possible, please pass this to that classmate for me. She smiled awkwardly. I actually just drew it casually. But now it seems he is quite heartbroken. Technically speaking, it should have belonged to him. Lu Nen weighed the toy in his hand. Alright, I'll thank you on his behalf. Fujihara Chika beamed, squatting down to pet Daimao. Good to see you again, little Daimao. Daimao blinked. Meow. At that moment, Lu Nen couldn't shake the feeling that Fujihara Chika's outfit looked strangely familiar, reminiscent of the Silver President's attire during the opening ceremony. Aiken University did not have uniforms, but some clubs had club attire. However, there was one exception, the Student Council. The student council's uniform was standardized and basically anyone joining the student council had to wear that uniform. It was a rather strange rule. Fujihara, are you also a student of Aiking University? Fujihara Chika looked up in surprise. Could it be that Lu Nan is too? Yes, both Daimao and I are freshmen. Fujihara Chika smiled as she stood up. I am Fujihara Chika from the second year, majoring in languages. Nice to meet you. Oh, so you are also students of Aiking University. That's wonderful. I was just thinking about when to ask you out for ramen. Saying that, she tilted her head and Daimao followed suit. But how did you figure it out? Have you seen me at school? Lu Nan shook his head. I saw the silver president at the opening ceremony. I just thought your outfits looked similar, so I asked. Fujihara nodded with a smile. Yes, because I also wear the uniform. Have you and Daimao joined any clubs yet? If you haven't decided yet, you might consider joining the board game club where the senior is. She patted her chest looking grand, but all Lu Nan saw was ripples. If you join, I will take care of you. Lu Nan shook his head. Sorry, Fujihara. Daimao and I have already joined the diving club. Everyone you saw just now were seniors and friends from the diving club. Fujihara Chika looked a bit disappointed. Alright, but it's best to join a club you like. She rolled her eyes. Since we've met, why don't you come play some games with me? Seeing Lu Nan seem hesitant, Fujihara Chika suddenly hugged Daimao looking pitiful. Whoa, I really feel so lonely. No one plays games with me. Seeing Daimao looking like it was about to suffocate, Lu Nan had no choice but to agree. After all, the little kitty was innocent. Alright. Fujihara Chika chirped happily, making a V sign. Daimao tilted and fell asleep. Daimao. Iori entered the room and immediately saw Daimao, who had fallen asleep, a sad Lu Nan and the awkward Fujihara Chika. Oh no. Iori rushed over, sliding to kneel beside Daimao, crying loudly. Daimao. You're still so young. What will Lu Nan and I do without you? He whispered to Lu Nan. It's okay, I'll cry with you. The more the better. Just remember to split it 3-7 later. Lu Nan. Awaken Damiao. Oh whoa. Damiao, stop biting. I'm just trying to earn some candy money for you. Oh whoa. Iji was chased all over by Damiao. Tachibana Chika laughed. Ha, your friend is quite amusing. Lu Nan twitched the corners of his mouth. He's just like that. Lu Nan stopped Iji and handed her a toy doll. Here, remember to give this to Gung Ping. Mentioning Gung Ping, Iji suddenly seemed to remember something. Gung Ping and the seniors went straight to the izakaya. They asked me to come back and call you. Lu Nan turned to glance at Tachibana Chika, who was teasing Damiao. I have to accompany a friend for a bit. You guys go ahead. I'll join you shortly. Iji was taken aback, gave a disdainful middle finger, then turned and ran away. Still friends in this regard? Just continue being friends. I'll see in the end if you really are friends. Tachibana Chika poked her head out from the side. Did your friend leave? Shall we go play Street Fighter first? She looked extremely eager. Lu Nan readily agreed, thinking back to the days when he was also a Street Fighter prodigy. Fun fact, in Street Fighter, Lu Nan had never lost to a professional player. Then Lu Nan lost 3 rounds in a row. A bead of cold sweat silently slid down his forehead. Bit is this strong. What happened to the skills that made me invincible against neighborhood kids back then? No, this isn't right. I'm having so much fun, then I'll just... Wait, let's play another round. Lu Nan reached out to pull Tachibana, who was trying to leave, with a serious expression. I was just acting before. This time, I will use all my strength. Tachibana Chika showed a teasing smile. Alright then, I'll see what your full strength looks like. KO. Wait, I just lost connection. Let's play another round. Sure. KO. No, didn't I just block you without getting hit? Let's play another round. Let's play another round. Ha, good one. Not counted, not counted. Damiao's breathing affected my controls. Let's play another round. If you say that, Damiao will cry, right? Boss, bad Miao. A new round began. Lu Nan used all his skills, striving to win at least one round to avoid embarrassing his record. Tachibana Chika glanced at Lu Nan, who was playing extremely seriously, smiled helplessly, intentionally left some openings, and then Lu Nan seized the opportunity to win this game. Oh, yes. Lu Nan high-fived Damiao. We are the champions. Tachibana Chika laughed. So winning one round makes you a champion. What am I then with all these wins? No apprentices. Then let's play another round. Forget it, Damiao is about to give birth. I'll leave first. Lu Nan picked up Damiao and ran away. Bye-bye, Aok. Tachibana Chika waved her hand with a smile. Bye. Following Iji's directions, Lu Nan found that izakaya. As soon as he entered, he saw a golden-haired monkey jumping around. Gung Ping was holding that doll, cherishing it immensely. Lu Nan, you're here. Senior A sure waved his hand. Over here. Lu Nan sat down with Damiao, and as soon as he was settled, Gung Ping grabbed Lu Nan's hand, tears streaming down his face. Lu Nan. My good brother. I would willingly go through fire and water for you, even if it means facing Das Iji right there. Iji, who was drinking nearby. As long as you like it, there's no need to directly use Iji as a sacrifice. Lu Nan chuckled. What a plastic brotherhood. Alright. Overall, tonight was quite enjoyable. Cheers. Senior Isho raised his glass. Iji grumbled, saying that he was probably the least happy person tonight, but Iji wasn't one to ruin the mood. Cheers. Rest day. Rest days should be spent having fun. So Lu Nan woke up early, called Damiao, and prepared to head straight to Qingdao Mall. After all, he hadn't used the coupon he won from the Ghostface game, plus Sister Naiwa said to have a sense of belonging here. So Lu Nan planned to go out with Damiao to buy some things. He could also buy some small toys for Damiao. He shouldn't always be staring at the phone, or else Damiao might get nearsighted, and what if during hunting it ended up on the boss head? However, Lu Nan hadn't thought of what to buy for Damiao. Damiao could go to the bathroom on the toilet by itself and sleep with Lu Nan, so he really didn't know what to buy. But shopping is all about the experience. Damiao, if you see anything interesting, just tell the boss. We have a little money now. Lu Nan waved the coupon in his hand. Okay, boss. Good. Full of spirit. Let's have a grilled sausage first. Yatsuki Miko felt a bit of a headache. Xiaohua had invited her to Qingda to go shopping today, and she agreed directly, but for some reason the concentration of evil spirits here was inexplicably high, making her feel quite miserable. She could only stay alert at all times, wondering whether to go to some temples to ask for a charm or something, otherwise she would be too passive. Although there are deities, she couldn't keep bothering them, and with such a big Lanhai city the chances of encountering one by chance are minimal. However, Yatsuki Miko now felt that the sense of security these things provided was less than 1/10 of the deities. In the cafe, Yatsuki Miko felt a bit melancholic. Where was Xiaohua? The ghost at the counter kept trying to stuff its head into the coffee machine, looking quite grotesque. Even more exaggerated was a man sitting diagonally across from her. A female evil spirit was constantly following him, looking quite fierce. And it kept murmuring something about love, making Yatsuki Miko frown. It seemed he was a scumbag. The man was somewhat handsome, though not as much as the deity. At this moment, he was on the phone, apparently talking to a girlfriend or a romantic interest. It seemed he noticed Yatsuki Miko staring at him as he looked up and smiled at her. Yatsuki Miko felt a chill. He really was a frivolous man. But what was even more horrifying was that the female evil spirit behind him also followed his gaze, charging over aggressively. Yatsuki Miko suddenly felt her scalp tingle. This scumbag was causing trouble, even dragging in innocent bystanders, so she had no choice but to lower her head and pretend to play with her phone. Fine beads of sweat emerged from her forehead. The female evil spirit was already very close, frantically questioning her by her ear. Were you looking at him? No, looking. Mine. He is. Mine. Yatsuki Miko bit her lip, tears gathering in her eyes. What to do? Hurry up, even faster. Shirgu Jinzi was tapping on her phone screen, entering a privacy password to access her secret album filled with candid photos of Lu Nan she had taken. Although the angles were not ideal, it was clear that she had put a lot of effort into capturing them. Looking at the photo of the deity, Shirgu Jinzi suddenly felt that the female ghost in front of her didn't seem so terrifying after all. So handsome. Shirgu Jinzi murmured, her voice trembling slightly. Upon hearing her compliment, the female ghost let out a harsher breath, her dark, wet hair swirling as if she wanted to wrap Shirgu Jinzi up like a rice dumpling. The female ghost instinctively leaned in to see the image on the phone, momentarily taken aback by the handsome face that looked just like her brother's, and turned to glance at her man. The frivolous man had already hung up the phone, placing his finger on his lips in a greasy gesture, looking at them with a smirk. The female ghost glanced down at the photo on the phone again and then looked back at her man. Shirgu Jinzi couldn't tell if it was her imagination, but it felt like the dark aura surrounding the female ghost had dissipated a bit. So handsome. Shirgu Jinzi sighed again. If only he were my boyfriend. To enhance her credibility, she had to say a falsehood, but whether it was truly a lie no one could tell. While apologizing silently in her heart for her blasphemy against the deity, Shirgu Jinzi felt a slight thrill that she shouldn't have. The female ghost was stunned by her words, sizing up Shirgu Jinzi before sneering and turning to leave, resuming her pursuit of the frivolous man. Shirgu Jinzi felt a surge of inexplicable anger rise within her. Why was she sneering? She looked down at her A4 paper, overcome with sorrow. Shirgu couldn't see too. I'm still in my junior year. I can still grow. I still have a chance. Damn it. Why isn't Hu coming yet? I've had enough. Oh, I really want to just go out. Just then Baihe Chuanhua rushed in through the door, panting as she took in her surroundings. Upon seeing Jinzi, her eyes lit up and she cried out, I'm sorry Jinzi, I accidentally took the wrong bus. Shirgu Jinzi's eyes brightened, but then she noticed Baihe Chuanhua's two puffy cheeks bouncing with her breaths, and her expression darkened. She stood up and walked towards Baihe Chuanhua, but was suddenly called by the man behind her. Are you Jinzi? I just saw you looking at me, and coincidentally, I find you quite interesting. He took out his phone. Could you give me your contact information? We could grab a meal together next time. Shirgu Jinzi looked at him indifferently, saying nothing, then glanced at the fierce ghost behind him and turned to leave, approaching Baihe Chuanhua. Seriously, you came too late. Baihe Chuanhua looked at the man behind her. By the way, do you know that guy? Shirgu Jinzi shook her head. Who? I don't know him. Not familiar. Then Jinzi, could you wait for me for a moment? I want to buy a cup of red bean coffee. Shirgu Jinzi sighed. Alright, be quick and come back soon. Baihe Chuanhua excitedly went to the counter, but the frivolous man, undeterred, attempted to approach Shirgu Jinzi again. She was so youthful yet so pitiful, and he quite liked this type. Suddenly the door was pushed open and a familiar voice rang out. Oh, this is Xing Coffee. So upscale. Boss. So upscale. Shirgu Jinzi's eyes suddenly burst with intense brilliance. The deity. It was the deity's mouthful. Sure enough, when she turned around, she saw Lu Nan and Dai Miao. Recognizing her, Lu Nan was also surprised. Oh, classmate Shirgu, are you here shopping too? Yes, senior, are you out shopping with Dai Miao? Oh, it smells like the deity. So reassuring. Yes, I was planning to buy 2 drinks. I was just pestered by a troublesome woman outside and finally managed to shake her off. Lu Nan seemed to recall something troublesome, frowning slightly. Dai Miao shook her head. It was a very stinky woman. Shirgu Jinzi was puzzled. She could understand pretty and ugly, but what did stinky mean? Dai Miao pointed at the frivolous man. Just like that man, so stinky. The The frivolous man was taken aback, then glared at Lu Nan and Dai Miao, wondering why he was being insulted when he hadn't done anything. He had even applied perfume before coming out today. How could he smell bad? Just as he was about to argue, a female voice came from behind. You sorry I'm late. Were you just flirting with that girl? The newcomer was a girl in a pink dress, looking pure and lovely, but everyone present frowned. Shirgu Jinzi noticed several male ghosts behind her, their dark auras wrapping around the woman. I love you. Love, the female ghosts behind the man were saying similar things. It seemed they were the same kind of substitutes. Lu Nan and Dai Miao moved in perfect sync, turning their heads away, uninterested in the woman. The frivolous man, feeling anxious, quickly stepped forward to grasp the White Lotus girl's arm. How could that be? I would never do such a thing. The White Lotus girl smiled, sweetly stroking the frivolous man's face. You mustn't be fickle, you. The ghost behind the frivolous man began to huff, but the group of male ghosts behind the White Lotus girl were equally unyielding. In the blind spot of the frivolous man's vision, the White Lotus girl's gaze flicked toward Lu Nan, her lips moving as if she were saying something. Lu Nan casually gave her the middle finger, losing the mood to buy coffee, and turned with Dai Miao to leave. Shirgu Jinzi sighed, inwardly feeling all were the same, leading the still bewildered Bai Hechuan wild. As the three of them along with the cat walked down the street, Lu Nan sighed. I still suffered from being too orderly. If it were my previous life, this annoying guy would have been dead in the dragon's mouth long ago. Shirgu Jinzi followed closely behind him, holding Dai Miao. That woman, is she the troublesome woman you mentioned who flirted with you? Lu Nan looked at the surrounding shops. Yes, I don't know what got into her, but she came over and kept pestering me for contact information, saying she wanted to take me out to eat, and even suggested supporting me financially. Lu Nan curled his lips. She had a strange rotten smell, like someone who ate something without brushing their teeth, and her mouth was childish. Talking to her was truly a torment. Dai Miao chimed in. Not even Zilong loves cleanliness. Shirgu Jinzi laughed, realizing that if one behaved poorly, being entangled by such things would indeed have a significant impact on oneself. What are you planning to buy, senior? Yatsuya Makako asked. Lunin glanced back at Yatsuya Makako and Urashina Hana, who was sipping red bean coffee, while discreetly scanning both of them. And you too. What brings you here? Are you shopping too? Lunin perked up. That's perfect. Why don't you go ahead and browse first? Dai Miao and I will tag along. We might find something we need too. Makako flushed, instantly glancing awkwardly left and right. But, well, isn't that a bit inappropriate? Lunin tilted his head in mild confusion. Inappropriate. It's just shopping. I'm merely hoping for a spark of inspiration. Makako hesitated, wanting to refuse yet reluctant to let the moment slip away. After a fleeting glance at Hana, she sighed inwardly and bowed her head in quiet assent. Hana exhaled softly, murmuring under her breath, hopeless romantic, utterly hopeless. Lunin stared in stunned silence at the dazzling array of women's lingerie before him. This couldn't be right. So this was what they'd come to buy. Makako's cheeks still burned. It's because I've been lately so. A strained 3 parts awkward 7 parts desperate smile flickered across Lunin's face. Ahaha, I get it really. No worries at all. Just go ahead and browse. I'll vanish into the background. Pretend I'm not even here. Makako glanced toward the counter and murmured, male customers aren't normally allowed inside, but I told them you're my boyfriend, so you're welcome to look around. Perhaps you'll find something useful too. Her voice trembled with shyness, yet beneath it lingered a subtle, knowing playfulness. Perhaps prolonged pressure had quietly seeded an odd little quirk within her. Watching the divine lord wear an expression so unlike his usual composure made every ounce of accumulated tension dissolve, leaving her oddly refreshed. Lunin squirmed even more. What on earth was he supposed to buy here? Every item was women's lingerie. Any misstep might brand him a pervert on the spot. Makako and Hana drifted off to browse lingerie, leaving Lunin and Dai Miao seated stiffly in the lounge area. Well, only Lunin was stiff. Dai Miao, after all, was merely a kitten, utterly unburdened by social anxiety. Lunin bitterly regretted his own careless words. Why had he insisted on tagging along? Now look where it got him. As he contemplated fleeing outright, a female sales associate approached. Sir, Lunin froze mid-breath, forcing out a brittle chuckle. Aha, oh, I'm shopping for clothes too. The sales associate's smile sharpened, dangerously so. Makako hadn't returned yet. To avoid being hauled away as a suspect, Lunin needed a lifeline, fast. Actually, my biological sex is male, but my gender identity is, she cut him off smoothly. I'm sorry, sir. Our policy follows official identification documents exclusively. Lunin's mind went blank. Had that ploy truly lost its power? Desperate, he turned, like a drowning man grasping at driftwood, to Dai Miao. Actually, I brought my cat Dai Miao to shop for clothes. She's recently decided she needs an outfit. Yes, absolutely. The sales associate opened her mouth to object, then paused, gaze softening as she met Dai Miao's wide, innocent eyes. Nodding once, she reset her expression into polished professionalism. May I ask what style you'd like for your Dai Miao? We carry petite sizes, and the fabric is. She launched into a fluent, detailed monologue. Lunin exhaled, deeply. Crisis narrowly averted. Dai Miao tilted her head upward, blinking blankly at her master. Dai Miao, forgive me, boss. This is pure necessity. I'd rather eat tonkatsu than be arrested as a creep. But boss, does Dai Miao really need clothes? They whispered, barely audible. Yes, or it won't feel real. Then, does Dai Miao have to wear them? Makako, clutching her bagged purchases en route to the fitting room, froze mid-step. gazing upon a sight that would sear itself into her memory for years to come. Lunan knelt on the floor holding up a minuscule bra against Dai Miao's tiny frame. The kitten wore an expression of profound existential despair. Behind them the sales associate watched, beaming with unmistakable doting affection. The scene looked surreal, almost AI-generated. Makako swayed slightly, whispering inwardly, "Am I still in the mortal realm?" Lunan, strangely intrigued, was earnestly comparing the two bras, determining which suited Dai Miao better, when he caught sight of Makako standing there clutching her small bag, eyes wide with shock. He stiffened. Slowly he handed both bras back to the sales associate and walked over Dai Miao cradled in his arms. Mikako-san, this is the misunderstanding. I can explain. He launched into an embellished rapid-fire account. Makako listened intently, then nodded calmly. I see, senior. Honestly, it's quite all right. And next time, you may call me by my given name. After all, I am your girlfriend. Her voice dwindled into a breathless murmur, so faint that only the phrase, "you may call me," reached Lunan's ears, the rest vanished behind silent fluttering lips. Lunan slapped his forehead. All right, must have overdosed on hormone pills. My brain's fogged. Dai Miao gave him a rare deadpan stare. So, did Dai Miao just model for nothing? Lunan immediately crouched down, soothing her earnestly. Never. You saved me from utter ruin. How could that ever be for nothing? He added brightly, later I'll treat you to premium tuna pate. Makako murmured softly, if you don't mind, please stay with me. Otherwise something like that might happen again, and we're nearly done. Lunan nodded vigorously. Absolutely. Your Excellency's wisdom is unmatched. Yet the awkwardness hadn't truly lifted. In fact, the situation now mirrored a trope from sweet romance anime, the devoted boyfriend waiting patiently outside the fitting room ready to praise his girlfriend's new look, sugary, tender, heart fluttering. But Lunan felt no trace of romantic warmth, only sharp self-reproach for his earlier ill-considered decision. Was this scene sweet? No, not at all. This wasn't how it was supposed to be. Senior, are you outside? Makako's voice drifted from the fitting room. Lunan instinctively replied yes. What is it? Then he caught it, the faint, uneven rhythm of her breathing suddenly deeper, warmer. If it's not too much trouble, would you mind coming in for a moment?